In the midst of life's adversities, I acquired a rich sign-in system. Signing in brings rewards. Sign in successful. You have received a reward. A basic intelligent luxury mansion. Sign in successful. You have received a reward. A Hawaiian island estate. Sign in successful. You have received a reward. A castle in the Alps. From the moment I started signing in, Zhao Feng discovered that his life became increasingly colorful. From then on, my life was filled not only with luxury cars and mansions, but also with stars and the sea. Chapter 1. The Rich Sign-In System. Knock, knock, knock. A frantic knocking sound echoed. Zhao Feng, startled awake from his dreams by the knocking, hurriedly got out of bed. Accustomed to sleeping naked, he quickly put on some shorts. Grabbing a t-shirt and slipping on a pair of flip-flops, he walked toward the door. Just as he put on the t-shirt, before he could even reach for the doorknob, a familiar roar came from outside. Zhao, if you don't pay the rent today, get the hell out of here. If you can rent a place, why can't you open the door? Damn, that tiger-like voice. No need to listen closely. I could guess it was the short and stout landlady. The image of the landlady flashed in Zhao Feng's mind, and he quickly shook his head. No, I can't think about that. Looking at the date, it had only been a week since the rent was due. In that week, this landlady had come to remind him every other day. It was simply unbearable. What was even scarier was that perhaps Zhao Feng's somewhat decent looks and good physique had attracted the landlady, because the second time she came to collect the rent, the scene, Zhao Feng still remembers it vividly. The landlady grinned, revealing a not-so-straight and slightly yellowed set of teeth, and smiled as she patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder. Little Zhao, if you can't come up with the rent, Annie will help you think of a way. As she spoke, her hand moved down to touch his bicep. Zhao Feng felt a chill run down his spine. It was simply terrifying. At that moment, he forced a smile and said, Auntie, I promise I'll have it in 2 days. The landlady probably thought it was good to leave a good impression on Zhao Feng, so she didn't push further. But in the following days, she became increasingly persistent. Zhao Feng felt like the landlady was lusting after him. Damn it. Speaking of which, who knew how unlucky Zhao Feng was? After graduating, his first job lasted over a year, with a monthly salary barely over $5,000, while the rent was $2,000 a month, and his daily expenses added up to about $1,500, mostly for food and other necessities. Socializing, like occasional dinners with colleagues or close university friends, would cost nearly $500 to $600 a month, and if it was more frequent, it could easily reach almost $1,000. That made it $4,000 a month, leaving him with only about $1,000 to save. After more than a year, he barely accumulated around $10,000 in savings. Then in September, his mom called to say the family was preparing to buy Zhao Feng a house in the city. They had about $180,000 in savings, but the down payment was a full $200,000, and after discounts, they were still short over $10,000. Well, since it was for his own house, and his mom made it clear that they would help pay off the mortgage for 10 years, Zhao Feng, being the only child in the family, felt he should contribute, knowing that the house would eventually be his. So, he directly transferred over $10,000 of his savings. This became a turning point in Zhao Feng's luck. After sending the money home, he worked for a week without incident, only for the company to suddenly go bankrupt. Almost all the lower-level employees, including Zhao Feng, were left dumbfounded. But what could he do? Zhao Feng continued to look for a job, and this time it went relatively smoothly. As a programmer, finding a job wasn't hard, but just as he landed a systems maintenance position, the police sealed the company. It turned out the company was actually a scam operation. Aside from the systems development and product production departments that Zhao Feng was in, almost everyone else was taken away by the police. As for the salary for over a month of work, naturally, there was none. Thus, with another job lost, Zhao Feng found it hard to find a suitable position again. Over the past half-month, he had applied to many companies, but nothing seemed to fit. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness wash over him. He looked up at the ceiling. Pointing a finger, he silently cursed. Damn it, can't he be a little kinder, heavens? Perhaps due to the force of this curse, or maybe the landlady outside was tired of yelling. He heard a series of heavy footsteps, sounding like they were going upstairs. Sigh. Although Zhao Feng didn't want the landlady to be interested in him, he still envied her. At the very least, she had already sold 8 apartments in their building, 3 of which were small units of 40 to 50 square meters, while the other 5 were larger 2-bedroom units of 70 to 80 square meters. His small unit rented for $2,000, and if he shared the larger units, each person would have to pay around $1,500, adding up to over $21,000 in rent. That was 4 times his salary. However, while this area could be considered the outskirts of the Magic City, comparatively, the rent was just average. With so many thoughts racing through his mind, Zhao Feng was relieved that he didn't lose his train of thought. Confirming that the landlady had left, he sighed in relief and turned back toward his room. Just then, a sudden ding sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. As he wondered if he was imagining things, a crisp, young voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have obtained the rich sign-in system. You can receive rewards by signing in every day. May I ask if the host would like to sign in today? Zhao Feng was taken aback. It seemed he wasn't imagining it. While Zhao Feng was in a daze, the system's young voice rang out again. May I ask if the host would like to sign in today? Having been bombarded by web literature, Zhao Feng quickly concluded that he was not imagining it. Besides, even if it was a hallucination, what would it hurt to try answering? With that thought, Zhao Feng tremblingly said to the empty space before him, "Sign in. System. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's gift package." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng thought it might really not be a hallucination. What's in a beginner's gift package? He asked the void. The system's voice continued. The host does not need to speak out loud. You can receive it by silently thinking in your mind. Then, the system added, "May I ask if the host would like to open the beginner's gift package?" Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that the system had introduced itself as the rich sign-in system. He silently thought, "Open the beginner's gift package." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Feng found himself staring at a strange scene before him. A bright blue system screen appeared, resembling the high-tech visuals seen in movies. On the blue screen, below Zhao Feng's avatar, there was a large space. A red gift package was situated in the center. A flash of light passed. System, congratulations, host. You have received a set of beginner-level intelligent duplex property in Tangshan. Chapter 2. A set of basic intelligent luxury apartments in Thompson 1. Happy New Year to all the big shots. In light of the author updating on New Year's Eve, I asked for a recommendation ticket. 666. Those who mix in the Magic City have heard of Thompson 1, located by the financial center along Binjiang Avenue, to some extent. After all, it is one of the top 10 luxury apartments in Tianxia. In excitement, Zhao Feng looked at the file bag in the system interface before him and made a thought. The file bag appeared directly in his hand. After opening the bag, he found some introductions about the basic intelligent duplex apartment in Thompson 1, the purchase contract, and most importantly, the property certificate, access card, etc. As he flipped through them one by one, Zhao Feng was astonished to find that the contracts and the little red book of the property certificate indeed bore his name. Incredible! Zhao Feng shouted in excitement. It was impossible not to be excited. Just then, the system interface in front of Zhao Feng suddenly flickered. It then displayed the real scene of Thompson 1 by the financial center in the Magic City, looking like a holographic image. Zhao Feng checked the property certificate. The marked luxury apartment was a large duplex on the 43rd floor of one of the high-rise buildings, with 8 rooms and 3 halls, totaling 767 square meters. The price was over 200 million. When he saw the price, Zhao Feng almost choked. Over 200 million for a luxury apartment. Had he really become the owner of such a building? Zhao Feng couldn't believe it. He had originally planned to have instant noodles for lunch, but now, excited, he had no thought of lunch at all. All he wanted was to see his luxury apartment. Off he went. Zhao Feng picked out his best and most formal suit to wear. But for some reason, wearing a suit with messy hair fell off. So, he simply tossed the suit aside and changed into his usual casual clothes, which looked much better. Not wanting to fuss over it. He glanced outside to see that the landlord was indeed not around, then stuffed the file bag into his backpack and left the house. He hailed a taxi at the entrance of the community and, looking at the driver, said, "Driver, take me to Thompson 1. The taxi driver thought he misheard. After glancing back and seeing that Zhao Feng wasn't correcting him, he started the car and headed towards Thompson 1. To the driver, this casually dressed Zhao Feng seemed like someone who wanted to take a look at the super luxury apartment. There was little conversation during the ride. Since it was noon, there were quite a few cars on the road. When they arrived at Thompson 1, it was already an hour later. Zhao Feng looked at the time. It was 2:12 p.m. The taxi stopped outside Thompson 1, and Zhao Feng got out with his backpack. The taxi driver was quite curious, but parking here was not allowed. Zhao Feng was unaware of the driver's thoughts. He looked at Thompson 1, summoned the system interface to confirm its existence, and then strode towards the main entrance of Thompson 1. There were always security and property staff on duty at the entrance. When Zhao Feng reached the door, the staff quickly approached. "Hello, sir. Please." The property staff originally wanted to say, "Please stop," but unexpectedly, Zhao Feng took out the access card and placed it on the card reader. Ding! The green light on the reader lit up, and the previously closed door opened. The property staff was extremely surprised, but his good manners made him quickly change his words. "Please follow me." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. After glancing at Zhao Feng's attire again, the property staff internally marveled at how such a low-key person could exist and respectfully said, "Sir, you want to go to Building 1, right?" Zhao Feng nodded with a smile. The property staff felt as if he was basking in spring, realizing that such wealthy, yet approachable people were rare. If Zhao Feng knew his thoughts, he would know he was overthinking. He was simply happy. The property staff escorted Zhao Feng to the entrance of Building 1 and then stopped. "Sir, there's a steward inside the building. If you need anything, just let me know." Zhao Feng nodded again. "Thank you." The property staff, flattered, extended his hand. "Please." As Zhao Feng walked in, the property staff sighed in relief. After both the property staff and Zhao Feng left, the two security guards on the left side of the door exchanged glances. Are rich people nowadays so low-key? Indeed, they hid too deeply. Thankfully, Shaoli didn't say anything foolish. Otherwise, if they judged by appearance, they would have been in trouble today. Right. It seems we have to be more discerning in the future. As Zhao Feng entered, a middle-aged man in a neatly tailored suit approached him, slightly bowing. "Sir, welcome home." Zhao Feng nodded at him. Following him, Zhao Feng climbed the stairs and informed the steward of the floor he was on. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 43rd floor. The steward helped open the elevator door. As Zhao Feng stepped out, he was about to use the access card to open the door when he heard the steward respectfully say, "Sir, this is your first time living here, right?" As the steward, he naturally knew all the residents here, and Zhao Feng was someone he had never seen before, which was why he asked. Zhao Feng looked at the steward in confusion and then asked, "Yes. Is there something?" The steward hurriedly replied, "Sir, since this is your first time here, please allow me to introduce the services our property can provide for you. I hope it will help you in the future." Hearing this, Zhao Feng secretly sighed. The property services were indeed comprehensive. However, he still replied, "Then thank you." The steward smiled. "Not a bother, sir. Our property can provide you with 24-hour concierge service, 24-hour security service, personalized butler service, cleaning service, business services, and leisure, fitness, swimming, sauna, and private banquet services. Here is my business card. If you need anything, just contact me." Zhao Feng took the business card and glanced at the name, Wang Cheng. The steward then smiled and said, "I won't disturb you any longer, sir. I wish you a pleasant life." Zhao Feng casually waved his hand, put away the business card, and turned to walk towards the door of his luxury apartment. Just as Zhao Feng reached the door, it suddenly opened with a click, startling him. He thought there was someone inside. As the door opened, an electronic voice sounded. "Welcome home, master." Zhao Feng was taken aback for a moment before stepping inside. Once inside, he looked at the room's decor, which was simple yet luxurious with a sci-fi feel, and he quite liked it. When he reached the sofa, countless question marks popped up in Zhao Feng's mind. Soon, the system in his mind seemed to sense Zhao Feng's confusion and quickly provided an answer. The answer was the term basic intelligent in the name of the luxury apartment he had acquired. These four characters represent a smart home system that surpasses the current top level of artificial intelligence by 10 years. And the system can take over the smart home within this house at any time. After reading the system's explanation, Zhao Feng began to inspect this house that belonged to him, which could be called a high-tech mansion. Chapter 3 Nightmare? Updating on the first day of a Lunar New Year. Please save, invest, and vote for recommendations. Sitting on a luxurious sofa in the center of a huge, lavishly decorated living room, Zhao Feng scanned the room and noticed that almost all the household appliances were luxurious smart appliances from well-known brands. He got up and walked to the balcony on the south side of the hall, looking at the spacious balcony and the river in the distance. Zhao Feng felt quite satisfied. Next, Zhao Feng casually inspected the house. The gasps of amazement never stopped. Many things in this house were things he had never heard of or seen before. After circling around the house twice, Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile broadly. Just when he felt thirsty, Zhao Feng walked to the water dispenser in the living room. Just as he was about to reach for water, he saw the water dispenser's tank flip over, and a cup was steadily placed on top of the water tank. Then water flowed down slowly, and soon a cup of water was ready. Zhao Feng was startled by this scene. He picked up the cup and took a sip, and the temperature was just right at around 40 degrees, which he was accustomed to. Wow! With wide eyes, Zhao Feng immediately thought of the junior intelligence system that the system had previously described, which was so considerate in introducing itself to him. Only then did Zhao Feng truly understand the preciousness of this property. Sitting back on the sofa, looking at the gray wall in front of him, he directly ordered, "Play a movie, Red Sea." As soon as he finished speaking, the wall in front of him suddenly lit up, and the movie screen slowly unfolded. This was not an industrial-style design wall. It was a screen that could change styles. Moreover, the entire wall was a screen. When it was not turned on before, no one could tell the difference between the screen and the wall. Zhao Feng, who loved watching movies, had a broad smile on his face again. Other than being amazed, he didn't know what else to say. Gululu. After watching the movie for a while, Zhao Feng completely forgot that he hadn't eaten anything for lunch. After thinking for a moment, he directly picked up his phone and ordered takeout. Soon, the delivery guy brought the food. However, at the door and downstairs, the delivery guy was checked twice. After a simple lunch, Zhao Feng threw the food container into the trash can. Zhao Feng was worried that the soup in the container would dirty his trash can. It wasn't that he was being fussy, but he just hadn't adjusted his thinking. In the past, he would have to wash anything that got dirty. But when Zhao Feng opened the trash can lid, he found that the food container had turned into a box wrapped in craft paper. And looking at the sturdiness of the craft paper wrap, it seemed it wouldn't leak. Besides these, this house indeed made Zhao Feng feel the essence of intelligence. For example, when Zhao Feng got up from the sofa to eat in the dining room, the movie paused automatically. The lights in the room also turned on wherever Zhao Feng walked. There was also a smart butler display interface on the wall, showing things like temperature, weather, and the indoor temperature being 25 degrees. It was simply amazing. Speaking of which, he had sweated a lot during the car ride over. And although he had been in air conditioning for a while, there was still a bit of sweat smell on him. Snap! Zhao Feng snapped his fingers. Prepare the shower water. In less than 10 seconds, the smart butler's voice rang out. Okay, sir, your shower water is ready. Zhao Feng walked into the bathroom and immediately saw the spacious bathtub. He tested the water temperature, and sure enough, it was just right. After soaking in the tub, he got up. He had to say, soaking in this oval bathtub that could easily fit 2 people was incredibly comfortable. He had also thrown his clothes into the washing machine, and when Zhao Feng dried himself and went to get his clothes, he found that both his hoodie and pants had already been dried. It was simply fantastic. Zhao Feng's satisfaction was beyond words. Indeed, technology made life better. Putting on his clothes, Zhao Feng immediately felt refreshed. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already after 6 in the evening. Since he had eaten lunch relatively late, he wasn't hungry yet. He casually started thinking about what he would do next. Although the system introduced that he could check in every day, the rewards were completely random. So, besides this house, Zhao Feng essentially remained that homebody who liked playing online games and binge-watching shows. Especially regarding the balance on his phone. It wasn't even enough for the property fees here. The property fee for the Tang Chini pin was over 160,000 a year, nearly 170,000. Not to mention Zhao Feng's current balance. Even his previous yearly salary wouldn't be enough. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. However, the thought that he could check in again tomorrow eased his mind a little. Speaking of which, living in such a luxurious mansion, what more could he want? After finishing the movie, it was just around 8 o'clock, and feeling a bit hungry, he went downstairs. With Wang Chenggong seeing him off, he left Tang Chun-Yi Pin and casually found a restaurant nearby to eat something before heading straight back home. He went to the game room and turned on the computer to play a game. Zhao Feng discovered that these computers had particularly large storage, seemingly all equipped with 8 solid-state drives. As for the configuration, it should also be the best. Sure enough, he tried downloading Total War, 3 Kingdoms, and the internet speed was fantastic. Downloading Total War, 3 Kingdoms would still take some time, but it seemed the home internet speed was particularly fast, and it was quickly done. After playing Total War for a while, Zhao Feng looked at the computer screen and couldn't help but marvel. Only expensive things. There are no wrong things. At 10:30, Zhao Feng went to bed and fell asleep. In his dream, Zhao Feng dreamed that he was lying in his big bed with several girls. However, he couldn't clearly see what they looked like, but their figures were quite impressive. Each one curvy and well-proportioned. When did his thoughts become so extravagant? This was too outrageous. While enjoying the warmth and softness, Zhao Feng couldn't help but complain about himself. Just then, the girl he was holding turned around. Upon seeing her face, Zhao Feng sat up abruptly. What the hell? Is that the landlady? Zhao Feng almost wanted to call the police immediately. This woman is after my body. glancing around and confirming there was no landlady in sight. Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This was not a spring dream. This was a nightmare. Wiping the cold sweat that had just appeared on his forehead, Zhao Feng hurriedly got up to wash up. He didn't dare to sleep any longer. However, outside, the sky was already starting to brighten around 6 o'clock, and the sun was rising. It shone on the shimmering river surface, which was truly beautiful. Chapter 4 check-in reward of 1 million. Seeking investment. Seeking recommendations. He pinched his arm. Ouch. It seems this is not a dream. Try to call the system. Looking at the bright blue system interface, Zhao Feng silently thought. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 million cash. Hearing the system's announcement, Zhao Feng was instantly overjoyed. It really is true that wishes come true. With this 1 million, he could directly cancel the rented house today, saving himself from the landlord aunt's inappropriate intentions. Just then, Zhao Feng's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a notification from his bank account. Your bank account, ending in 6427, received a deposit of 100,000 yuan on November 3rd at 7:32 a.m. Current balance, 100,028, 646 yuan industrial and commercial bank. Zhao Feng read the message word for word, his joy evident. However, a trace of doubt quickly crept into Zhao Feng's mind. If this money arrived in his account and someone found out, wouldn't it be classified as an enormous amount of unexplained wealth? Just as this doubt arose in Zhao Feng's mind, the system directly replied, the host need not worry. All funds have clear sources. This system can provide U.S. stock accounts, Hong Kong stock accounts, and Shanghai stock accounts. Hearing this, Zhao Feng felt even more satisfied. It seemed this system really had his best interests at heart. With these funding accounts, no matter how much money he received from signing in the future, it should all be drawn from these accounts. Speaking of which, Zhao Feng suddenly became quite curious about these accounts. The system sensed Zhao Feng's thoughts again and directly prompted. In the future, these stock accounts can be used as sign-in rewards for the host. Please look forward to it. Amazing, brother. Zhao Feng could no longer contain himself and shouted in joy. Unfortunately, the system was very polite. Host, according to the gender classification method on Tianlon Star, this system should be female. Hearing this, Zhao Feng suddenly felt embarrassed and quickly added, then it's amazing. Miss, the system, no response. Zhao Feng also didn't want to make things awkward. He glanced at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock. He hurried to wash up. After descending, he exited the Tangshan Yiping under the respectful send-off of the housekeeper Wang Cheng and took a taxi back to the suburban community where he originally rented. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Wang Cheng looked surprised. He was naturally curious about this new owner of Tangshan Yiping. However, this gentleman had dressed so simply yesterday and still looked so plain today when leaving, which showed that he was indeed a very low-key wealthy person in life. Naturally, Wang Cheng held him in high regard. Upon reaching the door of his rented house, the first thing Zhao Feng saw was the landlord aunt wearing a beautifully patterned bright red outfit, standing next to a young man dressed in a shirt with a locksmith logo, seemingly doing something to his door. Stop! Zhao Feng shouted angrily. The landlord aunt and the locksmith immediately froze. The landlord aunt turned around, saw Zhao Feng had returned, and her expression changed. You dare come back? I thought you ran away. Zhao Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with her. He looked at the locksmith and said directly, who told you to open my door? The locksmith immediately realized the landlord was there and, seeing the situation, knew it was inappropriate to continue opening the door. He quickly said, Sir, I'm sorry. This lady said you were in arrears on rent and had run away, so I took this job. Since both of you are here, you can resolve the matter yourselves. After speaking, the locksmith quickly turned and left Zhao Feng's side. Zhao Feng was puzzled as to why the locksmith ran away like a rabbit. But he suddenly heard the landlord aunt say, Young man, leave a phone number. I'll call you whenever I need a locksmith. A chill ran down his spine. No wonder the locksmith was so flustered. Seeing the landlord aunt looking like she was about to chase after him, Zhao Feng wondered just how desperate this landlord aunt was. Thinking that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, Zhao Feng reached out to stop the landlord aunt. Aunt Lu, please don't rush off. The landlord aunt was somewhat displeased to be stopped, but she knew she was in the wrong today. Even if Zhao Feng owed rent, it wasn't appropriate for her to pry open his door directly. That would be an invasion of privacy. One thing is one thing, and Aunt Lu felt guilty. So, She wanted to slip away while asking for the locksmith's number. Stopped by Zhao Feng. Aunt Lu immediately put on a smile. Little Zhao, Aunt has something else to do. How about we discuss it another day? Zhao Feng looked at Aunt Lu's expression and found it quite amusing. He didn't want to argue with her too much and said directly, All right, Aunt Lu, how much is the rent? I'll pay you all. Hearing this, Aunt Lu's smile became much more genuine. Little Zhao, the rent was $2,000 last month and $2,000 this month, so that's a total of $4,000. Zhao Feng took out his phone, opened WeChat, and Aunt Lu also took out her phone to open the payment interface. Zhao Feng transferred $4,000 directly. Aunt Lu saw the rent come through and smiled like an old chrysanthemum, but she was calculating. She thought about how Zhao Feng didn't come back last night and how he had so readily given her $4,000 today, earning that much money in one night. It was impossible through normal means. Could it be that he went to some club to entertain a rich woman? Thinking of this, Aunt Lu immediately felt displeased. Was she inferior to those rich women? So, Aunt Lu then pretended to be flirtatious and shot Zhao Feng a flirty glance. Little Zhao, don't go to those messy clubs in the future. Aunt can take care of you, can't I? Zhao Feng nearly felt his heart stop from disgust. After processing Aunt Lu's words in his mind, he suddenly realized what she meant. She was treating him like a sugar baby, not wanting to waste more words with her. Zhao Feng said directly, Aunt Lu, I'm planning to move out this month. I don't want the deposit. See you. After finishing, Zhao Feng opened the door, stepped aside, and entered the house. Behind him, Aunt Lu's expression changed immediately. It was clear that the duck she thought she had caught was really flying away. Back in the house, Zhao Feng looked around. There wasn't much to tidy up in the room. The most important thing was his somewhat old laptop, which stored a lot of important study materials. Inside were countless high-definition seeds. It could definitely be considered a treasure. He needed to take the laptop, and for the rest of the clothes, Zhao Feng picked out some and barely filled nearly a suitcase. Other small appliances and miscellaneous items were all available at Tangshan Yiping, so he didn't need to take them. Carrying the suitcase and confirming there was nothing else to take, Zhao Feng locked the door and left the community, calling a Didi ride directly back to Tangshan Yiping. Chapter 5, 210,000 yuan property fee. Mom's call. Please collect. Please vote. 2 days later, after signing in for 2 days, Zhao Feng received a cash reward of 1 million each day. Thus, his savings successfully turned into 299,528,600 yuan. It could be said he was quite comfortable. Zhao Feng initially thought that the rewards from signing in each day were random. But the system explained to him that while there might be some randomness in the daily sign-in rewards, the basic sign-in reward was always 1 million cash. And during each monthly sign-in, unexpected super rewards would appear. After understanding all this, Zhao Feng felt relieved. He wasn't someone with paranoia. At least, if it weren't for the system, he would still be struggling with rent and work in that small rental apartment. There was no way he would be living in such a luxurious and even magical mansion, and his bank account balance certainly wouldn't have increased so much. Therefore, he was quite grateful to the system that brought all this. In the past couple of days, Zhao Feng had been staying at home and had taken the time to explore some hidden features of the house. He had to admit that living in such a mansion made him feel like he could easily stay there for a whole year without any issues. One day, at 9 in the morning, Zhao Feng woke up and got out of the soft bed. After washing up, he picked up his phone to go downstairs for breakfast and found a message on WeChat. It was from a stranger, and after checking the details, he realized it was the butler, Wang Cheng. Mr. Zhao, I am the butler Wang Cheng, and this is my WeChat ID. I hope this is not too presumptuous. After accepting Wang Cheng's friend request, several messages came in quickly. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Sorry to bother you. Then he sent a picture. Zhao Feng opened the picture and saw 2 big black characters in the center. Notification. As he read further down, he realized it was a notice regarding the collection of property fees. It specifically stated that Zhao Feng's property fee was over 210,000, as his house was larger than others, so naturally the fee was higher. After seeing this notification, Zhao Feng thought of his bank account balance and immediately felt relieved. He typed, "Can I transfer the property fee directly to you?" Wang Cheng was taken aback by Zhao Feng's message. Wow, as expected of a big shot. Doesn't he pay property fees by car downstairs? He quickly replied, of course. Smiley face, Zhao Feng found it troublesome and directly transferred the amount via WeChat. He forgot that his WeChat transfer limit wasn't that high. As a result, the transfer was restricted, and to increase the limit, he would have to go through a bunch of complicated verifications, So he gave up. Looking at the chat interface with Wang Chung, he said, I happen to have something to do downstairs, so let's just use the car then. Wang Chung had no complaints at all and quickly replied, no problem. I'll be waiting downstairs. Zhao Feng took his wallet and went downstairs. He realized that he was running low on soda and snacks in the fridge, so he needed to buy some. Taking the elevator down to the first floor, Zhao Feng saw Wang Chung and a woman in a property company uniform standing at the corner of the building. The woman was holding a device. Walking over without saying much, Zhao Feng nodded at the two who greeted him, swiped his card, and left. Behind Zhao Feng, Wang Chung and the female property staff exchanged glances and both breathed a sigh of relief. After that little episode, Zhao Feng returned home after shopping, and it was already past 8 in the evening. He didn't expect to spend the whole day outside. In fact, he had been contemplating whether to buy a car. Since his bank account balance was increasing every day, buying a car for convenience would be worth it, even if he spent some money. He could earn it back in a few days. So, today, Zhao Feng specifically went to check out the nearby Audi dealership. Among the cars, he was most attracted to the Audi A7 and A8. The former was known as the suit thug, and its silver-gray aesthetic could indeed impress anyone. As for the latter, the sports car level A8, there was no need to say more. However, after hesitating for a while, Zhao Feng decided to wait a bit longer. He didn't know what he was waiting for. He just wanted to hold off. As night fell, Zhao Feng suddenly thought of his parents. His life had changed so much with the help of the system. And, as the saying goes, when one person gets the way, even their chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Zhao Feng certainly wanted to bring a better life to his parents as well. After thinking for a long time, Zhao Feng felt that using the excuse of money earned from stock trading was the most suitable. He could just say he made money from stocks. At worst, he could ask the system for a few screenshots of stock trading accounts. His parents might not understand, but he could definitely fool them. With that in mind, Zhao Feng picked up his phone and called his mother. After a brief, busy tone, the call connected. A cheerful female voice came through. Son, I was just about to call you when you called me back. Don't you think we're in sync? Zhao Feng smiled and replied, Mom, of course. I'm just a piece of meat that fell from you. Hearing this, Zhao's mother laughed, and her voice seemed to drift slightly away from the microphone. Old man, did you see that? This is why our son calls me and not you. On the other end, Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, Mom, I'll send you some money later. You and Dad should eat and drink well. Don't always be so frugal. Hearing Zhao Feng's voice, his mother stopped laughing and said, Oh, you don't have to worry about us at home. Just take care of yourself. You need to eat well and drink well while you're out. Your dad and I are doing fine. Save your money for yourself, okay? As Zhao Feng listened to his mother's words, he felt a bit emotional, but he still replied, Mom, don't worry. I won't treat myself poorly. I made quite a bit of money recently, and I'll send you some money later, so just accept it. Hearing this, his mother didn't insist any longer. All right. I know my son is filial. I'll just save it for you to use when you get married. Zhao Feng heard this and didn't say more. Okay, Mom, let's leave it at that. All right, you hang up first. Zhao Feng smiled and ended the call. Then he opened the WeChat transfer interface and entered his mother's bank account number. When entering the amount, he directly typed in 200,000. Just as he sent the money, his mother's call came in again. Zhao Feng, why is there so much money? Are you doing something silly? Zhao Feng knew this call would come. He explained according to the prepared script. Mom, don't worry. This money definitely comes from legitimate means. You know about stock trading, right? After explaining for a long time, Zhao Feng's mother finally believed that he indeed made a lot of money from stock trading. He hadn't mentioned it before because he wanted to surprise them. Now, since they had already emptied their savings to prepare a new house for him, he naturally didn't want to keep it from them anymore. As a result, by the end of the call, his mother was almost in tears of joy, especially upon hearing that Zhao Feng had just bought a house in Shanghai. Cough, cough. Zhao Feng casually mentioned during the call that he bought a house in Shanghai, without going into specifics about the type of house, and his mother got so excited. His father on the other end was not much better off, but compared to his mother, he was much more restrained. After managing to comfort his parents for a while, he hung up the phone, and it was already past 10 o'clock. The call lasted nearly an hour. However, Zhao Feng was in a pretty good mood now. After a night's rest, the first thing he did after getting up was to silently chant check-in. In his mind, check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the skill, one-handed Ferrari driving. One-handed Ferrari driving, attribute 1. When driving a Ferrari, driving skills automatically enhance to master level. and can subtly improve driving proficiency for other car models. Attribute 2. Charm increases by 50, affection from the opposite sex increases by 20, with a 10 chance to trigger love at first sight. After carefully reading through the skill description, Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. The first attribute was nothing special, but with that name and the second attribute, this skill was a bit flashy. However, even if the skill was a bit flashy, there was nothing he could do since he drew it himself. Moreover, it was evident that the most important part of this skill wasn't the one-handed driving, but the Ferrari itself, right? As long as he had a Ferrari, even without this skill, his charm could still rise sharply. Now that he suddenly had such a skill, Zhao Feng felt that he really should buy a car. However, one-handed driving a Ferrari seemed really cool. If he were to buy a Ferrari, would his bank card balance be enough? It seemed that the current Ferraris were basically priced no lower than $3 million. He picked up his phone and searched online. Sure enough, the ones priced below $3 million were all second-hand models. Compared to second-hand, Zhao Feng preferred new cars, so he temporarily set aside his thoughts. After that, he checked where the Ferrari dealership was, marked it down, and then called Wang Cheng to ask him to bring some takeout. Wang Cheng received the call and directly called the restaurant in the nearby club to have them send over a Chinese meal. This meal of 4 dishes and a soup wasn't too expensive, just $888. It wasn't even the most expensive package in the club, but Zhao Feng thought it was enough for himself. Being too extravagant would be inappropriate. After the delivery was made by the club's delivery person, Zhao Feng had his lunch. Originally, he planned to wash his hands and take a nap, but when he faced the bright mirror in the bathroom, he suddenly noticed that he had developed a small belly. Although it wasn't very obvious, it was clear that his body had shown signs of gaining weight. He took off his short-sleeved shirt and looked at himself in the mirror. He realized that the emergence of this small belly had nothing to do with his pleasant life these past few days. It seemed to have gradually appeared this year. This wouldn't do. Although he didn't necessarily need six-pack abs or a V-line, he at least couldn't be pot-bellied. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng headed straight to the adjacent room that was designed as a gym. He jogged lightly on the treadmill. However, within half an hour, he felt like he couldn't continue. While resting, he recalled that in the past few years, during university, his body was still okay, but after graduation, he had been sitting in the office almost every day with hardly any time for exercise, so his physical condition had been deteriorating day by day. Therefore, he could say that he was quite weak now. This was not good. After taking a shower and feeling much refreshed, Zhao Feng returned to the sofa in the living room, secretly resolving to exercise. Although physical fitness couldn't be changed in a day or two, at least now was a start. Zhao Feng returned to his study, browsing the internet for information while starting to write his exercise outline. After writing for a while, he had only a few lines. Slamming the pen down on the table, Zhao Feng looked at his exercise outline and decisively crumpled it into a ball. He wasn't a poor person anymore, so why bother making an outline? He took out his phone and asked Wang Cheng. Sure enough, there was a gym in the club next to the Tangshan Yipin, which could also provide professional fitness services for the owners of Tangshan Yipin. After clarifying, Zhao Feng asked Wang Cheng to book a time for him tomorrow. After communicating with the club, Wang Cheng replied with the agreed time via WeChat. Zhao Feng looked at it. It was scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with Coach Liu at the gym. Putting away his phone, Zhao Feng closed the webpage and looked at the game icons on the screen. He decisively selected a Chinese-named open-world game called Ghost Recon Wildlands and clicked to enter. In the past, living in that small rental apartment, he hadn't saved much money, and his laptop's configuration wasn't high enough. He didn't have the time or conditions to play many games he liked. Now he could finally indulge himself. It must be said that games nowadays are really interesting. Recently, there was a game that players jokingly called Big Brother, which was also quite good. Zhao Feng directly purchased and downloaded all these games. After all, he had plenty of time, and he could experience them one by one later. Wow, looking at this, Zhao Feng felt like he was starting to trend towards being a gaming geek. Bang! A crisp gunshot echoed in his headset. Zhao Feng controlled the game character and decisively shot down the target in his sniper rifle's view. Watching the game character handle the sniper rifle, Zhao Feng's heart raced. Don't get the wrong idea. Zhao Feng didn't want to shoot guns. Every boy has had a dream of holding a gun, except for the sissies. But aside from some boys who could join the army to fulfill their dreams, the rest could only look at pictures online. But he was different. He would definitely be rich in the future. So Zhao Feng instantly planned out a reasonable and legal way to play with guns in his mind. For example, he could invest in a small farm or a small estate abroad in the future. It didn't need to be too big, as long as he could get a gun license. Then, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Zhao Feng rubbed his chin, sat in the computer chair, and looked at the game interface, letting out a lewd laugh. Chapter 7, BMW 4. Please collect. Please vote for recommendations. Please invest. The next day, at 7 in the morning, after Zhao Feng woke up, he washed up and found a Nike tracksuit from his old clothes. If this tracksuit were real, it would cost at least 1,000, but it was actually just something Zhao Feng bought for 200 on Taobao. He put on a pair of sneakers, which were real and cost over 400. Going downstairs, he encountered a woman who looked to be in her 30s or 40s entering the elevator. She was likely also a resident. Zhao Feng exchanged a glance with her and passed by. Outside the elevator, Wang Cheng had just helped that resident press the elevator button. Seeing Zhao Feng come out, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Mr. Zhao, are you going to work out? Zhao Feng nodded with a smile. Accompanied by Wang Cheng, Zhao Feng went to the nearby Yiping club. Upon entering the club, Zhao Feng saw a young woman in sportswear standing by the front desk, seemingly waiting for someone. When he reached the front desk, the two pretty receptionists smiled and slightly bowed in greeting. Welcome. Then, the one on the left asked first, Sir. Hello. How can we assist you? Zhao Feng glanced at the two receptionists who were quite good-looking and nodded, saying, My surname is Zhao. I have an appointment with Coach Liu. Upon hearing this, the young woman's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that this was the young owner with the surname Zhao that Butler Wang had notified. Without her needing to say anything, a beautiful girl nearby, who seemed to be waiting for someone, quickly walked up. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am Liu Ruoxin. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Liu Ruoxin knew that today the client was an owner of the community, and she hadn't recognized him when she was momentarily distracted, so she hurriedly apologized now. Zhao Feng didn't expect that the coach recommended by Wang Cheng would actually be a female coach. He was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, It's fine. As they spoke, he looked Liu Ruoxin up and down. She had a well-proportioned oval face, with a chin that wasn't as sharp as some internet celebrities. And her large, natural eyes scored an 8 or 9 out of 10 in terms of looks. As a fitness coach, her figure is quite good, and in her tight workout clothes, she was very curvy, especially in the chest area, which was definitely not small. As for her long, straight legs, they went without saying. Overall, she could be considered a beauty. Liu Ruoxin naturally felt Zhao Feng's gaze. She had always thought her figure was impressive. Therefore, facing Zhao Feng's look, she was not shy at all, but rather bold, as if she wanted to show off to him. Mr. Zhao, please follow me. Liu Ruoxin smiled and gestured for Zhao Feng to follow her. They walked into the gym together. Upon entering the large gym, Zhao Feng noticed that there weren't many people working out. There were both men and women, totaling only about 20 or 30. While walking, Liu Ruoxin looked at Zhao Feng and asked, Mr. Zhao, have you exercised before? Zhao Feng shook his head no. Liu Ruoxin was surprised but hit it well. If Mr. Zhao hasn't exercised before, then the basics are very important for the upcoming training. Zhao Feng nodded upon hearing this, and then curiously asked, Coach Liu, don't I need to get a membership card or something? Liu Ruoxin was slightly taken aback and wondered why Zhao Feng didn't understand how detailed the services for owners of the club were. However, she quickly explained, Mr. Zhao, you are overthinking it. The Yiping Club gym is specifically for owners like you, so you don't need to get a membership card. All service fees can be settled together with the property fees next year. Zhao Feng understood upon hearing this. However, Liu Ruoxin added, but the gym does offer membership services, which are only for friends and guests of some owners. Zhao Feng nodded to show he understood. In fact, the membership here was equivalent to a temporary identity card for the relatives and friends of the owners. Under Liu Ruoxin's guidance, Zhao Feng chose a machine that looked interesting to him. It was a seated chest press machine, which, as the name suggests, was perfect for working out the chest muscles. After sitting down, Zhao Feng adjusted the pressure to a level he could handle under Liu Ruoxin's instructions. He then began to slowly complete a set of exercises. While Zhao Feng was working out, Liu Ruoxin was also observing him. First of all, she felt that this Mr. Zhao was very approachable. In this context, she didn't mean to describe a wealthy person, but rather that Zhao Feng appeared to be an ordinary person. If she hadn't known that Zhao Feng owned a top-floor luxury apartment in Tangshan Yiping, she would have treated him like an ordinary person. Furthermore, another point was that after initially focusing on his own physique and appearance, Zhao Feng's gaze returned to normal. When he looked at her, his eyes were calm. unlike some other male clients. This made Lu Ruoxin a little happy, but also slightly disappointed. After completing a set of 15, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to check in today. Just as he finished this set of actions, he silently thought about checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received a reward, a BMW 4. At first, when Zhao Feng heard the word BMW, he thought he had won a car. But as the image of the BMW 4 gradually enlarged in his mind, Zhao Feng suddenly realized that this reward wasn't a car at all. Well, although a motorcycle is also a vehicle. However, even though he had a car license and could ride bicycles and electric bikes, he was completely unfamiliar with motorcycles. After all, with electric bikes, there were indeed fewer motorcycles on the streets. But now, he neither had a license nor knew how to ride one. Yet he had received such a thing. Remembering that he had received the one-handed driving Ferrari reward yesterday, Zhao Feng's expression gradually distorted. Seeing this, Lu Ruoxin looked on with concern, and Zhao Feng composed himself. He then took out his phone to check the BMW 4. However, upon seeing the introduction of this car, he first noted that it was quite expensive, with a domestic price of 1.6 million yuan. That was double the foreign price. It featured the lightest four-cylinder engine in the series, providing strong power with a maximum output of 142 to 193 horsepower and a maximum torque of 112. The newly designed muffler could output stronger torque at medium RPMs, ensuring it performed powerfully when needed, meeting the rider's demands during races. Maximum power, 142 at 13,000 RPM. Maximum horsepower, 190 at 13,000 RPM. Maximum torque, 112 at 9,750 RPM. In terms of technology, the 4 had the upper hand, being the first to feature the world's first dynamic damping system, which automatically adapts to changes in the environment. It offers multiple modes for selection, rain and sport modes for everyday roads, and competition and slick tire modes for the track. The 4 further improved all aspects, making everything even more perfect. In slick tire mode, it allowed for fine adjustments of different degrees from 7 to 7, ensuring the best balance between system support and rider control, providing maximum traction and optimal acceleration. Traction control system. It detects rear wheel slip by comparing the front and rear wheel speeds measured by system sensors and analyzing data from the sensor distribution box, tilt sensor. In this case, the engine controller intervenes by reducing the ignition advance angle, adjusting fuel injection, and changing the throttle position to reduce drive torque accordingly. Dynamic damping, shock absorption, control system. It adjusts damping within milliseconds based on parameters determined by sensors, using electrically controlled adjustment valves to adapt to current riding maneuvers and road characteristics. It automatically responds to driving actions such as braking, accelerating, or turning to ensure perfect road contact. Through mechanical settings, the suspension can be set to softer settings or harder settings. Using a 17 wrench, the spring preload can be adjusted manually in a conventional manner. Due to the special manufacturing process involved, until 2014, only a few models of the 4 could be mass-produced. Its extremely lightweight driving, stunning power, and top-notch handling combined to create unparalleled performance. The new 4 was the first to embody this concept with a 4-cylinder design. Based on this, a motorcycle with exceptional craftsmanship was born. The highest quality materials and the finest design collectively led to this outstanding product. After carefully reading all this information, Zhao Feng was still in a daze. With so much information, this chapter is 500 words long. I hope everyone will go easy on me. The author searched for the price, but couldn't find it. If any expert can point it out, the author will make the correction immediately. Thanks to all the experts for their support. Chapter 8. The High-End Lifestyle of the Rich. 500 collections and 300 recommendations for an update. Please support with collections and recommendation votes. Zhao Feng was so angry that he wanted to slam the table. However, Lu Ruoxin, who was standing next to him, noticed everything clearly. A BMW motorcycle. Over 1.6 million. We really don't understand the world of the wealthy. For a moment, Lu Ruoxin became even more cautious in her movements. Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao? She gently called out to Zhao Feng twice, not daring to raise her voice too much. When Zhao Feng was brought back to his senses by her calls, he looked up at her. He heard her say, Mr. Zhao, are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling well, I can call for medical staff, or we can come back to exercise another time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng smiled and said, I'm fine. Let's continue training. While speaking, Zhao Feng caught a faint fragrance in the air. It wasn't strong, but it was elegant, likely coming from Lu Ruoxin. Huh. He had been so close to Lu Ruoxin while drinking just now. How come he didn't smell it earlier? Lu Ruoxin, facing Zhao Feng's curious gaze, subconsciously glanced at herself to check for anything inappropriate. But everything seemed normal. Noticing Lu Ruoxin's actions, Zhao Feng withdrew his gaze, realizing that if he kept staring, she might think he was a pervert. Then, under Lu Ruoxin's company, they exercised for about 40 minutes to nearly an hour. After Lu Ruoxin proactively added him on WeChat, Zhao Feng left the gym. On the way home, he thought about how Lu Ruoxin had cautiously suggested adding him on WeChat earlier. Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Look, I too can have girls ask for my WeChat. However, thinking of Lu Ruoxin reminded him of her reminder. Although today's workout time was not short, the intensity was still kept at a relatively low level. He might feel some soreness tomorrow, but he didn't think it would be too painful. After leaving the club, Zhao Feng turned around and went back home. Sitting on the soft sofa, Zhao Feng opened the system interface in his mind. Given that the system allowed him to enjoy life, he didn't curse at it. After all, the sign-in rewards were completely random. Although the two sign-in reward from yesterday and today seemed like a joke when viewed together, he had praised the system for being conscientious, only to find out that this guy could also be unreliable. The system was a bit of a conscientious dog system. However, the rewards couldn't be said to be bad. For example, today's BMW motorcycle, which was globally limited to 750 units, although priced at just under 2 million, would definitely appreciate in value if collected. Besides, what boy doesn't have a motorcycle dream? It's just that the conditions don't allow it. Zhao Feng thought that perhaps it was time for him to apply for a motorcycle license someday. Speaking of which, couldn't he use the skill, one-handed driving a Ferrari, to handle a BMW motorcycle? He shook his head, quickly abandoning that flashy idea. Zhao Feng didn't want to end up in a mess. Looking at the BMW motorcycle in the system space, Zhao Feng thought that if he silently wished for it to materialize, it shouldn't appear directly in front of him, right? Silent materialization. Suddenly, a file bag appeared on the coffee table. Just as Zhao Feng was about to reach out to pick it up, his phone vibrated. Then the screen lit up, showing an unknown number calling in. Zhao Feng picked up the phone, puzzled, and then directly answered the call. Before he could say anything, a male voice came from the other end. Mr. Zhao. Hello. The BMW motorcycle you ordered from our company has arrived outside the Tangchun Yiping residential area. We can't enter right now. Would you like to come out to receive it or? Zhao Feng replied directly, hello? I'll call the property management right away. Please wait a moment. The other party. Okay. Mr. Zhao. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Feng called Wang Cheng to inform him. After receiving the call, Wang Cheng hurriedly notified the property management at the entrance, asking them to confirm the identity of the delivery personnel and sent a few security guards to accompany them inside. In less than 2 minutes, 3 security guards followed the truck, delivering the BMW motorcycle into the community, arriving at the entrance to the underground garage of Building 1. This area was quite spacious. Even with a truck parked, it wouldn't hinder the entry and exit of vehicles and personnel in the garage. Zhao Feng changed his shoes and directly came down from upstairs. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the parked truck and the 4 delivery staff standing in front of it, along with 3 security guards. When the security guards saw Zhao Feng, they hurriedly approached and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Feng nodded, and behind them, the staff members also slightly bowed and greeted. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Feng could only nod again. After 2 nods, he couldn't help but think, although the rich live comfortably, it's a bit hard on the neck. Zhao Feng glanced at the 30-something man in front, seeing the name tag on his suit. Manager Zhou, hello. Zhou Qin, the manager, quickly smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, should we unload the goods first? Please check if you're satisfied with the vehicle. Zhao Feng nodded. Okay. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qin turned and waved to one of the staff members, who promptly began to move. They opened the back door of the truck and took down several metal ramps that were hanging inside, assembling them between the truck and the ground. Once assembled, Zhao Feng noticed the grooves on the metal ramps. He had previously thought that the staff would simply ride the bike down directly. It seemed that wasn't the case. Zhou Qin, noticing Zhao Feng's change in expression, respectfully said, Mr. Zhao, our company values the personal experience of our customers. We believe that every vehicle should be unboxed by its owner personally, so we specially customized the truck and these metal ramps. We hope you will be amazed when you open the box and see it. Truly a big company. Zhao Feng felt a sense of pride after hearing this. He smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Two staff members entered the truck and slowly pushed the box containing the BMW motorcycle to the truck's door. They secured the box to prevent it from falling and damaging the vehicle. After that, a box taller than a person was slowly placed on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Qin handed a small hammer to Zhao Feng. As a result, Zhao Feng inexplicably felt that the motorcycle suddenly became much more noble. He stepped forward and knocked down all the nails on the left side of the box. Two staff members moved in to lift the wooden board. The motorcycle revealed its true appearance. The brand new body, painted in white and green, made Zhao Feng immediately think of riding it through the mountains and seeing the white clouds and green hills. Somehow, upon seeing it for the first time, Zhao Feng felt he had fallen in love with it. Then, watching Zhou Qin instruct several staff members to move down more boxes and listening to Zhou Qin's explanation, Zhao Feng became more familiar with the motorcycle. He also learned how to use the maintenance tools provided. Wuhan, let's go. China, let's go. Update rules. At the beginning of the new year, I hope all readers have good health and all the best in the coming year. I also hope that everyone can unite to face the new virus and overcome the challenges together. Wishing a speedy recovery to those who are ill. Wishing all medical workers to work healthily. Go Wuhan. Go China. Here, the author offers the most sincere wishes. This book has performed quite well. And thanks to all the readers for their support. Starting today, for every additional 1,000 collections, there will be an extra chapter. For every additional 1,000 recommendations, there will be an extra chapter. Currently, collections are nearing 700, and an additional chapter will be unlocked soon. Lastly, I ask for recommendation votes. I ask for collections. Chapter 9. Signing in my dreams is too absurd. Go Wuhan. I ask for recommendation votes. I ask for investment. Zhou Qin is also a clever person. If it were a formal process, he would definitely ask the car owner to test drive. But seeing Zhao Feng just standing beside the motorcycle without riding it, he immediately understood that this gentleman probably just took up this hobby. With such a guess in mind, Zhou Qin certainly wouldn't be rude enough to ask directly. Instead, he respectfully asked, Mr. Zhao, would you like us to help you take the motorcycle to the underground garage? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng came back to his senses. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all. Zhou Qin directed several employees to close the motorcycle's box, which already had several pulleys fixed underneath, now coming in handy. They followed the underground passage down to the underground garage. The security guards helped push the wooden box to Zhao Feng's parking space. Since Zhao Feng's house is the largest luxury residence on the top floor, it also has the most parking spaces, a full row of 10 parking spots. This BMW 4, along with the packaging box and those tools, almost takes up one parking space. After securing the vehicle, Zhou Qin then took his staff to leave. Mr. Zhao, if you have any questions about the motorcycle, feel free to call me. We can arrange a track and related services for you. Lastly, thank you again for your trust in our company. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. You're too polite. If I need anything, I will definitely call you. After Zhou Qin's words, Zhao Feng felt that he had figured out that he couldn't ride a motorcycle. However, his implication was actually that he hoped to learn to ride before taming this wild horse. Zhao Feng naturally wouldn't feel dissatisfied because of this. Looking at the security guards still standing behind him, Zhao Feng curiously asked, do you still have something to do? The three security guards exchanged glances, and then one of them said, Mr. Zhao, we have nothing to do. We are just here to see if you have any further instructions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng smiled faintly at them. It's fine, you can go back. Saying this, Zhao Feng took the motorcycle key and a backpack given to him towards the elevator. Inside the backpack were riding clothes and a helmet gifted by Zhou Qin's company. Back at home, he tried on a riding outfit. Although it looked a bit silly to wear this thicker riding suit in his warm home, it must be said that the style of the riding suit was still quite cool, especially the helmet. And Zhao Feng couldn't help but start imagining how handsome he would look wearing this outfit while riding the BMW 4. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards the dog system. Can you put in a little effort? After grumbling for a while, Zhao Feng put the clothes into an empty wardrobe in the cloakroom. Speaking of which, he seemed to need to buy some more clothes. The few clothes he brought from the previous residence were just a handful, and although they were barely enough to wear these days, as the owner of a billion-dollar mansion, he couldn't keep wearing the same few outfits, especially since he wasn't short on money. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng made a note in his schedule, shopping tomorrow afternoon. Speaking of which, he hadn't had time for lunch earlier because Zhou Qin and the others interrupted him. Just as he was about to send a WeChat message to Wang Chung to help order takeout, he received a text from Wang Chung. Mr. Zhao, I have already ordered lunch for you according to your habits. Are you ready to eat now? Seeing this message, Zhao Feng smiled slightly. It seemed Wang Chung knew his habits well, probably having heard from those security guards that he hadn't gone out. He casually replied, okay, in less than 5 minutes. Lunch was delivered. Looking at the time, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Zhao Feng was quite hungry today due to his workout in the morning, and he quickly devoured the 4 dishes and a soup, plus 2 extra bowls of rice. After tossing the dishes into the kitchen's automatic dishwasher, Zhao Feng lazily lay back on the sofa, looking at his belly, which was bulging from eating too much. Zhao Feng suddenly felt that the road to getting abs was going to be a long one. After feeling down for a moment, Zhao Feng quickly perked up again. There's nothing that a game of chicken can't solve. If it doesn't work, then 2 games. After playing for a while, the time gradually approached the evening. Perhaps because he had eaten lunch quite late and had a bit too much, he wasn't really hungry in the evening. He simply made a fruit salad, snacking on it while playing games, which counted as dinner for the day. At 11 o'clock at night, Zhao Feng yawned and went to bed, quickly falling asleep. In his dream, Zhao Feng suddenly had a dream. He dreamed that he was wearing a black trench coat, riding on a pitch-black sports bike, and upon closer inspection, wasn't that his BMW 4? For some reason, a faint sense of crisis that arose made Zhao Feng keep speeding up. Focused on riding, Zhao Feng, perhaps confused by the dream, looked at the beautiful scene of the red sun rising in the sky and inadvertently murmured, "Sign in." Boom. A torrent of information surged into Zhao Feng's mind. It was an array of knowledge about various riding postures. In that instant, Zhao Feng seemed to have truly learned how to control the beast beneath him. His right hand twisted the throttle sharply, and his feet coordinated to make the necessary movements, causing the speed to suddenly stretch out significantly. In the bedroom, lying flat on the bed, Zhao Feng's hands and feet made corresponding subtle movements, while the little alarm clock on the bedside table happened to have its hour hand resting on the number 1, and the minute hand was catching up past the number 0. Damn! Zhao Feng suddenly woke up from his dream. Just now, he dreamed that he learned to ride in his dream and even rode the 4 for a long time, until he finally crossed the peak and the road disappeared below, looking like he was about to crash into the rocks. He immediately cried out in alarm. After touching his face, expecting it to be covered in cold sweat, Zhao Feng found that there was nothing on his face at all. Looking at the time, it had just passed 6:35. Relaxed, Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against the headboard for a moment, he came back to his senses and silently murmured "sign in." However, he found the system silent. Zhao Feng was startled and hurriedly focused his mind into his brain, discovering that the system was still there and his emotions slightly calmed down. Checking the system's space, he found a small blue notebook had appeared in the space. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find the cover written with 6 golden characters, "Motorcycle license." Taking a look in his hand, Zhao Feng suddenly recalled his dream, and it hit him. Wow, he could even sign in during his dream. This is ridiculous. The dog system has no bottom line at all. However, holding this blue notebook, the knowledge and skills about riding a motorcycle that surfaced in his mind told Zhao Feng that he could ride now. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He hurriedly got up, quickly washed up, changed into his riding gear, grabbed his helmet, and headed out to take the elevator downstairs. Speaking of which, this riding outfit looked like a stylish jacket, which matched perfectly with the BMW 4. Chapter 10. A Wave of Spending. Go Wuhan. Seeking recommendations. Seeking investments. Dear, install the license plate. Lifting his leg over the seat, with one leg up, the sleek body of the BMW 4 was easily balanced. He zipped up the jacket in front, put on the helmet, and wore a pair of thin, genuine leather gloves. These gloves didn't look very thick, but they were warm, breathable, and allowed for dexterity. With both hands steadying the handlebars, he started the engine. Vroom! As Zhao Feng twisted the throttle, the exhaust at the back erupted with a fierce roar. With a gentle shift of gears, the bike gradually accelerated. Zhao Feng didn't expect this bike to be so easy to ride. Perhaps it was also thanks to the motorcycle riding skills he obtained from signing in his dream yesterday. Without overthinking, he focused on riding and navigated through the garage passage to reach the ground. Passing by the entrance of the community, he noted the license plate information. Then, Zhao Feng merged into the flow of traffic on the road. It wasn't uncommon to see a rider on a sports bike in the bustling streets of the Magic City. Therefore, whether it was drivers on the road or pedestrians on the sides, they only thought it looked cool and nothing more. Tangchan Yipin was located right in the most prosperous business district of Pudong. Not far away were the Zhengda Plaza, the International Finance Center, and the Lanhai International Plaza, three relatively upscale shopping centers. As for shopping spots across the river, there were countless options. Zhao Feng was too lazy to venture too far. Today, if he were to buy a few replacement clothes, he wouldn't be able to carry much more anyway. His target was the International Finance Center, a place he had never dared to go before. Actually, Zhao Feng also wanted to take a look at the Oriental Pearl Tower. But thinking about the task of buying a few pieces of clothing today, he had to put that thought aside. After all, he had plenty of time tomorrow. He could come back then. Soon, Zhao Feng rode his bike to the International Finance Center. The roar of the BMW 4S engine attracted quite a few pedestrians around, as well as the patrolling security guards. Soon, a group of security guards rushed over. The person on the left immediately stepped forward to ask Zhao Feng to move his bike to the underground parking lot. However, the person on the right seemed to know a bit about motorcycles. Upon seeing the BMW logo on the BMW 4, his expression didn't change. But after closely examining the bike, his expression changed immediately. He reached out to stop his companion and approached with a smile. "Sir, are you here to shop?" Zhao Feng didn't think about making it special. He just felt that buying a piece of clothing would be quicker. So he planned to park his bike here for about an hour before heading home. Therefore, he didn't specifically look for the underground parking lot. Hearing the security guard's voice, he took off his helmet and said, "Yes, I wonder if I can park this bike here." Upon hearing this, the security guard's smile became even more sincere. There were definitely many people willing to spend $2 million on a car, but not many would spend $2 million on a motorcycle. People like that could easily afford multiple luxury cars worth $2 million each. "Sir, welcome to our shopping center. Don't worry, your bike parked here is absolutely no problem. And having a limited edition BMW 4 in this plaza is a sight in itself." Zhao Feng couldn't help but take a closer look at this security guard. Such eloquence was not something you could find just anywhere. Nodding, Zhao Feng parked his bike and said, "Well, getting off, all right. Then I'll leave my bike in your care." Saying that, Zhao Feng strode toward the mall entrance. Many pedestrians around had already noticed the scene. Initially, some thought Zhao Feng was being guided to the underground parking lot by the security guards. Who would have thought Zhao Feng would just get off and leave? While the two security guards stood like sentinels. Immediately, some were filled with curiosity. Moreover, the security guard who had been stopped by his companion was puzzled. "Bro, do you know him?" The other guard replied, "I don't know him." The first one asked, "Then you?" The guard who interacted with Zhao Feng glanced at his companion and proudly said, "This bike is a BMW 4 limited edition globally. Do you know how much it costs?" "I don't know. Over 1.6 million. Altogether about 2 million. Isn't that impressive?" The guard boasted, speaking as if the bike belonged to him. Upon hearing this, the other guard's eyes widened, and several onlookers were shocked as well. "Wow, 2 million. That's enough to buy a top luxury car like the BMW 7 Series. However, that guard quickly regained his senses and turned to his older companion, asking, "Bro, wait a minute. Don't you also have a BMW motorcycle?" The guard who was asked replied with a hint of helplessness on his face, "Brother, mine is just the entry-level BMW motorcycle. Brand new, it only costs over 40,000. I bought a used one for 20 to 30,000. In front of this, it's just a younger brother." What the guard said was quite practical when he bought the motorcycle. It was partly to fulfill a personal wish, and partly because cars are easy to get stuck in traffic in this business district. While motorcycles are different, not only are they cool, but they're also less likely to get stuck. Many pedestrians around looked at the BMW 4 with amazement, pulling out their phones to take pictures and videos to upload online. The titles read, "Shocking, a once-in-a-century BMW limited motorcycle. Encounter the 2 million BMW motorcycle. Share for good luck." Zhao Feng had no idea that such a little episode was happening behind him. Upon entering the mall, he briefly browsed some clothing brands. Perhaps because his wallet was feeling a bit fuller, Zhao Feng didn't pay much attention to what brands of clothes were. Anyway, he could afford basically any brand now. There was no helping it. He was just that cocky. Sigh. His gaze swept past a store filled with suits. Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that he had thrown away the suit he had worn for over a year and nearly worn out the sleeves in his rented apartment. So he casually walked in. Two salesgirls approached with small steps, their smiles warm and standard. "Sir." "Hello. Welcome." Zhao Feng casually nodded. "I'm looking for a suit. You can recommend something for me." Upon hearing this, the two salesgirls' eyes brightened. Customers who spoke like this usually had confidence and showed clear intent to buy. So they both got busy. All right, sir. Watching the two salesgirls flit around the store like butterflies, Zhao Feng quickly picked out the clothes he liked. One of the salespeople recommended a blue-patterned Zegna suit priced at $25,200, while another salesperson suggested a casual black blazer priced at $11,300. She asked them to pack the clothes for $6,886, and Zhao Feng directly paid with a card. Subsequently, he bought a yellow crew neck sweatshirt at a Jack Jones store for $2,160. After that, he purchased a double-sided checkered belt at Burberry for $3,300, a navy classic check cashmere scarf for $4,200, and straight-cut distressed jeans for $4,200. Finally, on his way back, he stopped by Zegna again and bought 2 pairs of shoes, a pair of hiking leather boots for $9,900 and a pair of lace-up leather shoes for $8,600. The total spending accumulated to 68,860 yuan, almost reaching 100,000. Chapter 11. Soul-stirring street interviews. Go Wuhan. More updates for 1,000 collections. Not quite 100,000. Zhao Feng was shocked by his own light-hearted tone. Indeed, having money can easily lead to arrogance. Zhao Feng's entire possessions used to not even amount to 100,000. But now he spent 60,000 or 70,000 just on a few pieces of clothing. Moreover, he felt it was just a small amount. Zhao Feng never expected his mindset to change so quickly. At this moment, the sales lady at the Zegna store had already helped pack the shoes. She looked at Zhao Feng, who was lost in thought, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. In their view, Zhao Feng could now be considered a true high-class handsome man, and they wanted to leave him a note but were afraid of disturbing him. Coming back to his senses, Zhao Feng saw the two sales ladies waiting for him with bags in hand. He smiled and thanked them, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." As he reached out to take the bags, he glanced at the bags on the sofa beside him. Although he hadn't bought a lot of clothes, the exquisite packaging made the number of bags look considerable, and since he rode over, there was no space on his bike for so many items. Among the two salespeople, the older one, who had been working longer, keenly noticed that Zhao Feng was inconvenienced by carrying so many items. So she stepped forward and respectfully said, "Sir, if it's inconvenient for you to carry so many things, we can have our colleague deliver them to your home later. How does that sound?" Her words were not empty. Luxury brands like Zegna often collaborate with star-rated hotels. Sometimes, hotel guests urgently need to change into suitable clothes, and these guests usually are not short on cash. So these brands can afford to deliver clothing to hotels. Hearing this, Zhao Feng felt delighted. The service attitude was very good. Nodding in satisfaction, Zhao Feng said, "Then I'll trouble you again. Let me give you an address." The sales lady hurriedly took a pen and notepad from the side and presented them with both hands. Zhao Feng picked up the pen and wrote down a flowing line of characters. Tang Chenny Pin, Building 1. Zhao Feng. Phone, 138. After writing down the address and phone number, Zhao Feng handed the pen and notepad to the sales lady, saying, "This is my address and phone number. Just contact me for delivery." After saying this, Zhao Feng nonchalantly turned and walked toward the exit. The sales lady, upon taking the pen and notepad, glanced at the words on the paper, her eyes widening in surprise. Tang Jian Yi Bing. She instinctively looked up at Zhao Feng's back, and, for a moment, his silhouette seemed so magnificent to her. She regretted not flirting with him earlier. The older sales lady muttered to herself, and her curious colleague came over to take a look as well. The sales lady displayed a similar expression of astonishment. The name Tang Chun Yi-Pin was known by everyone in the city. What a pity. They missed such a good opportunity. The sales lady felt regretful. However, when she looked back at the notepad again and noticed Zhao Feng's phone number, her eyes lit up. Zhao Feng, who was almost out of the mall, was unaware of the changes in the minds of the two sales ladies behind him. Although they were decent looking, they no longer caught his eye. Indeed, he felt quite aloof. After wandering around for a while, he felt a bit thirsty. Zhao Feng stopped and was about to see if there were any drink shops around when suddenly a not-so-tall figure appeared in front of him. She was holding a microphone, followed by a boy carrying a camera. This strange combination instantly reminded Zhao Feng of street interview videos on short video platforms. A microphone and a camera or phone. Such combinations often ask unexpected questions on the street. Some questions are relatively normal, like, "Are you single?" with the underlying implication for men or women. "Do you own a house?" etc. Some are a bit overboard, like asking men, "What do you think of simp?" and asking women, "Do you think security equals money?" The more excessive ones are soul-piercing questions aimed at couples like, "What is your monthly income? How much is the bride price for marriage? Which ex is better looking, cooler? Your ex or your current partner?" Questions flooded Zhao Feng's mind like a storm. At this moment, the girl holding the microphone directly approached Zhao Feng and asked, Sir, if you had exactly 100,000 yuan, would you be willing to spend it all on buying your girlfriend bags, cosmetics, and clothes?" The girl's proud expression was hidden beneath thick makeup. Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows at the sharpness of the question. It seemed the person was not well-intentioned. Spending 100,000 yuan entirely on a girlfriend's bags, cosmetics, and clothes. Seriously, is this how people talk? Moreover, this topic sounded like something a feminist would propose. What a ridiculous question. After considering the two possible answers to this question, he thought. If he answered yes, he would be labeled a simp. If he answered no, he would be accused of not loving his girlfriend. Zhao Feng pondered for a moment. Before he could speak, the girl eagerly asked again, Sir, do you understand my question? We're live streaming right now. My question means, she pressed on, as if closing in on Zhao Feng with every word. Before she could finish, Zhao Feng raised his hand to interrupt her. It's still live streaming? Zhao Feng suddenly became interested. Glancing at the camera, he chuckled lightly. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't. The woman's face lit up with surprise upon hearing this, and she eagerly asked again, Sir, you said you wouldn't. Why is that? Zhao Feng smiled, and then took out his wallet and shopping receipt from his pocket. First, I currently do not have a girlfriend. Secondly, I would rather spend money on myself right now. Here is the evidence of my recent shopping. He handed the shopping receipt to the woman, and Zhao Feng meaningfully said, Mr. Zweig wrote in the royal head. At that time, she was still too young to know that all the gifts fate presents have long been secretly priced. After a brief pause, Zhao Feng continued. This sentence I dedicate to all the viewers of the live stream. There are indeed too many beautiful things in this world. Once you can't resist the temptation, what you may face is the abyss. With that, Zhao Feng smiled elegantly and strode towards the mall exit. Behind him, the woman and her cameraman stood frozen in place. Perhaps Zhao Feng's performance was too perfect. The bullet comments on the live streaming interface began to fill with praises for him. Wow, the handsome guy is so stylish, unbelievably charming, cultured, refined. Mom, I've fallen in love again. From your profile, it seems you're a guy. Such a handsome young man. I really want to ask for his contact information. Chapter 12. The slap in the face comes too quickly, just like a tornado. Today's update. Please support with collections. Please recommend. Seeing the barrage of comments praising Zhao Feng on her live streaming screen, the woman felt a sudden displeasure. She had specifically chosen Zhao Feng because he seemed like a more refined young man, but she didn't expect him to be so witty, and she felt like she had been slapped in the face by him. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Looking into the camera, she deliberately showcased the shopping receipt Zhao Feng had left for her earlier. Then, she smugly said, Dear viewers, I observed this man closely just now. Although he pulled out the shopping receipt, he didn't have a single item with him. If he drove here, his car must be parked in the mall's underground parking lot. But he didn't go there. Instead, he left directly through the mall's main entrance. This indicates that the shopping receipt definitely isn't his. Maybe he picked it up somewhere. Listening to her analysis, quite a few fans who enjoyed her live stream began to believe her. In no time, the comments divided into two factions, one supporting Zhao Feng and the other supporting the woman. After seeing this situation, the woman smiled with satisfaction and glanced in the direction Zhao Feng had left. She hurriedly stepped forward, chasing after Zhao Feng's departing figure while saying, Let's go see if that man is really, as the streamer said. She and her cameraman ran out of the mall. Just in time, they saw Zhao Feng strolling towards the parking area. Zhao Feng approached his BMW 4 and noticed the security guards nearby who were helping to keep watch. Thankfully, after mobile payments became common, he had gotten used to carrying his wallet. There wasn't much cash inside, just 1,000 yuan that Zhao Feng had prepared for emergencies. Seeing the three security guards so dutifully on guard, Zhao Feng casually pulled out the 1,000 yuan from his wallet and walked up to the lead security guard, handing him the money. Thank you for your hard work. As he spoke, Zhao Feng wore a faint smile, making the security guards feel as warm as spring. As Zhao Feng got on his bike, preparing to leave, the female streamer and her cameraman caught up. The security guards had just received the money from Zhao Feng when they sprang into action. Two of the guards raised their hands to block the woman and her cameraman. and the lead guard sternly scolded. "What are you doing, being so reckless?" Zhao Feng heard the commotion, turned his head to take a look, and upon seeing the female streamer, decisively turned back and started his BMW 4, driving away. The female streamer, seeing Zhao Feng leave, immediately felt she had guessed correctly. He was clearly trying to escape, which made her react quite strongly. Her mouth was like a machine gun, aimed at the camera. "Dear viewers, did you see that? I told you that guy is just a loser, who still rides a motorcycle these days." Then, she incessantly held the microphone and looked at the security guard. "Big brother security, didn't that man just give you a tip to block me?" The security guards were dumbfounded, wondering what on earth was going on. The two guards who had blocked her looked to their leader. The slightly older guard sneered. "You, with your long hair and short sight, should stop talking nonsense. That gentleman gave us a tip because we were watching his car for him." "What do you mean, who still rides a motorcycle? Do you know how much that car is worth?" "A BMW 4, limited to 750 units worldwide, over 2 million. And a motorcycle. Can you afford it?" With that, the older guard waved to the two younger ones. "Let us go." The three security guards left, leaving the female streamer and her cameraman stunned in place. After being countered by the security guards, the female streamer's first thought was that these guards were in cahoots with that loser, but she couldn't speak it out loud. Because the guards had named the motorcycle model, if it were fake, they could easily check it online. So, that meant the guards weren't lying. However, she had never imagined that a motorcycle could sell for 2 million and that someone would be willing to buy it. In the bullet comments on the live stream, some big shots began to catch on, but fearing backlash from the viewers, they hesitated to speak up. Now, seeing the lead security guard take the initiative, they started to flood the comments. The slap in the face comes too quickly, just like a tornado. "I thought it looked like a BMW 4, but wasn't sure. Same feeling here. I'm out of here. Trash streamer. Can't even tell a rich guy from a loser. I'll call him hubby first out of respect. Amazing streamer. Mistaking a golden thigh for a loser. I'm out of here." In no time, nearly a third of the viewers had left the live stream. The short video platform also saw a significant drop in followers. Meanwhile, the female streamer regretted her actions. Zhao Feng rode his bike slowly onto the road. However, even though there was no traffic jam, he couldn't speed much. The short journey home took nearly 20 minutes, which felt excessive. Upon returning home, he parked in the underground garage and took the elevator to the first floor. Zhao Feng stepped out of the elevator and found Wang Cheng. He instructed him to expect someone to deliver clothes for him and asked him to bring them up. After being seen off by Wang Cheng, Zhao Feng took the elevator back home. In the elevator, he reflected on how well he had handled the street interview earlier. He felt it was quite impressive. Well worth the time he spent remembering Zweig's words on Bihu. He gave himself a mental thumbs up. When he got home, he checked the time and realized he had forgotten to grab a bite outside. Looking at the pantry, it was a sorry sight. Apart from some chips and sugary drinks, there were only a few pieces of fruit left, not even a single instant noodle. Returning to the sofa, he turned on the TV, and the first thing that caught his eye was an advertisement for Jean Malman. Seeing the golden brown chicken legs on the screen, he decisively chose the top option, a family bucket. It looked like a lot, and he figured he could always eat the leftovers later. After a day of spending and saving, it was time to plan his lunch. In the afternoon, he had nothing to do. Should he go to the gym or play games at home? After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Feng decisively chose to go to the gym. After all, there were pretty girls to look at the gym. Soon, after Zhao Feng had just picked up a takeout from Jean, before he could eat, Wang Cheng arrived upstairs with clothes from the Zegna boutique. Zhao Feng took a look and thought, "Oh, aren't these the two female salespeople from before?" He let them in one by one. Suddenly, a platform popped out from the walls on either side behind the door, and there were 2 pairs of shoe covers placed on it. The unexpected noise startled the 2 girls. Zhao Feng was also attracted by the scene before him. Ahem. It seemed that the openings on their chests were a bit larger than in the morning. Chapter 13. The Fatigue and Loneliness of One Person. Today's update. An extra chapter if we get 1,000 votes tonight. After leading them into the room, the 2 salesgirls actively offered to organize Zhao Feng's clothes and shoes in the wardrobe. Zhao Feng was too lazy to wash his hands since he had gotten greasy while opening the family bucket earlier. He watched them arrange the suits and shoes the whole time, especially when they bent over to place the shoes. The lifted peach-shaped bottoms, highlighted by their black stockings and professional outfits, were quite tempting. Fortunately, Zhao Feng's willpower was strong enough to avoid being enchanted by the 2 little temptresses. Before they left, Zhao Feng overheard them discussing reasons for him to keep their phone numbers. One said it was to guarantee the after-sale service for the clothes and shoes. The other said she could recommend some outfit combinations. Zhao Feng secretly shook his head, thinking you can keep dreaming. After sending off the two women, Zhao Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. Could it be that these two were also interested in him? Sigh. Being too handsome is just a burden. He raised his hand to narcissistically touch his face, and the rumbling of his stomach reminded him it was time to eat. After a simple meal in the dining room, he found that the family bucket was indeed quite filling. He had eaten a lot, but still had more than half left. He stuffed the leftovers into the fridge and intended to watch a movie. However, while leaning on the sofa, he unknowingly fell asleep. Almost an hour later, Zhao Feng woke up in a daze, glanced at his phone, and saw that in the family group chat, his mom and several aunts were chatting happily. The classmate group was also lively. It seemed that some dogs were arguing over who would treat a certain girl to dinner. Zhao Feng took a quick glance and lost interest, putting down his phone. He looked at the darkened screen opposite him and decisively blamed his drowsiness on the movie. What on earth was this big wish? Compared to the original, although there were some funny moments, the overall quality was clearly lacking. Besides, who would have such a ridiculous wish before dying? They'd rather break. After complaining for a while, Zhao Feng checked the time. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. At this time, he thought about going to the gym. However, after considering that it would require taking the elevator and walking a bit, it seemed too troublesome for a round trip. It would be better to exercise at home. He called Coach Lu Ruoxin and arranged a workout after the gym tomorrow morning. Zhao Feng walked to his home gym. Half an hour later, after reducing yesterday's training load by 1/3, Zhao Feng walked out of the gym feeling relaxed. Indeed, yesterday's workout had been excessive. He had to discuss it with Coach Lu tomorrow. After preparing himself, Zhao Feng sat down in front of the computer in the game room. He opened the game and found that this afternoon was indeed quite enjoyable, sitting in the esports chair for 3 or 4 hours. The temperature in the house was just right, but Zhao Feng still sweated quite a bit. Although it was already November, the temperature in the Magic City was still fine. Feeling oily, Zhao Feng decided to take a shower. In the evening, he continued eating the leftover family bucket from lunch. Family bucket, when paying attention, he didn't realize how heart-wrenching those 3 words were. After filling his stomach, Zhao Feng was inadvertently attracted by the view outside the window. The night was clear, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. The distant skyscrapers flickered with colorful neon lights, showcasing the vibrant nightlife outside. The various lights reflected on the shimmering river surface. However, he noticed that the lights obscured another moon in the water. Looking at this scene, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel a bit of fatigue and loneliness. This feeling had nothing to do with wealth. When Zhao Feng was previously in a life downturn, he also felt the same way. It was just that now, it wasn't as frequent. He withdrew his gaze, and a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. When did he become so melancholic? He picked up his phone and opened WeChat. Seeing that the messages had accumulated to over 99 in the family group named A Loving Family, he clicked on the group chat. The first thing he saw was a renovation photo shared by his dad and mom. Renovation photos? Wait, clicking on the photo, he saw his dad still happily smiling while wearing a dirty work uniform. Zhao Feng could easily guess that his parents were using the money he had given them to start renovating their new house. Originally, when they had asked him for a 10,000 yuan down payment, they told him that they only had a little over 5,000 left and wouldn't renovate for now. However, Zhao Feng wouldn't be going back for a year or 2, so his parents could take their time with the renovations. Zhao Feng clicked on the group chat with his dad and mom. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message. Dad, Mom, I see you're renovating the house. The money I gave you was meant for you to spend. There's no rush on the renovations. Moments later, his dad replied with a voice message. Your mom and I both know, but since you bought a house in the Magic City, we thought it wouldn't be good for the house to stay empty, so we might as well do a simple renovation and rent it out later. His mom also replied, this house is bought. Renting it out can save some mortgage payments, and the renovation won't cost much. Listening to his parents chat back and forth, Zhao Feng finally felt at ease. However, thinking that the new house his parents bought was nearly 20 square meters larger than their original one, it would be a bit more spacious. So Zhao Feng said, Dad, Mom, you should properly renovate the new house. Otherwise, when you live there, it would be a pity to rent out the old house. This time, his dad didn't speak first. His mom replied, Oh, it doesn't matter where the two of us live. The new house would rent for a higher price. His dad chimed in, Exactly. Besides, we're used to the neighbors around the old house. Your mom and I wouldn't adapt to a new place. Zhao Feng wanted to persuade them further. After all, with the existence of the internet, it was easy to stay in touch. Furthermore, the new house was an elevator building, unlike the current stair building. Even if Zhao Feng said more, his parents still insisted. Finally, unable to persuade them, Zhao Feng had to wait until he could go home later to discuss it. In fact, Zhao Feng had considered going home in a few days. However, he was also afraid that his dad and mom would widely announce his earnings, and then they would prepare to set him up on blind dates together. How terrible would that be? Just thinking about that scene made Zhao Feng feel overwhelmed. He ended the chat with his dad and mom. Zhao Feng opened the class group chat and glanced at the messages. Sure enough, some people were showing off. Some were being sycophants, and there were also some girls pretending to be aloof. He initially wanted to chat with them, but upon seeing the content, he felt utterly bored. He looked up to grab his water cup and noticed the BMW 4-car key he had casually placed on the coffee table. Suddenly, an idea popped into Zhao Feng's mind. He casually positioned the key on the table, took a photo, and directly posted it on his Moments with the caption, "Does anyone know what key this is?" Chapter 14. A Guide to Showing Off Like a CEO in Dramas. 1,000 recommendation votes for an update. Please recommend and bookmark. After posting, Zhao Feng went to the temperature-controlled wine cabinet and took out a bottle of Hennessy XO. He couldn't understand the long string of French on the label, but he recognized the last part, 700. However, based on some domineering CEO dramas he had watched, he knew this was brandy. He opened the bottle and took a sniff of the mouth. The scent of brandy was evidently complex to Zhao Feng, who had never encountered it before. Floral notes, fruity notes, creamy scents, and even a faint hint of oak. There might be even more intricate aromas, but as a novice, he couldn't identify them. He got up to grab some ice cubes from the fridge, poured some liquor into a glass, and added an ice cube. He checked online and found that what he was doing was generally acceptable. He picked up the glass, letting the warmth of his palm slowly melt the ice cube inside. After a moment, he gently took a sip. As the liquor, now slightly chilled from the ice, flowed into his mouth, the initial sensation was a refreshing coolness. Soon, the drink warmed up and the aroma began to burst forth. Initially, the flavor was intense, but it gradually became smoother and richer, lingering in his mouth for quite a while. Zhao Feng specifically checked a suggestion on a platform stating that after taking a sip of brandy, one could drink a bit of ice water to refresh the palate, making the next sip of brandy even richer. He decisively liked the post. Zhao Feng felt he had learned something. The wine cabinet was filled with various drinks, taking up more than half of the space, and the remaining area seemed to be waiting for Zhao Feng to fill it personally. There were other brands of brandy like Armand Martin and Napoleon, among 7 brands in total. Zhao Feng made sure to check each one online, and was surprised to find that all 7 top brands of cognac were listed, each with 7 or 8 bottles, and a few even marked as collectibles. The bottle he had was relatively ordinary, with 5 or 6 others stored in the lower cabinet. In addition to brandy, there were also several types of red wine, such as Lafite, Latour, Mouton Rothschild, Margaux, and others, all produced by world-class wineries. Zhao Feng even amusingly checked if the legendary 1982 Lafite was available. Unfortunately, it wasn't, but there were a few bottles from the year 2000, as well as 1996 and 1986. Without the 1982 vintage, Zhao Feng lost interest and simply went back to drinking Hennessy. While sipping, he occasionally glanced at the scenery outside. Zhao Feng felt rather upscale at that moment. No wonder there's always a scene in those domineering CEO dramas where, as night falls, the CEO in a suit holds a brandy glass in his right hand, with his left hand in his pocket, gazing out the window with a melancholic expression. It was simply a perfect guide to showing off. With that thought, a smile crept onto Zhao Feng's face, and before he knew it, he realized he had already consumed nearly a third of the bottle. This bottle was 700 milliliters, so a third was about 250 milliliters. That was roughly Zhao Feng's limit. He capped the bottle, picked up his phone, and strolled back to his bedroom. He flopped onto the soft bed, and before long, gentle snoring filled the room. As the snoring continued, the curtains slowly closed under the control of the smart home system. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng's phone, which he had silenced and turned off vibrations, began to light up with notifications from WeChat due to incoming messages. Zhao Feng's moments were not complicated. They included classmates, former colleagues, and family friends. Of course, he had blocked all his former colleagues from his last job with mixed feelings. So, These people basically outlined Zhao Feng's social circle. After Zhao Feng received the messages, his moments also became lively. Perhaps because Zhao Feng was drunk and hadn't replied. As the night deepened, his phone quieted down. The next morning, Zhao Feng woke up from his sleep. Habitually, he grabbed his phone to check the time. November 17th, 2019, 6:12 a.m. Great. He had woken up early again. Oh, suddenly noticing the WeChat icon at the top of the screen, Zhao Feng unlocked his phone and opened WeChat, instantly seeing messages from more than 10 people. He casually clicked on a message from a college classmate. Bro, that's awesome. You bought a car. This guy, an icon, was pretty close to Zhao Feng, and from his following messages, it was clear he was sincerely complimenting him. Zhao Feng smiled and replied, I didn't realize I drank too much yesterday, and just fell asleep without noticing. After replying, Zhao Feng remembered it was only 6 o'clock. Disturbing his peaceful sleep so early, he decisively exited the chat interface, checked other messages, responded casually, and then opened his moments. The first thing he saw was his parents' comments. You bought a BMW? Everyone says Benz is of better quality. However, since his parents hadn't sent him a private message, they probably also knew he had money, so buying a car was a big deal. But other classmates and colleagues were different. Nikun, wow, Niska. Zhou Hang. Does BMW have this key? Zhu Xiaohu. My BMW key doesn't look like this. Li Yiming, nice bro. There were many more comments, and Zhao Feng glanced over them, too lazy to respond, knowing it was just some compliments and some digs. The compliments were from friends with whom he had a good relationship, while those with sour remarks or outright disdain were either jealous or people he didn't get along with, or perhaps those who felt threatened by Zhao Feng's newfound wealth. In reality, he didn't care much about those who mocked him. It was easy to ignore them. But as for the classmates and colleagues, Zhao Feng added them to keep a memory of his youthful years, while colleagues were added due to work. So, it was fine for Zhao Feng to ignore them. As for the rich second-generation types who felt good about themselves, Zhao Feng couldn't be bothered to waste words on them. If they couldn't even recognize the BMW motorcycle key, how could they call themselves rich second generation? After replying to a few friends on social media, including dad and mom, I ignored those who had a bad tone. I wasn't planning to have any interactions with them anymore, so why bother? Zhao Feng got up and washed up. Even though he didn't do much while drinking yesterday, there was still a faint smell of alcohol on him. Sure enough, after a good wash, he felt much fresher. He looked at the ingredients in the kitchen. For convenience, he bought some eggs and slices of bread, thinking he could fry an egg for breakfast in the morning. He toasted a few slices of bread and fried 2 eggs. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Zhao Feng felt that his cooking skills had improved quite a bit. In the past, when he was home alone, he often made breakfast for himself. He even cooked frequently, because cooking at home saves money and is relatively clean. Chapter 15. A chance encounter with Lu Tianxian. Please collect. Please recommend. While eating breakfast, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked in today. He silently thought about the check-in. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 million. After the system's prompt, his phone vibrated. Your bank account ending in 6427 received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan on November 3rd at 7:32 a.m., with a current balance of 349,314. 588 yuan industrial and commercial bank. Zhao Feng hadn't spent much money during this time. His own expenses plus the 200,000 he gave to his family amounted to nearly 300,000. Adding in the property fees, it was just about 500,000. The money he spent on clothes yesterday was a significant portion for Zhao Feng. Oh, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that the day he received the system was coincidentally during the Double 11 shopping festival on a certain treasure site. Could it be that heaven felt sorry for his single life and gave him this compensation? Looking at the 7-digit balance on his bank card, Zhao Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Immediately, he quickly rolled up the fried eggs and the remaining slice of bread and stuffed them into his mouth. Now, he had more than enough money to buy both the Audi A7 and Audi A8. Perhaps, he thought if he continued to check in for a while longer, he could save up several million or even tens of millions to buy those Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, and other supercars. However, first, Zhao Feng needed a car. Not a sports car like the BMW 4. Of course, he liked the BMW 4. But that wasn't a reason to keep riding a bike and braving the cold wind once winter arrived. Riding a bike could be faster, but why torture himself? Isn't it better to buy a car? Isn't it great? Moreover, he had been a fan of the silver gray Audi A8 since watching the movie Iron Man. Later, he accidentally saw the Audi A7, and the looks of it made Zhao Feng exclaim, "Love it, love it." This is why Zhao Feng insisted on buying these two cars. Last time, when Zhao Feng went to see the cars, he learned about the prices of both models. The Audi A7 was priced between $570,000 and $700,000, while the Audi A8 was priced between $1,950,000 and $2,350,000. Together, they just exceeded $3 million. Last time, Zhao Feng had less than $8 million on hand, so he didn't think about directly purchasing them. Now, it was different. He felt quite spirited, carrying his helmet. He walked out of the house and into the elevator, looking at the opposite wall of the elevator, which reflected a clear image of himself. He noticed the broad smile on his face. Was he showing too much joy? Ahem. Clearing his throat, Zhao Feng restrained his smile, leaving only a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. This was just right. He narcissistically touched his chin, but suddenly felt the elevator starting to slow down. He glanced at the elevator. Someone on the 18th floor had pressed a button. When the elevator came to a stop and the doors opened, a stunning sight greeted Zhao Feng. With long hair cascading down, a pretty face mostly covered by sunglasses, and a pink coat that accentuated her charming figure. It was none other than the national goddess Lu Yifei. She actually lived here. Zhao Feng took a couple of glances, but realized it wasn't polite to stare too long. He withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but sneak a peek at the bag Lu Tianxian was carrying. She was out early. He wondered if she was filming or heading to a studio. His thoughts drifted, and Zhao Feng still remembered how he had gritted his teeth when he heard the rumors about Lu Tianxian and some Korean guy. Recalling his childish vow back then, Zhao Feng couldn't help but chuckle. After seeing the rumors about Lu Tianxian and that Korean guy, he had indeed vowed to himself, in the future, he would definitely date a Korean girl to get back at that. Unfortunately, that grand ambition had long been worn down by the pressures of life after graduation. Zhao Feng's laughter was quite noticeable in the elevator. Standing in front of the elevator, Lu Tianxian naturally heard it. She initially wanted to turn around and scold him, but considering her status and that he also lived here, she thought better of it. If things got messy, it wouldn't be good. So Lu Tianxian had to endure and watched as the elevator descended. After Zhao Feng laughed, he realized he had lost his composure. He quieted down, returning to a serious expression, and until he reached the underground parking lot, he didn't strike up a conversation with Lu Tianxian. Zhao Feng noticed that Lu Tianxian had slightly trembled, clearly aware of his earlier gaffe, so approaching her now would definitely be a mistake. After all, she lived here. He could just wait to see her again. As the elevator stopped, Lu Tianxian was the first to step out. With the sound of her high heels clicking against the floor, she gradually walked away. Watching her leave, Zhao Feng headed toward his parking space. As he approached, a red Ferrari drove out from a nearby parking spot. Glancing at the driver's seat, Zhao Feng confirmed that this was Lu Tianxian's vehicle, a Ferrari 458, priced around 4 to 5 million yuan. It was also a classic supercar. Watching the Ferrari's scarlet taillights fade away, Zhao Feng hopped onto his BMW 4, put on his helmet and gloves. Only then did he grasp the handlebars, slightly twist the throttle. With a roar, the BMW 4 swiftly drove out of the parking space, exited the underground garage, and headed straight to the Audi dealership. There are many Audi dealerships in the Magic City. Among them, the one closest to Tangshan Yiping is located on Zhangyang Road. The 5-kilometer journey was fortunate enough to encounter very few red lights. In 29 minutes, he parked and turned off the engine, just about half an hour. This Audi dealership, like many others, had a showroom approximately 2 stories high. On the right side of the showroom was a spacious parking lot, and surrounding the parking lot were some buildings belonging to a car company called Yawn. Apart from the Audi logo above the showroom, there was also the logo of the Volkswagen Group. Zhao Feng glanced at it and then directly moved on. Placing his helmet on the handlebars, Zhao Feng strode confidently toward the showroom. It was just a little past 9 in the morning. So, the salespeople in the showroom could be said to have just started their shift. At the counter directly facing the showroom entrance, 2 girls dressed in black professional suits smiled and slightly bowed, welcoming him. "Our store welcomes your visit." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded at them. Courtesy is always mutual. So even though the other party was just 2 salespeople in the showroom, it was still polite. There were 2 other salespeople scattered on either side of the showroom, and the rest had just clocked in and were still changing clothes. It could be said that Zhao Feng arrived just in time for their shift. One salesperson behind the counter saw that his colleagues were quite far apart, so he had to come out in person, wearing a standard smile and saying, "Sir, I didn't expect you to come so early. What car are you interested in?" In this chapter, the author set the suit-wearing thug as an Audi A7, not an A8. The reason is simple. He thinks the silver-gray Audi A7 is exceptionally good-looking, much better than the A8. "I hope everyone understands," Zhao Feng replied with a smile. "I previously came to see the A7 and A8, so today's target is them." Upon hearing this, the salesgirl's eyes lit up. She didn't know why someone would come to see cars so early, but based on her experience, most people who come in early and actively to see cars usually have a strong desire to buy. If they have the financial means, it should lead to a sale. Now that Zhao Feng had clearly stated his targets, it could almost be announced that as long as the price is right, he would take the car today. Although Zhao Feng mentioned both the A7 and A8, the salesgirl estimated that even if this handsome guy couldn't afford the A8, he should be able to meet the conditions for the A7. Therefore, her smile became much more sincere. After taking a closer look at Zhao Feng's face, she vaguely recalled that he had indeed been there a few days ago. "So," she said, "no wonder you look a bit familiar. It seems you have a long-standing interest in our A7 and A8. Zhao Feng thought the salesgirl was just being polite. He casually replied, "Oh, I didn't expect you to remember me." Seeing Zhao Feng's nonchalant demeanor, the salesgirl guessed he thought she was just saying that to make a good impression. She recalled Zhao Feng's appearance and said, "Of course, sir. That day, you seemed to be wearing black pants and a sky-blue ripped denim jacket. I remember you didn't ride a bike that day." Zhao Feng was surprised and looked at the salesgirl, recalling that it indeed seemed that way. It seemed this girl really did have an impression of him. Zhao Feng found this quite interesting and glanced at her, noticing she looked pretty good. After putting on makeup, she looked around 80 points. It seemed Miss Li had a good memory. He nodded and smiled. The salesgirl's name was Li Haijing, which Zhao Feng knew from a nameplate on her chest. The salesgirl led Zhao Feng to where the A7 was located. Noticing Zhao Feng's gaze fixed on the car, she began to introduce it. The Audi A7 is the all-new Audi A7, attractive due to its pioneering, sporty, and high-quality craftsmanship. It combines elegance, dynamism, and personality, bringing you an extraordinary driving experience. Additionally, the Audi Connect technology and a series of safety systems make the overall handling, comfort, and safety of the vehicle even more outstanding. As her lengthy introduction came to an end, Zhao Feng sat in the driver's seat to experience it. Li Haijing, being very considerate, asked, "Sir, would you like to schedule a test drive?" Zhao Feng, holding the steering wheel, directly looked up and said, "No need." Hearing this, Li Haijing immediately fell to panic. She initially thought Zhao Feng wasn't satisfied with the car and was therefore not planning to buy it. But then she heard a voice as sweet as a heavenly sound. "Does this car come in silver gray? I like that color." Upon hearing this, she felt as if she had grabbed a lifeline and hurriedly nodded, saying, "Of course, there is a silver gray option for the A7. After her confirmation, Zhao Feng directly pushed open the car door and said while getting out, "All right, this one in silver gray. Let's swipe the card." Upon hearing this, Li Haijing instantly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly reached out to help Zhao Feng close the door. "Let's go take a look at the Audi A8. The two quickly walked to the area where the Audi A8 was located. The Audi A8 is the top model among Audi's many models, situated in a specially designated area. Zhao Feng looked at the car in front of him, resembling an obsidian sports car, and thought it was incredibly handsome. He felt quite satisfied. Turning to Li Haijing, without waiting for her introduction, he directly asked, "Does this car come in silver gray?" Li Haijing was taken aback and then replied, "Sir, this car's color options include flower sword silver and Suzuka gray, but there is no silver gray." Zhao Feng was stunned upon hearing this. No silver gray? Just silver and gray? Why are there so many variations in one color? Li Haijing saw Zhao Feng's reaction and immediately realized he might not be very familiar with the A8's color options. So, she quickly took out a color booklet from the side, opened it to show the exterior and interior color options, and indicated for Zhao Feng to take a look. "Sir, you can take a look here. These are all the colors and their effects." Zhao Feng took a look and decisively chose silver. Then there were two options for the interior color, black and a black-red combination. Zhao Feng preferred pure black, but unfortunately, the store didn't have in stock. So, he had to choose the black-red interior color. After making his selections, Zhao Feng waved his hand. "Just these two. Let's swipe the card together." Hearing this, Li Haijing was secretly shocked. She initially thought this customer could only manage one purchase, but now he was actually buying an A8 as well. She thought to herself, "Wow." With this in mind, Li Haijing hurriedly took Zhao Feng to the sofa in the lounge area and then went to notify the manager to prepare the contract. She quickly poured a cup of coffee for Zhao Feng herself. Zhao Feng didn't feel much about Li Haijing's attentiveness. However, while the manager was preparing the contract, Zhao Feng requested to test drive the cars. This was, of course, not an issue. Accompanied by Li Haijing, Zhao Feng took both the A7 and A8 for a spin. Zhao Feng had gotten his driver's license in his freshman year of college, and although some time had passed, he still occasionally drove his father's Volkswagen Passat at home. Therefore, his driving skills were still up to par. After 2 smooth laps, Zhao Feng was even more satisfied. The driving experience of these 2 cars felt indeed different. The A7 provided a driving sensation that was more passionate compared to the businesslike A6, while the A8 felt pure, accompanied by the roar of the exhaust, giving the impression of a mechanical beast. During the test drive, Zhao Feng was completely focused. He didn't even notice that Li Haijing had undone a button on her collar. After getting out of the car, Zhao Feng noticed and casually reminded her, "Miss Li, your collar button is undone." Upon hearing this, Li Haijing's face instantly flushed red. In fact, she had hesitated before undoing a button when accompanying Zhao Feng for the test drive. However, with such a tall, rich, and handsome guy right in front of her, she couldn't resist and ended up secretly undoing one button. Now that Zhao Feng mentioned it, her face naturally turned red. She initially thought Zhao Feng was mocking or humiliating her, but noticing his clean gaze and natural smile, she realized he was genuinely reminding her, with no other intentions. Zhao Feng buttoned up his clothes and entered the exhibition hall with enthusiasm. At this time, the manager of the dealership was already prepared with the contract. The manager's surname was Zhang, and his first name was Huqiao. Since Zhao Feng was buying 2 cars at once, he specially offered a discount by removing the last 4 digits from the price of each car. This meant that the Audi A7 exclusive model priced at $7,048 million was directly reduced to $700,000, and the Audi A8 priced at $10,23549 million was reduced to $2,035 million. In total, it amounted to $3,005 million. Additionally, some interior accessories for the cars were given as a gift. In fact, Zhao Feng wasn't expecting much of a discount, because if the cars were too heavily discounted, it would make them seem less valuable. Chapter 17, Fitness and Charm Theory. 2000 collections for an update. Seeking recommendation votes. Whether the discount was significant or not didn't matter much to Zhao Feng. After all, he had already spent over $1 million, so he wasn't worried about an extra 10,000. After smoothly swiping his card, manager Zhang Huqiao smiled widely, raising both hands to present Zhao Feng with a bank card receipt. He said, "Mr. Zhao, would you like to take the cars now? Or I'll come back in a few days to pick them up after getting the license plates." Hearing this, Zhao Feng glanced at the BMW 4 outside the exhibition hall. Even if he had superpowers, he couldn't drive 3 cars back home. So, Zhao Feng directly replied, "Manager Zhang, when can I pick up the cars?" "The sooner, the better." Hearing this, Zhang Huqiao quickly responded, "Sir, today is the 17th if you want to pick up the cars. Coming on the morning of the 20th will definitely be no problem." Zhao Feng nodded slightly. The time wasn't too long. He readily agreed, "All right, I'll come on the morning of the 20th. After that, Zhao Feng prepared to pack up the contract and leave. Nearby, Li Haijing was perceptively helping to pack it into a folder. Once everything was packed, Zhao Feng left the dealership amid the crowd's send-off, riding the BMW 4. On the way home, he rode into the underground parking garage. After getting off the bike, he checked the time. He'd spent nearly 2 hours at the dealership. He sent a message to Wang Cheng to order some takeout and took the elevator upstairs. After getting home, Zhao Feng placed both car purchase contracts in his study. In the living room, he started watching a movie but only managed to watch for about 20 minutes before Wang Cheng's takeout arrived. After having lunch, it was exactly noon. With some free time on his hands, Zhao Feng didn't know what to do. He thought about going to the gym for a workout, but he had just eaten. So, he ended up playing video games for the entire afternoon. During this time, Zhao Feng did exercise for over half an hour. But the efficiency was clearly not comparable to working out with Coach Liu at the gym. A mundane day passed. When Zhao Feng woke up from bed, he suddenly felt that his throat was very dry and itchy. He quickly grabbed a cup of water from the bedside table and took a sip. His throat felt a bit better. Zhao Feng checked the time. He had gone to bed slightly late the night before, and it was already 7:30 a.m. when he got up. After breakfast, Zhao Feng made an appointment with Lu Ruoxin on WeChat, setting the workout time for 9 a.m. During today's check-in, Zhao Feng was very serious, still hoping for something special to happen. Unfortunately, it was just the usual 1 million cash. Looking at the SMS notification on his phone about the bank transfer, he saw that after spending 3.05 million yesterday, he received another 1 million today, leaving a balance of just over 1.44 million. Zhao Feng wasn't dissatisfied. 1 million was still money, and with money in hand, there was no need to panic. Checking the time, Zhao Feng changed into workout clothes, casually grabbed a sports backpack, and went out. When Zhao Feng arrived at the gym in the clubhouse, it was exactly 9 a.m. Upon seeing Lu Ruoxin, he noticed she had been waiting for a while. After greeting her, the two began their workout for the day. After 2 hours, although they took breaks now and then, Zhao Feng was still exhausted and out of breath. Lying on the bench press, he gasped for nearly a minute before slowly sitting up. Seeing Lu Ruoxin's amused expression, Zhao Feng smiled awkwardly and said, "Is my physical fitness really that poor?" Hearing this, Lu Ruoxin straightened her face and, sounding like a true coach, said seriously, "Mr. Zhao, it's obvious you've been slacking off. If you keep this up, you won't see any results, and you can't blame me for that." Zhao Feng chuckled awkwardly at her words. "All right, starting today, I'll come and work out every day." Lu Ruoxin smiled slightly at this, causing Zhao Feng to momentarily lose his train of thought. Noticing Zhao Feng's gaze, Lu Ruoxin quickly averted her eyes, but then regained her composure, giving Zhao Feng a playful glare and saying, "I hope Mr. Zhao keeps his word." After the workout, Zhao Feng and Lu Ruoxin became much more familiar with each other. Making a harmless joke was no big deal. After resting, Zhao Feng directly said goodbye to Lu Ruoxin. She smiled as she watched him leave, feeling a slight ripple in her heart. In fact, girls like Lu Ruoxin, working in this upscale clubhouse, often encountered wealthy clients. Hence, her standards had naturally risen. She knew that among the female trainers in the clubhouse, there were 5 or 6 who had ambiguous relationships with certain clients. Of course, there were also upright individuals like her. Her family had decent conditions, living in a magic city, with both parents having good jobs. Earning at least 10,000 a month here, she wouldn't lower her standards like those trainers who mingled with clients. Perhaps there was also a factor of attractiveness. After all, the men working out here were generally not too old, and younger ones might not be interested in her. Thus, Zhao Feng's appearance was indeed a good option. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoxin's cheeks flushed. What was she daydreaming about? Whether he was interested in her or not was still uncertain. Regaining her composure, Lu Ruoxin returned to her usual state. Zhao Feng had no idea that another girl was secretly attracted to him. From a personal perspective, Zhao Feng's current fitness regimen was indeed enhancing his charm. Even though he now had money, many girls might show interest in him because of his wealth. Whether they were simply materialistic or genuinely attracted to the charm that money brought, it seemed like the same thing. Actually, it wasn't tea. If they were purely materialistic, they would express affection for any wealthy person, not just him. But if money added to his charm, at least he had a basic level of attractiveness, even if that basic charm was insignificant compared to what money could bring. Zhao Feng felt that he needed to enhance his foundational charm so that the enhancement from money would be just the icing on the cake. Taking a leisurely walk back to the clubhouse, he greeted Wang Cheng as he approached. After Wang Cheng helped him press the elevator button, Zhao Feng nodded in thanks and went upstairs to his home. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 43rd floor. Zhao Feng was about to lift his arm to press the elevator door button. Ouch! Just moving his arm sent a wave of soreness through him. Great! Just after working out today, he was already feeling this way. If he woke up like this tomorrow, he would probably be incapacitated. Chapter 18. Aftermath of working out and picking up the car. Today's update. Please save. Please vote. Zhao Feng glanced at the date. It was already the 19th. Lying in bed, he was just about to get up. However, as soon as he moved his arm, the soreness throughout his body made the back of his head shudder. After a while, he finally adjusted to this intense soreness. It was particularly painful to move, especially his upper arms and thighs. So when getting out of bed, he could only move slowly, not daring to make any large movements. Stimulating, it was really too stimulating. It seemed he had overexerted himself yesterday. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and took a few slices of bread and a box of milk from the fridge, eating them reluctantly. At 9 o'clock, Zhao Feng went to the gym at a slower pace than when he returned yesterday. He asked himself in his heart why he had to endure this suffering. But he knew the answer. If you have to endure, then endure. There's a saying, the greatest sorrow for a person is that when they die They haven't spent their money. When Zhao Feng arrived at the gym, Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but laugh when she saw the way he was walking. The way she covered her mouth and giggled made Zhao Feng involuntarily look at her a couple more times. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Feng glanced at Lu Ruoxin speechlessly. Lu Ruoxin also realized that her laughter seemed inappropriate. If Zhao Feng complained about her, she might get her salary deducted. Cough, cough. After lightly clearing her throat, Lu Ruoxin said seriously, "It seems yesterday's training volume was just right, Mr. Zhao. Let's stick to yesterday's plan today." Zhao Feng's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. Damn, if he had to train like yesterday again, he would probably struggle to get up tomorrow. Looking at Lu Ruoxin, he bitterly said, "Coach Lu, I have something to do tomorrow, so let us reduce the training volume today." Lu Ruoxin, upon hearing this, first felt disbelief. But after Zhao Feng started training, she confirmed his physical condition. Zhao Feng had indeed reached a limit in his training yesterday. While it wasn't a muscle strain, he definitely needed to reduce the training volume to recover today. After completing the bench press and flat press, Zhao Feng did some dumbbell exercises. During a break, Lu Ruoxin took a bottle of electrolyte drink. This was quite good for replenishing energy. Just as Zhao Feng picked up the bottle to take a sip, he suddenly felt a delicate touch on his arm. Turning around, he saw Lu Ruoxin gently kneading his arm with both hands. "Hey, not gonna lie, it felt really nice. But isn't this inappropriate?" Zhao Feng widened his eyes, looking at Lu Ruoxin, who was focused on massage. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Coach Lu, is this?" Lu Ruoxin looked up at Zhao Feng, then quickly replied, "Massaging after exercise can relieve fatigue and soreness." After saying this, for some reason, her face suddenly flushed, and she lowered her head. "Don't think too much." Zhao Feng was at a loss for words. He could only look away and patiently wait for Lu Ruoxin to finish the massage. At 11:10, after finishing the workout and enjoying another round of Lu Ruoxin's massage, Zhao Feng felt much more relaxed when he went home. On the way back, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to check in today due to his soreness. He silently recited, "Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 million. Great, another million." However, seeing the bank account balance grow daily still made Zhao Feng feel quite pleased. After returning home in the afternoon with nothing to do, Zhao Feng played some games. He didn't know what was wrong, but the whole afternoon felt a bit boring, even though he used to think time passed quickly. Playing games was fun, but why did it feel different now? To put it simply, while games like PUBG and League of Legends have many players, the former has a lot of pros. And Zhao Feng isn't good at the latter. Plus, there were no companions for the console games, which was quite annoying. He even couldn't help but recall when Lu Ruoxin massaged his arm that morning. At that moment, Zhao Feng suddenly thought, could it be that he was a bit moved? In the evening, Zhao Feng scrolled through his moments and saw a new comment on the post he made a few nights ago. "Is this the key to a BMW motorcycle? Hey, this person is quite an eye." Zhao Feng checked the commenter's name. Qin Banruo. Qin Banruo? Zhao Feng searched his memory for the name. It belonged to a high school girl, but don't get me wrong, she wasn't the class beauty. She was just a girl who sat a few rows in front of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng vaguely remembered Qin Banruo. She always wore her school uniform, with bangs that nearly covered half her face and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, making her look somewhat plain. Zhao Feng even remembered the time he secretly took off her glasses. Her appearance wasn't exactly ugly, but she was definitely not pretty either. And they didn't wear makeup back then, so she looked quite innocent. However, it seemed her family was quite well off. Zhao Feng recalled that she changed her phone almost every semester. In high school, students weren't too materialistic, even if she was wealthy. She still got along well with her classmates. Also, it seemed there was a boy pursuing her back then. With those memories tucked away, Zhao Feng liked the comment under Qin Banruo's post. Then he replied, "Nice eye." Perhaps she didn't see it. Zhao Feng closed WeChat, watched a movie, and took out the Hennessy he hadn't finished a couple of days ago, sipping it while watching the movie. Before finishing the movie, Zhao Feng was already a bit tipsy. He obediently went to bed. The next day, he woke up just after 7. He had already arranged with Lu Ruoxin to continue working out in the afternoon. In the morning, he planned to pick up his car. This time, Zhao Feng brought his driver's license, and after leaving the Tangshan Yuping, he took a taxi directly to the Audi dealership. Looking at the silver-gray Audi A7 in front of him, Zhao Feng was quite satisfied. However, what about the Audi A8? Zhao Feng looked at the manager, Zhang Heqiao, giving him an inquiring look. Zhang Heqiao was in a tough spot. The only silver Audi A8 in stock had been taken by the chairman's son to impress girls. It just so happened that this happened right after inventory was checked a couple of days ago. Zhang Heqiao still remembered the entire conversation he had with the chairman's son. According to the chairman's son, he told Zhang Heqiao to stall Zhao Feng for a while, and after he had fun with the Audi A8 for 3 to 5 days, he would just return the car, clean it, and adjust the instruments and swap the tires. It would still be brand new, right? Zhang Heqiao wanted to call the chairman at that moment, but neither of the two calls went through. When he called the chairman's secretary, he learned that the chairman had gone to Saipan for vacation, and the chairman's son took this opportunity to drive the car to Jinling. Therefore, Zhang Heqiao felt a deep sense of bitterness. Chapter 19. Does the BMW come with a motorcycle? Please save. Please recommend. Zhao Feng noticed the change in Zhang Heqiao's expression, but didn't think too much about it. He casually asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the car?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Heqiao quickly denied it, saying, "No problem. It's just that we need to arrange for the car to be brought back from Jinling, and with the registration, it will probably take a few more days." Zhang Heqiao had no choice. He could only retrieve the car for now and do a thorough cleaning later, which should be fine. Unfortunately, his hopes were shattered by Zhao Feng's next words. Zhao Feng said flatly, "I don't care what problems the car has. Since I paid for it, I want to see my car, and it looks like I won't see it today. But that's fine. Just have it delivered to Tangchuniping later. Do you understand?" Hearing Zhao Feng's calm voice, Zhang Heqiao suddenly felt a strong pressure, especially with the mention of Tangchuniping. The owner of their company had assets in the tens of millions, but when combined, it was hardly worth a single apartment in Tangchuniping. A fine layer of sweat broke out on Zhang Heqiao's forehead, glistening under the lights in the showroom, and he felt a chill in his heart. The saleswomen around him were all quiet, not daring to speak. A few of them even had a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Tangchuniping, the most luxurious residence in the heart of the magic city. Zhao Feng glanced at Zhang Heqiao, saw that he wasn't speaking, and didn't feel like saying much more. Anyway, the car purchase contract had already been signed. If he couldn't deliver the car, he could just go through legal channels. Zhang Heqiao was stunned by the mention of Tangchuniping. After more than 10 seconds, he came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed in apology, saying, "Mr. Zhao, your car may indeed need some time because we found a slight scratch on the one in stock, so we're preparing a new one for you. I hope you can be patient with the time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng nodded. He couldn't be bothered to waste time talking, so he directly got up, walked to the Audi 7, opened the door, started the car, and drove it out of the dealership. Since it was a new car, Zhao Feng adapted quickly and started driving smoothly. However, there was still that unique new car smell in the cabin. After Zhao Feng got in, Zhang Heqiao hurriedly took the salespeople to the door. When he saw Zhao Feng's taillights disappear, Zhang Heqiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The male and female salespeople were buzzing with discussion. One attractive salesgirl looked dreamily in the direction Zhao Feng left. "Why was I changing clothes back then? If I'd been there, maybe this tall, rich, handsome guy would have noticed me." A nearby salesgirl who was close to her scoffed, "Come on." When he came that day, he was riding a motorcycle. Nobody thought he was rich. At that moment, a male salesperson chimed in, "Motorcycle? What motorcycle?" Another salesperson recalled that he had taken 2 photos back then and posted them in a WeChat group. When the male salesperson saw this, his face lit up with surprise. "Wow, that motorcycle is a BMW. The cheapest one is $6,000, and the better ones are around $300,000 to $400,000. Can't you see the BMW logo?" The salesgirl who posted the photos exclaimed in disbelief. "BMW makes motorcycles?" The male salesperson replied. He drove it to the entrance of Tangchuniping. Zhao Feng honked the horn, and the security personnel at the entrance saw this car that had never been there before. There were audits in the neighborhood, but they had never seen this one. 2 security guards came over to confirm, and, upon seeing it was Zhao Feng, hurriedly waved him in. The barrier lifted, and as Zhao Feng drove in, a property staff member approached and raised a hand to signal him to stop. After noting down the vehicle information, Zhao Feng then drove into the underground garage, parking the Audi 7 next to a BMW 4. After getting out of the car, Zhao Feng rested his chin on his hand, looking at the 7 in front of him, feeling quite satisfied. He took the elevator up to the 43rd floor. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he saw a slender figure in a white wool coat walking quickly towards him. After all, they were neighbors living in the same building. Zhao Feng pressed the elevator's open button. Lu Tianxian didn't expect to run into Zhao Feng again today, after entering the elevator. She remembered that the person who helped her press the button had mocked her a few days ago. However, out of politeness as a public figure, after a brief silence, when the elevator arrived at the 18th floor and the doors opened, she said before exiting, "Thank you for earlier." After saying that, she stepped out of the elevator. Zhao Feng smiled lightly upon hearing this. Indeed, stars tend to have a bit of pride, don't they? As the elevator doors closed, Zhao Feng quickly reached his floor and felt a bit more comfortable once he got home. After all, it was nearing December. The Magic City was different from the north. There was no heating, and the indoor temperature relied mainly on air conditioning. The outdoor cold was damp and chilling, while indoors, if there was air conditioning, it was a bit better, but without it, it was quite cold. In Zhao Feng's home, besides the central air conditioning, each room had its own unit, with temperatures regulated by the smart home system, so it was usually warm when he returned home. Zhao Feng had initially planned to take a drive in the afternoon, but he had made plans to go to the gym with Lu Ruoxin. Driving could only be arranged for later. Moreover, speaking of which, his BMW 4 should also be taken out for a spin, but after working out these days, he felt sore all over, which might affect his control while riding, making it unsafe. The first stage of training seemed to last about half a month, and after this period, the training would become more targeted, rather than the current all-around approach. By then, riding or driving should be safer. Gurgle. A light sound came from his stomach, and a feeling of hunger spread to his brain. Zhao Feng decisively picked up his phone and ordered from a spicy restaurant he had saved on Yawn, opting for a mildly spicy dish. Originally, he intended to order garlic, but thinking about the gym in the afternoon, he changed it to mildly spicy, since a mouthful of garlic would be unpleasant. Chapter 20, Supercar Gift Pack. Advance 2,000 recommendations for an update. Please save. Please recommend. In the afternoon, compared to Zhao Feng leisurely going to the gym, Audi 4 dealership manager Zhang Heqiao felt like his head had become a bit more bald. He has already contacted his network, and although he can find a few Audi A8s, none of the colors match. Some people are curious why Zhang Heqiao is so anxious. After all, it's just a car. Why is he so flustered? Zhang Heqiao has his own troubles. He couldn't find anything in his network. He immediately called the general manager again. When the general manager of Yongtai Automobile Company received Zhang Heqiao's call in the morning, he was also quite troubled. But he thought this matter wasn't too difficult. If a silver Audi A8 couldn't be found, then why not just repaint one of the other colors in the garage? After all, they're all new cars, right? He didn't take it seriously because he hadn't listened carefully to Zhang Heqiao's call that morning. However, when Zhang Heqiao called again and mentioned that Zhao Feng wanted them to deliver a car to Tangshan Yiping, the general manager, Sun Yayu, was instantly stunned. "What did you say in the morning?" Sun Yayu snapped back to reality, angrily asking on the phone. "I said it." Zhang Heqiao's face darkened at this, thinking, "You can't just shift the blame like that." Sun Yayu recalled that he had indeed heard something, but he was too distracted by looking at his secretary's black stockings at the time. His throat tightened, and Sun Yayu hurriedly said, "Okay, you quickly mobilize your network, and I'll look for something in the company's network. Wait a moment, I'll call the chairman to report, and as for the chairman's son's car, I'll have him bring it back as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heqiao immediately interjected before Sun Yayu could hang up. "No, General Sun, from what that gentleman said, it must be a new car. The chairman's son's car won't do." Sun Yayu, upon hearing this, felt like smashing his phone. He couldn't help but blame the chairman's son in his heart. Not only did he not do any work all day, but he also kept getting the company into trouble. You really can't afford to mess with people from Tangshan Yiping. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yayu forced himself to say, "Got it. But let's keep it this way for now. We'll hold a meeting tomorrow to summarize." Zhang Heqiao replied, "Okay, General Sun." Subsequently, Sun Yayu called Yongtai's chairman, Zhang Guangtai, but the call was initially hung up by a young girl. It was only after the second attempt that Chairman Zhang Guangtai answered the phone. Their direct communication doesn't need much explanation. From the fact that Zhang Guangtai later called his son Zhang Yuanbin and scolded him fiercely, you can see the situation. After reporting to Zhang Guangtai, Sun Yu also mobilized his and the company's network, hoping to quickly find a silver Audi A8. Zhao Feng, however, was unaware of all this. All he knew was that it was nearly 5 o'clock when he got home, and he was exhausted, feeling more tired than at work. However, if given the choice between working and exercising, Zhao Feng would rather suffer through exercising. The reason is simple. Working takes time, effort, and is taxing on the body, while exercising, though more time-consuming and strenuous, is beneficial for health. That evening, Zhao Feng didn't play games as usual. Instead, he casually picked a foreign blockbuster, opened a bottle of La Tour red wine, and relaxed in his bedroom, watching the movie while drinking the wine. What a delight. The wall opposite the large bed in the bedroom, although not an entire wall screen like in the living room, was still quite thick due to safety and load-bearing considerations, with a screen embedded in it that should be at least 100 inches. After finishing the movie, he had drunk about 3 or 4 glasses of red wine, just in time to go to bed. Waking up the next morning, Zhao Feng lay on the soft bed and silently thought, check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Ferrari 458. Zhao Feng initially thought he would receive 1 million in cash today. Who would have thought that a Ferrari 458 would suddenly pop up? Realizing this, Zhao Feng instantly exploded. He jumped out of bed. What the hell? Where's my knife? Zhao Feng felt like he could kill the system. He had just picked up a car yesterday, and today, the check-in gave him a Ferrari 458. Damn system. You really are getting too cocky. It's no wonder Zhao Feng was so emotional, having just acquired a one-handed driving skill for Ferraris. Now he suddenly got another car after signing in. Wasn't he just messing with people? Even though Zhao Feng felt that the system had a good conscience, he couldn't help but curse out loud. You're not human, you're really a dog. After calming down, Zhao Feng glanced at the Ferrari 458 in the system space, and its information immediately appeared before his eyes. Ferrari 458 China Limited Edition, mid-rear mounted 8-cylinder 2-door sports car, launched at the 2009 Frankfurt Motor Show. The birth of the 458 symbolizes not only Ferrari's pride, but also the glory of all Italians. Its overall design completely overturns the previous impressions of Ferrari sports cars, filled with an unprecedented futuristic sense. Dimensions: 4,527 by 1,937 by 1,213 millimeters, with a top speed of 360 km/h and acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h in 3.4 seconds. The official price of this car is 55.88 million renminbi. This car seems pretty good. It's just that it appears to be a model from 10 years ago. Zhao Feng didn't quite understand, but later he learned that the Ferrari 458 was actually a new model released in 2011. He originally wanted to take the car to the garage right away, but it seemed there were also cameras in the garage, making it difficult to explain later at midnight. So, he temporarily stored the car in the system space and decided to take it out when he had the chance. In the following days, Zhao Feng spent his time either working out or staying at home. After all, his muscles were sore from the workouts, although they got a bit better later. He didn't have the energy to go out and have fun. Of course, Zhao Feng wouldn't admit that he was just a lazy person who liked to stay at home. However, the rewards he received from signing in during these days left Zhao Feng feeling quite helpless. Check-in rewards on the 22nd. Ferrari 488, priced at 44.99 million. Check-in rewards on the 23rd. Ferrari 812, priced at 53 million. Check-in rewards on the 24th. Ferrari F12, priced at 53.08 million. Check-in rewards on the 25th. Ferrari LaFerrari, priced at 22.5 million. Check-in rewards on the 26th. Ferrari, priced at 40 million. These 5 cars really left Zhao Feng dumbfounded. Adding the Ferrari 458, he now had a total of 6 red Ferraris in the system space, almost dazzling his eyes. Among these 6 cars, Zhao Feng had only heard of the Ferrari 458 and the Ferrari LaFerrari. The former was because a former colleague had once explained it to him, and the latter was purely due to its status as one of the 3 legendary supercars on Bihou. Chapter 21. Victory Automotive Trade Company. 3,000 words for an update. There will be another update tonight. Please vote for recommendations. The 3 legendary supercars are not only popular on Bihou, but are also globally recognized as 3 supercars with similar technological levels. They're the legendary Ferrari LaFerrari, McLaren P1, and Porsche 918. The reason they're called the 3 legendary supercars is simple. First, all 3 cars are priced over 10 million. The second point is their power systems. The McLaren P1 and Porsche 918 both adopt hybrid power systems, combining engines and motors to provide excellent handling and speed, marking a groundbreaking attempt in the supercar world, and they have succeeded. Additionally, the psychology of rarity plays a role here. These 3 legendary cars understand this well. The McLaren P1 is limited to 375 units, the Porsche 918 to 918 units, and the Ferrari LaFerrari to 499 units. Such low supply often leads to their resale prices in the second-hand market being higher than their new car prices, making depreciation non-existent for them. Thus, the throne of these three legendary cars is established. Zhao Feng also glanced at the Ferrari LaFerrari in the garage, which indeed looked stunning. However, the Ferrari behind it left Zhao Feng a bit confused. This car is the racing version of a LaFerrari, technically surpassing the LaFerrari, and naturally, its price also exceeds that of the LaFerrari. However, it is said that after being purchased, this car requires a more professional maintenance team due to its track version, and thus all purchased supercars are stored at Ferrari's company. If you don't care about maintenance, you can certainly take it home. Zhao Feng's problem is that he can place it in his garage, but the track version cannot be driven on domestic roads, which is quite absurd. Does he need to specifically find a racetrack? With these Ferrari supercars, Zhao Feng's need for the Audi A8 has significantly diminished. In the past few days, Zhang Heqiao has also called himself several times. The purpose of the calls is merely to test Zhao Feng's attitude. In fact, there was one time when Zhang Heqiao specifically called to ask if they could have an extension. Zhao Feng, not want to be too harsh on timing, gave them another 10 days. In response to Zhao Feng's leniency, both Zhang Heqiao and Sun Yayu were quite grateful. And Zhang Guangtai returned from Saipan with 2 assistants to handle matters. Sun Yayu's network in the country has basically started to operate, but the Audi A8 is already scarce domestically, especially in the designated color. Zhang Guangtai has also called his son Zhang Yuanbin back from Jinling. Although the returning Audi A8 still looks quite good, any discerning eye can tell that this car has been driven. After being scolded by Zhang Guangtai, Zhang Yuanbin privately approached Zhang Heqiao, preparing to ask him to clean up these 2 Audi A8s, change the data, and adjust the dashboard, which could then be considered as having completed the task. Zhang Heqiao did not dare to make decisions on his own, resulting in Zhang Yuanbin finding several excuses to confront him. In the end, it was still Zhang Guangtai who kept him restrained at home. Zhang Guangtai is also preparing to place a new order with his Audi partner, attempting to purchase another vehicle. Just as he was getting ready, good news came from Sun Yayu. A car dealership in Pengcheng had a new silver Audi A8 in stock, so he immediately went there to negotiate for the purchase. With this, both Zhang Guangtai and Zhang Heqiao felt relieved. Zhang Heqiao also informed Zhao Feng about the imminent arrival of the car. Another night passed, and it was now the end of November, with December just around the corner. After washing up, Zhao Feng sat in the dining room, looking at the sumptuous breakfast before him. He silently thought about signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 54 shares of Shengtai Automobile Trading Company. Zhao Feng was a bit surprised. What is Shengtai Automobile Trading Company? And 54 shares? Could it be very valuable? Thinking of this, Zhao Feng quietly clicked to open the introduction of Shengtai Automobile Trading Company. Shengtai Trading Company, composed of Yongsheng Automobile Company, Yongtianma Racecourse, and Yongtai Automobile Company. The total market value is estimated to be around 2 billion yuan. Current shareholders include Lu Yuhong holding 20, He Jiawei holding 10, and Zhang Guangtai holding 10, with the remaining shares set aside for equity incentives held by some employees. The 3 shareholders, Lu Yuhong serves as the general manager managing Yongsheng Automobile Company. He Jiawei serves as the manager managing Yongtianma Racecourse, and Zhang Guangtai serves at Yongtai Automobile Company. Subsequently, Zhao Feng also checked Yongsheng Automobile Company and found that it has several 4S stores, among which the most prominent is the Yongsheng Ferrari 4S store in Magic City. The origin of the character Ma in Yongtianma Racecourse is also related to the initial cooperation and sales of Ferrari by Shengtai Automobile Trading Company in the country. With this racetrack, wouldn't it be possible for him to whimsically store his Ferraris there for maintenance? He could even choose to designate all his supercars to be maintained by Yongsheng Automobile Company. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng felt that the system seemed much more agreeable. Finally, he took a deep breath. Zhao Feng then turned his attention to the text regarding Yongtai Automobile Company. This should be the company from which he purchased the Audi A8. Zhao Feng wasn't naive enough to think it was just a coincidence. However, this reward is indeed quite impressive. A market value of 2 billion yuan means that his shares are roughly valued at 1 billion. Wow. Although his mansion is already worth over 100 million, it seems he has truly become a billionaire now. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Feng felt a surge of excitement. As for Yongtai Company, Zhao Feng had long since put it out of his mind. Just as he noticed it was past 9 o'clock, Lu Ruoxin called to ask if Zhao Feng wanted to go to the gym today, pulling him out of his excitement. Reflecting on the earlier embarrassing moment, it seemed a bit reminiscent of Fan Jin winning a degree. Fortunately, no one saw his awkward state. After answering the call, Zhao Feng changed his clothes and went downstairs to the gym. However, just after exercising for less than half an hour, his phone rang. Zhao Feng took out his somewhat worn Huawei phone. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he answered casually. Hello. On the other end of the line, Lu Yuhong. As a manager of Shengtai Automobile Company, heard a somewhat youthful voice and felt a sudden jolt. Years ago, a mysterious person had acquired most of the company's shares. But over the years, the other party had appointed her to manage the company. Since there were no instructions or interference, Lu Yuhong did not think much of it. But until yesterday, she received an email from the mysterious shareholder who left contact information. Today, Lu Yuhong was trying to make a call, thoughts swirling in her mind. Lu Yuhong did not delay in speaking, gently asking, Hello, is this Zhao Feng, Mr. Zhao? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng's mind also raised a big question mark. Mr. Zhao? Could it be from Shengtai Automobile Company? So, Zhao Feng tentatively replied, Hello, I am Zhao Feng. Chapter 22, Lu Yuhong. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations. On the other end of the line, Lu Yuhong smiled and replied, Mr. Zhao, I am Lu Yuhong, the current general manager of Shengtai Company. Hearing this, Zhao Feng was surprised and blurted out, You are Lu Yuhong? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuhong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this person seems to know her. That makes sense, after all. He is the major shareholder, and she is the general manager. How could he not know? With that in mind, Lu Yuhong casually responded, Yes, it's me. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be deeply shocked by the system's power. Out of nowhere, he arranged for himself to be a major shareholder in a large company, and even saw the other party's respectful attitude. This truly left Zhao Feng speechless with surprise. Lu Yuhong, hearing Zhao Feng's silence, couldn't help but call out, Director Zhao, are you still there? Hearing the voice on the phone, Zhao Feng came back to his senses and directly replied, I'm here. I wonder what's the matter. General Manager Lu? Lu Yuhong on the other end didn't waste time and asked, Director Zhao, the several Ferrari supercars you ordered have arrived at the entrance of Tang Chunyi Pin. Could you please come out to receive them? When Zhao Feng heard her mention the cars, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have settled on the manifestation of the supercars with Yongsheng Automobile Company that morning. So, thinking of this, Zhao Feng reacted and smiled. So they have already been delivered? Lu Yuhong replied, That's right. Zhao Feng looked up at Lu Ruoxin in front of him, only to find her in a daze. Lu Ruoxin hadn't expected this either. The volume of Zhao Feng's phone call wasn't very low, so she had overheard quite a bit. The woman on the phone called Zhao Phone Director Zhao and mentioned delivering several supercars to the entrance of Tang Chunyi Pin, which left Lu Ruoxin almost stunned, especially since it seemed that these Ferrari supercars were all ordered at once. Consequently, Lu Ruoxin was astonished, and a scene of her and Zhao Feng being affectionate began to form in her mind. If Zhao Feng called her a little later, she probably would have even thought of names for their children. Coach Lu, Coach Lu. Zhao Feng waved his hand in front of Lu Ruoxin. Oh, Lu Ruoxin came back to her senses, instinctively asking, Director Zhao, what did you say? Zhao Feng noticed her rosy little lips pouting in a round arc, looking quite interesting. He smiled and said, Coach Lu, you don't have to call me that. After a slight pause, Zhao Feng continued, Coach Lu, as you can see, I have something to handle. May I take a leave? Hearing this, Lu Ruoxin quickly replied, Of course. But you're going to receive the supercars, right? Zhao Feng glanced at her, yes. As a girl, Lu Ruoxin wasn't particularly interested in supercars, but girls are generally very curious. Zhao Feng noticed the curiosity and eagerness in her eyes. Feeling a sudden impulse, Zhao Feng casually invited, since Coach Lu is also interested in supercars, why don't you come with me to take a look? Lu Ruoxin, upon hearing this, was quite tempted to agree, but she was after all the coach here and couldn't leave her post. So, she shook her head and declined. Mr. Zhao, I still have work to do. Zhao Feng nodded in understanding. All right then, I'll head out first. With that, Zhao Feng walked directly towards the door. On the way, Zhao Feng called Wang Cheng, asking him to notify the property management to let the trucks carrying the supercars come in slowly. The vehicles transporting the supercars were mostly large trucks. Moreover, to prevent collisions, only one car was placed in each truck. After several trucks, Liu Yuhong's Audi A8 followed. Although the area beneath Tang Chunyi Pin was not small, having so many trucks come in at once made it feel a bit crowded. However, there was still space to unload the cars. By the time Zhao Feng arrived, quite a few residents had gathered around, mostly elderly people with some grandmothers holding onto their grandchildren. Everyone loved to watch a spectacle, and even if they or their children were wealthy, they couldn't miss the chance to observe. Seeing this scene, Zhao Feng felt like he was causing a disturbance. He should have let the trucks come in one by one to unload the cars. Among the group of staff in black uniforms, two figures stood out. One was a young woman in a black business suit, holding documents, looking like a secretary. The person standing in front of her was dressed in a luxurious brown outfit, wearing brown short-heeled leather shoes, white fitted pants, and a long brown wool coat. When Zhao Feng saw Liu Yuhong's appearance, he was also surprised. Liu Yuhong had a slender figure, and her face seemed to show no signs of aging. Zhao Feng felt she looked around 30 years old. As Zhao Feng just crossed the crowd, Liu Yuhong and the secretary welcomed him. She spoke first. "You must be Director Zhao." Hearing this, Zhao Feng paused, then curiously asked, "Oh, how did you know, General Manager Liu?" Liu Yuhong smiled gently. "It's simple. In this place, you're the only one walking directly towards me. It's quite obvious." Zhao Feng didn't dwell on it, nodded, and smiled as he extended his hand. "General Manager Liu, it's a pleasure to meet you." Liu Yuhong smiled back and shook his hand. "I'm also very glad to meet you, Director Zhao. Seeing you today, you truly are young and accomplished." After a light handshake, Zhao Feng said, "You flatter me. By the way, are all these trucks delivering my supercars?" Liu Yuhong replied, "Of course. There are a total of 6 cars, all here." The nearby secretary, being very perceptive, waved to the staff behind to open a truck's compartment. The supercars inside began to reveal themselves in front of Zhao Feng. At that moment, many young people were either coming in or going out and stopped to watch. Suddenly, the number of onlookers surged. Some even mentioned it in the owner's WeChat group. Not to mention the entire Tangchun E-Pin being stirred by this scene. Basically, all the young people who saw the message rushed downstairs. Even some owners who were working out in the club wanted to join the fun. Liu Yuhong glanced at Zhao Feng and casually asked, "Director Zhao, should we unload them all?" Zhao Feng nodded. "Yes, let us unload the cars." The secretary began leading the staff to start unloading the cars. The first car to be unloaded was the Ferrari 458. The workers were very skilled at unloading cars, and they were careful because these cars were extremely valuable. Even a small scratch could cost a lot. 10 minutes later, the first Ferrari 458 was successfully placed on the ground in front of the underground garage. Zhao Feng took the key from Liu Yuhong and drove it to the underground garage, parking it at the other end of 10 parking spaces beside his own. After getting out of the car and putting the key away, he took the elevator back to the first floor, then walked a distance before returning to where Liu Yuhong was. Chapter 23. The Club of Magic City. Change the name. 3,000 recommendations for an update. The 6 Ferrari supercars were unloaded quickly under the busy efforts of the staff. For every car that was unloaded, a truck drove away. By the end, a space was cleared to unload the LaFerrari and 2 other cars together. These 2 cars were incredibly eye-catching. Among the young people present, there were no shortage of wealthy second-generation enthusiasts for supercars, and each one was immediately captivated by the 2 cars in the scene, quickly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. In fact, they not only recorded this segment, but some supercar enthusiasts captured the entire unloading process of the previous supercars without missing a beat. However, for the 2 cars in front of him, Zhao Feng could only personally drive down the LaFerrari. While he thought about letting the staff together deliver the other cars to the garage since they had already been transported. Looking back, this car still needs to be maintained at the racetrack, but for these couple of days, I just want to enjoy the view. Liu Yuhong, as the general manager of Shengtai Company, has a few acquaintances at Tangchunipin. One of the rich second-generation guys came over to greet her, wanting to test Zhao Feng's identity. Liu Yuhong did not hide it and directly said that Zhao Feng is now the chairman of Shengtai Automobile Trading Company. The rich second-generation guy was not surprised at all to see that Zhao Feng had so many Ferrari supercars. After Zhao Feng came back, he saw Liu Yuhong still standing in the field. He walked over and smiled, inviting her, "General Liu, how about we go to my place for a cup of coffee? You see, I was just too excited earlier." Upon hearing this, Liu Yuhong immediately smiled and said, "Oh, no trouble at all, Chairman Zhao." Liu Yuhong, in her 30s, had a mature charm when she smiled, and her voice was very gentle, like the soft dialect of the Jiang in Watertown. Zhao Feng always felt very comfortable listening to her speak. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Yuhong finally mentioned the main purpose of her visit today. Chairman Zhao, when you plan to visit the company, I really hope you can come for inspection. After all, the chairman position has been vacant for several years. And your presence would help stabilize the company's morale. Zhao Feng listened and felt it made sense. So he directly said, since you put it that way, it sounds good. How about tomorrow? Lu Yuhong immediately agreed generously. No problem, Chairman Zhao. Then let's arrange for tomorrow at the company. Afterward, Lu Yuhong exchanged a few more pleasantries with Zhao Feng before leaving with her secretary. Watching them leave, Zhao Feng turned around to walk back when suddenly a guy jumped out from the side. Before Zhao Feng could see clearly, he heard him say, Bro, you're really impressive. At this moment, Zhao Feng finally saw the person in front of him. A trendy young man stood before him, especially with his head full of little braids, which instantly reminded Zhao Feng of Lin Yongjin's character from the Spring Festival Gala. He instinctively stopped and frowned. Who are you? The young man replied excitedly, I'm also a resident of this building, on the 8th floor. Zhao Feng glanced at him. His appearance was decent, but unfortunately, Zhao Feng maintained a rejection attitude towards the suddenly appeared stranger. So, after nodding, Zhao Feng directly asked, Do you need something? The young man realized he might have been a bit too much, so he awkwardly introduced himself. No, bro, don't misunderstand. My name is Qianyan. I'm a member of a club in Modu, referring to Shanghai, but modified to avoid real names. You've already met the membership requirements. So, I was wondering if you'd like to join? As he spoke, Qianyan's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. His idea was simple. Pulling a big shot with a Ferrari into the club would be quite impressive, especially compared to supercar clubs in other cities. However, Zhao Feng just glanced at him and said with a hint of disinterest, not interested. He then walked towards the elevator. Seeing this, Qianyan turned around and chased after him, managing to get into the elevator before the doors closed. Bro, here's my business card. Just let me know when you're ready to join the club. As he spoke, Qianyan handed Zhao Feng a business card. Since they were neighbors, even though Zhao Feng had just rejected him, it would be rude not to accept it. Zhao Feng took the card and pressed the button for the 8th floor. Qianyan hadn't had time to say much more when they arrived at the 8th floor. He had to get off the elevator. Zhao Feng then pressed the button for the underground garage. Speaking of which, Zhao Feng hadn't taken a good look at those supercars yet. He had just driven them down and familiarized himself roughly, perhaps due to his skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand. Zhao Feng felt incredibly familiar with the operation of these supercars the moment he touched the steering wheel. Thus, driving them felt completely smooth without any awkwardness. It must be said that these cars were all excellent vehicles. Looking at his 10 designated underground parking spaces, Zhao Feng suddenly noticed that his parking space was almost full. 6 Ferraris, plus an Audi 7 and a BMW 4, had taken up 8 parking spaces. In a couple of days, when his Audi 8 returned, 9 spaces would be filled, and with the remaining space, if he happened to sign for a few more cars, he wouldn't have anywhere to park. Thinking about this, Zhao Feng felt a bit anxious. Buzz. The sudden vibration of his phone pulled Zhao Feng out of his thoughts. He picked up his phone to see a video and message from Lu Ruoxin. Mr. Zhao, you really are a big tycoon. If your fitness routine is effective, you must treat me to a big meal. Following that was a close-up video of employees unloading cars. He casually replied, a big meal is totally fine. Zhao Feng still had about 2 million on hand, so having a big meal, no matter how expensive, should be okay. However, Zhao Feng hadn't seen her around earlier. So why would she film a video? Did you shoot the video? He sent another message. It was our gym manager who forwarded it to our staff group. Lu Ruoxin's reply came back shortly. Zhao Feng glanced at it and didn't bother to say more. The gym. Although Lu Ruoxin and Zhao Feng didn't have that kind of relationship, it was undeniable that Lu Ruoxin had developed some feelings for Zhao Feng. When she saw that video and then looked at the excitement in the eyes of the female instructors around her, she felt a bit regretful for not making a move earlier. However, some decisions are sometimes hard to tell if they are right or wrong. Chapter 24, Test Drive. Please collect. Please recommend. Just like the fantasies of those female instructors at this moment. Even though they had been proactive towards Zhao Feng before, Zhao Feng could easily see their materialistic tendencies in their flirtations. In contrast, Lu Ruoxin did not show these traits and treated Zhao Feng normally. This attitude made Zhao Feng feel more comfortable. Therefore, sometimes it's better to start as friends. During the time Zhao Feng was at home, The internet was already buzzing. A certain tycoon at Tangshan Ipin spent over 100 million to buy 6 Ferraris. It created a small stir. Now that the internet is extremely developed and 5G networks are about to be commercially used, there were quite a few onlookers online. The video of Zhao Feng unloading 6 Ferraris was also posted by onlookers on social media platforms like Weibo and Douyin. In an instant, the number of likes skyrocketed, especially when the words over 100 million and 6 Ferraris were combined. Zhao Feng and Lu Yuhong were also caught on camera. Zhao Feng had never revealed anything online, nor had he had the chance to do so before. Lu Yuhong's identity, however, was exposed, but she didn't mind. After all, her identity was originally public. At home, Zhao Feng was unaware of the storm brewing online. Zhao Feng called Wang Cheng to order takeout. During lunch, he mentioned to Lu Ruoxin that he wouldn't go to the gym in the afternoon. The reason was simple and strong. He directly told Lu Ruoxin that he was going to test drive a car. By the way, Zhao Feng flirtatiously invited Beauty. Do you want to go for a ride with me? Listening to Zhao Feng's voice message, Lu Ruoxin's vanity swelled instantly, and she felt elated. A girl nearby, who didn't have a close relationship with her, casually glanced at Lu Ruoxin's screen, and her eyes lit up. She clapped Lu Ruoxin on the shoulder. Wow, what did you unknowingly snag? A rich second generation. Lu Ruoxin's expression changed upon hearing this, and she hurriedly denied. No, he just asked casually. In fact, Lu Ruoxin knew that such rumors shouldn't be spread recklessly in the gym, as the relationship between trainers and trainees is quite sensitive, and it could definitely affect her job. Moreover, a wealthy person like Zhao Feng would value his reputation. If he heard about it and was dissatisfied, perhaps the close friend-like relationship between them would not be able to be maintained. So, Lu Ruoxin looked at her friend and colleague with a serious expression and said, Nini, you must not talk nonsense in the gym. Be careful you don't get me fired. The girl called Nini came to her senses and replied, all right. I know. Lu Ruoxin glanced at her friend before replying to Zhao Feng. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, I'm at work. Let's do another time. After changing his clothes, Zhao Feng noticed that Lu Ruoxin hadn't replied for a long time and thought she was busy. Just as he reached his fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari, his phone vibrated again. He opened his phone, saw Lu Ruoxin's message, and simply responded with an emoji. The key unlocked the scissor door. Zhao Feng, who was about 1.8 meters tall, felt okay sitting in the car at first, but after a while he noticed the constraints of the seating position. The car's interior space was limited, so while driving, he leaned back, extending his legs forward, feeling almost half reclined. Previously, Zhao Feng had seen many people online complain about the discomfort of sports cars. Well, now he could also complain about the cramped space of a supercar. Gripping the steering wheel, the LaFerrari's engine roared to life after Zhao Feng started it. He smoothly drove out of the underground parking lot, and at the entrance of the community, he registered the vehicle. After leaving the community, he merged into the traffic. As soon as Zhao Feng's supercar entered the flow of traffic, the vehicles on both sides instinctively kept their distance. In fact, most of them probably didn't even know that this supercar was a LaFerrari worth over 20 million, unless someone had seen it online and admired it. However, even if they encountered a regular supercar worth 2 to 3 million, they might not be able to afford the damage. Although there were certainly many low-key tycoons in the city, Zhao Feng didn't expect that driving out in a sports car had its perks. It was like a king parading through the streets, with a smile on his face. Zhao Feng turned on the music and drove the LaFerrari onto the highway outside the city. Although there were speed limits on the highway, he could still experience the thrill of speed. As he entered the Ring Road highway, Zhao Feng gently pressed the accelerator. The roar of the exhaust filled the air as the car surged forward. The LaFerrari shot out like a sharp arrow, and inside the cabin, Zhao Feng was pressed back into the seat by the powerful acceleration. The road ahead was clear, perfect for speeding up. Before long, the speed had soared to 120 kilometers per hour. At this speed, he watched the trees on both sides of the road quickly disappear. He felt as if his emotions had been released due to the acceleration. Maintaining a speed of 120, Zhao Feng did not press down on the accelerator further. Accelerating more could get him caught by the cameras scattered along the road, which wasn't worth it. Plus, although there weren't many vehicles on this highway at the moment, it was usually quite busy. Even though his driving skills had improved significantly thanks to the one-handed driving a Ferrari skill, encountering a slow-reacting driver or making a mistake under pressure could lead to problems. Considering his safety and that of others, Zhao Feng decided to drive within the speed limit. After speeding for a while and releasing his feelings, Zhao Feng decided to turn around at a nearby town or service area and drove back towards the city along the reverse route. For some reason, the return trip was even more congested than the outward journey. After nearly an hour and a half of driving, he returned to Tang Chunny Pin. He parked the car in the underground parking lot and specifically checked the 2 cameras in the garage to ensure they were working and had no blind spots before heading back home. Chapter 25. Cousin is coming. Please collect and vote. Zhao Feng thought about trying out those cars again, since leaving a sports car parked without driving, it would just let it collect dust. That evening, Zhao Feng had just eaten a little and hadn't even cleaned up the dishes when he suddenly received a call from his mom. On the other end, his mom's voice came through, "Son, are you busy these days?" Hearing this, Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "Not busy at all. Not busy at all." This was the truth. Upon hearing that Zhao Feng wasn't busy, his dad chimed in, "That's good. Work is important, but your health is even more important, you know?" "I know, Dad." Zhao Feng nodded with a smile. After chatting for a while, his parents asked Zhao Feng about the style of furniture he wanted for his house. Zhao Feng listened but couldn't decide. He had never decorated a place before, and he actually liked the modern and sci-fi style of his current apartment. However, he couldn't decorate his home in that way. So in the end, he just said, "Mom, you and Dad can choose. I'm fine with anything. Plus, as long as you spend a bit more money, the quality of the appliances will be fine." Hearing Zhao Feng say this, his parents were quite happy. Zhao Feng then exited the call interface and transferred 200,000 to his mom's bank account. Looking at the remaining balance of 3 million in his account, Zhao Feng couldn't help but sigh. The more money you have, the more you can't spend it. His parents on the other end were clearly surprised that Zhao Feng had sent money so quickly. His mom exclaimed, "Son, why did you send me money again? Another 200,000. Your dad, and I haven't even spent the money you sent last time." Dad chimed in, "Exactly, you call us once, and you give us 200,000. Later, your mom, and I won't even dare to call you." Zhao Feng was both amused and speechless upon hearing this. However, he still said, "Oh, Dad, Mom, you should spend the money I send you. Besides, the house is still being renovated, so you might as well buy some nice furniture. 200,000 should be enough." "All right, you have money, and you spend it lavishly." Mom scolded with dissatisfaction. After chatting with his parents for a bit, Mom's tone suddenly softened. "Son, there's something I need to ask you." Hearing this, Zhao Feng became curious. "Mom, what is it?" His mom hesitated a bit. "If you don't say it, I will." Dad, who was always straightforward, immediately spoke up when he saw his wife's hesitation. Mom hurriedly said, "I was just about to say it." Then she turned to Zhao Feng and continued, "A few days ago, I mentioned in our family group chat that you bought a house in Magic City." Zhao Feng listened patiently, curious about what exactly his mom was referring to. Your big aunt, your second aunt, and your uncle, although they didn't really believe it. They were actually happy for you if you were doing well. "I just said a bit too much. Your second aunt's cousin, Xin, just finished her internship, quit her job, and wanted to take a break. So she thought of you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng understood and casually asked, "So Xin wants to stay with me for a few days?" Mom smiled and replied, "Yes. The main reason is that you don't know. Xin went back home after graduating and found a job, but there was a guy in the company who kept pestering her. She could have been confirmed after her internship, but she gave it up. Even so, that guy still won't give up. Xin has no choice but to take a break and avoid him." Listening to Mom's explanation, Zhao Feng furrowed his brows. What the hell is this? Being persistent in the company is one thing, but even after quitting, he's still pestering her. If it were back in my school days, I'd have broken his legs. But in the past couple of years, I've smoothed out quite a few edges. But now, as Brother Huaqiang says, if you're not young and reckless, are you really young? "Mom, how about I go back in a couple of days?" Zhao Feng tentatively asked. "What are you coming back for? Just focus on your work." Mom, knowing Zhao Feng's character, immediately stopped him. Hearing this, Zhao Feng didn't insist, but then found it strange. "Wait, why doesn't Xin tell me herself?" Mom explained. Xin is embarrassed. She's been hiding at her friend's house these days. Zhao Feng laughed upon hearing this and didn't say much more. After chatting with Mom for a bit, he hung up the phone. Then, he searched for his cousin Xin's WeChat ID and sent a message. "Come to Magic City in a couple of days. I'll take you out to have some fun." A moment after sending the message, his phone buzzed. It was a message from his cousin Xin. "Bro, is it true that you bought a house in Magic City?" "What? Do you look down on your brother?" "No, it's just that you're quite shocking. Last year during the new year, there wasn't much. And this year, it's a complete transformation. Yeah, You'll see how much I've changed when you come. After chatting with his cousin Xin for a bit, she suddenly asked, Bro, you're not involved in a pyramid scheme, are you? Zhao Feng looked at the phone interface, amused and speechless. This girl has quite the imagination. After explaining, he ended the chat with his cousin and agreed to have her come over in a few days. However, the exact timing needed to be confirmed, as they had to check for train tickets. Putting down his phone, Zhao Feng recalled memories of Xin. The two were only a year or two apart in age. And when they were kids, the most they did together was play with her and her siblings. They had a bond from when they were little. So, Zhao Feng had always cared for this little sister. Letting Xin stay a few days to unwind was fine. There were plenty of fun places in Magic City. As for that guy pestering his sister when he returned home, if that guy still didn't know his place, Zhao Feng really thought he should teach him a lesson. Coming back to reality, Zhao Feng checked the time. After chatting with Dad, Mom, and his cousin, an hour had already passed. It was already past 8 o'clock. Zhao Feng turned and went to the esports room. He selected Call of Duty 16 and played until after 10. Feeling sleepy, Zhao Feng obediently went to bed. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, still able to warm Zhao Feng's body. Although the sunlight was warm, it was blinding. He got up, washed up, and had breakfast. Remembering his appointment with Lu Yuhong yesterday, Zhao Feng was just about to message Lu Ruoxin to change their gym time to the afternoon. Just as he picked up his phone, he noticed a WeChat message. It was from Zhang Heqiao. Mr. Zhao, your Audi 8 has arrived. Would you be able to come pick it up this morning? Chapter 26, Arriving at Shengtai. Contract has been sent. An additional update for 4,000. 2 updates shortly after. After receiving the message from Zhang Heqiao, Zhao Feng quickly replied and scheduled to pick up the car at 3 in the afternoon. This morning, he also needed to go to Shengtai. The Shengtai company is located on Jianyuan Road in Magic City, as the main body of Shengtai is Yawn Automobile. And Yongtai Automobile expanded relatively late. So, Yongxing Building is above Shengtai. Otherwise, Lu Yuhong wouldn't be able to hold both positions. He changed into formal attire, buttoning up his light blue shirt and tightening his tie under the first button. After a few days of working out, his chest muscles were starting to show. He adjusted his hairstyle. It had just been cut before he got the system, so it still looked good. Putting on the suit he bought a couple of days ago, Zhao Feng looked at himself in the mirror and found himself to be quite presentable. Satisfied, he nodded and walked to the front door, noticing his leather shoes popping out from his shoe cabinet. After putting them on and tying them, Zhao Feng took the key to the Audi 7 and stepped out. Zhao Feng had also considered whether to take the sports car, but after thinking it over, since it was his first day at his own company, it was better to drive a more business-like car. The Audi 7 was quite suitable. Plus, Zhao Feng felt that if he drove a sports car, being so young, it might give the employees an unreliable impression. Upon arriving at the underground garage, Zhao Feng headed straight for the Audi 7. As he pressed the key fob, the headlights of the Audi 7 flashed, and with its sleek design, Zhao Feng thought the car was indeed cool. Audi truly deserved its reputation as a lamp factory among car manufacturers. Driving out of the underground garage, Zhao Feng followed the navigation to head straight for Shengtai Automobile Company on Jianyuan Road. It was quite a distance from Tangshan Yiping to Jianyuan Road. Fortunately, he only hit 2 red lights on the way, and when Zhao Feng arrived at Shengtai Automobile Company, it was precisely 9:30 in the morning. He parked the car downstairs at Shengtai Automobile. Since Zhao Feng had sent Lu Yuhong a WeChat message on the way, she had come with more than 10 employees to wait for him at the entrance of Shengtai Company. They were also surprised to see Zhao Feng arriving in an Audi 7. When Zhao Feng got out of the car, Lu Yuhong was still looking at the few supercars that had been cruising on the road yesterday. Under the reminder of the secret beside her, Lu Yuhong saw Zhao Feng walking down from the side of the Audi 7. She smiled and was the first to greet Zhao Feng. Mr. Zhao, on behalf of the company employees, we warmly welcome your arrival. As she spoke, Lu Yuhong toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng understood and shook her hand gently, then said, "Thank you, Lu Zong, and thank you all." After a light handshake, Zhao Feng turned his gaze to the more than 10 people in front of him. It was obvious that the youngest among them was around 30 years old, and judging by their attire, they should all be mid to senior level employees of the company. Lu Yuhong also looked at her subordinates and said, "Colleagues, this is Mr. Zhao Feng, the chairman of our Shengtai Automobile Trading Company." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng felt the woman's smoothness. Sure enough, the more than 10 mid to senior level employees bowed in unison and greeted, "Welcome, Mr. Zhao." It was Zhao Feng's first time seeing such a grand occasion, and for a moment, he felt a bit excited. After calming down, he noticed that Lu Yuhong's female secretary seemed to shiver slightly. He waved his hand directly. It's quite cold outside. There's no need for a formal speech. Let's all go to the conference room. Zhao Feng spoke, and Lu Yuhong echoed. All right. Then everyone, let's head to the conference room. Zhao Feng and Lu Yuhong led the way into the company. Along the way, the sight of Zhao Feng and Lu Yuhong walking together at the front attracted the attention of all employees. It seemed that Lu Yuhong had deliberately arranged it, as all employees bent slightly as they passed by, but did not say hello. Zhao Feng nodded as he walked past. After arriving at the conference room, Zhao Feng sat in the chairman's seat, with Lu Yuhong sitting to his right, and opposite them was a male employee from the earlier group, a fat man around 40 years old. However, looking at his facial contours, he wasn't particularly greasy. After Zhao Feng took his seat, Lu Yuhong's first task was to introduce these supervisors to him. The first to be introduced was the fat man. This is our company's vice president, and Guoping. This is our financial supervisor, Li Jianghe. She introduced all the supervisors one by one. Zhao Feng acknowledged them. After the introductions, they moved on to the next phase of work reports. Lu Yuhong looked at the documents in front of her, and after reading a couple of sentences, she instinctively glanced at Zhao Feng. Sitting in the main seat, Zhao Feng's shirt was stretched tightly, outlining the perfect contours of his muscles. Zhao Feng's unintentional smile actually made Lu Yuhong feel the warmth of the sun. Lu Yuhong was not a love-struck person. In fact, she had seen more handsome young men in the company than Zhao Feng. However, today, Zhao Feng's well-fitted suit and the tightly buttoned shirt gave her a strong sense of restraint, which she had always favored. She scolded herself inwardly, thinking, "What age am I at? Why am I thinking nonsensically?" Gathering her thoughts, Lu Yuhong finished reporting on the work situation for the year. Next, the financial supervisor explained this year's financial report. Zhao Feng sat in the chairman's seat, listening intently to the reports from Lu Yuhong and the financial supervisor. Although he was not a professional, he at least had a university degree, so he understood most of the data. Zhao Feng still had a few questions for them. From their reactions, the supervisors felt that Zhao Feng was quite professional. After a long 2-plus-hour meeting in the morning, the meeting finally ended. After the meeting, Lu Yuhong invited Zhao Feng to have lunch in the company cafeteria. Zhao Feng was interested and went to the cafeteria with Lu Yuhong. Looking at the variety of rich dishes in the cafeteria, they all looked quite appealing. After tasting the food, Zhao Feng suspiciously looked at Lu Yuhong. "Lu Zong, you didn't specially prepare these delicious dishes because I came, did you?" Lu Yuhong smiled gently. "Mr. Zhao, don't worry, the cafeteria's food has always been like this. I often have lunch here." Zhao Feng smiled in satisfaction. At 1:20 p.m., after lunch, Zhao Feng mentioned to Lu Yuhong that he would come back tomorrow since Zhang Haqiao was delivering the car at 3 o'clock. Lu Yuhong had no problem with that. In fact, Zhao Feng's chairman's office had already been prepared yesterday. It wasn't that it was ready, but the chairman's office had always been there. It was just that the chairman hadn't come to work for a while, so it had been idle. Chapter 27. Zhang Yuanbin's Stubbornness. Today's update. When driving back to the community, it was still not yet 2 o'clock. However, Zhao Feng noticed a truck carrying an Audi 8 that had inexplicably appeared in front of him. The truck had no cargo area, and the silver Audi 8 was exposed under the sunlight, reflecting a somewhat dazzling light. Just then, Zhao Feng's phone rang. He checked and saw it was a call from Wang Cheng. After answering the call, Wang Cheng was indeed contacting him to come down to pick up the car. Zhao Feng told him he would be back soon and instructed him to park the truck inside. After Zhao Feng hung up, Wang Cheng followed his instructions. However, because the security guard at the entrance mentioned that the attitude of the people delivering the car this time was not very good, Wang Cheng felt a bit uneasy and called over his apprentice from the property management to help keep watch in the corridor, while he personally went to the garage entrance. Zhao Feng's Audi 7 was right behind the transport truck. Wang Cheng, being sharp-eyed, recognized it immediately. After all, in this community, cars like the Audi 7, which didn't even reach $1 million in price, were quite rare, and Zhao Feng was the owner of a super-large top-floor apartment, so the combination made it particularly memorable. The car in front of Zhao Feng drove directly into the underground garage. It parked beside the truck, and Zhao Feng got out of the car, nodding at Wang Cheng as a greeting. Then he glanced at the 2 young men who had driven the truck to deliver the Audi 8. Seeing their trendy attire, Zhao Feng felt a surge of suspicion. Hadn't he arranged with Zhang Haqiao for 3 o'clock? They had just mentioned at the security desk that they were delivering the car to him. Looking at Wang Chung beside him, Zhao Feng whispered in his ear, "Go ask if this car is really for me." Wang Chung responded and then walked towards the two young men who were chatting together. As he passed by the truck, because the truck's cargo area was almost a person's height, Wang Chung looked up and noticed what seemed to be a scratch mark on the inner side above the wheel. After noting it down, Wang Chung approached the two young men and communicated with them. The two young men's attitudes were very impatient. Not to mention Wang Chung, even Zhao Feng, who was nearly 10 meters away, could see it clearly. Zhao Feng frowned, feeling that these people were quite unreliable. After exchanging a few words, Wang Chung turned back. "Mr. Zhao, they said they indeed came to deliver the car to you, and they emphasized that it is a new car." At this point, Wang Chung hesitated for a moment before adding, "But I noticed that this car doesn't seem to be new. It looks like it has been driven before." Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes. It seems that someone really considers themselves a soft target. Walking up to the middle-aged driver, Zhao Feng raised his hand to stop him. "All right, master, don't get busy just yet. Otherwise, you might have to drive it away later." The truck driver was taken aback, and stopped his actions and looked at the two young men. The two young men had also driven over in a BMW, but they had just gotten out of the car at the entrance of the community. Seeing the middle-aged driver being stopped, one of them immediately walked over dissatisfied and asked, "Why are you stopping? And you, can't you see we're busy here? Hurry up and move aside, or you might get hurt." The latter part was naturally directed at Zhao Feng. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's expression turned serious. "Sorry, I am Zhao Feng. This car should be delivered to me." The young man across from him changed his expression upon hearing this, and soon a forced smile appeared on his face. "Oh, so you're Mr. Zhao. Cool, me. Sign a receipt, and this car is definitely fine." Looking at the receipt and pen he handed over, Zhao Feng sneered. "Young man, it's fine for me to accept the delivery, but I need to confirm if this is a new car, right?" Upon hearing Zhao Feng say this, the young man immediately wiped the smile off his face and pretended to be disdainful. "You can check if you want. It's definitely a new car." The young man behind him also walked up, giving a reassuring glance. Zhao Feng didn't care about their silent communication and climbed onto the truck to check the tire tread. It is said that new tires have some fine tread when they leave the factory, and if they have been driven for about 100 kilometers, the tread is almost worn away. The tires were fine, but Zhao Feng also found the spot that Wang Chung had mentioned. He took out his phone and snapped a photo. Then he looked inside the truck bed. The smell inside was indeed reminiscent of a new car, but it seemed to have a hint of air freshener mixed in, making it somewhat overwhelming. Zhao Feng also took a special look at the dashboard, where the data was somewhat present but still within the new car range. Finally, Zhao Feng checked the exhaust. He reached out and touched the exhaust, and sure enough, he felt black soot inside. Noticing Zhao Feng's actions, the two young men turned pale, especially the one who had spoken to Zhao Feng earlier, whose face immediately turned tense. Wang Chung, being a clever guy, saw Zhao Feng personally check the car and directly notified the security team via walkie-talkie. Within 2 minutes, 4 security guards had arrived. Zhao Feng looked at the black soot on his hand. There was no doubt that this car had been driven. Perhaps they were careless, as they hadn't cleaned the exhaust pipe. Zhao Feng directly sent the soot and the earlier photo to Zhang Heqiao with a note. "Manager Zhang, any explanation?" Zhang Heqiao was nervously receiving an Audi A8 that his boss, Sun Yayu, had personally brought from the partner company. Therefore, when Zhao Feng sent him the images and messages, Sun Yayu was present. As a result, when Zhang Heqiao saw the message and images from Zhao Feng, he nearly went crazy, without even needing to think. The thought that popped into his head was that his chairman's son, Zhang Yuanbin, had sent the car over. Sun Yayu noticed the change in Zhang Heqiao's expression and found it strange. His subordinate was usually quite steady. What was going on? When he saw the phone that Zhang Heqiao handed over, and the screen displayed the images, Sun Yayu couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Damn, this idiot." Don't get it wrong. He was also cursing Zhang Yuanbin, the young man who had exchanged a few words with Zhao Feng. In fact, many might think that their company didn't need to go through so much trouble to find an Audi A8. However, this client lived in Tangshaniping, which is not just a simple address. Not to mention the wealth this client might possess. If this client has a few familiar neighbors or friends in Tangshaniping, the company might gain a few more clients. Additionally, if the service is complete, the reputation might also spread within Tangshaniping. However, if they fail to meet the client's requirements, Zhao Feng would undoubtedly lose his reputation. And, through word of mouth, the owners of the entire Tangshanipin might have doubts about their Yongtai Audi 4S store. Of course, this might be a bit of an exaggeration, but it would definitely have an impact. While Sun Yayu was cursing, Zhang Haqiao hurriedly typed a message to Zhao Feng. Mr. Zhao, please do not accept that car. Your new car will arrive soon. Please wait. After typing a few lines, Zhang Haqiao was drenched in sweat. Sun Yayu looked at the message Zhang Haqiao had typed and also picked up his coat. I'll go with you. The two hurriedly put on their coats and rushed outside, just in time to see that the handover was almost finished, with an Audi A6 and a transport truck coming out of Yongtai Auto one after the other. Zhang Yuanbin had no idea about the communication between Zhang Haqiao and Zhao Feng. His character had been spoiled by his family since childhood, and although he was somewhat familiar with laws and regulations, he had never caused any major issues. Initially, Zhang Yuanbin didn't know that the car he drove away had been reserved for someone else, but then his thoughts began to stray. First of all, he didn't think that taking the car out was a big deal because his own car was a Porsche 911, which was worth much more than this one. And he also liked to play with cars, modifying them with friends, knowing there were channels to alter vehicle data. So, he thought about refurbishing the car to deal with this client. However, he never considered that whatever he could think of, his father Zhang Guangtai could think of too. To put it bluntly, what he played with were leftovers from his father. Thus, this time, he was caught off guard on the road. Sun Yayu called Chairman Zhang Guangtai about Zhang Yuanbin's antics. Zhang Guangtai was furious and ordered Sun Yayu to bring Zhang Yuanbin back. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Guangtai's anger had not yet dissipated, but he vaguely felt that he had heard the name Zhao Feng somewhere before. Zhang Yuanbin looked at the man in front of him and frowned. Brother, are you really not going to sign for this car? The young man behind him also had a playful expression. To them, Zhao Feng seemed so young, clearly also a second-generation rich kid. As second-generation heirs, why make things difficult for each other? Zhao Feng smiled calmly and waved his hand. Wang Cheng, keep an eye on them. Don't let them unload the car. After saying that, Zhao Feng looked at Zhang Yuanbin. Zhang Haqiao is coming over soon. You all wait here for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Feng turned and returned to his Audi A7. He opened the app and sent a message to Lu Yuhong, asking her to send him the information about shareholders Zhang Guangtai and his son Zhang Yuanbin. When Lu Yuhong received Zhao Feng's message, she was quite surprised. However, without asking too much, she replied, Chairman Zhao, please wait, and called her secretary to look it up. Within 10 minutes, the secretary handed the materials to Lu Yuhong. She was about to use her phone to transfer files to Zhao Feng when her movements suddenly froze. Then she stood up, grabbed her coat, and walked outside. In the puzzled gaze of Secretary Bai Qian, Lu Yuhong instructed, come with me. Zhang Yuanbin did not expect Zhao Feng to be so difficult to handle. When he heard that Zhang Haqiao was coming over, he felt anxious. Moreover, today's matter was his idea after learning that Zhang Haqiao was coming to deliver the car. So, while he wasn't afraid to face Zhang Haqiao, he feared that if Zhang Haqiao reported to Sun Yayu and his father, he would be in trouble. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to leave now, it seemed impossible. Wang Cheng had already brought several security guards to block their way. Soon after, Zhang Haqiao and Sun Yayu arrived. When Wang Cheng brought them in front of Zhao Feng, without waiting for their explanation, Zhao Feng sneered. What does this mean? Are you playing a game of swapping the prince today? Zhang Haqiao and Sun Yayu's expressions changed. Yayu stepped forward first and said, Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize for this matter. We have also brought you a brand new car. You can check it. Zhao Feng glanced at him and asked, who are you? Sun Yayu awkwardly smiled, and Zhang Haqiao respectfully explained, Mr. Zhao, this is our general manager Sun Yayu from the Thai Automobile Company. Our general manager has been working hard to get this car for you. After receiving your call, he took the initiative to come with me to apologize. Zhao Feng found their attitude acceptable. However, leaning against the Audi 7, he pointed at Zhang Yuanbin, who was standing with his back to them, and asked, what is that? Zhang Yuanbin, standing not far away, felt a surge of blood rush to his head upon hearing this. Hey, kid, what are you saying? Sun Yayu and Zhang Haqiao looked bitter. This chairman's son was simply a big trouble. They looked at Zhao Feng, only to find a mysterious smile on his lips. Sun Yayu shot a cold glare at Zhang Yuanbin, who awkwardly turned away. He then apologized again, saying, Mr. Zhao, he's been spoiled by his family. He's just a kid, please don't hold it against him. Zhao Feng scoffed. At his age, he's still a kid? I see he's older than me. Sun Yayu's throat suddenly tightened. Zhang Heqiao hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Mr. Zhao, why don't you check this new car first? Let's get it unloaded." This time, Zhao Feng did not stop him. Zhang Heqiao quickly directed several employees to start unloading the car. Once the Audi 8 was on the ground, Zhao Feng asked Wang Cheng to help check it. Just then, the security guard called Wang Cheng to inform him that Lu Yuhong had arrived. Shortly after, Lu Yuhong's car drove in, and after stopping, she got out and immediately spotted the people in the field. Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao naturally recognized Lu Yuhong, and they were curious about why she had come. As for Zhang Yuanbin, he dared not look Lu Yuhong in the eye. Although Lu Yuhong had never taught him a lesson, his father had scolded him severely because of her. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to get away with this matter today. In fact, that was true. Before Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao could greet Lu Yuhong, they heard her smile and walk up to Zhao Feng, saying, "Director Zhao, it seems I haven't arrived too late." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. Although he didn't know why Lu Yuhong had come, it was clear from the atmosphere that Lu Yuhong was on his side. Next, Lu Yuhong's words made Sun Yayu, Zhang Heqiao, and Zhang Yuanbin feel even colder. "Manager's son, Manager Zhang, let me introduce you. This is our Sheng Tai's chairman, Mr. Zhao Feng." Chapter 29. The Old Fox Zhang Guangtai. Please recommend. Please collect. Oh no, someone is pretending to be me. What to do? Waiting online. Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao reacted most directly. Zhang Heqiao's eyes lit up as he glanced at Feng, not expecting the long-absent major shareholder of the company to be him. However, Sun Yayu was not optimistic. If Lu Yuhong, the general manager of Sheng Tai, and Zhao Feng, the chairman, were planning to take a light approach this time, Lu Yuhong might not have come in person. But now Lu Yuhong's attitude was quite ambiguous. Sun Yayu's mind was racing, but he still maintained a respectful demeanor. He and Zhang Heqiao both slightly bowed to Lu Yuhong and Zhao Feng, respectfully saying, "Director Zhao, Manager Lu, this truly is a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple." Zhao Feng was not swayed by this, and said directly, "You two wait a moment. I have something to discuss with Manager Lu." Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao's hearts sank. Then, Zhao Feng briefly told Lu Yuhong about Zhang Yuanbin's situation, specifically naming him for deceiving customers and providing substandard products, and then requested Lu Yuhong to check the accounts submitted by Yongtai Company. When Lu Yuhong heard Zhao Feng say this, she knew that this new official was about to make a big move. She understood clearly that she and Zhang Guangtai were once business partners and were quite familiar with each other. Therefore, while Zhang Guangtai's Yongtai Company had very clean accounts, this kid, Zhang Yuanbin, as a sales manager, had reimbursement bills exceeding 300,000 a year from entertaining clients. Over the years, they accumulated over $1 million. However, Lu Yuhong felt it unnecessary to tear her face with Zhang Guangtai over this point, so she had only kept the records. Now it seemed they were coming in handy. With this powerful chairman making an appearance, Lu Yuhong decisively chose to side with the chairman holding the most shares. Her secretary Bai Qian quickly sent the documents to Lu Yuhong. Zhao Feng glanced at these documents. They detailed various expenses for entertainment, which he understood clearly. Therefore, Zhao Feng directly tossed the tablet to Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao, saying, "You two are considered to be the middle and senior management of the company. Take a look." After that, Zhao Feng invited Lu Yuhong upstairs to have a cup of coffee at his home, with Lu Yuhong's secretary Bai Qian also accompanying them. Meanwhile, downstairs, Sun Yayu and Zhang Heqiao held the tablet, looking at the rows of content on it. They knew all about this, but since Zhang Guangtai was indulgent, they found it difficult to oppose. Under the supervision of the security guards, they took Zhang Yuanbin and another young man away together. As the group left, their hearts were extremely complicated. The next day, in the conference room of Sheng Tai Company, Lu Yuhong, Zhang Guangtai, and He Jiawei, 3 small shareholders, were all present. Besides some management personnel from Yongsheng and Yongtai companies, He Jiawei from Yongsheng Tianma Racing was the only one present. The meeting proceeded quickly, with Lu Yuhong fully supporting Chairman Zhao Feng's handling of Zhang Yuanbin. Zhang Guangtai and He Jiawei had no objections. He Jiawei's silence was quite normal. But Zhao Feng was somewhat surprised by Zhang Guangtai's silence. Unexpectedly, Zhang Guangtai's attitude during the meeting was indeed very strange. Otherwise, he took the initiative to admit his negligence in disciplining his son and even proactively reported it, saying he would double the losses caused to the company by Zhang Yuanbin and was even prepared to resign in shame. Zhao Feng couldn't help but admire this old guy's cleverness. His strategy of retreating to advance, indeed, trapped everyone present. Because if he didn't take a step back, Zhang Yuanbing's embezzlement of over 1 million in company funds would be enough for him to sit in prison for over 10 years. This was absolutely unacceptable for Zhang Guangtai. Seeing many employees below speaking up to retain Zhang Guangtai, Zhao Feng also tried to persuade him. The reason was simple. Yongtai Company is part of Shengtai Company. But this branch of Yongtai can actually be considered Zhang Guangtai's personal achievement in Shengtai, something he built up single-handedly. So, even though Zhang Yuanbing made a mistake, his overall contributions to the company's development were still negligible. However, such a rival is interesting, isn't it? The meeting concluded. Zhao Feng and Lu Yuhong walked out together, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Director Zhao, General Manager Lu, please hold on. It was Zhang Guangtai, who wobbled his plump body to stand in front of Zhao Feng and Lu Yuhong. Do you two have time tonight? I've reserved a few spots at Taman and would like to invite you both for dinner. Zhao Feng smiled and politely declined, saying, sorry, Director Zhang. I have some important arrangements tonight, so I apologize. Zhang Guangtai laughed heartily. No problem. Then we can talk next time when Director Zhao is free. While saying this, he turned his gaze to Lu Yuhong. Lu Yuhong's lips curled slightly as she suddenly turned to look at Zhao Feng, her eyes sparkling. Just now, Director Zhao mentioned that we have important plans tonight. So Director Zhang, you understand? Zhang Guangtai glanced at Lu Yuhong, then at Zhao Feng, giving Zhao Feng a knowing look, and said, then I won't disturb you too. I hope you have a pleasant evening. After saying that, he turned to leave, inwardly cursing, this sly fox, still indulging in young grass. Zhao Feng's expression darkened, and he didn't look at Lu Yuhong. He was approached by He Jiawei, who came forward with a fiery gaze. Smiling and greeting, Director Zhao, come to our racetrack sometime. I've long admired you. Zhao Feng nodded with a smile. Sure, I'll find time. When he heard He Jiawei speaking, he initially thought that He Jiawei might have an unusual sexual orientation, but upon noticing the sparkle in He Jiawei's eyes, Zhao Feng suddenly realized that this guy was probably interested in his car. Lu Yuhong watched He Jiawei waving goodbye and casually said, Jiawei is not much younger than you. He's just a car enthusiast, so sometimes I hope you won't mind. Hearing Lu Yuhong's voice, Zhao Feng finally looked at her. Suddenly reminded of what Lu Yuhong had said to Zhang Guangtai, he felt he couldn't explain it at that moment. If this got around in the company, he would be in trouble. Lu Yuhong felt uncomfortable under Zhao Feng's intense gaze. She was inexplicably drawn to the tightly knotted tie under Zhao Feng's neck, as if that tie was the key to her inner Pandora's box. Feeling Lu Yuhong's gaze, Zhao Feng, being a pure and innocent virgin, also felt a bit overwhelmed and quickly stepped back. Director Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Lu Yuhong didn't stop him. She felt she needed to calm down. Why did Zhao Feng make her feel this way? Chapter 30. It seems I should be low-key now. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations. Today's sign-in reward was still 1 million in cash. Zhao Feng's bank card was not short on money. He should have around 3 to 5 million saved. He drove his Ferrari back home. Looking at the date, it was already the end of November, tomorrow being the 30th. Zhao Feng had arranged for his cousin Xin to come over by plane tomorrow. Zhao Feng's hometown is Haijing City, the capital of Dongshan Province, also known as Qingdao. Whether by plane, cruise, or high-speed train, one can reach Magic City. By plane, it takes less than 2 hours, which is quite fast. Sitting on the sofa, Zhao Feng checked the flight ticket for his cousin Xin. It seems she mentioned some confusing matters, and her flight was booked for the afternoon. Arriving around 4:30 p.m., Zhao Feng had already planned to take her out for dinner at a restaurant after picking her up, so he wouldn't have to cook at home. Considering that he wouldn't be able to go to the company for the next few days while his cousin was visiting, Zhao Feng had already informed Lu Yuhong in advance when he left. In fact, if one were to analyze the meaning behind this action, Zhao Feng was also expressing to Lu Yuhong that as long as she did not infringe on the company's interests and remain aligned with him, he didn't mind being a hands-off manager. Lu Yuhong also received this message very well. In the afternoon, Zhao Feng went to the gym. After a break of a couple of days, he felt a bit out of sorts. Having gotten used to exercising, Zhao Feng suddenly realized that the process of working out was indeed a painful yet pleasurable experience. After finishing the bench press, Lu Ruoxin handed Zhao Feng a bottle of water and a towel. You did well today. Keep it up, and I believe you'll have a healthy body soon. Zhao Feng smiled at her, and suddenly remembered tomorrow was Saturday, the 30th. He casually asked, Coach Lu, do Do you work on weekends? Lu Ruoxin was pleasantly surprised and wondered if he was planning to ask her out. So, she deliberately replied yes. Generally, if we don't have Saturday off, we take Sunday off. Besides, we can adjust our schedules. At this point, she sighed, If you rich folks come on weekends, of course, we have to work too. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng understood there was a reason behind it and awkwardly smiled. Oh, I see. Then I won't come this Sunday. So you can have a nice weekend. Lu Ruoxin didn't expect Zhao Feng to say this and instinctively interrupted. It's fine. If you don't come, there are others who will come. It's the same. After saying this, Lu Ruoxin instantly regretted it. What if he didn't ask her out because of this? But just as she was feeling self-reproach, Zhao Feng suddenly said, So, do you have time on Sunday? Lu Ruoxin was overjoyed upon hearing this. What's up? She feigned indifference, seemingly casually asking. Zhao Feng honestly explained the reason. It's just that my sister is coming tomorrow, and I want to invite you to be a tour guide on Sunday. I don't know much about the places that girls in Magic City like to go. Upon hearing Zhao Feng say this, Lu Ruoxin's mind began to wander. Does this count as meeting the family? She wondered if she should call him brother-in-law then. If Zhao Feng knew what was going on in Lu Ruoxin's mind, he would say, You're making something out of nothing, scheming behind the scenes, imagining things out of thin air, fabricating stories, and you're hopeless. Rest in peace, and have a good journey. Zhao Feng glanced at Lu Ruoxin, who was deep in thought, and assumed she had some plans. If you don't have time, then it's no trouble, Coach Lu. As soon as Lu Ruoxin heard this, she frowned and said, I haven't even spoken yet. Later. Let's add 5 kilograms to the flat push. Damn. Zhao Feng decisively admitted defeat. Coach Lu, I was wrong. Do you have time? Lu Ruoxin blinked and then smiled lightly. Since you're so sincere in your invitation, I'll reluctantly be your tour guide this time. Zhao Feng hurriedly nodded. Okay, no problem. Just as Zhao Feng stood up to go to the bathroom, trying to escape the pressure from Lu Ruoxin, he noticed the corner of her mouth lifting, as if he saw a devil smile. Coach, I'm going to bathroom first. Wait for me. His steps became more agile. Before Zhao Feng finished speaking, he ran to the bathroom. Lu Ruoxin watched Zhao Feng's hurried back, and her beautiful smile instantly blossomed, looking very charming. After the workout, they agreed to contact each other via WeChat on Sunday. Zhao Feng slowly returned home. After getting home, he leaned against the sofa, feeling weak all over. He initially wanted to take a shower, but didn't have the strength to do so. After a while, Zhao Feng got up and took a shower. Checking the time, it was just after 5 in the afternoon. He was too lazy to order takeout and decided to make a simple vegetable salad instead. Vegetable salad was indeed the simplest option, and the ingredients were particularly rich. He had 6 kinds of vegetables: cucumber, lettuce, cabbage, purple cabbage, carrot, and cherry tomatoes, which are actually small persimmons. Additionally, there was a salad dressing that Zhao Feng particularly liked. He sliced or shredded the vegetables and placed them in a transparent glass bowl. He poured in the salad dressing and stirred it a bit. If he liked sesame oil, he could add a little, then add an appropriate amount of salt. Actually, the amount of salt depended on the salad dressing. Some dressings were already salty, so there would be no need to add more. Zhao Feng's dressing was relatively mild, so he added a bit more. After mixing it well, it was ready to eat. Because of the workout in the afternoon, Zhao Feng finished the salad he made in one go. It didn't seem like he made too much. After eating, he felt only about 80 full. He put the dishes into the automatic dishwasher. Back in the living room, Zhao Feng said softly to the air in front of him, "Let's watch the movie Transformers." Then, the screen in front of him suddenly lit up. Zhao Feng opened Douyin on his phone. He had been scrolling through Douyin these days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about those quotes from Guoyin Guoyu. He opened the search box. Zhao Feng intended to search for the original video of Guoyin Guoyu. However, coincidentally, he noticed a trending topic below. A wealthy person buys 6 Ferraris at once, just to buy a LaFerrari. Huh. Zhao Feng instinctively clicked on it and saw the scene from the day Lu Yuhong gifted him the car. Damn. Zhao Feng was shocked. What is going on? He looked at the comments, which numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and the likes had surpassed 1 million. Clearly, this video was not the only one uploaded. There were many other videos that diverted these likes and comments. Otherwise, just this one video would probably have exploded with likes. He lifted his head, his gaze leaving the Douyin interface, staring blankly at the giant screen displaying an action blockbuster with special effects. It seemed like he should keep a low profile. Chapter 31. The Surprise for My Cousin. 5,000-word bonus. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations. Zhao Feng was not a person who was inherently ostentatious. As the saying goes, wealth should not be revealed. Buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, pulling him out of his thoughts. He picked it up and saw a message from his cousin, Xin. Bro, tomorrow, I'm bringing you a surprise. Sly smile. After glancing at the message, Zhao Feng was a bit curious. What surprise? Oh, you'll know when we meet tomorrow. Why are you so anxious? Zhao Feng originally didn't want to respond to her, but then she suddenly sent a voice message. Zhao Feng listened and was surprised to hear his aunt's voice. He had no choice but to chat with her for a while. His aunt was simply worried that Xion's visit might trouble Zhao Feng and told him to discipline her if necessary. What could Zhao Feng do? He just kept nodding in agreement. After chatting with his aunt, it was already 9 in the evening. The movie was nearing its conclusion. To be honest, he considered himself a longtime fan of the Transformers series. When Zhao Feng was in middle school, he watched the second movie of Transformers for the first time. And the only things he remembered about it were the cool cars and the female lead's long legs. Huh. Seems like I revealed something. Afterward, Zhao Feng specifically went back to watch the first movie, and he hadn't missed any of the subsequent ones. However, how to put it, Zhao Feng felt that the plot seemed a bit chaotic. But then again, for a blockbuster with special effects, that shouldn't be too much to ask. He got up and looked out the window, casually raised his hand to take a night view photo, only to suddenly realize that the photo quality on his phone didn't seem very good. At that moment, Zhao Feng remembered that he had been using his phone for over a year. It had been dropped about 6 or 7 times. So, it was time to change his phone. If it were someone else, they probably would have replaced their phone as soon as they came into wealth. But Zhao Feng was different. For him, as long as he had a functional phone, that was enough, and he wouldn't ask for too much. The reason he thought of getting a new phone now was because he had just remembered the newly launched Huawei 30 Porsche design that caught his eye. There was also a Huawei folding screen phone that Zhao Feng was quite interested in. Lying in bed, thinking about buying a phone another day, Zhao Feng unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, it was Saturday. Zhao Feng initially wanted to give himself a break, but unfortunately, Lu Ruoxin did not agree. Fortunately, considering that Zhao Feng had plans in the afternoon, Lu Ruoxin reduced some of the training she had arranged. After the training, Zhao Feng invited Lu Ruoxin to the restaurant downstairs for a simple lunch. The reason was simple. Zhao Feng felt that he might trouble Lu Ruoxin tomorrow, so it was a way to reward her in advance. This action, in the eyes of others, undoubtedly made the gym trainers and students think that the two were together. After lunch, he checked the time. It was just past 1 o'clock. If he drove to Hangzhou Airport in Shanghai, it would probably take half an hour. But considering the possibility of traffic, doubling that time meant leaving at 3 o'clock would be just fine. After taking a shower and changing clothes. Ahem. Although Zhao Feng was quite low-key, he wanted to make a good impression when meeting his sister, even if she was just his cousin. Their relationship was still good. Of course, he had to dress up a bit. So, instead of changing into a formal suit, Zhao Feng opted for a turtleneck wool sweater and a casual suit. He also polished his leather shoes until they shone. What car should he take? Ferrari or Ferrari? However, thinking about how he had just decided to keep a low profile yesterday, Zhao Feng decisively chose the Audi A7. Actually, there's another main reason. Girls usually carry more things, and the trunk space of the Audi A7 is relatively large. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Feng set off on time from home. When he left the underground parking garage and reached the entrance of the community, he happened to see Lu Tianxian's sports car coming in. The two cars brushed past each other, and Zhao Feng noticed that there seemed to be a man sitting in the passenger seat of Lu Tianxian's car. Instantly, the gossip fire in his heart flared up. Fortunately, he remembered that he still had things to do. He didn't stop along the way, but he couldn't run a red light. Luckily, the traffic ahead wasn't too bad. When Zhao Feng arrived at Hangzhou Airport, it was already 4:08 in the afternoon, 8 minutes later than expected. Xion's flight was scheduled to arrive at 4:20, just in time. Dressed neatly and confidently, Zhao Feng stood in the arrival hall, which seemed to draw attention. Many girls were attracted by Zhao Feng's aura. More people were puzzled about why Zhao Feng was dressed so formally. Their gazes were complex, containing elements of curiosity, teasing, and so on. Zhao Feng felt a bit regretful about changing into this outfit. Not long after, at 4:20, Xion's flight arrived on time at Hangzhou Airport. At 4:25, Zhao Feng saw the passengers coming out of the arrival gate for that flight. When Xian said she would come over, Zhao Feng subconsciously thought it would be just her. So he kept scanning the crowd for women who were alone. This one's a bit too young. Probably not even 20, no. This lady has a bit too much makeup. Not her either. This girl is quite pretty, with really straight legs. Still not her. After searching once, Zhao Feng still didn't see Xin. Just as he was about to take out his phone to call Xin, suddenly a soft body pressed against him, and two warm little hands covered his eyes. Guess who I am? Zhao Feng heard the voice and realized it didn't sound like his cousin Xin. Could it be that his cousin has a voice-changing talent? He thought this in his heart, but on his lips, Zhao Feng said, "All right, stop messing around." Xin. Hearing this, Xin pouted and let go of her hands covering Zhao Feng's eyes. When Zhao Feng turned around, he immediately understood why he hadn't recognized her earlier. Next to Xin stood a tall and elegant girl. They were both wearing the same white hoodie and sky blue skinny jeans. And one of them was even wearing a pair of large sunglasses. They were about the same height, except for their different hairstyles. Zhao Feng had thought they were twins. Looking at Xin and the unfamiliar girl, each holding a large suitcase in front of him, Zhao Feng couldn't help but praise his choice of car. Xin winked at Zhao Feng and smiled. "Cousin, it hasn't been long since we last met, and you couldn't recognize me? I thought you two were twins. Besides, with you wearing those big sunglasses covering half your face, how could I recognize you?" Zhao Feng rolled his eyes at her and said helplessly. Chapter 32. Yang Zixin and Dinner. Please collect. Please recommend. Xin laughed and said, "Hee hee. Let me introduce you to my best friend, Yang Zixin." Zhao Feng smiled and said, "You two really look like twins, with both of your names having the character Xin." He then extended his right hand towards Yang Zixin. Yang Zixin also smiled and shook hands lightly with Zhao Feng. "Hello, Zhao Dage. Thank you for taking care of us this time. Not a problem. As long as you can accompany Xin, I can relax. Otherwise, she'd be all over the place alone," Zhao Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Xin pouted in dissatisfaction. "What do you mean I'm all over the place? I'll bite you." Zhao Feng and Yang Zixin exchanged smiles, gently patting his cousin's head. Zhao Feng then cheerfully said, "All right, let's go. Today's plan is to have dinner first and then go home to rest well." Upon hearing this, Xin immediately leaned in and asked quietly, "Cousin, did you really buy a house?" Zhao Feng thought she was going to say something else. Hearing her ask him, he immediately smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I wouldn't let you sleep on the streets." Zhao Feng's voice wasn't low, and it was also directed at Yang Zixin. Only then did Xin feel relieved, believing that her cousin wouldn't lie. The three of them chatted and laughed as they made their way to the parking lot. When they reached the Audi A7, Xin's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother, is this your car?" "Yes." Zhao Feng replied curtly as he opened the trunk and placed Yang Zixin's suitcase inside. Then he took Xin's suitcase and put it in as well. He invited the two girls to get in the car, and Xin and Yang Zixin sat in the back seat. Just as Zhao Feng started the car, he almost choked on his saliva from what Xin said next. She said, "Zixin, then you'd better cancel the room you booked." Zhao Feng shot her a fierce glare through the rearview mirror. "Xin, do you still not trust me? Are you afraid I'll sell you off?" Hearing this, Xin quickly smiled and said, "Oh, cousin, I know you're the best." Her tone elongated, sounding particularly sweet. Zhao Feng was so startled by her drawn-out tone that he broke out in a sweat. "Don't do that. Be normal. I can't handle you," Zhao Feng complained. Then he continued, "Oh, by the way, I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let's go eat first." Upon hearing restaurant, Xin's face lit up. "Great. Brother, are you treating us to a big meal?" Zhao Feng smiled without answering. The restaurant Zhao Feng booked was called Tangu, located on the 5th floor of the New World Langting Hotel at 99 Madong Road. Since it was just on the way back, Zhao Feng chose this restaurant. Soon, Zhao Feng drove to the bottom of the New World Langting. After stopping the car and handing it over to the valet, Zhao Feng took Xin and Yang Zixin upstairs. After mentioning the reservation, a waiter quickly led the three of them to the private room they had booked. Zhao Feng then handed the menu to Xin and Yang Zixin. "Take a look and see if there's anything you like." Xin took the menu. But before she could look, she poked Zhao Feng and asked, "Cousin, did you strike it rich? Are you ordering or what?" Zhao Feng complained about her. "Are you 100,000 wise?" Then he turned to Yang Zixin. "Zixin, order whatever you want." Yang Zixin nodded with a smile. In fact, Yang Zixin was also curious because after being at Xin's house, Xin had mentioned that this trip to Modu was both to hide from someone and to see what had happened with her cousin. So now Yang Zixin was a bit confused. It wasn't that she didn't believe in the wealth Zhao Feng displayed, but rather that she felt Zhao Feng was gentle. Yet the confidence he exuded made her think he should have these things in the first place, which contradicted what Xin had said before. Yang Zixin ordered with moderation, choosing 2 dishes that were only of medium price on the menu. Xin also ordered 2 dishes of similar prices. Zhao Feng glanced at them, took the menu back, and added 4 more dishes. After that, he signaled for the waiter to leave. As soon as the waiter left, Xin couldn't help but look at Zhao Feng and said, "Brother, honestly, did you win the lottery?" Yang Zixin also looked at Zhao Feng, blinking her eyes, seeming quite eager for his answer. Zhao Feng had just picked up his teacup to take a sip to moisten his throat when he heard Xin's question and almost spat out the tea. He put down the cup, raised his head to look at Xin and Yang Zixin, slightly frowning. "It's not winning the lottery, you. With such strong curiosity. Why don't you become a detective?" "Oomph." Xin wrinkled her little nose, huffed, and then changed her expression, resting her chin on her hands and blinking her big eyes at Zhao Feng, acting cute. "Brother, just tell me, I'm curious." Zhao Feng had no way to deal with her. He could only perfunctorily say, all right, I'll tell you when I have the chance." "For sure?" "Definitely." After helplessly agreeing, Zhao Feng then looked at Yang Zixin. "Zixin, this girl is like this, hope you don't mind." Yang Zixin nodded with a smile again. Suddenly, Xin exclaimed, "Brother, I searched for this restaurant. It's a Michelin 2-star restaurant." "Brother, you must have spent a lot this time." Before Zhao Feng had the chance to speak, Xin continued, "Why do I feel like you've never been this generous before? Could it be because of Zixin?" While speaking, Xin even winked at Zhao Feng with her right eye. "Great. I knew she didn't bring Yang Zixin here with good intentions. She probably wants to introduce Yang Zixin to me." This guess instantly surfaced in Zhao Feng's mind. "However," he said, "if I run out of money later, I'll have you stay here." Coincidentally, the waiter pushed the door in and was startled by Zhao Feng's words. Zhao Feng also didn't expect such timing, and there was no way to explain it. After the waiter placed the dishes, Zhao Feng called out to Xin and Yang Zixin, "Let's eat. I saw it online. They say the taste here is pretty good." Finally, a waiter brought in a bottle of sparkling wine. At Zhao Feng's gesture, he poured a glass for Xin and Yang Zixin each. After the waiter put down the wine bottle, he walked out. Zhao Feng picked up his chopsticks and was ready to dig in, but was stopped by Xin. Under her gaze, Xin and Yang Zixin took their phones and started taking pictures of the table. After finally finishing the photos, the 3 began to chat and laugh as they enjoyed the dinner. Since Zhao Feng had to drive, he didn't drink alcohol and instead drank quite a bit of tea from here, and midway went to the restroom. After Zhao Feng left, the 2 girls in the room couldn't hold back anymore. Yang Zixin looked at her best friend. "Xin, didn't you say you were afraid your brother was pretending to buy a house? Now it doesn't seem like it at all." "Xin, doesn't seem like buying a house?" Yang Zixin was speechless, rebutting, "I mean, he doesn't seem to be pretending." Chapter 33. The surprised Xin and Yang Zixin. Please collect. Please recommend. Xin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, it seems so. Could it be that my cousin really won the lottery? Yang Zixin smiled ambiguously. Maybe he really did. Wait, I have another guess. Xin suddenly leaned closer to her best friend and said seriously. Yang Zixin thought she might have thought of something. Her eyes brightened. "What? Is my brother being kept by a wealthy woman?" Yang Zixin almost spat out the tea in her mouth upon hearing this. "Are you serious?" Xin was about to say something, but saw the door to the private room pushed open, and Zhao Feng walked in, so she hurriedly stopped talking. After the 3 finished eating, Zhao Feng went to the front desk to settle the bill. 8 dishes and a bottle of wine totaled a little over 5,000. Actually, the 8 dishes were only around 4,000, and the wine was a brand called Paris Flower, which Zhao Feng had never heard of, but both Xin and Yang Zixin said it was quite good. When they came out of the restaurant, it was already 8:30 in the evening. The night was quite cold, although the night view of the Magic City was also very beautiful. Zhao Feng drove straight to the Thompson Riviera. Xin and Yang Zixin knew that Zhao Feng was driving in the direction of home. However, out of politeness, Yang Zixin still spoke up. "Brother Zhao, I've already troubled you enough during my stay in the Magic City, so I won't disturb you tonight." Hearing this, Zhao Feng immediately smiled. "It's okay. Don't worry. My house is big enough for you to stay." Xin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Wow, cousin, are you so rich now? Did you buy a 2-bedroom apartment?" Zhao Feng casually replied with a smile. "All right, stop guessing randomly. You'll know when you get there." Zhao Feng did not directly say that the house he bought was in Thompson Riviera. Saying it out loud would seem like bragging and was not in line with his low-key mindset. However, even if he didn't say it, they would surely find out. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Zhao Feng saw that Yawn and Yang Zixin were both busy with their phones, not knowing what they were doing. He simply focused on driving. Although there was some traffic on the road, with the occasional banter among the three, they quickly arrived at Thompson Riviera. Outside Thompson Riviera, there were no overly obvious signs. Even so, Yawn and Yang Zixin were shocked by the upscale community in front of them, especially Yawn, who exclaimed loudly. Things like, "Wow, cousin, this must cost a lot of money. Brother, you can still see the river here. Is that the Pearl Tower of the Magic City? It looks really close." As for Yang Zixin, perhaps it was her first time meeting Zhao Feng, so she behaved quite reservedly. However, even so, the surprise in her eyes betrayed her current emotional fluctuations. After driving into the underground parking lot, Zhao Feng got out of the car to help the two girls with their luggage. Suddenly, he heard Yawn's exclamation. "Wow, brother, are all these sports cars?" Zhao Feng looked up and saw Yawn standing in front of his few Ferraris, taking pictures with her phone. Yang Zixin also couldn't resist. However, she took a couple of photos and then walked over to Zhao Feng to help. Hearing his cousin shout, Zhao Feng replied, "Yes, they're all Ferraris." After hearing Zhao Feng's voice, Yawn shouted again, "If only all these cars were brothers. I could take them out for a spin." Zhao Feng smiled and said, "Yawn, what if I said these cars actually belong to me?" Yawn had finished taking her photos and was walking back toward Zhao Feng with a face full of disbelief, saying, "I don't believe it, brother. I'm not the old me anymore." After saying that, she even proudly raised her little head at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng smiled and shook his head. "All right, come over and help." The three then took the elevator upstairs. When they reached the door, Zhao Feng opened the door, pulling in two suitcases. After Yawn and Yang Zixin entered the house, they were immediately amazed by the scene in front of them. The lights in the room gradually illuminated from near to far. The luxurious decoration of the huge living room made Yawn involuntarily exclaim, "Wow, so beautiful." Yang Zixin blinked her beautiful eyes, clearly surprised as well. "It's all right. Come in and sit." To be honest, Zhao Feng was also quite proud inside. It felt like he was showing off his collection to others. Inviting Yawn and Yang Zixin into the living room, Zhao Feng went to get 2 drinks and handed them to the two. "Drink some water first. By the way, wait a minute, you guys pick a room, and I'll help you put your suitcases inside." While speaking, Zhao Feng sat next to Yawn. Upon hearing this, Yawn raised an eyebrow and playfully slapped Zhao Feng on the shoulder. "Not bad, bro. Still picking rooms. Let me see how many rooms there are." As she spoke, Yawn bounced up from the sofa. She reached out and pulled Yang Zixin to run towards the back. Zhao Feng watched the 2 lively girls and helplessly called out, "Be careful, there are rooms upstairs." The house had a total of 8 rooms, each with a different decoration style. For instance, Zhao Feng's room had a light blue tone, while the other rooms featured yellow, pink, and so on. Although the colors varied, they all maintained an elegant style. When Yawn and Yang Zixin went upstairs and saw the pink room, they instantly fell in love with it. The 2 girls rushed downstairs in a flurry. Yawn spotted Zhao Feng sitting in the living room and shouted eagerly, "Bro, Zixin and I like that pink room upstairs. And we can see the night view of the river outside." Zhao Feng stood up upon hearing this. "Okay, I'll carry your suitcases up. By the way, are you 2 sharing a room?" Yawn raised her hands in front of her chest, smiling brightly as she nodded. Yang Zixin, standing beside her, also smiled and said, "Sorry to bother you, Zhao Ge." Zhao Feng waved his hand and carried Yawn's suitcase upstairs. Behind him, Yang Zixin slowly climbed the stairs with her own suitcase. After placing Yawn's suitcase in the room, Zhao Feng met Yang Zixin halfway up the stairs, who was carrying her suitcase. "All right, give it to me. You go chat with Yawn." As he spoke, Zhao Feng reached out to grab the handle of the suitcase. Yang Zixin only let go of her grip after Zhao Feng caught it, and inadvertently, their palms touched. For some reason, Yang Zixin felt her heart race. Her face flushed slightly as she looked down, not daring to meet Zhao Feng's gaze, and turned to hop down the stairs like a little rabbit. Zhao Feng glanced at Yang Zixin's back, feeling a bit puzzled. It seemed like he hadn't done anything, and he hadn't even seen her little white dove. Why was she suddenly shy? Chapter 34, Ghost. Help me turn off the light. 5,000 recommended updates. Please save. Please recommend. After placing their suitcases in the room, Zhao Feng went downstairs. At Yi Xian's strong insistence, he took Yi Xian and Yang Zixin on a tour of the entire house. The dreamlike ultra-large mansion is something anyone would love. Yi Xian, being a lively girl, had her cousin and best friend with her, so she didn't hold back and acted quite exuberantly. Zhao Feng and Yang Zixin couldn't help but laugh. It made them feel like old parents watching their silly daughter. Although Yi Xian and Yang Zixin had flown over, it was still afternoon until now, and both were still young girls. While chatting in the living room, Yi Xian yawned. Zhao Feng noticed that they both seemed a bit tired. He then said, "It's 10 o'clock. You just arrived today. You should rest early." Yi Xian agreed and nodded. "Okay, bro, I'm indeed a bit sleepy. I'm going to sleep now." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. Yang Zixin shyly smiled at Zhao Feng. "Zhao Go. I'm going to sleep too." Zhao Feng nodded and softly replied, "Mem. By the way, the bathroom next to your room upstairs has all new things. You can use that bathroom to wash up." Yang Zixin shyly nodded and followed Yi Xian upstairs. Once upstairs, Yi Xian took out her pink bunny pajamas from her suitcase, changed, and lay on the bed, ready to sleep. Yang Zixin, who had changed into matching white pajamas, shook her head in helplessness and pulled her up. "Hurry and take a shower." Yi Xian slowly got up, looked at her good friend, and suddenly grinned mischievously. "Hey, little heart, you haven't even become my sister-in-law yet, and you're already bossing me around." Upon hearing this, Yang Zixin's face flushed, and she quickly pushed Yi Xian. "Stop joking. Hurry up." Yi Xian giggled and took her toiletries to the bathroom. Girls are generally clean, especially since they had showered at home yesterday. Therefore, after about 10 minutes, Yi Xian simply rinsed off and washed her hair before walking out of the bathroom. Now, without any makeup, Yi Xian's looks were quite decent, though not stunning her round. Chubby little face became more and more charming the more one looked at it. Zhao Feng estimated he could give her an 85 out of 100. As for Yang Zixin, she perfectly embodied the saying that people of a kind gather together. Yang Zixin had a standard oval face, and her delicate features were etched on her pretty face. If judged purely on first impressions, Yang Zixin was even more beautiful than her cousin Yi Xian. Adding in her figure, Zhao Feng rated her an 88. While Yang Zixin was in the shower, Yi Xian took out her phone and scrolled through Douyin for a while, looking at the spacious bedroom and her favorite decor style. She suddenly remembered a video she had seen on Douyin before. Excitedly, she opened the filming app. The camera focused on the small chandelier, casting soft light on the bedroom ceiling and the switch next to the door. "Are you there? Ghost, help me turn off the light." Before Yi Xian finished speaking, the lights in the room suddenly went out with a click. "Oh my gosh," she exclaimed. Yi Xian knew she was the only one in the room. Startled, she quickly jumped off the bed, barefooted, and rushed towards the door, not caring that the lights had turned on behind her as she got off the bed. Running out of the room, as she reached the staircase, Yi Xian remembered that Yang Zixin was still in the shower. She hurriedly ran to the bathroom door and knocked anxiously. Zixin, come out quickly. Just finish showering." Yang Zixin, wrapped in a towel and preparing to put on a face mask, heard Yi Xian's urgent voice and quickly opened the bathroom door. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened the door, Yi Xian grabbed her and ran downstairs. Yang Zixin was instantly dumbfounded. She was wearing a bathrobe, and although her important parts were covered, it was still inappropriate to appear in front of a guy she had just met today. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Yi Xian hurriedly say, "Hurry, let's go. There's a ghost in this house." As they spoke, the two rushed down the stairs. Zhao Feng, sitting in the living room, heard their hurried footsteps. He stood up and saw Yi Xian dragging the towel-clad Yang Zixin running down. When Zhao Feng saw Yang Zixin in the bathrobe, his eyes lit up, and he immediately gave his cousin Yi Xian a thumbs up in his heart. Meeting for the first time, she was already thinking of giving her cousin a treat. This cousin was indeed close. Before Zhao Feng could say anything, Yi Xian urgently exclaimed, "Bro, there's a ghost upstairs." This excuse was too lame and too pretty. Zhao Feng withdrew his gaze from Yang Zixin and looked at his cousin with a puzzled expression. "Impossible, Xian. I've been living here for a while." Yang Zixin was currently feeling both shy and angry, secretly blaming her friend in her heart. She had come to accompany her to relax. "Okay, it's fine to agree to meet your cousin, and it's also fine to have a good impression of him. But is it really necessary to act like this?" However, Yang Zixin and Yi Xiner have known each other since middle school, and it's confirmed that Yi Xiner is not pretending now. This is strange. It can't really be haunted, can it? Yixiner became anxious and quickly looked at Zhao Feng and Yang Zixin, raising her hand as if swearing, her face serious. I swear it's true. Just now, I asked someone upstairs to turn off a light, and then all the lights in the room went out at once. Hearing this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Yang Zixin was also startled by what she said and looked toward Zhao Feng. At this moment, it was clear that the boys were more easily seen as the backbone by the girls. Zhao Feng looked at his anxious cousin and the puzzled Yang Zixin beside her, and he didn't explain. Instead, he directly looked at both of them and said lightly, "Turn off all the lights except for the living room." As Zhao Feng's words fell, the lights in the corridor on the first floor, the lights in the stairwell, the lights on the second floor, the lights on the balcony, and so on, all went out. Yixiner and Yang Zixin were so scared that they leaned closer to Zhao Feng. "All right, you don't have to be afraid. This house has a smart home management system. It has voice recognition capabilities." At this point, Zhao Feng looked at the two of them and paused slightly. Then he said, "For example, turn on all those lights that were just turned off." As Zhao Feng's voice fell again, the lights that had just gone out all lit up again. For a moment, the lights flickered, reflecting on the surprised faces of Yixiner and Yang Zixin. Zhao Feng continued, "Didn't you notice? Since we got home, I have never touched the lights, and neither have you." Chapter 35. Basic Financial Stock Manipulation Skills. Please collect. Please recommend. Upon hearing this, Yixiner and Yang Zixin were stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded. As they watched Zhao Feng give commands to turn the lights off and on, they believed him about 80%. Yixiner was the first to say, "This is too advanced. Brother, is the whole house voice-controlled lights?" When Zhao Feng heard the words voice-controlled lights, he was instantly helpless. "All right, whatever you say." Yang Zixin then came to her senses. She was still wrapped in a bath towel, although her arms were crossed to cover her chest. Her long white legs were still exposed halfway, so she shyly smiled at Zhao Feng and said softly, "Brother Zhao, I'm going to blow-dry my hair first." Zhao Feng's eyes feigned innocence, looking exceptionally clear. He smiled and nodded. "Go ahead." Yixiner watched her best friend carefully leave, shouting, "Zixin, wait for me. I'll help you dry your hair." After that, she turned to Zhao Feng and said, "Brother, you got a bargain today. Shouldn't you send a red envelope to show your appreciation?" Zhao Feng glanced at her. "Are you asking for a beating?" Upon hearing this, Yixiner turned and ran upstairs, huffing and puffing as she looked back at Zhao Feng and snorted heavily. Watching her turn to go upstairs, Zhao Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He picked up his phone, originally intending to send her a big red envelope. But since a single red envelope on WeChat could only send a maximum of 200 yuan, he could only send a larger amount through a group red envelope. So, Zhao Feng had no choice but to transfer her 666 yuan as a red envelope. Then he sent a message, "Don't spend it recklessly. If I don't have time to accompany you later, you can use it to play or whatever, all right?" When Yixiner returned to her room, she suddenly noticed the WeChat transfer notification. She was momentarily stunned. Then a broad smile appeared on her face as she quickly sent a voice message. "Brother, I love you to death." After Zhao Feng heard this, he was too lazy to respond to her. Yixiner glanced at her phone screen and, noticing Zhao Feng was ignoring her, began fiddling with the video she had just filmed to post on Douyin. The previous filming hadn't gone well, and just then, Yang Zixin walked in after blowing her hair. Yixiner excitedly pulled Yang Zixin to re-film the video together. However, thinking the first video was more authentic, Yixiner decided to use it as a blooper and also planned to post it on Douyin. After filming the video and preparing to post it on Douyin, Yixiner looked at the marked address on her phone interface and was momentarily stunned. She reached out and tapped Yang Zixin, who was also looking at her phone. "Zixin, do you think my phone is broken?" Yang Zixin leaned over to take a look. The interface was fine. She looked at her best friend in confusion. Yixiner met her gaze, swallowed, and then said, "Look, the location is Tangshan Yiping." "Tangshan Yiping? Tangshan Yiping?" Yang Zixin was initially skeptical, but the phone interface was right in front of her. After confirming it, she widened her eyes. Although they didn't know much about the legend of Tangshan Yiping, they had seen videos on Douyin where people explore the houses, and it was said that each mansion sold for over 100 million. Still doubting her life choices, Yixiner couldn't help but ask Yang Zixin to open the Douyin interface, and after seeing the address Tangshan Yiping appear on the screen again, both Yixiner and Yang Zixin finally reacted, especially Yixiner, who immediately wanted to get up and ask her cousin Zhao Feng about it. But Yang Zixin quickly stopped her, saying it wasn't appropriate to ask at night. Originally, the two girls had planned to whisper a bit longer. However, today was a mix of joy and surprise, so they eventually lost interest and soon fell asleep, snuggled under the covers like two little pigs. Zhao Feng didn't stay in the living room for long either. He had planned to have a glass of brandy by himself, but after the earlier commotion with the two girls, he decided against it. So he returned to his room to sleep. As the smart butler turned off all the lights in the room, only a glimmer of starlight filtered through the curtain cracks, falling onto the blanket. The night was deep and quiet, with everything silent. Zhao Feng's mind was filled with the faces of his cousin Yixiner and her friend Yang Zixin. Before long, he fell into a peaceful sleep. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Zhao Feng woke up. He silently thought about signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the basic financial stock manipulation skills. Accompanied by the system's electronic voice, a wealth of stock trading knowledge suddenly flooded Zhao Feng's mind, including concepts like turnover rate, major shareholders, and technical analysis. This knowledge that was continuously rolling around in his head felt as if it had always existed within him. Zhao Feng even felt he could write down every single term effortlessly. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng lightly tapped on the basic financial stock manipulation and its introduction appeared. Basic financial stock manipulation can perfectly master the operation of stocks worth millions of dollars, gain insight into the flow curves of these stocks, and have predictive abilities for the subsequent changes of stocks at this level. Please familiarize yourself and use it. This skill has subsequent advanced skills. Intermediate stock manipulation. Advanced stock manipulation, God's hand. After reading the introduction of this skill, Zhao Feng was instantly delighted. In fact, he had felt a bit anxious facing his cousin Yixiner yesterday. What if she really pressed him for details? He wouldn't know how to explain it. Initially, Zhao Feng had planned to explain that he had started a business a long time ago, and the Xingtai Automobile Company was the foundation he built through his hard work. However, this raises many questions. First, Xingtai Company has been established for over 20 years. Second, it is unclear where the shares of Xingtai actually come from. But now, with this skill, everything makes sense. The system is also quite powerful, directly arranging a stock trading experience for myself from the time I started university until now. My stock account currently has $5 million US, but these funds cannot be withdrawn for the time being. They can only be used for trading stocks. Once the profits from trading exceed $5 million and the total amount, including the principal and profits, exceeds $10 million, all the funds in this stock account will be unlocked. However, the previous cash flow trajectory is clearly arranged by the system. Zhao Feng couldn't wait any longer and got up to open his computer in the study. He clicked on the stock trading icon on the desktop to check his trading history. After the initial investment, he continuously made profits over the course of a year. The accumulated profit exceeded 200 million, and after withdrawing half, he purchased 66 of Xingtai Company's shares. 4 or 5 years ago, Xingtai Company was valued at 1.5 billion. Subsequently, Zhao Feng continuously reinvested the dividends from Xingtai Company to increase his shareholding. His stock account funds also kept increasing. By the time he graduated last year, he had completed his stock purchases in Xingtai Company, and there was still over 100 million in the stock account that hadn't been withdrawn. Thus, in the following month, he successfully executed a large trading strategy, making over 1 billion in profits from this 100 million investment. Chapter 36. The Three Women Gather. 6,000 recommendations for more updates. Please collect. Please recommend. With all this money combined, he successfully purchased a luxury apartment in Tangshaniping. In the following year, he slowed down his trading pace. Although he still made a decent profit each month, he gradually pursued stability, and the apartment in Tangshaniping was completed during this year. This is why Zhao Feng recently moved in. Although the profits this year were not substantial, combined with the remaining funds, it was enough for Zhao Feng to buy those Ferraris supercars. Thus, a perfect stock trading experience was constructed by the system and embedded into the stock trading market of the Magic City. Looking at the stock trend interface in front of him, Zhao Feng smiled with satisfaction. It's simply perfect. Looking at the time, he realized he had unconsciously spent nearly an hour in the study. He walked straight back to the bedroom, washed up in the bathroom, and changed his clothes. It was exactly 7:20. He went downstairs to prepare some breakfast. Passing by the rooms of Yawn and Yang Zixin, Zhao Feng casually knocked on the door. Get up for breakfast. He went downstairs and checked the ingredients in the fridge. He took out a pack of whole wheat bread, and there were also processed sliced ham in the fridge. When he took out the bread and ham, they were a bit cold. Finally, he toasted the bread. Zhao Feng took out a frying pan to fry the sliced ham and also fry 3 eggs. He simply made a few ham and egg sandwiches. After all, frying eggs and ham was quite easy. It was ready quickly. Zhao Feng noticed it had been over 20 minutes, almost half an hour, and Yi Xian and Yang Zixin still hadn't come down. He couldn't help but walk to the stairs and shout, "Hurry up, breakfast is ready. If you don't come down, I'm going to eat it all." After hearing Zhao Feng shout, Yi Xian and Yang Zixin quickly washed their faces. They didn't put on any makeup and came downstairs in their simplest, natural state. However, this also showed their confidence in their looks. When they reached the living room, the aroma of the ham attracted their noses. By the time they arrived at the dining room, Zhao Feng had just poured 3 cups of freshly squeezed orange juice. Seeing the two of them coming over, Zhao Feng raised his hand and called, "Come and eat. My cooking is average, so don't complain." Yi Xian was the first to sit on Zhao Feng's right side, grabbing the orange juice and gulping down a big mouthful. After swallowing, she opened her mouth and said, "Cousin, you're a rich man cooking breakfast for us. We can't thank you enough, so how could we dare to complain?" "Zixin, don't you think so?" Yang Zixin, sitting on Zhao Feng's left side, quickly replied, "Yes, yes. Besides, Brother Zhao, your food is pretty good." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. "That's good. Let's eat." During the meal, Zhao Feng glanced at the quiet Yi Xian and Yang Zixin, feeling that something was off. Yang Zixin was quietly eating, appearing very ladylike, but Yi Xian, his cousin, he knew well. She couldn't sit still. What was going on today? Zhao Feng directed a puzzled look at Yi Xian. Under Zhao Feng's probing gaze, Yi Xian couldn't hold back any longer. She directly put down her sandwich and seriously looked at Zhao Feng, asking, "Brother, honestly tell me, where did you get all this money?" He knew she would ask this. Zhao Feng said nothing, just put away his smile and looked at her seriously, saying, "How about this? First, eat your food. When you come back tonight, you can ask me anything you want, and I'll tell you everything. Is that okay?" Yi Xian looked at Zhao Feng and still felt he was the cousin she was familiar with. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded in agreement. The 3 of them finished breakfast. Yi Xian and Yang Zixin originally wanted to wash the dishes, but Zhao Feng told them that there was a dishwasher at home. After demonstrating how to put the dishes in the dishwasher, they returned upstairs to do their makeup. After all, they were going out soon and wanted to look their best. Zhao Feng then sent a WeChat message to Lu Ruoxin, asking if she had eaten breakfast. Lu Ruoxin replied quickly. She had eaten breakfast and was preparing to take a taxi to Tangshaniping. Zhao Feng initially said he would go pick her up, but Lu Ruoxin said she preferred to come over herself. He had no choice but to agree. But it made him feel a bit guilty that Lu Ruoxin had to spend time, effort, and money. When they went shopping, he should buy her a gift to thank her. With this thought, Zhao Feng made up his mind. Yi Xian and Yang Zixin also came downstairs after doing their makeup and changing clothes. Yi Xian had her hair in a bun, wearing a high-neck wool sweater, a light yellow short down jacket on top, and black pencil pants paired with ankle boots, highlighting her long, straight legs. Yang Zixin had long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing black knee-high boots, a black woolen coat, and a black hoodie, making her look quite cool and stunning. However, both were very pretty. Zhao Feng was much simpler. He didn't wear makeup, just tidied his hairstyle a bit and casually put on a down jacket before getting ready to go out. As a result, he was teased by his cousin, Yi Xian, in the stairwell. This girl could really change her mood quickly. No wonder people say girls are all dramatic. Meanwhile, Yang Zixin had not shown any expression. When they arrived at the underground parking lot, Zhao Feng took the car keys and opened the Audi A7. Yi Xian and Yang Zixin sat in the back seat. If Yi Xian sat in the front, it would inevitably neglect Yang Zixin in the back. So this arrangement was more appropriate. After driving out of the underground parking lot, Zhao Feng drove around to the front of the Yiping Club. Just as he arrived, Lu Ruoxin, who had just arrived, saw Zhao Feng getting out of the car and came out. Zhao Feng gentlemanly opened the passenger door for her. Sitting in the back seat, Yi Xian and Yang Zixin watched Lu Ruoxin get in the car, both feeling nervous. Yi Xian originally wanted to introduce Yang Zixin to Zhao Feng, but suddenly, a girl even more beautiful than both of them appeared, making them naturally anxious. So, as Zhao Feng sat in the passenger seat, Yi Xian suddenly spoke up. "Brother, aren't you going to introduce this beautiful lady to me and Zixin? I'll start in the car." Zhao Feng smiled and said, "This beautiful lady is Lu Ruoxin, a friend of mine." Lu Ruoxin greeted the two girls with a smile. "Hello, I'm Lu Ruoxin. I'm Mr. Zhao's fitness coach. Hearing this, Yi Xin and Yang Zixin relaxed a little. It seemed that there was nothing going on between Lu Ruoxin and Zhao Feng. But the fact that she's a fitness coach was still something to be cautious about, even though they thought this in their hearts. Yi Xin and Yang Zixin quickly became friends with Lu Ruoxin. Yi Xin said, Ruoxin, your name also has the character Xin in it. Is it the Xin from Fragrance? Lu Ruoxin nodded with a smile. Yes. Yi Xin continued. My name is Yi Xin, also with the Xin for Fragrance. It's the same. Yang Zixin added. I'm Yang Zixin, with Xin pronounced differently. It seems we have quite a connection. Lu Ruoxin said with a smile. Chapter 37. Endure for a moment, starve for a lifetime. Take a step back and feel even hungrier. Please save and recommend. Zhao Feng glanced at the rearview mirror and asked the three girls, Is there anywhere you want to go next? Upon hearing this, Yi Xin immediately excitedly expressed her opinion. Brother, let's go to the Oriental Pearl Tower. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Yang Zixin agreed, yeah. It feels like something is missing if we come to Magic City and don't check out the Oriental Pearl Tower. Listening to them, Zhao Feng remembered that he wanted to go see the night view from the Oriental Pearl Tower a few days ago. Although it was daytime now, since both Yi Xin and Yang Zixin requested it, Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. All right. Today's goal is the Oriental Pearl Tower. Yi Xin cheered. Yay, let's go. The Oriental Pearl Tower is not far at all. Exiting from the west gate of Tang Chunyi Pin, turn left and drive for a while. Then turn right onto Fu Chung Road. A short distance ahead is Binjiang Park, and after crossing Lujiazui West Road, enter Mingzhu Tower Road. And you'll arrive at the foot of the Pearl Tower. Although it was daytime, there weren't many available parking spaces around the Pearl Tower. After finally finding a place to park, they began their tour of the Pearl Tower. The Oriental Pearl Tower is one of the first-level tourist attractions in Tianxia. Inside the tower, there are attractions and facilities such as a space capsule, a revolving restaurant, and a history exhibition hall of the city's development. It was listed as one of the 10 new attractions in Magic City in 1995. Since they were there, they decided to visit and experience everything, especially Yi Xin, who couldn't sit still upon seeing the revolving restaurant mentioned in the introduction of the Pearl Tower. She exclaimed, Brother, how about we eat lunch at that restaurant? Zhao Feng, caught by her pair of eager black eyes, reluctantly nodded. Lu Ruoxin didn't expect Yi Xin to have such a cute side. A smile appeared on her face. The History Exhibition Hall of the city's development is located at the base of the Oriental Pearl Tower. It displayed many unique historical artifacts from the past of Magic City, such as old cars, horse-drawn carriages, traditional Chinese medicine shops, and even a model of a thatched cottage. Among the four of them, Zhao Feng occasionally looked at the descriptions of those artifacts, while the three girls mostly glanced curiously at the exhibits before moving on. Even so, it took nearly 2 hours to finish exploring the entire exhibition hall. Fortunately, the girls weren't very interested in these old items. Otherwise, with taking pictures added in, it would have taken even longer. Next, they took the elevator up to the Pearl Tower. The first stop was the outdoor viewing corridor of the lower sphere, 90 meters above ground. There wasn't anything particularly special here, and it wasn't that high, so the view was quite limited. However, the girls finally found a place where they could showcase their selfie skills. Thus, the three girls began taking all sorts of selfies. They took solo shots, group shots as best friends, and even pulled Zhao Feng in for sibling shots, etc. While the three girls were busy taking pictures, Zhao Feng checked his phone and realized it was almost 11 o'clock. Let's just go eat. However, the revolving restaurant was actually located above the viewing corridor of the lower sphere. So, the group went back up the viewing corridor and spent another hour taking pictures. Standing at this height and looking down, the view opened up significantly, and gazing across the river, one felt a sense of liberation. This time, Zhao Feng couldn't help but take a couple of selfies himself. However, Yi Xin, who was nearby, saw and teased him. Brother, your selfies are really ugly. If you keep taking ugly pictures like this, how are you going to find a sister-in-law for me? Hey, you little brat, are you feeling superior? Or can I not handle the camera? Zhao Feng laughed in annoyance. Yi Xin certainly knew that Zhao Feng wouldn't actually hit her. Nevertheless, she pretended to look pitiful. How could you hit me, brother? Then, with a flattering smile, she said, Oh, I'm just concerned. How about this? Since your selfies are really not good looking, let me help you take a couple of shots. Yi Xin took her phone, pulled Zhao Feng to lean against the rail of the corridor, and fiddled with the phone screen. The results turned out to be quite good. Comparing her photos to his, Zhao Feng felt that her pictures were like those from an idol drama, while his looked more like a rural drama. In the proud gaze of Yi Xin, Zhao Feng casually complimented her. Yours are indeed pretty good. Looking at the time, it was almost 1 p.m. By this time, everyone should be getting hungry. Just in time, the revolving restaurant was right above. The four of them entered the restaurant, ordered some dishes, and began to enjoy their lunch. However, after tasting 2 dishes, Yi Xion's first words made Zhao Feng want to cover her mouth. Brother, this restaurant's food isn't as good as the Tang Ji's we had yesterday. Zhao Feng glared at her, and Yi Xion immediately sensed a hint of danger, quickly scooting over to Lu Ruoxin and Yang Zixin, pretending to start conversation. Lu Ruoxin smiled and explained, Sister Xen, Tangu is a typical Cantonese restaurant, and it's the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Magic City. Of course, it's different. Upon hearing this, Yi Xion's eyes lit up. Michelin 3-star? Oh no, what a loss. Lu Ruoxin looked puzzled, and Yang Zixin covered her face. Sure enough, the next thing Yi Xion said nearly made Lu Ruoxin choke on her own saliva. She said, if I had known, I would have eaten more yesterday. Gaining weight is no problem. Zhao Feng looked at his foodie cousin and felt a wave of worry rise within him. With such an appetite, wouldn't she ruin her in-law's household when she gets married? Unable to help himself, he said, you need to learn to maintain your figure. Otherwise, if you turn to a little pig, how will you get married? Upon hearing Zhao Feng say this, Yi Xion immediately responded with something shocking again. I grow fat based on my own ability. Why should I lose weight? Just as the saying goes, endure for a moment and starve for a lifetime. Take a step back and feel even hungrier. Besides, Zixin eats more than I do, and look, she hasn't gained any weight. Yang Zixin's face suddenly flushed with a hint of redness. What does it mean that my appetite is bigger than yours? Is it that you don't want me to be single anymore? She reached out to pinch the tender flesh around Yi Xion's waist, but before she could apply any force, Yi Xion seemed to sense the murderous intent and hurriedly changed her words. But Zixin and I both have a body that doesn't gain weight no matter what we eat. Don't worry, bro. Hearing her say this, Yang Zixin finally withdrew her little hand. Zhao Feng felt a headache coming on as he listened to her speak. What does it mean for me to not worry? It's as if I really have some ulterior motive. Just then, Lu Ruoxin perfectly added a comment. Of course, we need to eat until we're full. Later, I'll teach you a set of exercise routines to maintain our figures, so we definitely won't gain weight. When they were kids, the four of them finished their meal and then continued to have fun in the space capsule. Chapter 38, Confession. 6,000 recommendations for an update. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations. The special feature of the space capsule is the sci-fi feeling created by its decorations and lighting. If it's your first time seeing it, you'll definitely find it quite novel. However, there are now many scenes in various sci-fi movies that have a strong sense of technology. So Zhao Feng lost interest after walking around with the girls for a bit. The girls weren't particularly interested in the place either. They just came to take photos. At 3:20 p.m., the four of them took the elevator down from the Pearl Tower. Zhao Feng looked at the time and saw it was still early. He glanced at the 3 girls and asked, what were we planning to do next? His intention was actually to ask whether they were going home or continuing to explore. Yi Xion wanted to keep exploring, but remembering that Zhao Feng had promised to answer any questions tonight, she also thought about going home. At that moment, Lu Ruoxin suddenly suggested, there's an aquarium nearby. Why don't we go there for some fun? Zhao Feng nodded immediately upon hearing this. Seeing Zhao Feng nod, Yi Xion stopped hesitating. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Feng drove Lu Ruoxin home. After all, he had troubled her for a whole day, so it was only right to drop her off. However, Zhao Feng was surprised to find that Lu Ruoxin lived in Laozan New Village, right next to Dongfanjuan. This name, when heard, makes one think of a place that was compensated for relocation. Zhao Feng had thought she was renting a place. After dropping her off, Zhao Feng got out of the car and thanked her, saying he would treat her to a meal another day before getting back in the car to head home. As he approached Tangshan Yiping, Zhao Feng passed by a supermarket and bought some ingredients. His home was already low on vegetables, so he bought some vegetables and meat to prepare, just in case he wanted to cook something himself one day. He also bought 2 large bags of snacks for Yi Xion and Yang Zixin. When he returned downstairs, Zhao Feng was carrying vegetables and meat, while the 2 girls each carried a bag of snacks. The 3 of them took the elevator upstairs and ran into a few neighbors, but Zhao Feng didn't recognize them. After returning home, He asked Xin to tidy up the snacks while he organized the fridge. While sorting through the fridge, Zhao Feng asked Xin and Yang Zixin, "What do you girls want to eat for dinner? Are we cooking at home or ordering takeout?" Xin replied directly, "How about we order takeout?" After hearing this, Zhao Feng called Wang Cheng to help order dinner for 3. Then, Zhao Feng returned to the living room and handed each girl a bottle of mineral water, saying, "Feel free to grab any drinks you want." It sounded like he wasn't being very polite. However, the mineral water at home wasn't one of the cheaper options on the market. For instance, the mineral water they were drinking was Evian, which was priced around 10 yuan per bottle, making it relatively expensive compared to some drinks on the market. Zhao Feng didn't find it particularly tasty. He planned to switch to a different brand once they finished the current supply. These were merely some that he had stored when he moved in, as they still had about 6 months before expiration, so he just went ahead and drank them. It seemed there were still 3 boxes left. Xin and Yang Zixin had no problem with this. As for the girls, their favorite drinks in summer were various cold beverages, while in winter, it mostly came down to milk tea. The order takeout arrived just around 7 o'clock. While they were having dinner, Xin complained, "That rotating restaurant we ate at for lunch today was just a bit more upscale. I think the taste is worse than this takeout." Zhao Feng thought to himself, "Isn't that obvious? I spent 600 for lunch, and now this meal cost me 1,800. Additionally, he took out 3 bottles of beer called Zifulitlan No. 12 from the wine cabinet. This beer wasn't particularly expensive. Zhao Feng checked and found it was about 60 yuan per bottle. However, it had a unique taste, with a rich floral and fruity aroma and a strong aftertaste that was suitable for sipping. Sure enough, after taking a sip, both Xin and Yang Zixin's eyes lit up. After dinner, they put the dishes in the dishwasher. Zhao Feng returned to the living room, originally planning to watch a movie. However, Xin sat beside him, staring intensely at him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He shifted to the left to distance himself from Xin and looked at his cousin. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Hearing this, Xin's expression turned serious. "Did you forget what you promised me this morning?" Of course, he hadn't forgotten. Zhao Feng casually nodded and said, "I haven't forgotten. I'm not going anywhere. Let's watch a movie first." Xin resolutely shook her head. "No. Bro, it has to be now. If you don't say it, then you take this card, and I'll buy tomorrow's plane tickets with Zixin." Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Are you trying to cut ties with me?" "No. This is my savings, plus yesterday's red envelope, a little over 10,000. You can use it first, and I'll ask my mom to help you out when I get home." Hearing this, Zhao Feng immediately smiled. "This girl is worried I might do something bad. She's worth the trouble." Zhao Feng glanced at the quietly sitting Yang Zixin beside him. Yang Zixin misunderstood and stood up with a smile. "I'll head back to my room first. Zhao Guyu and Xiner can chat." Seeing this, Zhao Feng helplessly said, All right, it's fine, Zixin." Then he looked at his cousin. "You girl, are you really afraid I won't tell you?" He stood up and extended his right hand. "Come with me." Upon hearing this, Xin immediately smiled and grabbed Zhao Feng's warm hand, then reached out to pull Yang Zixin along, following Zhao Feng upstairs. The 2 girls followed Zhao Feng into the study. Zhao Feng sat in the genuine leather chair behind the desk and opened the stock trading software on his computer. Xin and Yang Zixin watched from the side. Yang Zixin always felt that knowing about this was somewhat inappropriate. However, being pulled along by her friend, she had no choice but to listen. Zhao Feng lightly clicked the mouse a few times and pulled up the profit details of the account he had found that morning. He indicated for Xin and Yang Zixin to look at the computer screen and said, "Your brother also tried stock trading when I was in college. I learned some basic knowledge about it outside of class, and I ended up making a profit. At the time, I wasn't expecting to earn much, just enough for pocket money, but unexpectedly, the stock surged, and I made my first bucket of gold." After a pause, he continued, "Then I thought I could give it another try. At first, I made some profits and incurred some losses, but gradually I learned a lot, and my earnings increased a bit. Over the past few years, I've been steady and diligent. I have built up this family business." Xin and Yang Zixin looked at the profit figure Zhao Feng made in his first year. Instantly, both of them covered their mouths in astonishment. 100 million. Chapter 39, Dog, Shut Your Mouth. Today's update. Please save and recommend. This is 100 million, the legendary small goal of the richest man in the world. In the astonished eyes of Xin and Yang Zixin, Zhao Feng explained some important financial turning points afterward. Both girls studied financial management in college. And although they weren't deeply versed in stock trading, they could understand, as Zhao Feng explained while they looked at the screen. Finally, when Zhao Feng mentioned that he had increased his shares in Shengtai Company and bought this luxury house, the amazement in Yi Xin and Yang Zixin's eyes turned into infinite admiration. They looked at Zhao Feng as if he were their idol. Their admiration stemmed from the shock in their hearts. If Zhao Feng hadn't clearly laid out his journey to wealth, they would never have believed that someone around them could rise to riches from scratch. Zhao Feng smiled at them and said, "I've been busy with fitness these past few days and haven't been paying attention to the stock market. I've only left $5 million in my account." Yi Xin gasped for breath a couple of times before asking, "What about the other money?" "I bought sports cars. The few Ferraris downstairs are mine," Zhao Feng said proudly when mentioning the cars. She couldn't help but ask, "How much did you spend on buying sport cars?" Zhao Feng agreed. "It really didn't cost much. Probably less than 100 million. Hearing this, Yi Xin swayed, luckily supported by Yang Zixin. Otherwise, she might have fallen directly to the ground. Yang Zixin also thought that spending so much money on sports cars was a bit extravagant. However, this money was earned by Zhao Feng himself, and he had now demonstrated his capability. Zhao Feng looked at her with a smile, seemingly unfazed by it. Yi Xin was helped up and couldn't resist leaning closer to the computer screen, staring intently at the displayed withdrawn funds. Feeling heartache to the point of being unable to breathe, she turned around and glared at her cousin, who was laughing at her. "Humph." With a cold snort, she said, "Brother, what if I tell my aunt that you spent 100 million on cars?" Zhao Feng laughed upon hearing this. "It's fine. Go ahead and tell her. I think my mom will definitely think you're crazy." Zhao Feng meant that he had never discussed his wealth accumulation process with his family, and his mom would certainly not believe it. Yi Xin thought about it and found it to be true. She sighed in frustration. However, her gaze suddenly fixed on the last line of numbers in Zhao Feng's stock account. Balance, 5 million. Instantly, she was taken aback, slowly turning to look at her cousin. She said, "Brother, you still have 5 million in your account." Zhao Feng replied nonchalantly, "That's $5 million. $5 million. Counting on her fingers, it took her a while to estimate that this was about 35 million. She instantly felt that her cousin had changed. Everyone agreed to study and work hard together. "When did you become rich?" In her inexplicable anger, Yi Xin grabbed Zhao Feng and bit him. Zhao Feng was immediately shocked and angry. He shouted, "Dog, shut your mouth." Yi Xin didn't bite too hard. It just left a saliva-covered tooth mark. Facing Zhao Feng's furious glare, Yi Xin giggled and leaned closer. "Brother, I just wanted to see if I was dreaming." Hearing this, Zhao Feng said irritably, "Why don't you slap yourself? That hurts." Yi Xin laughed and then tried to run away. Zhao Feng slapped her on the butt. "Dare to mess with your brother. Face the wind." He actually didn't use much strength. However, Yi Xin suddenly recalled the fear of being slapped by Zhao Feng and immediately dashed out. Zhao Feng chased after her. Yang Zixin, who was watching, looked at the room that had instantly turned into a chaotic scene, and her face was filled with confusion. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" After a while, Yi Xin hid behind Yang Zixin, looking sneaky and glancing at Zhao Feng, both angry and amused, not wanting to bother with her. This girl was quite resilient. Zhao Feng looked at Yang Zixin apologetically and smiled. "Sorry, Zixin, for letting you see this." Yang Zixin shook her head. Then she said, "It's okay, brother Zhao. Seeing you two siblings so lively makes me envious." Zhao Feng didn't ask much, glanced at Yi Xin, and casually said, "Let's go downstairs for some tea." Yang Zixin nodded with a smile. Yi Xin was much more obedient this time, but she was determined to report her cousin for hitting her. Oof. Back in the living room, downstairs, the three chatted casually for a while. During this time, Yi Xin hesitantly asked a question. "Brother, why do you always take the high-speed train when you go home and don't buy a car? You even keep changing your phone for only 2,000 or 3,000. Zhao Feng smiled upon hearing this. "Well, to be honest, I don't think I've earned much. And I feel like I'm just a student, so it's better to keep a low profile. Most of the time, I'm at school if I buy a car. Wouldn't that seem a bit showy?" Listening to Zhao Feng's words, Yang Zixin felt as if she had gotten to know him anew. To be honest, she thought Zhao Feng was a pretty good guy. Humble, low-key, capable, and not ostentatious. He now even had a perfect economic foundation. Moreover, although he wasn't particularly handsome, he was easy on the eyes, and with a height of 1.80 meters, he definitely fit the description of a tall, rich, and handsome guy. So, It was impossible not to feel a little moved, but although Yang Zixin felt she was charming, she wasn't confident in front of Zhao Feng. The appearance of Lu Ruoxin made Yang Zixin feel extremely alert. Although she thought her looks were not inferior, Lu Ruoxin, as a fitness coach, had a body that was too perfect. Not to mention, Lu Ruoxin was well-proportioned, with long and fit legs, and Yang Zixin felt a little inferior. Zhao Feng was unaware of Yang Zixin's complicated feelings. He looked at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. So late. Watching a movie would last until midnight. Since they were going out to play tomorrow, Zhao Feng decisively stood up from the sofa, looked at Xin and Yang Zixin sitting together, and said, "It's getting late. Let's go to bed early." After saying that, he went straight upstairs to his bedroom. Today, when he was taking pictures with his phone, Xin had complained about it for a long time. It seemed that if he had time tomorrow, he would have to buy a new phone. After Zhao Feng left, Xin and Yang Zixin also returned to their rooms. After washing up, the two girls leaned against the big bed in the bedroom. Xin looked at her best friend proudly. "How about it? I told you my brother is definitely a quality stock." Chapter 40 Love, 6,000 collections for extra updates. Please recommend. Yang Zixin nodded in agreement. "Your cousin is indeed very good." Xin immediately felt more proud. "Come on, do you want to be my sister-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Yang Zixin, who was originally quite happy, suddenly showed a hesitant expression after careful consideration. "Xin, I think the possibility between me and your brother is not very high. After all, liking is a matter between two people. I like your brother, but your brother may not necessarily like me, right?" Xin shook her head in response. "What you said makes sense. Isn't love just about attraction? I don't believe my brother wouldn't like such a beautiful girl like you." Yang Zixin became clearer in her thoughts because of what she just said. She gently held Xin's hands. "Xin, I know you mean well and want to find me a good match. But let's not say that you and your brother haven't expressed mutual feelings yet. Even if I like your cousin and he likes me, that liking is not pure. Just like my feelings for your brother, it's mainly because of his excellent abilities and economic background." After a pause, Yang Zixin continued, "I might not really like him as a person. You know what I mean, right?" Yang Zixin continued, "Similarly, if your brother has some feelings for me, as you said, it might just be attraction. Perhaps that word is not suitable, but you should understand." Xin calmed down as well. Under Yang Zixin's gaze, Secluded nodded. The thought of introducing Yang Zixin to Zhao Feng dissipated significantly in her heart. She regretfully said, "Actually, I really think you two would be a good match. He is my best cousin, and you're my best friend. But now that I hear you say this, I think it would be good for you to spend some time together first." Yang Zixin felt relieved upon hearing this. Afterwards, they changed the topic, took out their phones to check the photos they took today, and selected the good ones to post on Weibo and Douyin. However, when they opened Douyin, they both noticed that the video they posted yesterday seemed to have received thousands of likes. Although they played Douyin, they didn't make skits, they just shared their daily lives. And their faces only occasionally appeared. So, they didn't have many fans, just 2,000 or 3,000 people, including about 50 or 60 friends and family members. Therefore, any video that exceeded 1,000 likes was considered quite popular. The comments on the video were even more lively. It unexpectedly exceeded 99, making Xin think she was about to become famous. Yang Zixin's Douyin and Xin's were also mutually followed. As a result, their videos were dug up, and many commenters asked if their address was real. There were also many commenters stirring the pot, saying things about them being supported by wealthy men. Xin decisively retorted, and then edited the photos from today into a video, captioning it, "My best friend and I are at our cousin's house. Is that not allowed?" At the end of the text, Xin also casually mentioned Yang Zixin. Xin thought about Zhao Feng, but it seemed that they had never mutually followed each other before. This was actually normal, as Zhao Feng and Xin had been in college for the past 2 years. Although Zhao Feng graduated a year early, he had been in the Magic City for that year, and occasionally chatting on WeChat was their usual means of contact. Yang Zixin also posted on Douyin, and since she and Xin were best friends, their social circles overlapped to some extent. Therefore, many people privately messaged, inquiring about Yang Zixin and Xin. The questions were mostly about whether what they said was true or similar. Yang Zixin replied to a few close friends, but there were too many remaining, so she couldn't be bothered to respond. Afterwards, the two put away their phones and soon fell asleep. Several days passed quickly. During these days, Zhao Feng accompanied Yi Xian and Yang Zixin to various attractions in the Magic City, such as the Bund, Disneyland, Chungwang Temple, and so on. They basically went around and played in all these places. During these days, Zhao Feng's sign-in rewards were still 1 million cash every day, and in no time, his bank card balance approached 10 million. Today, Zhao Feng's original plan was to take Yi Xian and Yang Zixin to Jinling Road Pedestrian Street. However, unexpectedly, he received a message from Lu Yuhong while having breakfast. The message content was to ask Zhao Feng to attend the monthly meeting at the company. Moreover, since it was the end of the year, there would be more matters this month. Zhao Feng looked at it and felt that it had indeed been a long time since he had been to the company, which wasn't good. So he replied to Lu Yuhong that he would arrive shortly. Putting down his phone, Zhao Feng looked at Yi Xian and Yang Zixin. He said, "I have a monthly meeting at the company today, so I need to go to the company. Why don't you two drive out to play?" After a slight pause, Zhao Feng continued, "Can you drive sports car? The keys to the Audi 8 are on the shoe rack at the entrance. Buy whatever you want. I'll reimburse you when you come back." As soon as Zhao Feng finished speaking, Yi Xian raised both hands and excitedly shouted, "Long live Big Brother." She put her arms down and pretended to pout to kiss Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng immediately disdainfully raised his hand to pat her little head, pushing her down into a sitting position. "Your mouth is full of milk." After a bit of teasing, Zhao Feng got up, walked toward the door, and said, "You two tidy up the dishes and put them in the dishwasher. I'll go first." While speaking, Zhao Feng changed into leather shoes, grabbed his suit jacket, and pushed open the door. "Be careful when you go out to play." After saying that, Zhao Feng had already walked out of the house. Inside the room, the two girls looked at each other. Yang Zixin suddenly smiled and said, "I didn't expect your brother to be so decisive." Yi Xian couldn't help but retort, "Come on. You don't know, in the past, when we had holidays and went back to my grandma's house, my brother was too lazy to do anything, even sending me to the small shop." While chatting, they finished breakfast. Just before going out, Yang Zixin suddenly spoke, "Why don't we just rest at home for a day today?" Yi Xian asked in confusion, "Rest at home for a day?" Yang Zixin nodded. "Yikin sudendi realize it." Oh, all right, no problem. Jime, I'll pour you a cup of hot water." Yi Xian also just remembered that Yang Zixin usually comes on her period during these few days every month. However, this time it seemed to come a bit early, because when they originally came to the Magic City, they specifically calculated for a whole week to avoid this issue. Now it really was a bit unexpected. Upon hearing Yi Xian say this, Yang Zixin immediately shot her a glare. She walked back to the living room. Yang Zixin suddenly felt her lower abdomen pain intensify, and her face turned pale. Yi Xian brought back a cup of hot water and was startled to see Yang Zixin like this. After much effort, she managed to get Yang Zixin to drink some hot water, and slowly, Yang Zixin's complexion finally improved. Chapter 41 Vehicle Modification Business. Today's update, Junyang number, is after Chapter 40. Yi Xian stayed at home with Yang Zixin. She was someone who couldn't sit still. Even when she came over a few days ago, she had already toured every room in the house. However, back then it was just a rough glance. Now it's a detailed visit. On the first floor, among several rooms, there's a gaming room and a gym. In the gaming room, there are 5 neatly arranged Alienware desktop computers, and so far, no one has used them. Zhao Feng usually plays games alone in the study upstairs. In this room, he always feels too lonely. Seeing the 5 computers, the internet-addicted girl, Yi Xian, officially went online. Slipping on her slippers, Yi Xian excitedly ran to the living room. Looking at Yang Zixin, who was sitting up with a hot water cup and a pillow, she exclaimed, "Zixin, let's play games." Yang Zixin asked, "What game?" "Huh? What game? I'm in so much pain I can hardly breathe. What am I supposed to play?" Running to Yang Zixin's side, Yi Xian grabbed her and tried to pull her to the gaming room. Yang Zixin, being dragged toward the gaming room, had a helpless expression. "Jime, just let me be." Half an hour later, there is someone on the left. Someone on the left. Just now I shot a bullet at 98. Got it. Got it. Bang. A crisp gunshot echoed from the speakers. Yi Xian looked at the game character that had just fallen to the ground and instantly felt hopeless. Yang Zixin moved the mouse and clicked to start. "Come on, let's play another round." As for the stomach pain from earlier, hee, oh my god, so good. When Zhao Feng left, he didn't even notice which car key he casually took from the shoe cabinet drawer. Arriving at the garage, he pressed the car key. Zhao Feng looked at the flashing headlights of the Ferrari 488 and drove off. When Zhao Feng arrived at Shengtai, it was just around 10 a.m. Lu Yuhong's secretary was waiting personally at the company entrance for Zhao Feng. After parking the car, Zhao Feng strode toward the company entrance. Bai Qian saw Zhao Feng coming and hurriedly went to greet him. "Good morning, Chairman Zhao." Zhao Feng nodded slightly. Accompanied by Bai Qian, he entered the company. Along the way, many employees he encountered lowered their heads and greeted him, and Zhao Feng smiled and nodded in response. When Zhao Feng and Bai Qian arrived at the Shengtai large conference room, they saw that it was almost full. It was the same lineup as last time, but he didn't know what this meeting was about. Could it be that Zhang Guangtai was up to something? However, when Lu Yuhong notified him earlier, her tone was very calm. Taking the central seat without hesitation, Bai Qian, at Lu Yuhong's gesture, handed Zhao Feng a document she had just brought. The moment Zhao Feng sat in the main seat, except for Lu Yuhong and Zhang Guangtai, the other middle and senior management members stood up and greeted Zhao Feng. "Good morning, Chairman Zhao." Zhao Feng was somewhat surprised by their actions. However, he quickly pressed his hands down lightly. "Please, everyone, take a seat." Glancing at Lu Yuhong, He Jiawei, and Zhang Guangtai sitting to his right, Zhao Feng found it strange that the three of them were so united today. Opening the document, Zhao Feng was immediately attracted by the title. Feasibility of expanding the company's new business, vehicle modification business. Vehicle modification. Zhao Feng wasn't exactly familiar with these four words, but he wasn't entirely unfamiliar either. He was somewhat familiar because he followed some domestic and foreign car modification bloggers on Weibo, and he had seen some of the videos or materials they posted, so he had some understanding. However, if he were to say he was unfamiliar, it was because automotive modification is a relatively specialized industry that requires more professional modification knowledge, which he certainly did not understand. Zhao Feng glanced up at everyone in the conference room. All eyes were on him. Were they waiting for him to express his opinion? Just as Zhao Feng was about to speak, he heard Lu Yuhong clear her throat. Ahem. Then she began to speak. The main subject of today's meeting is the direction of the company's new business. I believe that the development of new business is imperative because our company's business is already saturated. Unless we expand into external markets, this would require a significant investment of human resources and funds. So, I hope everyone can come to a conclusion today. Lu Yuhong said this, but clearly, as the one who held over 51, reaching 54, Zhao Feng could completely decide the outcome of today's meeting. Zhang Guangtai continued, "I think what Lu said is correct. For example, we at Yongtai are already preparing to contact some foreign car brands that haven't entered the domestic market. If successful, our product variety will be richer, and we will be more competitive in the market. Mr. Zhang, I think if you're considering introducing foreign brands, you should think about whether they can adapt to the local environment. Many brands have not entered the domestic market for a reason." He Jiawei suddenly interrupted Zhang Guangtai. He continued, "In fact, compared to developing new car brands, I believe that another business has more prospects, which is vehicle modification." Zhang Guangtai glared at He Jiawei, who interrupted him. He Jiawei ignored Zhang Guangtai and said, "Chairman Zhao, you could take a look at the materials. Currently, there are some vehicle modification companies in our country, but there are not many larger-scale companies. Most are small modification workshops. Therefore, if we enter the vehicle modification market now, it is the most opportune time." After He Jiawei finished speaking, Zhao Feng's gaze swept over Lu Yuhong, He Jiawei, and Zhang Guangtai. Suddenly, he smiled. "Well then, since Chairman Zhang and General He have proposed different plans, let us discuss the pros and cons." As soon as Zhao Feng finished speaking, the middle and senior management personnel immediately began to discuss. During the discussion, someone pointed out that foreign brands already have a stable customer base in the domestic market. And this world is globalized. Car companies that haven't entered the domestic market will not perform well in the future. Moreover, the domestic industry is currently undergoing a revival, and domestic car companies' products are becoming more competitive. Therefore, they did not favor introducing new brands. In addition, a vice president brought by He Jiawei also spoke. "Everyone may not be very familiar with vehicle modification. You all have the documents in front of you, so you can take a look. Let me introduce. Vehicle modification refers to changing the external and internal design and mechanical performance of the original vehicle produced by the manufacturer according to the car owner's needs, mainly including body modification and power modification. Compared to the current economic development in our country, I believe that this business expansion is clearly more likely to yield results." Chapter 42, Conclusion. 7,000 recommended votes. And more. Please collect. Please recommend. Listening to this vice president's detailed introduction, Zhao Feng already had his own judgment. He now understood today's middle and senior management meeting. It was merely due to the differences between Zhang Guangtai and Lu Yuhong, He Jiawei. In his heart, without mixing in personal feelings, Zhao Feng actually leaned more towards Lu Yuhong and He Jiawei's vehicle modification business. Zhao Feng had been listening carefully to the discussions among the people below. He certainly arrived at a conclusion. Or rather, Zhang Guangtai's thinking was a bit more conservative. Even foreign brands cannot achieve unexpected success. Domestic low-end models have some local car manufacturers, while high-end foreign car manufacturers or joint ventures have basically secured the market. It is nearly impossible to seize market share from these established players, unless you're Tesla. Therefore, after nearly an hour of discussion, Lu Yuhong directly expressed her support for He Jiawei's modified car business. Zhao Feng ultimately made the decision to prioritize developing the modified car business proposed by He Jiawei. Facing everyone's gaze, Zhao Feng's expression was steady and his tone firm. I believe that if our company wants to grow, we must follow the trend. The modified car culture in our country has just emerged, and there is indeed great potential. We can even broaden our thinking. We may not be limited to sedans. If our technology is up to par, we can develop modifications for sports cars, off-road vehicles, RVs, etc. There's a lot of potential in these fields. Our modified cars could even form a brand of modified vehicles, a brand belonging to our company, because our modification technology can be patented, which the legal department, headed by Minister Li, should understand. Zhao Feng's words made the employees below him glance at each other, especially Li Ruojuan, the head of the legal department, who looked at the young chairman, Zhao Feng, with surprise. The one with the most intense gaze was He Jiawei. He felt that Zhao Feng was like a confidant. Zhao Feng scanned the room. Aside from feeling slightly uncomfortable under He Jiawei's gaze, he was quite satisfied with the others' reactions. He did not hesitate and turned to Lu Yuhong and Zhang Guangtai, asking, "Do you two have any objections?" Lu Yuhong smiled slightly. "Of course not. I support the chairman's decision." Zhang Guangtai appeared calm and seemed unaffected. "I also support the chairman's decision." Zhao Feng nodded. "Then I will announce it." Pretending to open the document in front of him, Zhao Feng flipped to the last blank page and announced, "Next, I announce that the company's new fourth business, car modification, will be operated by General He at the Yongsheng Tianma Racecourse. The relevant personnel arrangements will be jointly drafted by General He and General Lu." After the announcement, He Jiawei excitedly stood up. "Thank you, Chairman Zhao and General Lu, for your trust. I will definitely develop the company's new business well to repay the company's investment." Zhao Feng nodded slightly. Lu Yuhong retracted her surprised gaze from Zhao Feng and, seeing him reading the document, instinctively glanced at Bai Qian. Her heart filled with doubts. Is there someone in the company who is Zhao Feng's informant? After Zhao Feng read the decision and the meeting discussed some details, the meeting concluded around noon. Holding the document in his hand, Zhao Feng stood up and looked at He Jiawei and Zhang Guangtai on his left. Smiling, he looked at the over 50-year-old Zhang Guangtai. "Chairman Zhang, please don't mind. I'm also considering the company's interests. If conditions allow in the future, the company will definitely consider your suggestions." Zhang Guangtai smiled broadly. "No problem, Chairman Zhao. I understand." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Guangtai noticed that Zhao Feng seemed to have something to discuss with He Jiawei, so he took the initiative to take his leave. Zhao Feng watched his departing figure and slowly withdrew his smile. For some people, even if they dislike each other and have different positions, the necessary politeness must still be maintained, even if both may know that there are hidden daggers behind the smiles. He Jiawei looked over at Zhao Feng's gaze with deep meaning, saying, "Zhang Guangtai is getting old. Chairman Zhao." Zhao Feng turned to look at He Jiawei, a smile appearing on his face again without him realizing it. "General He, are you perhaps also interested in Chairman Zhang's side?" No. Chairman Zhao, please don't misunderstand. I have enough business as it is. I love racing and modified cars, and I must thank Chairman Zhao today." Upon hearing this, He Jiawei looked flustered and quickly waved his hands. Zhao Feng smiled and said nothing. However, He Jiawei then genuinely behaved like someone who loved cars, discussing many details about vehicle modifications with Zhao Feng in great detail. Zhao Feng nodded approvingly, appearing like a respected elder praising his junior. He Jiawei was quite patient, talking to Zhao Feng for a long time. Meanwhile, Lu Yuhong stopped her secretary Bai Qian outside the meeting room. Once everyone had left, Lu Yuhong looked out the window and asked, "Was that document you organized personally? Are there any other documents in it?" Bai Qin's expression was serious. She initially wanted to say no, but recalling that she had organized the documents yesterday and placed them in the meeting room without paying attention to whether anyone had touched them, she hesitated and said, "General Liu, I can't be sure." Upon hearing this, Liu Yuhong's breathing became rapid, and her chest rose and fell. If Zhao Feng had seen it, he would definitely think it was a breathtaking sight. In fact, Liu Yuhong wasn't afraid of there being informants for Zhao Feng in the company. She just felt that she might have underestimated the new chairman. Looking at Zhao Feng and He Jiawei, who were engrossed in conversation in the meeting room, Liu Yuhong smiled and walked over to them. "You two seem to be having a great time. It's almost noon. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch together." Upon hearing this, He Jiawei quickly nodded. "Our company cafeteria tastes much better than the racetrack. Let's go. I can hardly wait." Zhao Feng also smiled and praised Liu Yuhong. If our General Liu were at home, she would definitely be a virtuous wife and mother. Since I joined the company, General Liu has always invited me to eat in the cafeteria. I've never been out. Liu Yuhong's face turned red upon hearing this. Is Chairman Zhao saying I'm not hospitable? Zhao Feng waved his hand. That's not what I said. Liu Yuhong rolled her eyes playfully, her graceful demeanor resembling a blooming peony. The three went to the cafeteria. On the way, Liu Yuhong tested Zhao Feng a bit, but did not expect Zhao Feng to directly open the document he had been holding, candidly saying, I'm just putting on an act. Otherwise, those department heads and supervisors might think I'm too casual." Chapter 43. The Goddess in the Eyes of the Loser. This chapter is a transition, a light spray. Please vote for recommendations. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuhong clenched her teeth in her heart. It was a shame she had been so anxious earlier. Wait, what if he was just making her underestimate the matter? With this thought, Liu Yuhong suddenly felt that Zhao Feng, this seemingly unassuming young man, was quite capable. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng's gaze passed over Liu Yuhong. He was quite satisfied with his little tactic. Although it wasn't impressive, it was effective. Liu Yuhong always treated him with utmost respect. But today, she directly handed him the vehicle modification document, indicating that she had already made a decision and wanted him to make a similar decision. Although the final result did help her achieve her goal, Zhao Feng still felt the need to remind her that he wasn't so easy to fool. Although the Shengtai company had a systematic sign-in reward, it was now his asset, and Zhao Feng certainly wouldn't let it go unmanaged. I'm just a bit in the dark about Shengtai right now, so perhaps I need to pay more attention to it in the future. I had lunch again with He Jiawei and Liu Yuhong in the cafeteria. Tu Yexin sent a WeChat message asking if I wanted to go home for lunch, and I told him to eat first, so I put away my phone. Liu Yuhong and He Jiawei had seen Zhao Feng with his cracked Huawei phone before. If Liu Yuhong didn't know that Zhao Feng lived in Tangshan Yiping, if He Jiawei didn't know that Zhao Feng was a major shareholder of Shengtai, they would definitely think Zhao Feng was a very simple person. After lunch in the cafeteria, Zhao Feng stayed at the company in the afternoon. And because of the vehicle modification business proposed by He Jiawei, Zhao Feng felt it was time to learn some related professional knowledge. So he planned to look at some documents at the company in the afternoon. After checking the documents submitted by He Jiawei in his chairman's office, Zhao Feng frowned. He Jiawei was skilled in racing modifications and tuning, but whether the experience of modifying racing cars on the track could be applied to other models was a question. Moreover, although He Jiawei had what could be considered a top domestic racing technical team, changes would definitely be needed to develop the car modification business. Frowning, after reading the documents and finding no better way to handle it for now, Zhao Feng could only choose to trust those he employed without suspicion. At 5:30 p.m., the company employees clocked out. When Zhao Feng walked out of the office and passed Liu Yuhong's office, he found her still busy inside. This woman has a strong drive in her bones. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to manage the largest entity in the Shengtai system, Yongsheng. In fact, if it weren't for her little hints today, Zhao Feng felt she could definitely be a good helmsman for Shengtai. We'll see in the future. Driving back to Tangshan Yiping, it was almost 6 o'clock when Zhao Feng entered the house. Looking at the neatly arranged shoes at the door, just like in the morning, he curiously glanced towards the living room. No one. Did those two girls go out? Taking out his phone, Zhao Feng casually called Yi Xian. Before long, the call was answered. He heard Yi Xian's groggy voice. "Hello, who is it?" Hearing her voice, it seemed she was sleeping, so Zhao Feng said irritably, "Who else could it be? It's your brother." Upon hearing Zhao Feng's voice, Yi Xian seemed to wake up a lot. With the sound of her getting up, she said, "I'll be right down. Hang up." "Brother, Zhao Feng looked towards the stairs and hung up the phone casually. When Xin came down, she playfully jumped into Zhao Feng's arms. Zhao Feng saw her in pajamas, with messy hair, looking disheveled, and immediately pushed her away with his palm against her little head. Don't you know what your admirer would think seeing you like this? Xin curled her lip disdainfully. Brother, why bring him up? That kind of loser thinks my fart smells good. Ugh. Zhao Feng quickly shook his head and took 2 steps back. How can you be so disgusting? Xin sat on the sofa, unable to help but say, Brother, I definitely didn't say anything wrong about him being a loser. He's 7 meters tall, weighs 170 pounds, is almost bald. Looks like he's in his 40s at not even 30, and has a strange smell all the time. The most disgusting part is that what I just said was something he told me on WeChat. As she spoke, Xin recalled that guy's lewd smile, and immediately felt nauseous. Zhao Feng was taken aback by her words. Was he really that bizarre? However, out of curiosity, Zhao Feng still asked, What did he say? Xin nodded. Yeah, that one. Wow, what talent. He actually dared to say that the farts of the person he was pursuing smelled good. Does he think his goddess is a fairy who doesn't poop or pee? Ugh, it really seems that way. Moreover, if Xin finds him so disgusting, that guy is likely just as repulsive in the eyes of others. Before Zhao Feng could respond, Xin continued, Brother, I never agreed to any dates with him, and I never accepted any gifts from him. Plus, I'm single, so it's perfectly fine to refuse someone just because I don't like him, right? Zhao Feng nodded in response. That's right. How can someone like him be worthy of my lovely cousin? He then asked, So, what do you want to eat tonight? Do you want to go out or eat at home? As soon as Xin heard Zhao Feng mention eating, all memories of that admirer were swept away. Her big eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhao Feng and said, Brother, how about we have steak tonight? Zhao Feng nodded. Okay, let's go out to eat. Xin nodded excitedly, but then thought of Yang Zixin upstairs, lying under the blanket, and her excitement cooled down. Brother, Zixin is not convenient today. How about we eat at home instead? Not convenient? Zhao Feng looked at Xin with curiosity. Seeing Xin's expression, Zhao Feng suddenly realized. He then whispered, Relative visiting? Qin nodded. Got it. Then let's eat at home. During a girl's period, she should eat more fruits and vegetables, and for meat, lamb is a good choice. Zhao Feng had bought these before. He asked Xin to wash some fruits and make a fruit salad while he took out the lamb and cooked some hand-pulled lamb. As for whether the method was authentic or not, Zhao Feng couldn't be bothered, as long as it tasted okay. He also stir-fried 2 vegetable dishes. It could be considered a qualified dinner. When Yang Zixin came downstairs and saw the dinner Zhao Feng had prepared on the table, she felt a sudden, inexplicable touch in her heart. Her gaze towards Zhao Feng changed. In fact, Zhao Feng's intentions were very pure. No matter who it was, if they came to his house as a guest, he should take good care of them. Of course, unwelcome guests were not included. Chapter 44. Rich people also lick yogurt caps. 7,000 words for an update. Please save. Please recommend. This dinner didn't taste particularly good. Zhao Feng was only satisfied with what was in front of him, but made Zhao Feng's image in Zixin's mind rise infinitely. In fact, sometimes, don't say a woman is realistic. If a billionaire is willing to cook for her, then that woman will likely be moved, because the charm brought by money is limitless. After dinner, after Xin cleaned up the dishes, Zhao Feng took out 3 yogurts from the fridge. These yogurts were very ordinary, just a kind of jumbo yogurt that costs a dozen yuan in supermarkets. The reason for buying this yogurt was purely because Zhao Feng liked the taste of this brand. After handing straws to Xin and Yang Zixin, Zhao Feng sat back on the sofa and gently peeled off the yogurt lid. Looking at the thin layer of yogurt on the lid, Zhao Feng couldn't help but extend his tongue to lick it lightly. That sweet and sour taste is amazing. Xin and Yang Zixin, who were sitting beside him, were stunned by Zhao Feng's action. Zhao Feng felt the pause in their movements and the gazes directed at him. His hand suddenly froze. What are you looking at? I'm embarrassed to lick it, okay? Just as Zhao Feng looked up at Xin and Yang Zixin, Xin suddenly asked, Cousin, you're a billionaire, yet you're drinking yogurt and licking the bottle cap? Huh? Zhao Feng had a confused expression on his face. After a moment, he reacted and said with annoyance, What does being rich or poor have to do with drinking yogurt and licking the cap? Besides, licking the cap is the essence of drinking yogurt. Okay. Xin smiled awkwardly. It just doesn't look very nice. Zhao Feng rolled his eyes at her. Didn't you lick it before? Xin nodded candidly. Yeah, I still do. After saying that, She exchanged smiles with Zhao Feng. Yang Zixin's face turned slightly red at first. She thought licking the bottle cap in front of Zhao Feng was a bit unattractive, especially since she imagined Zhao Feng, the wealthy heir, had worked hard in the kitchen. However, seeing Zhao Feng and Xin licking the yogurt bottle caps together made her a bit eager, mainly because she also liked licking the caps. And doing so in front of Zhao Feng felt more genuine. So, shockingly, in a certain mansion in the Thompson Riviera, 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, were actually licking yogurt caps together in the middle of the night. If this scene were to be revealed to netizens, it would probably add another bizarre moment to this year's Weibo highlights. The night passed without incident. When Zhao Feng woke up and turned over in bed, he casually muttered in his mind while getting dressed. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 1 million cash. His phone vibrated, and the cash from the sign-in reward was credited. Sigh. Life is just so plain and unadorned. After getting dressed and washing up, Zhao Feng looked at the refreshed Xin and Yang Zixin as they came downstairs, feeling that their spirits were much better today. During breakfast, Zhao Feng casually asked his cousin Xin, "What are you planning to go back? Or you can stay until New Year's Day. We can go back together then." Upon hearing this, Xin immediately pretended to be pitiful. "Brother, I just got here a few days ago, and you're already driving me away." Zhao Feng looked at this cute act speechlessly and had to say, "I said you could go back with me on New Year's." Then, Zhao Feng turned to Yang Zixin. "Zixin, I've been a bit busy these past few days. You and Xin can go shopping together." Yang Zixin was surprised and quickly said, "Brother Zhao, you go ahead. It's okay." Xin also smiled and said, "Brother, you do your thing. We're both adults, we won't get lost." Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. At 9 in the morning, Zhao Feng appeared outside the library in Shanghai. He came today to look up some professional materials about car modifications. Speaking of which, Zhao Feng was quite interested in car modifications. After all, with his current financial situation, he could treat a car as a big toy. Moreover, a man's romance usually involves a few things: cars, weapons, etc. Whether it's sports cars or car modifications, one is about the joy of driving, while the other is about the joy of creation. After getting a library card, Zhao Feng searched for books on the computer. Otherwise, in such a large library, he would have been looking for ages. Soon, he found a book titled Car Modification Techniques and Examples. When he found this book, he also saw another one called Illustrated Car Modifications. To be honest, he couldn't really tell the quality of either book. Car modification is something that requires someone to guide you hands-on, like a seasoned mechanic, to help you get started. However, these 2 books weren't completely empty. They at least gave him some knowledge about car modifications. At noon, Zhao Feng borrowed these 2 books and brought them back home. Xin and Yang Zixin were indeed not home. Zhao Feng thought they had gone shopping. After some time, he found out they had gone to the gym at a club and were now having lunch with Lu Ruoxin. Zhao Feng had no plans to eat at home either. He grabbed a briefcase, put car modification techniques and examples inside, and headed out, driving his Audi A8 to the company. He first had a simple lunch in the cafeteria before returning to his chairman's office. After dealing with Lu Yuhong, Zhao Feng felt much quieter around his ears. He took out the book and started to read seriously at his desk. Honestly, Zhao Feng felt like he hadn't been this focused in a long time. He even took out a notebook to jot down some notes. Until 5:30 in the afternoon, Zhao Feng put the book and notes into the drawer of his desk and locked it with a key. Coincidentally, as Zhao Feng walked out of his office, he ran into Lu Yuhong, who was also getting off work. They ended up going to the company parking lot together. In the parking lot, out of courtesy, Zhao Feng helped Lu Yuhong into her Audi A8. She drove away, leaving behind a license plate number of 623. In winter in Shanghai, at 6 o'clock, the sky was only slightly dim, so the license plate number stood out particularly. In the evening, after dinner, the 3 had nothing to do. Internet-addicted girl Xin suggested they play some games together, especially the still popular Battle Royale game. Zhao Feng thought there wasn't much to do anyway. He had originally planned to watch some car modification case videos, but playing Battle Royale sounded much more appealing. He decisively joined Xin and Yang Zixin in the room. They opened 3 computers in the gaming room. After logging in, Zhao Feng added Xin and Yang Zixin as friends, and then they started a trio match. Zhao Feng preferred to play on a desert map because it made spotting people easier. Comparatively, it had higher playability. Xin and Yang Zixin didn't mind, so they quickly started a game. Chapter 45, Walking on Clouds. Please collect. Please recommend. Zhao Feng originally had the mindset of a novice player like a girl in Battle Royale, but unexpectedly, his cousin Xin was of average skill, while Yang Zixin turned out to be a competent sniper. With a 98 sniper rifle, she was unstoppable, supported by such a strong teammate. The trio surprisingly managed to win 2 chicken dinners that night. Of course, this was also due to their good luck in not encountering any hackers. They played until 11 o'clock before everyone went to bed. The night passed without incident. The next day, after Zhao Feng signed in again and received another million cash reward, he looked at his phone interface to see that his bank card balance had already exceeded 8 digits. Honestly, even though his savings now surpassed 10 million, every time he saw his bank balance increase, Zhao Feng still felt very happy. Today happened to be Saturday. Zhao Feng planned to accompany his cousin to go shopping over the weekend. After all, it wasn't easy for her to come once, so it was only right to do some shopping and buy some clothes. Upon learning this, Xin was, of course, very happy. She and Yang Zixin quickly changed their clothes and put on some makeup, ready to set off. Today, Zhao Feng planned to take the 2 girls to the Shanghai International Finance Center since he was somewhat familiar with it after visiting once. There was also the Jimao Tower nearby, which seemed like it would be fun as well. The Shanghai IFC Mall is not far away. If it weren't for the consideration of possibly buying some cosmetics and clothes for the 2 girls, Zhao Feng wouldn't have bothered to drive over. In less than 10 minutes, Zhao Feng arrived at the underground parking lot of the IFC Mall. After parking the car, the 3 of them took the elevator upstairs. The brands on the upper floor were dazzling, featuring not only some international luxury brands, but also some domestic ones. However, Zhao Feng wasn't familiar with the fashion scene, but seeing Xin and Yang Zixin's excited expressions, it seemed that the domestic trendy brands were quite impressive. In fact, Zhao Feng also had his own preferred style, like the workwear streetwear brand The Concealer. He thought their clothes were great, even considering them to have a strong combat style. Unfortunately, he had to admit that before the 11th of last month, he had never bought a single piece of clothing from The Concealer. The clothes weren't expensive, with the most expensive ones not exceeding 1,000 yuan, but he couldn't accept the ordinary prices of 400 or 500 yuan. It seemed there weren't any options now either. That was a bit awkward. It was just that Zhao Feng hadn't thought of it himself. He accompanied Xin and Yang Zixin to browse around the mall. After more than half an hour of shopping, Xin and Yang Zixin hadn't bought many items. Especially Xin. Every time she found something she liked, she would give up upon seeing the price. So this girl was trying to save money for herself. After leaving the Sisley store, Zhao Feng glanced at his cousin and casually said, "You're trying to save me money today. Are you afraid your brother will go bankrupt?" Xin immediately hugged Zhao Feng's arm and laughed. "Where is that? Those cosmetics are too expensive. Besides, I isn't it good that I'm saving you money, you old brother." Oof. Yang Zixin also chimed in. "Exactly, shopping here is just too extravagant for us. There's a saying, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality." Zhao Feng was surprised that the 2 girls had such thoughts. While it was unexpected, he also admired Yang Zixin's good upbringing. However, he still said, "It's okay, indulging a little once in a while is fine. Besides, didn't I say, all expenses today are on me?" At that moment, Zhao Feng suddenly had a funny thought. When had he ever encouraged others to spend his money? Hearing Zhao Feng say this, Xin became excited. "Brother, can we buy a set of Chanel's Essence Intensive Revitalizing gift box?" Zhao Feng waved his hand. Bye. Xin immediately released her grip on Zhao Feng's arm and pulled Yang Zixin toward the Chanel flagship store. Zhao Feng followed them into the Chanel store, letting the 2 girls pick out what they wanted while he sat in the lounge area and scrolled through the news on his phone. After waiting for almost an hour, Xin and Yang Zixin finally finished selecting, had the sales staff process their payment, and walked over to take a break. Zhao Feng had given Xin a bank card with 500,000 yuan, so she didn't need to handle the payment herself. Soon, the card transaction was completed. The 3 of them exited Chanel and began shopping at the next store. The 2 girls were quite sensible, buying only what they liked instead of specifically picking the expensive items. Before long, they had accumulated quite a few bags of varying sizes. Zhao Feng helped carry a large portion of them. By noon, the 2 girls were still not satisfied, but Zhao Feng felt that his arms could hardly take it anymore. He hadn't felt this much leg pain from his usual workouts in a long time. Moreover, his protesting stomach reminded him it was time for lunch. Although the IFC Mall housed many high-end luxury brands, if they wanted to eat lunch, they should go to the nearby Jimao Tower. Just right. The three of them placed their items in the trunk of the Audi A7 and then took the elevator upstairs. After a 5-minute walk from the ground floor, they arrived at the Jean Mao Tower in the southeast direction of the IFC Mall. After having a simple meal at a restaurant in the tower, the three of them, at Zhao Feng's suggestion, went upstairs to experience the Sky Walk in the high-rise building. The Sky Walk is located in the observation hall on the 88th floor. To experience the Sky Walk, they needed to enter half an hour in advance, and all jewelry had to be removed, which posed quite a challenge for Yi Xin and Yang Zixin. After tightening his shoelaces, Zhao Feng took the lead and stepped out first. Zhao Feng wasn't afraid of heights, but behind him Yi Xin and Yang Zixin were girls, and even if they weren't afraid of heights, facing a 100-meter drop still made their legs a bit weak. They couldn't bring their phones, and they had to ask the staff to take photos, which was infuriating since each photo cost 50 yuan. The ticket was 358 yuan per person, totaling nearly 1,000 won for 3 people. Zhao Feng decisively swiped 2,000 yuan, leaving the rest for photos. Walking ahead, Zhao Feng steadied himself and turned back to look at Yi Xin, who was 2 meters away and couldn't help but shout, "What's your feeling now?" At his words, Yi Xin shivered. With a trembling voice, she replied, "It's so cold." Yang Zixin's voice also came through, accompanied by the sound of rushing air. "I feel like I have to use all my strength to breathe." Zhao Feng cautioned, "Watch your step." Finally, Yang Zixin, who was at the back, reached out to steady Yi Xin, and the 2 girls successfully caught up with Zhao Feng. Soon, after walking a lap, they returned indoors, and Yi Xin was shivering and sniffling. Yang Zixin's nose was also red from the cold, and it was only Zhao Feng, the boy, who seemed a bit better. Chapter 46. Huawei 30, 7,000 words for an extra update. Seeking recommendations. It was indeed cold outside. The time had already entered winter, and they were hundreds of meters above ground, where the temperature was even lower. After Yi Xin and Yang Zixin warmed up, the 3 of them prepared to take the elevator upstairs. Yang Zixin seemed a bit slow on the uptake. Perhaps her reflexes were a bit delayed. Just now, while walking on the Sky Walk, she had taken each step steadily, but now in the elevator, her legs were weak, and she kept leaning on Yi Xin. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw a WeChat message from his college classmate Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng was from northeast China. During college, they were both from Shandong in northeast China, and the only ones who could stay sober enough to return to school after drinking at gatherings were himself and Su Lingfeng. Therefore, they had a close relationship. "Su Lingfeng, I'll be on a business trip to Shanghai in a few days. Let us meet up?" In fact, after their dormitory graduated, Su Lingfeng returned to northeast China because of his girlfriend. A while ago, they had a big fight and broke up. Zhao Feng had thought about comforting him and taking a break from his company's troubles in northeast China, but within a week, they got back together. Zhao Feng had cursed under his breath at that time. "So you guys are just acting for me." At that time, Zhao Feng wished him well and prepared to stay home. Su Lingfeng probably felt a bit embarrassed, saying he would treat Zhao Feng to drinks when he came to Shanghai. Zhao Feng replied by typing, "Sure, let me know when you come, and I'll pick you up." After sending a message, Su Lingfeng didn't reply immediately, and Zhao Feng put his phone away. He then heard Yi Xin say, "By the way, brother, last time, your phone's camera seemed to be broken, and the screen is damaged. Let us buy a new phone later." Zhao Feng replied, "Isn't this one working fine?" Yi Xin, "Oh my, you such a rich person using such an old phone. How embarrassing." Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh at her. "I don't think it's embarrassing at all." Yi Xin grabbed Zhao Feng's big hand with both hands, pouting her rosy lips close to his face, shaking his hand and acting cute. "Oh, just change your phone." Zhao Feng had no way to deal with her and could only nod. All right, I'll change it." As he spoke, looking at the happily smiling Yi Xin, Zhao Feng reached out and touched her hair. "Xin is right next to you. Aren't you afraid she will laugh at you?" Yi Xin smiled and leaned towards Yang Xin. "Xin wouldn't do that, right?" Yang Xin nodded with a smile. Her feelings were quite complicated at the moment, and for some reason, when she stood in front of Zhao Feng, she always wanted to say something, but couldn't bring herself to say anything. Looking at her cheerful best friend, she felt a twinge of envy. She said, "I really envy the sibling-like relationship between Xinair and brother Zhao, but unfortunately, our family doesn't even have any cousins." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng immediately laughed and said, "You can't just call me brother for nothing from now on. Treat me as your brother." Yi Xion's face changed instantly. Her own brother was just a deadwood. A delicate little cabbage was delivered to this pig's face. And not only did he not want me, but he also wanted to be called brother. Really silly. Just as she was about to pinch her cousin, unexpectedly, Yawn Zxin suddenly came over and hugged her, then laughed. Okay. Thank you, brother Zhao. Zhao Feng nodded with a smile. Out of nowhere, he raised his hand and also touched Yawn Zxin's hair. Yawn Zxin's face immediately turned red, her eyes sparkling and clear. When they walked out of the elevator, Zhao Feng let the two girls walk in front, and he followed behind. Back at the Guijin Center, they picked up the car. The three of them drove to the Huawei flagship store on Bin He Road, not far away. When they arrived at the store, it was just a little past 3:20 in the afternoon. There weren't too many people in the store, and Xin and Yawn Zxin accompanied Zhao Feng, one on each side, as they walked into the flagship store, letting the two girls choose phones. Zhao Feng also paid attention to some of Huawei's products, such as laptops and smartwatches. Oh, speaking of watches, it seems there was something on his arm. Looks like he can check out watches later. In fact, Zhao Feng, who often scrolls through Douyin, knows a few watch brands, such as Vacheron Constantin, Patek Philippe, and Rolex. The one that appeared the most was Rolex, especially a model called the Green Submariner. He wasn't quite sure of the specific model, but it had a green dial and a silver-white bracelet. To be honest, Zhao Feng found the aesthetics of Rolex a bit lacking. Not to say it was ugly, but at least it wasn't his style. Ahem, digressing a bit too much. Just as Zhao Feng was looking back with interest, Xin suddenly waved at him. Zhao Feng walked over and saw Xin and Yawn Zxin smiling brightly, pointing at a phone in the display case. Brother, look at this phone. Yawn Zxin. Brother Zhao, this phone is the foldable phone that Huawei launched this year. It's even more expensive than the iPhone. Zhao Feng had also seen some news reports about it. Looking at the foldable phone in the display case, he suddenly became interested. The staff behind the display case, being quite perceptive, reached out to take the foldable phone out. Sir, if you're interested, you could try it out, the staff member said softly. Zhao Feng glanced at the staff in uniform and politely thanked her. Thank you. He took the phone and handed it to Xin and Yawn Zxin. This phone looked a bit strange. Isn't it just a tablet when opened? Zhao Feng spoke with indifference. However, the staff member's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. She maintained a polite smile and explained, Sir, this phone is definitely different from a tablet. We have applied many new technologies to this phone. For example, the foldable screen, side fingerprint, and front and back camera integration. Zhao Feng didn't ignore the staff member's explanation. Instead, he listened to it very seriously. To be honest, Zhao Feng's earlier comment was just a joke with Xin and Yawn Zxin. However, after the staff member's serious and sincere introduction, Zhao Feng truly understood the phone better. He immediately decided, all right, give me 3 of them. The staff member was momentarily stunned and then shocked. Sir, you mean? Zhao Feng nodded and said again, give me 3 of them. Then, Zhao Feng turned to Xin and Yawn Zxin and said, we'll each have one. You both need to change your phones. Yawn Zxin didn't expect Zhao Feng to just buy them. But this phone was priced at 16,666 yuan, which was already considered expensive. She immediately shook her head. Brother Zhao, this isn't appropriate. Zhao Feng countered. What's inappropriate about it? Chapter 47. The two girls leave. Please bookmark. Please recommend. Yawn Zxin smiled and said, Brother Zhao, this phone isn't suitable for us. As girls, we naturally prefer phones with better camera effects. This phone leans more toward a business style and is more suitable for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng looked at Xin again and feeling Zhao Feng's gaze. Xin also nodded heavily. Brother, I just changed my phone 2 months ago, and Xin has only been using hers for a month. The novelty hasn't worn off yet. Hearing this, Zhao Feng no longer insisted. All right, then just give me one. By the way, do you have a Porsche 30 here? The staff member didn't show any disdain because Zhao Feng changed his mind, but when she heard Zhao Feng ask about the 30, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Soon, after coming to her senses, she quickly turned around and brought out a 30. The color was black, and Zhao Feng liked it at first glance. Both phones were 5G, while Zhao Feng's current phone was still 4G, as it would take some time for 5G to be widely used. Zhao Feng casually pointed to the 30 in the display case. I'll take that one too. Let us pay together. As he spoke, Zhao Feng took out his bank card and handed it to the staff member. The staff member immediately showed a smile, as such straightforward customers were rare. She quickly prepared the order and handed the receipt and bank card to a colleague nearby, asking her to go to the cash register to process the payment. Meanwhile, she personally helped Zhao Feng put the SIM card into the 30. Since Zhao Feng's SIM card was not 5G, it couldn't fit into the 30. The staff member saw Zhao Feng frown and quickly said with a smile, "Sir, we can purchase SIM cards next door. Would you like me to help you buy two?" Zhao Feng raised his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. "I'll go buy them myself." After saying that, Zhao Feng went next door and bought two 5G SIM cards, installing them in both phones. After confirming that the phones were fine, Zhao Feng took back his bank card and, under the staff member as farewell, walked out with his cousin and Yang Xian. It was still early. The three of them returned to the Guijin Center. Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have said he would buy a gift for Lu Ruoxin. So, the three of them went back upstairs in the Guijin Center. Zhao Feng looked at Xian and asked, "How much was that Chanel gift box just now?" "Over 6,000. Yiqin honestly replied. Not too expensive. I just saw that Chanel had items for 300 or 400. How could it be so cheap?" Zhao Feng was astonished. Xian looked at her brother with an expression that screamed new money. Zhao Feng, completely oblivious, raised his chin and signaled to Xian, "Go buy another set." Upon hearing this, Xian glanced at Yang Zixin beside her and couldn't help but admire her brother's cleverness. Yang Zixin felt sweet inside as well. However, she then heard Zhao Feng say, "I'll give it to Coach Lu another day. It's a way to thank her." Xian was instantly dumbfounded. A hint of disappointment flickered in Yang Zixin's eyes. Zhao Feng, unaware, said, "You all bought this gift box, right? Go see if there's anything else we need to add. Zixin, you come along too. One for each person. No one is allowed to miss out. Hurry up." At this point, the two girls realized that Zhao Feng thought they had all bought it together. In fact, Yang Zixin had felt it inappropriate for Zhao Feng to pay for such expensive items when she already felt she had bought too much. Zhao Feng also had his own considerations. First, the two girls had a good relationship, and Yang Zixin was there to accompany Xian for relaxation. Secondly, he had previously said he would treat Yang Zixin like a sister, so he felt he should treat her equally. By the time the two girls came out of the Chanel store, it wasn't too late, and they weren't hungry. Xian suggested picking out some clothes for Zhao Feng. Both Yang Zixin and Zhao Feng readily agreed. Zhao Feng knew his taste was average, so with Xian around, the girl's perspective on choosing clothes would likely make him look cooler. The three of them shopped until 8 in the evening. Zhao Feng felt his whole body stiffen as if he was becoming a puppet, manipulated by the two girls. After trying on various outfits, he was filled with regret. If it had been up to him, he could have finished everything in an hour, but choosing was much more complicated for Xian and Yang Zixin. They insisted on having Zhao Feng try everything they thought would match him. Finally, they managed to select 2 Versace shirts, a Burberry belt, 2 Armani suits, and a pair of leather shoes, totaling nearly 100,000 yuan. Xian and Yang Zixin together also spent about 100,000. 2 days passed just like that. One day, during dinner, Yang Zixin suddenly spoke up, "Brother Zhao, you've been a trouble to you lately. I'm going back tomorrow, and I really appreciate your care during this time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng instinctively glanced at Xian. Xian also said, "Brother, I'm going back with Zixin. So, you'll be all alone at home." Zhao Feng was a bit puzzled. Why was it so sudden? Why were they in such a hurry? Did they find me inadequate in my care? Zhao Feng joked. Yang Zixin immediately showed an anxious expression. "No, Brother Zhao, it's because my mom is sick. I have to go back to take care of her." Hearing this, Zhao Feng also put away his smile. "Is Auntie's illness serious?" Yang Zixin shook her head and said, "My dad still has to work. He can't manage alone." Zhao Feng nodded. "Then you need to go back quickly. Have you booked your tickets?" Both Xian and Yang Zixin nodded. "That's good. What time is your flight tomorrow?" Xian replied, "At 11 in the morning, on December 9th. At 11 in the morning, at Hangzhou Airport in Shanghai. Zhao Feng saw Xian and Yang Zixin onto the plane. After watching their flight take off, he turned around and drove home. During these days, the rewards for signing in had not been particularly remarkable, but the increase in funds made Zhao Feng feel quite comfortable. Thinking about Xian going home, he realized he didn't need to keep his current wealth a secret anymore. After getting home, Zhao Feng called his mother. Then he transferred 500,000 back home for his parents to enjoy. His mother was startled by the sudden transfer from her son. She initially planned to interrogate Zhao Feng, but was deflected by his excuse of asking Xian about it. In her excitement, Zhao's mother hung up the phone. It seemed she was going to call Xian. Fortunately, with the XINs helping vividly recounting his story of starting from scratch. Zhao Feng's narrative appeared more vivid and real among friends and family. Thus, his goal was achieved. Chapter 48. Sending Lu Ruoxin a gift. 8,000 push for more. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations. Comfortably leaning on the sofa, Zhao Feng flipped through the book car modification and technical examples and unknowingly dozed off until 3 in the afternoon. He picked up his newly changed phone and saw that Xin and Zixin each sent a message saying they were home. Zhao Feng replied to each one. Standing up and stretching, he suddenly felt a bit hungry. Not wanting to cook at home, he noticed a Chanel gift box on the coffee table. Zhao Feng directly took it downstairs. Passing through the garden downstairs, when he arrived at the Yapinui Club, Zhao Feng sent Lu Ruoxin a WeChat message asking what she was doing, while Zhao Feng was waiting for his food to be served in the restaurant. Lu Ruoxin's message came through. I'm teaching a yoga class with a female student. All right, do you have time later? Lu Ruoxin replied with a question mark, then asked, What's up? Looking at his phone screen, Zhao Feng replied, Nothing, just have something for you. Lu Ruoxin instinctively asked, What is it? After waiting 2 minutes without a response from Zhao Feng, she was about to follow up when her student called out from a distance. Coach, I can't do this move. Lu Ruoxin had to put away her phone and go demonstrate for her student. She sat cross-legged, about a meter away from her student, extended her arms forward, and then gracefully lifted her right leg straight back, revealing her perfectly curved figure. This is quite simple. You can try it. After a simple meal to fill her stomach, Zhao Feng went upstairs to the gym with the Chanel gift box. He greeted the 2 receptionists with a smile as he passed by the front desk. Zhao Feng headed straight into the gym. Walking to the yoga classroom, he looked through the glass and saw Lu Ruoxin seriously teaching yoga poses. Because she practiced yoga, Lu Ruoxin wore extremely fitted clothing, making her figure's curves obvious at a glance. Shaking his head, Zhao Feng thought that if he kept watching, his thoughts might become impure. He raised his hand and knocked on glass. Lu Ruoxin and her student both looked outside. The student joked, Oh, Coach Lu, is this your boyfriend coming? Lu Ruoxin's face flushed. No. This is also one of my students. I'll go see him for a moment. Ms. Zhang nodded with a smile. Lu Ruoxin stepped out of the classroom and approached Zhao Feng. Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? Zhao Feng pretended to be dissatisfied. Didn't I say I was coming over just now? Lu Ruoxin then whispered, I thought you were just joking. Zhao Feng certainly heard her voice and immediately handed her the bag containing the gift box. This is a gift I picked out for you. Take a look and see if you like it. Lu Ruoxin hurriedly waved her hand. Mr. Zhao, we have rules that prohibit accepting gifts. Thank you for your kindness. Zhao Feng's expression turned serious. What do you mean by you? What's wrong with giving a gift between friends? This is also to thank you for helping me take care of my cousin and her friends that day. I've been busy these past few days and haven't had the chance to bring it to you. They just went back this morning, so now I finally have time. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxin quickly analyzed Zhao Feng's words in her mind. First, since Zhao Feng's cousin and her friends had all gone back, it meant that Zhao Feng and Yang Zixin had not developed into a romantic relationship. This was certainly good news for her. In fact, Lu Ruoxin had been somewhat annoyed with Zhao Feng these past few days for not contacting her much, but now, looking at the expensive Chanel gift box in his hands, she couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. However, she still did not take it. Seeing her hesitation, Zhao Feng directly reached out and grabbed Lu Ruoxin's small hand, stuffing the bag into her hand. Just take it. When your supervisor asks about you, just have him call me and ask if we are friends. After saying that, Zhao Feng turned around and strode out. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao. Lu Ruoxin wanted to chase after him, but her feet felt incredibly heavy. She was also afraid of being seen in this scene, so, in the end, she could only stomp her foot and put the gift box in her locker in the lounge. After leaving the gym, Zhao Feng regretted it immensely. What gentlemanly demeanor. The girl's hand was so soft. Wasn't she charming? Cough, cough. Recovering his serious demeanor, Zhao Feng returned home, intending to play a couple of games in his study. However, sitting on the leather chair, he suddenly remembered that he still had a beginner's skill in stock manipulation and finance. Moreover, there were $5 million in his stock account. With this in mind, Zhao Feng decisively opened the stock market interface. Looking at the detailed descriptions of various stocks on the market, Zhao Feng's gaze finally landed on a stock named Xiangyin Company. This stock had been on a decline for 5 days. But after analyzing it using the professional knowledge from his skill, Zhao Feng felt that this stock could surge. Currently, it was the 8th largest decline. After some hesitation, He decisively clicked to buy the stock at $9 a share, purchasing $1 million worth. The reason he only bought this much was that Zhao Feng was a bit unsure. He thought he would try it out first, and if it turned profitable, then they could talk later. Checking his phone, it was almost 5:30 in the afternoon. He clearly hadn't spent much time looking at the market. Yet somehow an hour had passed. Walking out of the study with his phone, he felt a bit uncomfortable without Xin and Yang around. As he was used to being alone at home, there was an inexplicable feeling that the house was a bit cold and empty. Indeed, a big house isn't necessarily comfortable. Ugh, just who am I showing off to being here alone? Since lunch had turned into an afternoon tea, Zhao Feng wasn't very hungry. He thought about watching a movie, but the recent films seemed a bit excessive. Among the mediocre options, he heard there was a movie called Beneficiary with a decent performance by the actor. Zhao Feng clicked to watch, seeing the makeup of his former goddess Lu Yan. He almost didn't recognize her. However, the acting in this movie was passable, and it could be considered a work for Lu Yan and the male lead to prove their acting skills. Speaking of which, Zhao Feng's impression of the male lead was still from the Sewing Machine Band. That guitar playing was really impressive. Ugh. The legwork was really nice to hear. After finishing the movie, Zhao Feng opened Weibo. He intended to post a casual tweet, but suddenly noticed that his account, which had only 100 zombie followers, had suddenly gained dozens of new fans. He casually clicked on one to take a look. Wow, this the political class representative from high school. After the subjects were divided into arts and sciences, he and T kept in touch with him until graduation. Chapter 49. 9-room, Tang, Chinese villa. Seeking collection. Seeking recommendation. Scrolling through the recently added followers, Zhao Feng instantly realized they were all somewhat familiar high school and middle school classmates. Could it be that his WeChat moments caused this? Too lazy to think too much. Putting away his phone, he saw it was getting late and just happened to scroll through Douyin, where he stumbled upon a barbecue video. Suddenly, a strong appetite surged within him. At 8:30, Zhao Feng called the restaurant at Yupinyui. He ordered a grilled lobster, 2 chicken wings, a serving of oysters, 10 beef skewers, 10 lamb skewers, 10 vegetable skewers, and 2 charcoal grilled steaks. He didn't order any staples, estimating that this would be enough. At 9 o'clock sharp, the delivery arrived. After bringing it in, he placed it on the tea table on the balcony. He took out 2 bottles of beer from the fridge, sat in a chair, filled his beer glass, looked at the crescent moon outside, and snapped 3 quick photos of the almost full tea table of barbecue with his newly changed phone. Then he took a picture of the moon outside. He posted it to his moments with the caption, "The first day of melancholy after my cousin left. Cheers." After posting, he set his phone aside and, smelling the aroma of the various grilled meats, couldn't help but dig in with great delight. One must admit that Yupinyui was quite thoughtful. In addition to the already grilled skewers, the steaks and lobsters each came with a sauce. Because the flavors of the steak and lobster were only slightly seasoned, these sauces could be added to suit the guests' preferences. Zhao Feng suddenly felt a bit mischievous today. While enjoying the delicious food in front of him, he also looked at his moments. Sure enough, that girl Xin was the first to comment. "You sneakily eat delicious food right after I leave. I won't talk to you anymore." Yang Zixin also liked it, saying, "It looks really good." Lu Ruoxin, just a friendly reminder, eating these grilled meats at night isn't good for your health. But I also really want to eat. Aside from them, some friends and classmates also liked and commented. Late night poison release. Can't catch it during the day, can't escape at night. I want to know your exact address, to wash you. Zhao Feng smiled. His sudden inspiration also came from a Douyin user called Scarecrow Detox. Every time he saw this user's videos, despite being full, he would inexplicably develop a strong appetite. Not replying to anyone, he put away his phone. As the saying goes, raise a glass to invite the bright moon. Tonight, the moon was particularly bright, so Zhao Feng ate quite comfortably. When he was about 80% full, there were still 2 meat skewers left. After considering it, Zhao Feng decisively chose to put the skewers in his mouth. Burp. He let out a satisfied burp. After tidying up the garbage and putting it in the kitchen bin, what to do next? Zhao Feng decisively turned around and entered the playroom next to the gym door. He casually opened a computer, chose to play PUBG, and looked at the online players. His cousin and Yang Zixin were both offline. He decisively clicked on solo mode. 11 o'clock. A slightly drowsy Zhao Feng climbed into bed after washing up. He intended to sleep, but perhaps because he had eaten a bit too much earlier, he couldn't fall asleep for a while. After struggling for some time, he finally fell asleep around 1 in the morning. On December 10th, Zhao Feng woke up at 9 in the morning. Leaning against the headboard, he silently recited, "Sign in." The system responded, "Sign in successful. Congratulations, the host has received a reward of 1 million cash." Sighing, he thought, the life of a wealthy person is so plain and boring. After checking the bank message about the deposit, he wasn't very hungry after washing up and casually ate a slice of bread. Zhao Feng walked to his study, wondering what was going on with his stocks. After looking at the stock market, he was shocked to find that Xiangyan was in a declining state today. He initially thought about selling all his stocks immediately, but after some hesitation, he chose to trust the abilities granted by the system. Perhaps the stocks would improve tomorrow. Time passed slowly as Zhao Feng researched car modifications. Throughout the day, aside from eating, he dedicated almost all his energy to learning about car modifications. Before he knew it, it was December 11th. On this day, Zhao Feng didn't pay much attention to things. However, as he silently recited, "Sign in," the system's voice came again. "Sign in successful. Congratulations, the host has received a reward of a set of Jiujiantang Villa, Building 36. Suddenly, something different from the 1 million cash appeared. Zhao Feng's attention was immediately captured. He clicked to open the introduction of the Jiujiantang Villa. Jiujiantang Villa No. 36. Building area of 848 square meters, covering an area of 2 acres, a Chinese-style mansion. The so-called 3 entrances and 3 exits of the 9 rooms has a Confucian charm in its interior layout, with an enclosed interior and private garden layout. The corridors, courtyards, eaves, and pavilions form a Chinese courtyard that feels separated yet connected, with semi-permeable walls and fences resonating with the outdoor garden scenery, creating a front yard for guests and a backyard for the host, with small courtyards for guest rooms, interconnected yet distinct. Seeing this, there were of course more introductions ahead. However, Zhao Feng could hardly wait. Looking at the ownership certificate and a series of documents for the Jiujiantang Villa that had appeared in the system space, Zhao Feng immediately got up, changed into the clothes that Yang Zixin and the Exine had bought for him a few days ago, grabbed the keys to the Ferrari, and went downstairs. After locating the position of the Jiujiantang Villa, Zhao Feng drove straight there. The Jiujiantang Villa is located on Fondian Road and is also in the Pudong district, so it wasn't particularly far. He smoothly drove from Tangchuan Yiping to the entrance of the Jiujiantang Villa area. Just as Zhao Feng parked his car in front of the villa area gate, the barrier slowly rose. The security guard inside didn't control it. It was entirely the system automatically recognizing Zhao Feng's vehicle and raising it. After the barrier rose, Zhao Feng drove directly into the villa area. Soon, he drove along the gently sloping road to the front of Building 36. Sitting in the driver's seat, Zhao Feng took out the garage key from the document bag in the system space. He pressed it against the garage door, and the garage door slowly opened. The villa's garage isn't very large. It can accommodate 3 cars. If squeezed a bit, it could fit 4, but that would require exceptional driving skills. After parking, Zhao Feng noticed a side door in the garage. Entering through the side door led to the entrance hall connected to the villa's main entrance. Walking into the entrance hall, Zhao Feng admired the antique interior decoration. He instantly thought that his dad would definitely like the layout of this house. Of course, he liked it too, and he casually turned around the room. He had to say, this villa combined the Chinese courtyard and Western villa quite well. Chapter 50 and 180 million mansion, 8,000 for an extra update. Please save and recommend. The overall design of the villa features corridors, horsehead walls, and details in both black and white tones. Using the entrance hall, living room, and master bedroom as the central axis, the villa is horizontally divided into 3 areas: reception, public entertainment, and the owner's private space, while vertically divided into living, activity, and functional areas. Even with the black and white color scheme, under the slightly warm and bright lighting, it doesn't feel cold. Through 3 different passages at the 2 entrances, the host, guests, and servants can enter their respective areas without disturbing each other. This is one of the most notable characteristics of the first floor layout: clear functional divisions without appearing cluttered. The entire villa also has 2 skylights arranged at the northwest and southeast corners, which not only ensures lighting for the basement, but also fills the originally dark basement with greenery. Utilizing the walls for privacy and scene intentions while avoiding excessive oppression is very important. Additionally, the height of the villa's surrounding wall reaches 35 meters, ensuring the owner's privacy while also giving a somewhat grand feeling. If Tangshan Yiping combines sci-fi and modern styles, then Zhujiantang Villa undoubtedly showcases traditional elegance. It is said that Ma Ali also has a villa here. If Zhao Feng looked it up online, he might discover that Ma Ali's villa is right next door to his, and their villa layouts are similar. Looking at the spotless marble floor, just as Zhao Feng sat down at the coffee table, he suddenly heard his phone vibrate. Picking up the phone, he saw a text message. Mr. Zhao, I am a property manager Zhang Wei. Today, the security noticed that you seem to have moved into your residence. If you have any issues with the residence, you can directly call me for inquiries. I apologize if this message has disturbed you. Zhao Feng noted the polite wording of the message. He clicked the screen to return the call. As soon as the phone started ringing, it was immediately answered on the other end. A middle-aged voice came through. Is this Mr. Zhao? Yes. The cleaning of the house is done by you, right? Zhao Feng casually asked. Zhang Guowei's heart tightened. Could it be that something went wrong with the cleaning? Fortunately, as a property manager for many years, Zhang Guowei wasn't easily flustered. He steadied himself and asked Mr. Zhao, is there something that went wrong? If there are issues, we will definitely correct them. Hearing this, Zhao Feng chuckled lightly. Haha, it's nothing. Just that I think your cleaning staff did a good job. Also, I want to let you know that I might come to stay here from time to time in the future, so I hope you continue to maintain the standard. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Zhang Guowei relaxed a bit. By the time Zhao Feng finished speaking, he felt relieved. He respectfully said, rest assured, we will maintain our usual service standard. Zhao Feng replied, then that's it. If there is nothing else, let us leave it at that. Zhang Guowei quickly replied, of course there is. Thank you for your trust in our property. Zhao Feng replied lightly good. Then he hung up the phone. In the property manager's office, Zhang Guowei loosened his collar, then stood up and walked outside. He glanced at a young man who acted as his assistant and instructed, note the cleaning for building 36. Add a bonus of 1,000 yuan this month. The young man was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded. Okay. Manager Zhang, sitting on the sofa, Zhao Feng looked at the 100-inch LCD TV in front of him. He intended to turn it on to watch a TV series, but subconsciously spoke out loud to the air. Turn on the TV. However, there was no response from the television at all. Realizing this, Zhao Feng remembered that he wasn't in the Thompson Riviera. Indeed, the decoration style and smart butler system of Thompson Riviera were quite suitable. But setting up a smart butler system in this somewhat antique villa was indeed out of place. Picking up his phone, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered he forgot to check the price of this villa. After entering Zhujiantang Villa in the search box, the first 10 search results were mostly real estate sales websites. Although these advertisement-like searches were quite annoying, these websites usually displayed a price. Clicking on the first link, Zhao Feng took a look. It was 635 yuan per square meter for a 539 square meter unit. The second link showed 502 yuan per square meter for a 617 square meter unit. After checking a few more listings, he found that the 130,000 yuan price from the first listing was several years old. The current price for that area was at least 160,000 yuan per square meter. Following the trend that larger areas cost more, Zhao Feng conservatively estimated that this 849 square meter luxury house with 6 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms would have a price of around 220,000 yuan per square meter. Calculating for 849 square meters, the total price would be about 186 million yuan. The price was even much higher than that of Thompson Riviera. My goodness. Impressive. My system. Additionally, the search page showed a daily rental price for Zhujiantang Villa exceeding 300,000 yuan. Zhao Feng really couldn't imagine who would rent such a villa. However, this operation seemed a bit flashy. Wasn't this a way of showing off? It made him want to rent it out too. But Zhao Feng thought it was unnecessary to let some people in and out of this house. He wasn't short on money, just feeling a bit inflated. Getting up, he walked up the stairs to the master bedroom, which was about 50 or 60 square meters. In this huge space, the floor was covered with gray cashmere carpet. On the left side was a simple-style large bed, and directly opposite the bed was a floor-to-ceiling window that almost occupied an entire wall. Outside the window was a fish pond, which might also be a swimming pool, in front of which was a lawn with a few trees planted, and between 2 trees hung a swing. In this bedroom, besides the bed, there were 3 pieces of furniture, a cabinet in front of the bed to the left. Leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window where a pot of vibrant green plants was placed on a yellow solid wood cabinet. In the corner near the floor-to-ceiling window, on the right side of the bed, was a white lamp, and in front of the lamp was a brown solid wood square chair. When Zhao Feng saw this chair, a scene instantly flashed in his mind. The moonlight spilled into the giant bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling window, and he held a glass of red wine, sitting on that chair, taking a sip now and then. If there could be some quiet music, it would be even better. This scene would definitely be quite classy. It made Zhao Feng want to take a photo to capture the moment. He thought he should learn some photography skills. Otherwise, with so many materials, his photos would still not look as good as others. That would be such a waste. Chapter 51. Jiujiantang Club Qing Shui Pavilion. Seeking collections. Recommendations. Time flew to noon. Feeling a bit hungry, Zhao Feng checked the refrigerator in the kitchen. However, he found nothing inside. There was some white wine, red wine, and foreign liquor in the kitchen's wine cabinet, but not much, as there was a wine cellar in this villa, so most of the red wine was stored there. Well, he couldn't just drink wine to fill his stomach. He simply drove out of the villa and took a drive around the area. The red Ferrari roared through the streets like a blazing flame. The area where Jiujiantang was located could be considered a high-end residential area. Adjacent to it was another area called Yutsue Garden, where even regular residential buildings were quite expensive, mainly because the houses there were in a school district. Zhao Feng was somewhat surprised to find a restaurant within the Jiujiantang Villa area named Jiujiantang Club. In fact, this club was not just a simple restaurant. It primarily served high-end cultural and social purposes, catering mostly to the owners in the Jiujiantang Villa area and surrounding high-income groups. After parking his car in front of the club, Zhao Feng got out and walked directly into the club. The two waitresses at the entrance, dressed in black with white vertical stripes, slightly bent their waists and bowed, saying welcome. Walking to the front desk, Zhao Feng noticed a young couple in front of him holding a purple card. He immediately recalled that there was a similar card inside the property document envelope of Jiujiantang. However, it seemed to be made of silver white metal. He had casually put it in his wallet. Since this was Jiujiantang Club, that card should be usable here, right? After the young couple left, two beautiful receptionists at the front desk faced Zhao Feng with graceful smiles and slightly bowed. Sir, welcome. Nodding with a faint smile, Zhao Feng handed over the silver white metal card to the receptionist on the left and casually asked, "Is this card for here?" The two receptionists maintained their graceful smiles while the left one took the card. After confirming it, she looked at Zhao Feng with a sincere smile and said, "Sir, this is the titanium diamond membership card for Jiujiantang Villa owners. May I ask if you'd like to dine?" Zhao Feng nodded. The receptionist swiped the card on the card machine and then said, "Sir, this titanium diamond membership card is being used for the first time, and it has a balance of 1 million yuan. Shall we arrange a table at Qing Shui Pavilion?" "Sure. All right, sir. I wish you a pleasant dining experience at our club." Zhao Feng took his card back from the receptionist's hands. Then followed a waitress who came forward and took the elevator to the restaurant on the upper floor of the club. After Zhao Feng left, there were no other guests for a while. The receptionist on the right quietly said, "Sister, we haven't seen an owner for half a month. And today we actually encountered two." The left receptionist scolded, "Don't talk. Be careful not to get your salary deducted if you get caught." The right receptionist glanced at her colleague, but obediently closed her mouth. Zhao Feng was led by the waitress to Qing Shui Pavilion. The so-called Qing Shui Pavilion was decorated with a rockery and flowing water in a private room, with a stone dining table situated in the center of the pond where the water flowed in. A path made of several square blue stones led directly from the entrance to the dining table. Following the waitress along the blue stone path, Zhao Feng reached the dining table. I must say, the mist from the flowing water mingled with the fragrance of the green plants wafting in the room, creating a refreshing atmosphere. After simply ordering a few dishes, he could quietly wait for the food to be served. However, Zhao Feng found it a bit strange that the stone table and stone bench should have felt cold in this winter, but when he sat down, he felt that the stone bench was not very cold at all. The stone table has a warm feeling. Could it be that this stone table only looks like stone? Before Zhao Feng could satisfy his curiosity, in less than 10 minutes, the waitress arrived with 3 attendants carrying trays of dishes. Zhao Feng did not order too much, only a total of 4 dishes. The restaurant of Jiujiantang specializes in Hawaiian cuisine. Therefore, the 4 dishes Zhao Feng ordered were squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, Yangzhou lion's head, pine-nut corn, and wincy tofu, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes, plus a serving of rice. These dishes looked visually appealing, and their aromas were enticing, whetting one's appetite. As a carnivore, Zhao Feng was the first to pick up a piece of Yangzhou lion's head. The taste is fragrant. The meat of the lion's head is rich without being greasy, and it's definitely the best combination when eaten with rice. After finishing one lion's head, Zhao Feng began to taste the other dishes. I have to say, the chefs hired by Zhu Jiantang indeed have excellent skills. An hour later, Zhao Feng walked out of Qing Shui Gu feeling exceptionally satisfied. Inside, the stone table was already a mess of plates and cups. After driving back to the villa, Zhao Feng took out his phone and slapped his thigh. He had just forgotten to take a couple of photos. But it's no big deal. He could always go again later. Putting away his phone, perhaps it was because he was full that he felt sleepy. Zhao Feng returned to the master bedroom upstairs and soon fell asleep on the bed. He spent a night at Zhu Jiantang. I have to say, in such a pleasant environment, Zhao Feng didn't feel much like a stranger to the bed. After getting up and signing in, he received a reward of 1 million cash. He went to the garage to drive the Ferrari back to Tang Chunyi Pin. On the way, Zhao Feng recalled the Zhu Jiantang villa. Speaking of the villa, everything is good, except the garage is a bit small. However, for an average family, a garage that accommodates 2 or 3 cars is sufficient. But compared to the garage of Tang Chunyi Pin, Zhao Feng felt a bit dissatisfied. It seems he should look for villas in Magic City with larger garages. Or perhaps buy one that can be renovated for an underground garage. When he arrived at Tang Chunyi Pin, he entered the elevator, pressed the button for the 43rd floor, and quickly reached his home floor. Just as Zhao Feng stepped out of the elevator, his phone rang. Looking at the phone, it was an unfamiliar number. Zhao Feng generally doesn't reject unfamiliar numbers because he fears it might be someone with an urgent matter calling him. Upon answering, he hadn't even had the chance to hear who it was before he had already reached his front door. The door opened automatically. While changing his shoes, Zhao Feng heard a voice from the phone. "Fenger, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Feng immediately remembered. This Su Lingfeng. Just got home. When are you coming over? He casually replied, changed into his slippers, and walked to the refrigerator to get a bottle of water. Su Lingfeng, the plane ticket is for the day after tomorrow, and I'll send you the exact time shortly. Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "Okay, no problem. I'll pick you up at the airport." Chapter 52, Su Lingfeng, Gao Ruoshi. 9,000 pushes for more updates. Please collect. Please vote. Walking into the living room, he comfortably leaned back against the sofa just as Su Lingfeng sent over his flight time. The flight from Northeast Feng to Magic City generally takes about 3 hours. Su Lingfeng's flight departs at 6:20 p.m. and arrives at Pudong Airport at 9:05 p.m. Although the time seemed a bit late. Nowadays, young people generally stay up late. So, Zhao Feng didn't feel it was too late. He chatted a bit with Su Lingfeng, which was also a way to maintain their friendship. Time quickly passed to December 14th. After getting up and washing up, Zhao Feng sat up straight in the living room, silently reciting the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 1 million cash. Another million cash. However, this was already enough to satisfy Zhao Feng. Originally, Zhao Feng wanted to check the stocks he had tried to buy a couple of days ago, but then he remembered it was Saturday today. Stocks couldn't be traded. With nothing to do in the morning, Zhao Feng went to the gym. Following Lu Ruoxin's plan, after a morning workout, Zhao Feng suddenly realized he had developed some noticeable muscles and started to feel sore. Rubbing his arms, Zhao Feng looked at Lu Ruoxin, who was wearing tight sportswear, and curiously asked, "Do we increase the training intensity today? Why do I feel so sore all over?" Lu Ruoxin rolled her eyes at Zhao Feng. "If you keep resting for another 10 days, it will be like practicing for nothing." While Lu Ruoxin was speaking, Zhao Feng was quite enjoying the charm of her look, and he smiled awkwardly, not saying anything. Lu Ruoxin continued, "Today's workout intensity is the same as before." Looking at Lu Ruoxin's resentful eyes, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel more ashamed. During this period, he indeed seemed to have enjoyed being lazy. It seems that if he wants to have a good body in the future, he still needs to exercise more. After the workout, Zhao Feng wanted to invite Lu Ruoxin to have lunch together. But unexpectedly, Lu Ruoxin and the others received a last-minute notice to hold a small meeting before lunch. So he had to go to the restaurant alone for lunch, without the beautiful scenery to enjoy, even though the restaurant's dishes were quite good. Zhao Feng only ate 2/3 of what he usually would. Back at home, he received a phone call from his mom. The call didn't discuss much else. His parents also asked about Yexin and they had mostly understood his success story, so they called to remind him not to spend money recklessly, saving up to prepare for marriage. This is the key point. Zhao Feng was once again urged to find a girlfriend. According to his parents in the past, the economic foundation was not strong, so they didn't dare to urge him to find a girlfriend. Otherwise, the pressure would be a bit much. But now that he has economic strength, he should find one. As a result, Zhao Feng replied, "Mom, what if she's only after my money?" Only then did his parents stop talking, and after a few reminders, they hung up the phone. Actually listening to his parents nagging, Zhao Feng felt quite warm, but he still let it go in one ear and out the other. At 7:30 p.m., Zhao Feng simply ate something to fill his stomach before driving his Audi 7 out of Tang Chunyi Pin. The reason he only had a light meal was that he planned to treat Su Lingfeng to dinner and drinks. As a result, when Zhao Feng arrived at Pudong Airport, it was exactly 8:40 p.m. After waiting in the reception hall for 20 minutes, he saw Su Lingfeng coming out with a group of 6 or 7 people. It seemed they were on a group business trip. However, who was the girl linking arms with him? A girlfriend? It seems inappropriate to bring a girlfriend on a business trip. Just as Zhao Feng was puzzled, Su Lingfeng seemed to have spotted him in the crowd. He immediately raised his hand excitedly and waved at Zhao Feng, who quickly smiled and waved back. Old Su. In Zhao Feng's view, Su Lingfeng chatted briefly with the person who seemed to be leading the group, then separated from the girl beside him and walked over to Zhao Feng. After more than a year without seeing each other, Su Lingfeng stepped forward and gave Zhao Feng a big hug. After they parted, Zhao Feng smiled and asked, "That was your colleague just now, right? If it's convenient, let's have a meal together." Su Lingfeng hurriedly said, "Oh no, I feel bad for making you pick me up so late. How can I bring so many people and trouble you? Don't worry, they all have hotels." Zhao Feng nodded, then looked at the girl next to him and asked, "Who is this?" Su Lingfeng replied without any concealment, "This is my wife, Gao Ruoxi. This business trip is also a benefit provided by the company, and everyone on the trip can bring a family member, so I brought her along." Zhao Feng smiled and extended his hand. "Sister-in-law, I'm Zhao Feng. Lao Su should have mentioned me to you. Nice to meet you." Gao Ruoxi also reached out to shake Zhao Feng's hand gently. "Big brother Zhao, I'm very happy to meet you too." Su Lingfeng immediately became unhappy. "What do you mean, sister-in-law? We're the same age, okay. Besides, I'm older than you by months on my ID." Zhao Feng immediately showed a broad smile, reminiscing about how they often quarreled over this during their school days. "However," he said, "that's because my mom registered me late back then. Besides, sister-in-law looks younger than you. So calling me Big Brother Zhao is not wrong." Before Su Lingfeng could retort, Zhao Feng directly looked at the two of them and said, "Let's go. I drove here. Let's grab something to eat first, then head home." As he spoke, Zhao Feng took the suitcase from Su Lingfeng's hand and walked toward the elevator. Following behind Zhao Feng, Su Lingfeng grabbed Gao Ruoxi's suitcase and heard her say, "Your classmate seems pretty wealthy." Su Lingfeng looked at Gao Ruoxi in confusion. "Our family background is about the same, right? Oh, let's not worry about that now. Let's eat first." Zhao Feng and the two quickly caught up with him. Soon, the three of them took the elevator down to the first floor of the airport and headed towards the parking lot. Su Lingfeng held Gao Ruoxi's hand while walking beside Zhao Feng and curiously said, "Wow, you bought a car?" Zhao Feng smiled. "Just a means of transport. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient." Su Lingfeng nodded in agreement. "That's true. The cost of living in Shanghai is too high. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen to go home." Zhao Feng was immediately surprised. "I thought you said you were going back for your sister-in-law." Su Lingfeng instantly realized and gave Zhao Feng a thumbs up. Gao Ruoxi, who had been silent, suddenly blushed and looked at Su Lingfeng with a softer gaze. However, due to her shyness, she smiled and said, "Big brother Zhao, please don't compliment him for me." Chapter 53. I believe you, you ghost. Today's update, please bookmark. Please recommend. Su Lingfeng's height was considered tall, around 172 meters, slightly shorter than Zhao Feng, while Gao Ruoxi, at just over 160 meters, looked even more petite. However, both of them were quite good-looking. Su Lingfeng wasn't too handsome, nor was he the kind of fresh-faced youth, but he gave off a refreshing vibe. As for Gao Ruoxi, based on Zhao Feng's rating, she could barely score around 7 points, and with makeup, she was about an 8, making them look quite compatible. Before long, they arrived at the parking lot. Reaching Zhao Feng's Audi A7, Zhao Feng took out the car key and pressed it. As the silver-gray Audi A7's lights began to flash, Su Lingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhao Feng and asked with a smile, "Is this the so-called means of transport you mentioned?" He then playfully tapped Zhao Feng on the shoulder. "Wow, you really flaunt it in front of your brother. That's just ruthless." Zhao Feng accepted all his teasing with a smile and said, "Oh, it sounds like I'm really showing off." Su Lingfeng was still a bit angry. As he placed his girlfriend's suitcase in the trunk, he remarked, "Isn't it just the truth?" Zhao Feng nodded. Okay, I was wrong." While gesturing for Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoxi to get in the car, Zhao Feng asked, "So were we eating? Or should we eat downstairs at my place?" Su Lingfeng felt that it was too late to make Zhao Feng find a place. So he said directly, "Let's just eat downstairs at your place. By the way, don't tell me you bought a house." Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Lingfeng said this, while Gao Ruoxi, who had just taken out her phone in the back seat, also looked over. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded yes. "We pooled our resources to buy a house, planning to settle down in Shanghai." Su Lingfeng, "I believe you, you ghost, you old man." Zhao Feng laughed without saying a word, started the car, and drove towards Tangshaniping. On the way, he called Wang Cheng, asking him to arrange a table for a business meal at Yiping Club, the kind that could be eaten right away. Wang Cheng, who had already switched shifts, of course, would decline, but he agreed with a smile over the phone. After Zhao Feng hung up, he immediately called the manager of the restaurant department at Yiping Club to make arrangements. Meanwhile, in the Audi A7, Zhao Feng, Su Lingfeng, and Gao Ruoxi chatted about things that happened during Zhao Feng and Su Lingfeng's college days. One of the most significant stories was when Su Lingfeng almost had to pick up soap while taking a shower at the bathhouse. Gao Ruoxi, being a girl, understood the meaning of picking up soap and immediately laughed, her face turning bright red. This made Su Lingfeng look at Zhao Feng with deep resentment all the way. Actually, it was too good to bring up this embarrassing story in front of Gao Ruoxi, who was Su Lingfeng's girlfriend. It was just that Su Lingfeng and Zhao Feng were chatting back and forth, and when Su Lingfeng mentioned the bathhouse, he was about to tease Zhao Feng about his embarrassing moment. Zhao Feng chose to strike first, resulting in a slip of the tongue. In this situation, if they directly changed the topic, it would make the cramped space in the car even more awkward. Fortunately, the tacit understanding they developed in college was still there. The two of them joked and teased each other, turning the awkward moment into something less cringeworthy. Zhao Feng was driving in front, chatting lively with Su Lingfeng in the passenger seat. Gao Ruoxi in the back seat occasionally chimed in, but she was worried about not having enough space in the car since she was a girl and was with friends. So, she occasionally glanced at the map on her phone to check the route and also looked for nearby hotels, until she noticed that Zhao Feng was driving towards the Oriental Pearl Tower. When Zhao Feng slowed down the car to turn into Tangshaniping, she was more shocked than surprised. Carefully looking at Zhao Feng, she asked, "Big brother Zhao, isn't this Tangshaniping up ahead?" Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "Yes. We're going to eat at Yiping Club first." Su Lingfeng, who had been engrossed in conversation with Zhao Feng, didn't notice until he heard his girlfriend's question and Zhao Feng's answer. He immediately reacted with a shocked expression. "Are you kidding me, brother? What's going on?" Zhao Feng hadn't intended to hide it from them. He smiled and slowly drove the car in front of Yiping Club, then turned to Su Lingfeng and said, "I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but it turned into distancing. No more pretending. I'm a billionaire. I've come clean." This line was from a comedy movie released this year, The Richest Man in Shihong City. However, in Su Lingfeng's eyes, the scene unfolding before him was far more dramatic than anything in the movie. Seeing Zhao Feng's Audi A7 didn't shock him much, because if he worked for a year and performed well, he could easily make a down payment and get a loan for a car. However, he didn't think that Zhao Feng's luxury apartment in Tangshaniping could be afforded by a programmer's salary in just 1 year. He was so surprised that he could hardly speak. After Zhao Feng made a joke with a line from a script, seeing him still silent, he continued, "You're right. I inherited the family business. Just a line scared you this much. Your heart must be too weak." Hearing this, Su Lingfeng, who had finally snapped out of his shock, retorted, "Don't talk, I want to be quiet." Zhao Feng chuckled mischievously. "Oh, do you still remember our classmate Jingjing?" As Su Lingfeng was pulled out of the car by Gao Ruoxi, Zhao Feng handed the car keys to the doorman waiting nearby. "Please help me park the car." "Thank you." The doorman was taken aback and quickly bowed. "Not at all, sir. Please proceed with these two guests to the dining hall on the 3rd floor, room 2. Zhao Feng nodded and looked at Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoxi beside him. "The food here is quite good. Let's just have something simple today." Su Linfeng felt that this was too extravagant. The girl seemed to naturally be more composed in such situations. Gaoruashi linked her arm with Su Linfeng's and followed Zhao Feng into the club. On the third floor of the restaurant, the three of them entered room 2, and immediately, 2 waiters in suits came in and removed the covers from the dishes on the table in the center of the booth. The aroma of more than 10 dishes instantly filled the room. Su Linfeng and Gaoruashi were feeling a bit hungry as they weren't used to airplane food. They only had some snacks on the flight. Zhao Feng glanced at the 2 sitting to his left, picked up his chopsticks, and said, "Let's eat. I haven't had dinner yet because I was waiting for you guys. I'm starving." Su Linfeng smiled wryly. "Bro, isn't this too extravagant? I feel like I don't deserve it." Zhao Feng replied helplessly, "What is there to not deserve? Besides, I often order takeout here. It's pretty much like this every day, not extravagant at all." Chapter 54, a dog blood romance drama. Mass updates. Please collect. Please recommend. All friends can join the group. There are handsome guys and beautiful girls in the group. Group number in the introduction. Also, forget about the haters. Then Zhao Feng looked at Gaoruashi. "Sister-in-law, eat if you're hungry. Don't be polite." Gaoruashi smiled and nodded. However, Su Linfeng felt a pang in his heart. He looked sadly at Zhao Feng beside him. "Dog, you've changed." Zhao Feng raised his hand and playfully tapped his head. "Stop talking. Are you going to eat or not?" Zhao Feng complained. "Eat, eat, eat." Su Linfeng nodded timidly, then turned to Zhao Feng and asked, "By the way, are you single now?" Zhao Feng had just picked up a piece of food when he heard the question and nearly choked. But he quickly replied, "Yes, single." Su Linfeng's eyes lit up. "Bro, you're still a single dog." Zhao Feng. "Can't even stop your mouth while eating, huh?" After not seeing each other for a long time at the dinner table, Zhao Feng and Su Linfeng were excited and somewhat reverted to their silly selves from school. Gaoruashi, on the side, smiled throughout the meal. She even thought that if male friendship were this simple, it would be great. After finishing, Zhao Feng took the car and drove Su Linfeng and Gaoruashi into the underground garage. When Zhao Feng parked in a spot, Su Linfeng's eyes instantly lit up. He saw an Audi R8 in the adjacent parking space and vaguely noticed a shadow next to it. When he got out of the car, he was stunned by a row of Ferraris. "Wow, awesome." His voice echoed in the spacious underground garage. Gaoruashi's gaze followed his shout, attracted by the sports cars. No matter whether a person likes or understands sports cars, they can't help but be drawn to their appearance. Su Linfeng was even more excited and circled around those cars. When he returned, he looked excitedly and said, "Whose cars are these? They're so cool." He turned to Zhao Feng, full of curiosity. "They can't all be yours, right?" Zhao Feng smiled mysteriously. "Guess." Su Linfeng immediately felt that his brother had become mysterious. Without giving him time to think, Zhao Feng directly said, "All right, stop looking. There will be plenty of time in the future. Let's go back and rest well today." "Okay." Su Linfeng agreed, but still looked back reluctantly at those Ferraris. The 3 entered the elevator, and Zhao Feng pressed the button for the 43rd floor. Soon, after arriving at the 43rd floor, when Zhao Feng walked to the front door, it opened automatically. Su Linfeng, who was pushing Gaoruashi's suitcase behind him, didn't notice. However, Gaoruashi, with her hands empty, did notice. But she thought it was facial recognition. When Zhao Feng entered the foyer, the 2 followed him inside and were amazed at how luxurious this house was. Gaoruashi instantly abandoned her idea of booking a hotel. Zhao Feng turned back and glanced at Su Linfeng and Gaoruashi. "The master bedroom on the 1st floor is quite big. You can stay in that room. And I'll stay in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor." Su Linfeng nodded with a silly smile. Gaoruashi's face turned slightly red as she went to unpack her things. After she left, Zhao Feng looked at Su Linfeng and raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say you weren't planning to be together anymore? How come now?" Zhao Feng had been wanting to ask this. Even though he was now a billionaire, he couldn't escape the essence of human gossip. Hearing this, Su Linfeng's face immediately turned red. He lowered his voice and said, "That girl starved herself for 2 days at home without eating. Her mom called me, and I was too kind, thinking she was my ex-girlfriend, so I thought I'd go over and try to persuade her. As a result, she wouldn't let me leave." "Wouldn't let you leave?" Wow, that's a lot of information. This was a dog blood romance drama, or some kind of small film. Zhao Feng's eyes widened. Su Linfeng continued. "Later, I stayed at her house for a night, and the next day, I went home to get my household register, and we got our marriage certificate. Once again, wow." Zhao Feng expressed that he and his little buddies were stunned. "Stayed a night?" Zhao Feng looked puzzled. Su Linfeng's face was as red as a monkey's butt, and he nodded to confirm Zhao Feng's thoughts. Wow, dude, that's impressive. You dare to stay in your father-in-law's house without being married, and your mother-in-law didn't even hit you with a rolling pin. You really have good luck. That said, why was he so envious? Zhao Feng sighed deeply. You could have good fortune. Cherish that girl. Zhao Feng earnestly advised, almost like a caring father. Su Linfeng agreed. I will treat her well. The two men took out some beer and opened a bag of roasted peanuts. They started chatting again in the dining room. Later, Su Linfeng suddenly asked, haven't you contacted Sun E recently? Sun E. Zhao Feng was very familiar with this name. He was one of Zhao Feng's 4 roommates. When they graduated, Sun E was directly retained at the school due to his experience in the student union and good academic performance. Actually, Zhao Feng had a good relationship with the other people in the dormitory, but after graduation, for some reason, the 2 people who originally stayed in Shanghai, Sun E and Zhao Feng, gradually became less in touch. Every time Zhao Feng chatted with him, it would end with Sun E saying he was very busy after just a few exchanges. So, slowly, their relationship faded a lot. Reflecting on this, Zhao Feng shook his head decisively no. Su Lingfeng also said, I don't know what is going on, but every time we chat, Sun E says he is busy. But I don't think he was fundamentally a snob when he was so enthusiastic in school. Zhao Feng didn't know how to explain. Perhaps it really is just those 4 words, snobbery. One returned to the east, which seemed to have no development compared to Shanghai, and the other had 2 companies with no good results and no development. Shaking his head, Zhao Feng picked up his glass and lightly clinked it with Su Lingfeng's. Why think about these things? Let us drink. Su Lingfeng didn't say much, raising his glass and downing it in one go. That night, the 2 talked a lot, reminiscing about their idealistic university life and their expectations and dreams for the future. Zhao Feng vaguely remembered how he struggled up the stairs to his bedroom and crawled onto the bed. As for that guy, Su Lingfeng, with his carrying Gao Ruashi around, there was no need to worry. After washing up, Zhao Feng went downstairs and saw a note on the table. It said, drank too much yesterday, might be late today. We have some business to attend to, so we left early. Call me when you see this. He called Su Lingfeng. That guy was in a taxi heading to the hotel where their company was located. It seemed they had a contract to sign and needed both parties to negotiate. After the call ended, he put away his phone. Zhao Feng stood up and looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at the Bund. Originally, Zhao Feng wanted to take Su Lingfeng to visit those nightclubs at the Bund, but now that he is a married man, that plan would be indefinitely postponed. Chapter 55. Unimog U44 Off-Road RV. Please collect. Please recommend. 3 days passed. During these days, for 2 of them, Su Lingfeng had to busy himself with work, and Gao Ruashi accompanied him. Later, when drinking, Zhao Feng learned that Gao Ruashi also worked in Su Lingfeng's company, which was a very large company, so there were no rules against company employees dating. On December 17th, Zhao Feng signed in as usual, and the cash he received from signing in the previous 2 days was still the same. However, now that he had the basic financial stock manipulation skill and had seen a 5% increase in his purchased Shandian stock for 2 consecutive days, he didn't care as much about cash anymore. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Unimog U44 Off-Road RV. Unimog Off-Road RV. These 2 words immediately made Zhao Feng think of a black steel monster. If the Mercedes-Benz G-Class is the top off-road vehicle, then the Unimog, with its armor construction, boasts performance far superior to that of the G-Class. His mind sunk into thought as he opened the Unimog introduction. Unimog U44 Off-Road RV. Weight 9, 500 kilograms. Payload 7, 500 kilograms. Length 5. 99 meters. Width 2. 39 meters. Height 3. 45 meters. Equipped with door codes, card entry, electric steps, and many other functions. Maximum weighting depth of 12 meters. Fuel tank 300 liters, equipped with a 9 kilowatts fully automatic diesel hot water boiler, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as minus 45 degrees Celsius. 8 forward gears and 1 reverse gear. Capacity for 26 people, air suspension seats. There was more detailed information, but Zhao Feng had lost interest in reading further. As a real man, such a wild off-road vehicle should definitely be owned. Zhao Feng's impression of the Unimog was still from when he first saw the off-road vehicle, but he had to admit, this RV looked even more shocking. He took out the file bag from the system space, opened the document, and found the purchase papers inside. Shortly after, the phone rang. The call was from the Mercedes-Benz dealership, asking when he would come to pick up the car. Although the Mercedes-Benz brand had faced quality issues recently and their after-sale service was criticized due to an incident at the Chang'an Mercedes-Benz dealership, the Unimog, as an off-road RV, is known for its solid quality, so there was no need to worry about that. They arranged for him to pick up the car in the afternoon. Zhao Feng then sent Su Lingfeng a text, asking when he would be back. At first, Zhao Feng just casually asked, thinking Su Lingfeng and the others would return in the evening. But unexpectedly, Su Lingfeng replied directly, "The contract can be signed in the morning, should be back by noon." Upon seeing Su Lingfeng's message, Zhao Feng suddenly felt he had underestimated the situation. However, perhaps Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi could stay a few more days, which would allow him to play the gracious host. By noon, when Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi returned, it was already past 12 o'clock. Zhao Feng asked if they had any other plans. Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi obviously had no other arrangements. This made things easier. Zhao Feng clapped his hands. "All right, let's go out for lunch. I'll treat you to a big meal. I have something to do in the afternoon, and if you want to go out, you can take my car, or you can come with me to take care of business." Su Lingfeng had a week for this business trip, and thinking that he still had 3 days to accompany Gao Ruoshi to explore Shanghai, he smiled and said, "Well, we still have a few days, and if it's convenient in the afternoon, we'll join you to see the world." Gao Ruoshi quietly leaned against Su Lingfeng without saying a word. Seeing this, Zhao Feng nodded. "Great. No problem. Then let us go eat first." Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi both nodded. The three of them went downstairs, and Zhao Feng drove towards Jiujiantang. The last time they had dinner at Jiujiantang, the Hawaiian cuisine was good, so Zhao Feng took them to this restaurant. In addition, the Unimog RV is too large. If parked in the underground garage of the Thompson Riviera, it would likely be a tight squeeze. Parking it outside would affect the lives of other residents. So, Zhao Feng planned to park the car at the villa of Jiujiantang. Although the height of the villa garage wasn't enough to accommodate the Unimog RV, it would definitely be fine to leave it in the open courtyard. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng felt that he was probably the only one who could use the villa as an off-road vehicle garage. After the three of them walked out of Jiujiantang, Zhao Feng smiled and asked in the car, "How was the food just now?" Su Lingfeng nodded. "Quite good. Jiujiantang is a great name. In the past, those who dared to call themselves a hall were usually places like the Hubei and Guangxi halls." After saying this, he suddenly turned to Zhao Feng. "By the way, what are we going to do?" Zhao Feng, hearing this, did not hide it and directly said, "We're going to pick up a car." Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi in the back seat widened their eyes in surprise. He exclaimed, "What is going on? How come you're picking up a car again? Kid, did an alien possess you, or something? How is that possible? You must be thinking nonsense." Zhao Feng was speechless. Su Lingfeng, however, still found it too shocking and reached out to touch Zhao Feng's cheek. "Are you some kind of assassin or spy who had plastic surgery? It can't be that the system possessed you." Zhao Fengdong's heart trembled and his hand shook. In an instant, the front of the car swayed slightly. With a momentary lapse in focus, he stabilized the speed of the car and continued. "Look, we almost had an accident just now." Su Lingfeng was also startled and immediately dared not make any more moves. Zhao Feng glanced at the rearview mirror and said to Gao Ruoshi, sister-in-law, "Keep an eye on this guy. He's like a husky." Gao Ruoshi smiled and nodded. "Brother Zhao, I will." As she spoke, Gao Ruoshi reached out her small hand to grab Su Lingfeng's collar, giving him a warning. Before long, Zhao Feng drove to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Su Lingfeng saw the huge Mercedes-Benz logo and couldn't help but exclaim, "What car did you buy? It's massive." Zhao Feng smiled and said nothing. The three of them entered the 4S store, and immediately a female salesperson welcomed them. To be honest, even for a luxury car brand like Mercedes-Benz, the attitude of the salespeople towards customers is generally quite good. The Chang'an incident must be a localized coincidence. Looking at the smiling female salesperson in front of him, Zhao Feng said, "I'm here to pick up the Unimog off-road RV." Upon hearing this, the female salesperson's expression became even more respectful, as her supervisor had specifically instructed that if a gentleman came to pick up the Unimog, the attitude must be respectful. She smiled and said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will go get our supervisor to assist you with the vehicle pickup. Would you like coffee or hot tea?" Zhao Feng casually replied, "Just 3 cups of green tea, please." The female salesperson smiled and nodded, turning to call another female salesperson to prepare the tea. Meanwhile, she went to call the supervisor. Chapter 56. The Dream of a Spontaneous Trip for Men. 9,000 for an extra update. Please save and recommend. The supervisor of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store is named Wang Haijia. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, he quickly put on a suit jacket, tidied himself up, and walked briskly out of his office with the female salesperson. When he saw Zhao Feng, Su Lingfeng, and Gao Ruoxi in the lounge area, his eyes lit up, and he quickly approached them, smiling and bowing as he extended his hand. Mr. Zhao, welcome to our store. I am Wang Haijia, the supervisor here. Zhao Feng shook his hand and said with a smile, Take me to see the car first. Wang Haijia quickly replied, Of course, Mr. Zhao. Please follow me. Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoxi followed suit. They walked out of the 4S store, around to the back, where a brand new behemoth immediately filled their eyes. Compared to the picture seen online, the actual vehicle was clearly more eye-catching. Even though it wasn't his own car, Su Lingfeng couldn't help but feel excited. And how many men could resist the allure of this vehicle? Zhao Feng was no exception. Looking at the car in front of him, Zhao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Wang Haijia handed Zhao Feng the door card and password for the RV. Zhao Feng couldn't help but open the door, preparing to get inside and experience it. Su Lingfeng couldn't help but exclaim, This car must be worth at least 3 to 4 million. The female salesperson beside him smiled and added, This car costs 8 million. Compared to the high configuration price, it has been modified with some luxurious custom furniture and appliances inside, so the price is close to 5 million. As Zhao Feng stepped inside, he listened to Wang Haijia's introduction from behind. Mr. Zhao, the driver's area and living area are separated, and communication can be done through the intercom in the vehicle. The living area is equipped with opposing booth-style sofas with a liftable dining table, which can be converted into a bed measuring 195 by 2 meters, accommodating 2 people for sleeping, although it might be a bit cramped. Moving a couple of steps further inside, Wang Haijia continued, There is a flat-screen TV embedded directly in front of the meeting area. Next to it are some storage cabinets for travel supplies, and below the cabinets is a built-in refrigerator. The refrigerator is specially customized with an expanded capacity, holding up to 120 liters. Zhao Feng took a look and noticed that the refrigerator was indeed not very tall, as it was located at the bottom of the cabinet. But its capacity of over 100 liters was still considerable. Wang Haijia continued to introduce other areas. Above the meeting area, there is an electric bed measuring 9 by 0 meters. This bed may only accommodate 1 adult for sleeping. 2 people would be too cramped. After introducing the meeting area, they moved on to the kitchen. This part didn't need an introduction from Wang Haijia. Zhao Feng could see it in great detail at a glance. The kitchen counter was relatively spacious, equipped with a stainless steel sink with a cover and an induction stove. Below the counter were drawers specifically for utensils. And one side of the counter had an oven. The functionality was already quite similar to that of a home. Finally, they reached the bathroom at the rear of the RV. The bathroom, which separated wet and dry areas, was equipped with a sink, a fixed toilet, a shower room, and a washing machine. And this RV also featured a 240-liter stainless steel freshwater tank. So taking a shower in the vehicle was no problem, and having hot water was even less of an issue. As Zhao Feng returned from the rear of the vehicle to the door, he saw Su Lingfeng waiting outside and quickly waved. What are you doing standing there? Come on in and take a look. Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng immediately grinned. So we can get on board then. He then climbed aboard with Gao Ruoxi. Once inside, the two looked at the interior environment, which had a color scheme leaning towards white and silver gray, giving off a somewhat cold vibe, especially in winter. Su Lingfeng glanced at Zhao Feng, who had a smile on his face, and even though Wang Haijia was beside them, he couldn't help but ask, Feng, for such an expensive car, what do you plan to do with it? Zhao Feng didn't mind Su Lingfeng's tone at all and smiled as he replied, Old Su, who doesn't have a dream of a spontaneous trip? This vehicle should be enough to go anywhere. Hearing this, Su Lingfeng's face filled with envy. A spontaneous trip indeed. Back when we were in school, we talked about wanting to go to the grasslands of Inner Mongolia, the Kunlun Mountains, the Tian Shan Mountains, and the desert. It seems you're planning to go out for a bit. Zhao Feng nodded and said, Didn't we say that once we achieve financial freedom, we would go on a trip to distant places? Should we go out together sometime? Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng hesitated but suddenly thought of Gao Ruoxi, who was beside him. His expression immediately turned resolute. Feng, I'm already a family man now. I'm different from you. Zhao Feng smiled in understanding. While the two were chatting, Wang Haijia raised his hand to close the car door, and the temperature inside seemed to rise, especially after the soft lights inside the cabin were turned on. After feeling this, Zhao Feng turned his questioning gaze towards Wang Haijia. Wang Haijia understood and explained, "Mr. Zhao, these lights provide illumination for different functional areas. Only the meeting area has 2 light sources. The lights directly above the bed provide illumination, but the light near the upper area is synchronized with the vehicle's heating system, which also better provides warmth for the sleeping area. Of course, there are more heating positions in the vehicle." Zhao Feng suddenly understood. No wonder there was a slight noise when he turned on this light earlier. After getting familiar with everything, Zhao Feng continued to listen to Wang Haijia's introduction, tried driving the vehicle a bit, and confirmed that everything was running smoothly before signing his name on the receipt. Now, this vehicle completely belonged to Zhao Feng. The car's license plate is also ready. It has been attached to the vehicle. Zhao Feng added Wang Haijia on WeChat, and according to Wang Haijia, if there are any questions in the future, he could be directly consulted. Zhao Feng did not refuse. After walking out of the Mercedes dealership, Zhao Feng waved to signal Wang Haijia and the few female sales staff at the door to go back. Only then did he get into his beastly ride. As for the Audi A7, it was left for Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoxi. Picking up his phone, Zhao Feng initiated a video chat with Su Lingfeng on WeChat. After Su Lingfeng answered, Zhao Feng said, "Wait a moment and follow me back to the place where we had dinner earlier." Su Lingfeng was momentarily stunned. "But it's not even mealtime yet." Zhao Feng sneered. "Oh, come on, just remember to eat. I need to park this big guy over there." Su Lingfeng then realized what Zhao Feng meant. "Wait a minute." "No." Su Lingfeng suddenly looked up at Gao Ruoxi. The two of them understood the meaning in each other's eyes. This guy actually has a house near Zhujiantang. As for having a house in Zhujiantang, they didn't dare to think about it even more. Chapter 57, A Night Out at the Bar. Please save and recommend. Group number in the introduction. Watching Zhao Feng drive the Unimog to the entrance of the Zhujiantang villa area, Su Lingfeng's face briefly showed shock before returning to calm. He had been surprised enough in the past few days, and it seemed he was getting used to it. Shocked to numbness, Gao Ruoxi was equally astonished, looking at Su Lingfeng and quietly saying, "Your classmate is too rich." Su Lingfeng's mouth twitched. "I just found out too." 2 minutes later, Zhao Feng got out of the car, swiped the access card, and registered the vehicle information with the security personnel. Only then could he drive into the community. The Audi A7 behind Zhao Feng faced no obstacles and entered along with Zhao Feng's car. Although his driving skills were good, Zhao Feng was still cautious driving such a vehicle in the villa area. After a lot of effort, he finally parked the car in front of his villa's gate. Zhao Feng had to get out and swipe the access card, slowly driving the car into the yard. It stopped perfectly on the path from the grass leading to the villa door. After getting out of the car, Zhao Feng walked out of the yard and directed Su Lingfeng to park the car next to the door leading to the garage. After driving the Audi A7 into the garage, Zhao Feng led Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoxi into the Zhujiantang villa. Walking from the garage to the living room, the expressions of Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoxi, while not exaggerated like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, were not far off either. Zhao Feng, however, showed no change in attitude and invited the two to sit down. After sitting down to rest, it was already past 4 o'clock, and since they hadn't gone out to play in the afternoon, Zhao Feng suggested, "How about we arrange a trip to the Bund?" Su Lingfeng wanted to agree, as the Bund was full of beautiful women and high quality. But seeing Gao Ruoxi next to him, Su Lingfeng immediately shook his head. Gao Ruoxi seemed to sense her boyfriend's feelings and immediately smiled, saying, "It's okay. Honey, by the way, Brother Zhao, can I go with you? It's my first time in Magic City, and I also want to experience the nightlife culture of the Bund." Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "Sure, let's all go together. We can drink a bit, dance, and call a designated driver." Gao Ruoxi also smiled and nodded, looking all gentle. Since they were planning for a night out at the nightclub, a light meal would suffice. He let Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoxi rest in the main bedroom on the first floor. Zhao Feng went upstairs to take a nap for a while. When he woke up around 7, he went downstairs and saw Su Lingfeng in the yard, looking at his Unimog off-road RV from left to right. Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh. After all, every man has a dream of going far away. But who made Su Lingfeng meet Gao Ruoxi? That's just how it is. Holding the car keys, Zhao Feng walked over to Su Lingfeng and handed him the keys. Su Lingfeng looked at Zhao Feng in surprise. "What's wrong? Don't you want to take a look?" Zhao Feng asked with a smile. Su Lingfeng understood and smiled. "You know me well. Let's go." He got into the driver's seat. and Zhao Feng took the passenger seat. Due to the car's wide body, both the driver's and passenger seats were quite spacious, with a large gap in between. However, it seemed something had been installed in the middle. When he reached out to uncover the cover near his side, Zhao Feng was surprised to find it was actually a 14-inch computer with a network card. The original onboard computer was still there, and the Bluetooth of this added computer could connect with the onboard computer and the LCD TV in the back. This meant that with this computer, the car could access the internet. Moreover, the stand under the computer seemed to have extending and rotating functions. By removing it from the middle position, the stand could rotate, allowing the computer to be viewed from either the passenger or driver's side in any direction. It had to be said that this computer was a big surprise for Zhao Feng. Furthermore, the computer was as thick as a military computer. In fact, Zhao Feng was not mistaken. This computer was indeed built according to military standards, just with a Chinese system installed inside. After being excited, Su Lingfeng also noticed Zhao Feng's discovery, and his heart filled with even more envy. Back in the living room, Gao Ruoshi was applying makeup with a cosmetics bag in her hand. When she saw Zhao Feng and Su Lingfeng come in, she immediately stood up and said, "Honey, Brother Zhao, where did you go just now?" Without needing Zhao Feng to explain, Su Lingfeng said, "I was just a bit curious about the Unimog's cockpit, so I went out to take a look." Zhao Feng smiled and went to the fridge to grab a few bottles of mineral water. "Drink some water first. We'll go eat something at the place we had lunch later. We should be able to reach the bund by 9. However, Zhao Feng completely underestimated the traffic that day. At 9 o'clock, Zhao Feng, Su Lingfeng, and Gao Ruoshi found themselves stuck in traffic on the bridge leading to the bund in the Audi A7. After 20 minutes of struggling, they finally managed to drive into the bund, but finding a parking space was still not easy. Looking at the colorful flashing signs above the bars and the English letters, Zhao Feng, Su Lingfeng, and Gao Ruoshi walked in together. It was only 9:30, but the atmosphere inside the bar had already started to heat up. A male server came over as they entered. "Would you like to sit in a booth downstairs or in a private room upstairs?" Zhao Feng replied directly, "Let's find a booth downstairs." The server led them to a booth that faced directly forward. However, this booth was not the best. Not far from it was a huge booth that could accommodate a dozen people, situated in the middle with surrounding booths like stars around the moon. Nonetheless, Zhao Feng felt there was no need to be overly flashy. This position was also quite good. The three of them sat down, with Zhao Feng on the left and Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi on the right. The waiter waited for the three to sit down before asking, "What drinks would you like?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng raised his hand to signal Su Lingfeng, saying, "Go ahead, order whatever you want today. Anything is fine." Su Lingfeng blinked and said, "How about ordering a Shenlong set?" Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "No problem." In fact, Zhao Feng knew that Su Lingfeng was just joking about the Shenlong set, and he wasn't going to splurge on himself with drinks. However, he didn't think much of the Shenlong set at this point. Su Lingfeng looked surprised and said, "Come on, you're serious." Zhao Feng chuckled and said nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? After so many days, it's rare to not be busy with work today, so let us celebrate." After saying that, Zhao Feng turned to the waiter and instructed, "One Shenlong set, and get the best of everything else. Go." The waiter was immediately delighted. He had thought the two were joking just now, but it seemed they were serious. Before the waiter could leave, Zhao Feng called him back, saying, "Wait, no need to shout. Just bring the drinks over." The waiter was taken aback. In a nightclub, regardless of gender, everyone usually likes to be more noticeable. But this guy seemed unusually low-key. Nodding, the waiter stepped back. After the waiter left, Su Lingfeng smiled at his old classmate and said, "Bro, why not let them shout? Being so low-key, how will the girls notice you? The rich guy?" Zhao Feng scoffed. "Why don't you say that today? The whole venue is on Zhao Gongzi's tab." Su Lingfeng's eyes lit up. "Now that you mention it, in the movies, you are Zhao Gongzi." Zhao Feng couldn't stand this guy and turned to Gao Ruoshi, saying, "Sister-in-law, look at this guy. I bet he's just eyeing what's in the pot while eating from the bowl." Gao Ruoshi playfully widened her eyes and shot a look at Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng immediately became obedient and said helplessly, "I was just saying it. It's not easy to experience this once." Zhao Feng smiled without saying a word. In fact, even though Zhao Feng didn't want the host to shout, the waiter and the four tall, scantily clad girls behind him had already announced everything. This scene was not unfamiliar to someone who often frequented bars. Although some were puzzled as to why there was no shout this time, it didn't stop everyone from seeing which table was opening. The four girls placed the Shenlong set drink boxes, fruit platters, and bouquets on the table. The waiter looked at Zhao Feng and respectfully asked, "Sir, which bottle would you like to open first?" Zhao Feng casually pointed the green one and the pink one. After the drinks were opened, Zhao Feng waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Before leaving, the waiter quietly asked Zhao Feng, "Sir, do you need me to find you a girl?" Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "No need." Only then did the waiter leave. Zhao Feng felt he had underestimated the wild atmosphere of the bar. Within just an hour, he had dealt with 6 waves of girls coming over to flirt, averaging one every 10 minutes. Although the bar's lighting made it hard for Zhao Feng to see clearly, he estimated that after their makeup, the girls were around a 7 or 8 out of 10. Fortunately, perhaps because the earlier girls had returned empty-handed, the number of girls coming over to flirt decreased significantly. They chatted and drank until about 10 o'clock. The stage changed. Familiar faces gradually started to fill the dance floor, and the atmosphere exploded with the music. Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi both entered the dance floor and began to move with the crowd. Zhao Feng watched, feeling a bit excited by the music. However, if he were to step onto the dance floor and party, he felt he might not be able to handle it. Less than 10 minutes after Su Lingfeng entered the dance floor, he and Gao Ruoshi came out. They directly pulled Zhao Feng up from his seat, pushing him into the dance floor. With the two of them leading him and the music stimulating him, Zhao Feng felt his body start to move to the beat for the first time. How long he danced, Zhao Feng couldn't remember later. However, what left the deepest impression on him was that it seemed a girl in the dance floor had come too close to him. Ahem, it wasn't too much physical contact. Just as a big wave girl was spinning around, perhaps misjudging her distance from her boyfriend, her head bumped right into Zhao Feng's face, leaving a bright red lipstick mark on his right cheek. At that moment, Zhao Feng was a bit dazed and didn't react until later when he felt he had sweated a lot from dancing and walked out of the dance floor. When Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi returned, it was only then that Zhao Feng remembered to wipe off the lipstick mark with a tissue. Zhao Feng played with Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi for a while until after midnight. They had barely finished the first 2 bottles of drinks. The rest was left at the bar. Zhao Feng spent a little over 80,000, and after settling the bill, he called a ride to take the 3 of them back to Tang Chinipin. Zhao Feng and Su Lingfeng were both a bit tipsy, swaying in the car, while Gao Ruoshi had drunk less. With Wang Cheng's help, she managed to get both Su Lingfeng and Zhao Feng home. After finally getting them both to bed, she let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Feng felt he had slept soundly, waking up the next day at around 10 in the morning. As usual, he signed in. The reward was still cash. After a quick glance and losing interest, he washed up, and then Zhao Feng, Su Lingfeng, and Gao Ruoshi ordered some takeout from the E-Pin Clubhouse restaurant. After a simple meal, Zhao Feng looked at Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi, smiling as he asked, "Where are we planning to go today?" Before Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi could respond, Su Lingfeng's phone rang. After answering the call, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he even frowned. When he hung up, he looked at Zhao Feng and said, "We can't go out. There's a problem with a project at the company, and it's about to be delivered to the client. I need to head back to check it out." Zhao Feng immediately said, "All right, work-related matters are important. Should I book the tickets for tomorrow?" Su Lingfeng apologized, saying, "I have to leave tonight. Sorry about that." Zhao Feng waved his hand. "It's fine. I'll help you book the tickets." After taking out his phone and booking 2 business-class tickets, Zhao Feng looked at Su Lingfeng and said, "With today's convenient transportation, flights are coming and going. No need to worry about not being able to meet." Su Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Gao Ruoshi then stood up, saying, "Then, Brother Zhao, I'll go pack my clothes and stuff." Zhao Feng nodded in response. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Feng took Su Lingfeng and Gao Ruoshi to the airport. When he returned home, it was already past 11. Perhaps due to the aftereffects of yesterday, Zhao Feng felt a bit sleepy today. So, he went to bed according to his normal schedule. Time passed to December 19th. After getting up and washing up, Zhao Feng went to the E-Pin Clubhouse restaurant for breakfast and then headed straight to the gym. He smiled and nodded at the 2 receptionists who greeted him. Walking into the gym, Zhao Feng was immediately surprised by the scene in front of him. He saw Lu Ruoxin chatting and laughing with a short but muscular girl. As Zhao Feng walked over, he was stunned by the muscular figure. Previously, Zhao Feng thought that Barbie types were probably just strange existences abroad. But now, this short-haired girl in front of him was overturning his thoughts. Chapter 59. Su Zizi. Please collect. Please recommend. Thanks to all the big shots for the rewards. Reader group number 749421309 There are girls and handsome guys inside. All readers can join the group. It's very fun to chat, and occasionally we drive a little wild. In that moment, the feeling that the other person gave Zhao Feng could be described in 2 words. Shocking. He couldn't help but wonder if this girl's little rabbits had also become as hard as iron. Out of politeness, he smiled friendly at the girl. Zhao Feng then looked at Lu Ruoxin. Ruoxin, are we still on schedule today? Lu Ruoxin nodded with a smile and said, yes. Mr. Zhao. But today we also have Miss Su Zizi working out with us. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng, being a gentleman, extended his hand towards Su Zizi. I'm Zhao Feng. Nice to meet you, Miss Su. While speaking, he carefully observed the girl named Su Zizi. Her round little face looked quite cute, and if she tied her hair into 2 buns, she could rival a character from a certain anime. Su Zizi smiled and shook hands with Zhao Feng. I'm Su Zizi. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Zhao. To Zhao Feng's surprise, Su Zizi's voice was very cute, a sweet and youthful tone. It seemed that Lu Ruoxin and Su Zizi had a good relationship. Without further ado, they directly began their workout. During this period, Zhao Feng's muscles had developed some definition, but compared to a clearly muscular physique, he was still far behind. Meanwhile, Su Zizi had already reached that level. Under Lu Ruoxin's supervision, Zhao Feng and Su Zizi respectively took 2 sets of bench presses. Feeling his arm muscles trembling, Zhao Feng looked at Su Zizi, who appeared calm, and tried to steady his breathing. He felt it would be a bit embarrassing to show weakness in front of her. Lu Ruoxin seemed to notice something. She walked to Zhao Feng's side and, while helping him relax his arm muscles, whispered in his ear, Mr. Zhao, Zizi's weights are a bit less than yours, and she's been working out for nearly 3 years. Her meaning was to suggest that Zhao Feng should not compete with Su Zizi. But why did it feel so frustrating for Zhao Feng to hear that? Thinking of this, an inexplicable surge of strength flowed through his arms, and in an instant, Zhao Feng pushed up and completed another bench press. During the next part of the workout, Zhao Feng followed Su Zizi's progress closely, not missing a beat. As a result, after a morning of training, he was completely exhausted. The little girl Su Zizi was even more annoying. Every time Zhao Feng slowed down, she would slow down too, occasionally looking over with a smile. This made Zhao Feng unconsciously speed up his movements again. In the beginning, Zhao Feng was competing against himself, but later, it was clear that Su Zizi had started teasing him on purpose. Finally, after completing the morning workout, stimulated by Su Zizi, Zhao Feng ended up doing an extra quarter. Lu Ruoxin clapped her hands. Looking at Zhao Feng and Su Zizi, she said, all right, our workout ends here for today, and I hope everyone can come back on time tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Feng leaned back on the bench press and let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Su Zizi casually said goodbye to Lu Ruoxin, and, as she walked past Zhao Feng on her way out, she deliberately stopped to pat his shoulder. Bro, keep it up. Zhao Feng almost couldn't catch his breath. Su Zizi turned around and left with a light laugh. Zhao Feng glared at her back indignantly. Hey, not to mention her, but was pretty perky, rivaling Lu Ruoxin's. Lu Ruoxin had somehow walked to Zhao Feng's side and handed him a bottle of water. Zizi is actually very kind and cute. Don't mind her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng shook his head. Of course not. He then looked at Lu Ruoxin again. I feel like I've gained some muscle in the last few days. Of course. Lu Ruoxin smiled sweetly. Otherwise, wouldn't all your hard work be for nothing? That made sense. Gently clinking his water bottle with Lu Ruoxin's, Zhao Feng smiled and said, let me treat you to dinner. Okay. Lu Ruoxin readily agreed. After returning home, Zhao Feng took a shower. After the shower, he felt much refreshed. Changing into a clean set of clothes, Zhao Feng sat on the sofa in the living room and silently prepared to check in. The reason for this was that Zhao Feng had a feeling he would win a big prize today. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Gulfstream G650 private business jet. Wow, a private jet. This could be said to be a legendary existence. I can't imagine anything more high-end than this. In his mind, he opened the introduction to the private jet. Gulfstream G650 private business jet. Price 17 billion yuan. Cruising speed close to Mach 1. With a maximum cruising speed of 925 Mach. At a speed of 85 Mach, the range can reach 13,000 kilometers. Boasting the largest cabin in its class. The G650 is powered by the Rolls-Royce 725 engine with 100 pounds of thrust, 716 knots. The completion price at the time of delivery in 2012 was $58.5 million US dollars, starting from $58.5 million US dollars in 2013. The G650 is the most technologically advanced commercial jet in the sky. Many standards were established with its birth, such as enhanced vision systems, heads-up displays, and advanced safety features in the primary flight display. Its cockpit is equipped with a 3-tier flight management system, automatic emergency landing mode, 3-dimensional weather radar, and advanced flight controls. In short, these advanced technologies enhance the pilot's situational awareness and improve the aircraft's safety. There was still a lot of information about the cabin, but Zhao Feng didn't read further. Observing it in person should be more intuitive. After having lunch, Zhao Feng was initially prepared to take a nap, but suddenly, the phone on the coffee table rang. Zhao Feng walked over to answer the call. A slightly awkward foreigner's Chinese accent came through the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhao Feng?" Zhao Feng understood, but was a bit confused as to why it was a foreigner, but he still replied, "Yes, that's me." The voice on the other end continued. "I am Larry Galen, the president of Gulfstream in the Tianxia district." Zhao Feng finally understood after a long time. This Larry Galen was the regional president of Gulfstream, and he was calling Zhao Feng because Zhao Feng was their esteemed customer, to inform him that the customized Gulfstream G650 private jet would arrive in Tianxia Magic City in 3 days. After understanding this, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that he had downloaded a translation software above. "I wanted to use it, but I didn't expect that Larry Galen, whom I was speaking to, understood very well. So I directly said in Chinese, 'I understand. Is there anything specific I need to do?'" Chapter 60, Gulfstream G650 Private Jet. Extra update. Please bookmark. Please recommend. Larry Galen immediately replied, "No need, Zhao Sheng. I will inform you again when your plane arrives in the Magic City." Zhao Feng smiled and said, "Well, then thank you, Mr. Galen." Larry Galen then chatted with Zhao Feng in his broken Chinese for a while before ending the call. After putting down the phone, Zhao Feng did not expect such a powerful reward from the system today. Recently, Zhao Feng heard that the Gulfstream G650 bought domestically seemed to belong to Lu Jingdong, the boss of Jingxi, while Ma Ali and Wang Wanda's planes seemed to still be Gulfstream G550. These people are all regulars on the Tianxia rich list. Had he already risen to this level? However, speaking of which, he is a neighbor of Ma Ali, so this plane isn't too hard to accept. By the way, Zhao Feng hadn't been to Xingtai for a long time. He called He Jiawei to ask about the progress of the modification business. He Jiawei honestly replied that they were currently importing some equipment from abroad, and the factory building was almost ready. Hearing this, Zhao Feng immediately arranged to meet him at the racetrack in the afternoon. He Jiawei certainly would not refuse. So, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Feng took the keys to his Ferrari LaFerrari, went down to the underground garage, and drove straight to the Yongsheng TMR racetrack. Along the way, the fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari attracted countless envious glances. However, since he was still within the city, there were speed limits and Zhao Feng couldn't drive too fast. When Zhao Feng arrived at the Yongsheng TMR racetrack, it was already close to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At the entrance of the racetrack, as soon as Zhao Feng drove in, he saw He Jiawei wearing work clothes waiting at the entrance with a few others dressed similarly. They naturally noticed Zhao Feng's LaFerrari, and as Zhao Feng parked the car, He Jiawei came over to greet him. Zhao Feng opened the car door and got out. He Jiawei led the workers and all bowed to Zhao Feng. "Hello, Director Zhao." Zhao Feng was instantly taken aback. Was this too grand a gesture? But it seemed quite nice. Zhao Feng, who was secretly amused, put on a serious face. "Hello, everyone. I see Mr. He's in work clothes. Were you busy just now?" As everyone stood up, He Jiawei looked excited. "Director Zhao, we are indeed a bit rushed right now. A car had a problem at the racetrack, and we just finished repairing it." Zhao Feng nodded upon hearing this. "Seeing Mr. He willing to work with everyone like this, I have high expectations for our racetrack." Although Zhao Feng felt that He Jiawei's words were half true and half false, since he had made such an effort to show it, he had to say some polite words. After that, Zhao Feng was surrounded by everyone as he entered the racetrack. Initially, Zhao Feng just wanted to take a look at the racetrack since it could be considered part of his business, and he didn't want to seem indifferent. However, it seemed that He Jiawei had informed everyone in advance. Wherever he and He Jiawei went, the racetrack staff would bow slightly to greet them from a distance. It made him feel like an emperor on a tour. Zhao Feng felt that this was completely unnecessary. After all, his company was not like those in Japan and Korea, where there were strict hierarchies. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Zhao Feng suggested visiting the modification workshop. He Jiawei readily agreed and led Zhao Feng out through the north gate of the racetrack, along the overpass to the Shi Mountain Urban Industrial Park across the street. This park wasn't large, and it was even smaller than the racetrack. However, it was a complete setup despite its small size. Several small and medium-sized companies were located here, and the space rented by He Jiawei was previously a heavily loss-making small electronics company, which he rented the entire building from. There were a total of 4 floors, with a building area of 800 square meters. The first floor was set to be modified into 8 small workshops of 100 square meters each, while another 400 square meters would be converted into 2 large workshops of 200 square meters each. The second floor could serve as a reception area, the third floor as a storage room, and the fourth floor as an office area. Actually, using the second floor as a reception area might seem a bit large, but this floor also had other functions, such as a shower room for employees to clean up after working on dirty modifications. Moreover, most of those interested in modification were young people, some of whom were quite skilled. For these young people, the second floor was designed with an entertainment area, as sometimes they needed to relax appropriately when encountering problems and modifications. It could be said that He Jiawei had prepared quite thoughtfully. Furthermore, Zhao Feng could clearly see the excitement in He Jiawei's eyes when he talked about these details. No, describing it as excitement wasn't appropriate. Perhaps enthusiasm would be more fitting. Zhao Feng stayed there until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. He Jiawei even specially explained 2 machines that had already been delivered. Shortly after 6, although He Jiawei was still enthusiastic, Zhao Feng noticed the dissatisfaction in the eyes of few employees nearby. Perhaps in their view, if Zhao Feng, as the chairman, continued chatting with He Jiawei, they would also have to start working overtime. Zhao Feng had his own considerations. He pulled He Jiawei, who was about to introduce the next machine, and said, "Mr. He, it's getting late. Why don't we call it a day?" He Jiawei looked at his watch and realized it was indeed past 6, so he smiled sheepishly. "I tend to lose track of time when talking about cars. I'm really sorry, Director Zhao." Zhao Feng shook his head. "It's okay. But today I've seen your dedication to this business and these employees. Since the timing is just right, how about I treat everyone to dinner?" He Jiawei readily agreed. "Of course, no problem." The employees also heard this and immediately perked up. Zhao Feng smiled and walked over to the more than 10 of them. "Thank you for waiting. Today, I'm treating everyone a hot pot." The employees cheered. "Thank you, Chairman. The Chairman is so considerate of us." Zhao Feng didn't say much and asked He Jiawei to find a nearby hot pot restaurant with good taste and environment. They directly took He Jiawei's car with the employees to the hot pot restaurant. After a meal of hot pot, Zhao Feng not only chatted happily with He Jiawei, but also mingled well with the employees. The employees had always thought of Zhao Feng as a rich second generation who inherited a family business. However, now in their eyes, Zhao Feng undoubtedly lowered his status, showing respect and recognition for his subordinates, which made them feel a strong sense of recognition for him. Since Zhao Feng had a drive, and many employees also needed a drive, everyone didn't drink alcohol that night, only having some drinks. Thank you note. Special thanks to Bring the Doghead to Save Life, and The Seventh Heaven Has No Sunshine for being the leaders on the Qijian platform. Thanks to Ming Na, Yuan Shan Shangui by Mei Fei, Yijuan Zai, 1, Shanji Xiang, Jionong Zidu, Shuyu 1607131144333899, Shui Yuan Wanuyu, Jixie Shi, Owen I Mimi, Ichiao Bao Jian, Shuyu 20612291229949, Feng Sheng, Guhong, Jiju Gao Fei for the rewards. Thanks to the reading platform and Lao Shiren, Zambali, Xingyun, and Mo Hua Ranshong, Su for their rewards. Thank you all for supporting the author, and the author will do their best to write this book and try to add a touch of relaxation to everyone's lives. Finally, thank you once again. Chapter 61. Like-minded Su ZZ, Seeking Collections, Seeking Recommendations. At 9:46 p.m., Zhao Feng stopped He Jiawei, who was about to check out, and swiped his card at the front desk. Only then did he walk out of the hot pot restaurant with He Jiawei and many satisfied employees. Zhao Feng turned to He Jiawei and said, "It's getting late. I'm going to leave, Mr. He." He Jiawei nodded with a smile. "Well, everyone didn't drink tonight, so don't worry." Zhao Feng nodded in response, waved goodbye to the employees, and then turned to hail a taxi. As for why He Jiawei wasn't giving him a ride, it was because a few employees didn't have cars, and Zhao Feng asked him to drop them off. Actually, It would have been fine for the employees to see him off, but since Zhao Feng instructed him to do so, he naturally had to comply. Turning to the employees behind him, He-Joe was in a good mood and smiled as he said to everyone, "You guys have seen it, right? Director Zhao values our modification business very much. You know that in the company, I, General Liu, and Director Zhao eat in the cafeteria, which shows that Director Zhao values everyone. I hope everyone will work hard in the future and strive to make our modification business a success." "Okay, Mr. He, don't worry. Mr. He, both you and Director Zhao are good people, and we will definitely work hard." After receiving their responses, He-Joe nodded in satisfaction. He then called a few employees without cars to get into his Audi A8, preparing to personally drop them off. As for Zhao Feng, he had nothing to worry about. The racetrack was already arranged, and a few security personnel responsible for the late shift at the racetrack were helping Zhao Feng keep an eye on the car. He just needed to drive away when Zhao Feng arrived. Driving the LaFerrari back to Tang Chunyi Pin, he arrived home just in time for 10:30 p.m. There wasn't much traffic on the way back, so it took a bit less time. After washing up, he obediently went to bed. Once in bed, Zhao Feng couldn't fall asleep for a while, inexplicably thinking about that hot pot restaurant he had just been to. The taste of that hot pot was indeed quite good, and it was different from the Sichuan hot pot he was used to. Zhao Feng had been eating this style since he was young, so he preferred it more. He picked up his phone and scrolled through it, seeing a photo of Yang Zixin in a hospital room with a middle-aged woman. The caption read, "Mom's condition has improved. Thank you all for your concern." He casually liked the post and continued scrolling. When he reached his parents' posts, the theme of their content was basically the decoration of their new house, including things like heating and water supply. His dad specifically wrote, "We've already started laying the floor." Silently, he liked his parents' post. Afterward, Zhao Feng spent some time scrolling through Douyin and gradually fell asleep. The next day, Zhao Feng had just woken up and checked the time on his phone. It was 6:53 a.m. It was still not yet 7 o'clock, and the weather outside seemed a bit gloomy, unlike the usual sunny weather. As usual, he washed up, went out, had breakfast at Pin Club, and then walked into the gym to work out. What surprised Zhao Feng was that Suzy Z was still there, which made him very curious. He walked over, and he and Suzy Z stood in a row, looking in the direction Suzy Z was staring at. Lu Ruoxin was wearing tight sportswear, with her back facing Zhao Feng and Suzy Z. As she moved, Zhao Feng's gaze was unconsciously drawn to Lu Ruoxin's figure. This figure was simply perfect. Just as this thought crossed Zhao Feng's mind, a voice suddenly popped up beside him. "Bro, isn't old Lu really good looking?" "Who?" Zhao Feng suddenly realized that Suzy Z was next to him. He hurriedly turned to look at Suzy Z, only to find that she was staring at Lu Ruoxin with an infatuated expression. Wait, that chin-stroking gesture and that gaze. Could it be a like-minded person? No. Suzy Z was a girl, right? Zhao Feng seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. His gaze was filled with curiosity as he stared at Suzy Z. As Suzy Z watched Lu Ruoxin enter the room, she turned back to Zhao Feng and was startled by the look in his eyes. Fearing that Zhao Feng might have improper thoughts about her, Suzy Z immediately said, "Bro, don't look at me like that. I'm a girl." "What the heck?" A thunderclap sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. He instinctively blurted out, "Wait." Suzy Z rolled her eyes at Zhao Feng. "Big brother, why are you shouting so loud? Luckily, it's still early today. Besides, why are you getting so excited?" Zhao Feng looked at Suzy Z, who was speaking in a very manly manner, and was shocked. Realizing he had misspoken, he awkwardly chuckled. "No, are you serious?" Just as Suzy Z was about to speak, she saw Lu Ruoxin approaching with a few bottles of water and a new towel. A fleeting infatuation flashed in her eyes, but she said, "Don't say too much later. I only acknowledge you as my brother." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng found himself even more amused. However, he didn't think Suzy Z was lying, especially with that fleeting look in her eyes just now, which was exactly like when he was admiring girls back in college. In the distance, Lu Ruoxin walked up to the two, noticing that Zhao Feng and Suzy Z seemed to be in a much friendlier atmosphere than yesterday. She curiously asked, "What were you two just talking about?" Zhao Feng was about to speak when Suzy Z directly reached out to stop Zhao Feng's shoulder and said, "I think this guy is pretty good. So from today on, we are brothers." Zhao Feng was stunned. Hey, this unilateral announcement is a bit too much. But Zhao Feng couldn't say that they were just discussing Lu Ruoxin's figure, so he could only smile and say, "Yes. Miss Su and I get along very well." "Oh, A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ruoxin's eyes, but she still smiled and said, "That's great. Then let's start today's fitness class. If I have to leave midway, you two have to supervise and help each other." Zhao Feng and Su Zizi both nodded. As the workout began, Lu Ruoxin watched the two. So Zhao Feng and Su Zizi didn't say anything inappropriate. However, after the workout, Zhao Feng and Su Zizi added each other on WeChat. After they walked out of the gym side by side, Su Zizi finally approached Zhao Feng and said, "Zhao Feng, do you also like Coach Lu Ruoxin?" Zhao Feng was stunned again. What? But Su Zizi continued talking to herself. "I've noticed that although you occasionally steal glances at old Lu, your gaze is still relatively clear, so I'll give you a fair chance to compete." Chapter 62. Stock Earnings. Add more. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations. Wait. What the heck is fair competition? Zhao Feng felt that his mind couldn't keep up at all when facing Su Zizi, this delicate little brother. Zhao Feng was extremely helpless, stopped in his tracks, and looked at Su Zizi. "No. Have you misunderstood something?" Su Zizi firmly believed in her judgment. However, this was outside the gym, with guests coming and going around, and she was actually quite considerate of Lu Ruoxin. She leaned closer to Feng, lowered her voice, and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that I think you're relatively honest, I wouldn't want to talk to you so much." After saying that, she paused for a moment, waited for the passersby nearby to walk past, and then continued in a low voice. "Do you think my brother is that easy to be? Anyway, from now on, we brothers are brothers, but there must be fair competition with old Lu." After saying that, it seemed she saw someone familiar, and before she could distance herself from Zhao Feng, a middle-aged man with a big belly, looking to be in his 40s or 50s, smiled and walked over. "I didn't see anything, Zizi, you two chat." As the middle-aged man walked past the two, he left this sentence and directly entered the gym. Hearing this, Su Zizi was completely thrown off. She turned around and chased after him, not forgetting to look back at Zhao Feng and mouth. "Fair competition. Great." Encountering this girl who loves women instead of men, Zhao Feng felt like his brain was about to short-circuit. After going downstairs and having lunch, Zhao Feng's phone vibrated. He checked and saw a familiar profile picture of a girl adding him on WeChat. Zhao Feng recognized it was Su Zizi. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Feng thought that he would still have to work out with this girl in the future, so he went ahead and accepted her request. As a result, Su Zizi immediately sent 3 words, "It's all your fault." Zhao Feng instantly felt like he was being forced to take the blame. Before Zhao Feng could say anything, Su Zizi sent another message. "My uncle Lu saw me so close to you and misunderstood us." What the hell? Zhao Feng almost choked on the food in his mouth and hurriedly drank some water to clear it down. Then Zhao Feng typed, "You could just explain it." Su Zizi, how the hell would I know? After saying that, this girl went silent. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Feng picked up his phone and messaged Lu Ruoxin to ask about Su Zizi's situation. Lu Ruoxin's response seemed to have taken a long time to write. A pretty lengthy message, but to sum it up, this girl also lived with her parents in Tangshanipin and had been working out with Lu Ruoxin for about a year. The reason she hadn't been around recently was that Su Zizi went skiing in Switzerland. Additionally, Lu Ruoxin sent a voice message specifically to apologize. "Mr. Zhao, Zizi just asked me for your WeChat, and I saw that you two were getting along well while working out, so I gave it to her. If it disturbed you, I'm really very sorry." Hearing this, Zhao Feng sent a voice message. "Hey, we're friends, so it's totally fine for you to introduce me to other friends." After sending the message, Zhao Feng looked at the text Lu Ruoxin sent and realized why he always felt that she and Lu Ruoxin were quite familiar. Zhao Feng's phone vibrated again, and it was Su Zizi again. "Where are you?" To be honest, maybe this girl really does match his temperament a bit. And perhaps it was his curiosity about feminine girls that made Zhao Feng unusually patient with Su Zizi. He replied with a message saying he was in a restaurant. Before long, Su Zizi ran down from the gym. Upon seeing Zhao Feng, she rushed to him and said nonstop, "Zhao Feng, help me out. I'll treat you to drinks later. Just take a video from me explaining our relationship." Looking at her, Zhao Feng inexplicably wanted to braid her hair into 2 pigtails. If it weren't for the muscle lines on this girl, Zhao Feng thought her round little face paired with 2 pigtails would definitely make her look like a legal lowly. He pushed that thought out of his mind. While taking the phone, he casually asked, "Why?" Su Zizi looked anxious and said, "You don't need to worry about that. Just help me out." Zhao Feng complied. After filming the video, Zhao Feng confirmed that there were no flaws on his part in the screen before handing the phone back to Su Zizi. To his surprise, she turned and ran away. I'll treat you to drinks. Bye. Zhao Feng watched Su Zizi's fiery back and felt inexplicably that this girl was quite amusing. After finishing lunch and returning home, Zhao Feng silently signed in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 million cash. How did it become 2 million? Is the sign-in amount random? Without thinking much, Zhao Feng returned to his study and checked his stocks, which had skyrocketed. The smile on his face was genuine. $1 million. After nearly a week of profits, now it had astonishingly reached over 129,000, nearly 130,000. This growth was terrifying. The profit was nearly one-third, and that $30,000 converted to about 210 million. 210 million profit in 5 days. If he focused on the stock market for a month, for weeks, with a principal of 5 million, 210 would multiply 5 times and then multiply 4 times. A total of 41 million. 41 million total had already completely surpassed the 5 million principal. Of course, this was in the most rational situation. After all, every stock change is unpredictable. The rise and fall have no pattern. Just as Zhao Feng estimated, next week the stock's increase wouldn't be very high. And it might not only not rise, but also start to drop. Therefore, in the afternoon, Zhao Feng sold all his shares in Shangdian. After putting the money in his pocket, he felt relieved. However, even so, Zhao Feng felt that he was not far from unlocking the stock account of $5 million. At most, it would take 2 or 3 months. By then, he would have a large sum of funds available. Right now, his bank card was almost approaching 20 million in cash. So, this could be considered a nice bonus. 2 days passed, and it was December 22nd. Today, Zhao Feng received a call from Larry Gallen, saying that Zhao Feng's Gulfstream 650 had to be postponed by 1 day due to heavy rain in the American Georgia area. All right, just 1 day's delay. Zhao Feng's excitement slightly diminished, but he gladly agreed. Checking the time, Larry Gallen called. It was exactly 8 o'clock. It seemed this foreigner really was quick to inform him. Putting away his phone, Zhao Feng changed into his workout clothes and went to the gym. The first thing he saw was Su Zizi, who was pretending to cry and acting cute. Although he was puzzled by her appearance, especially since the muscular Su Zizi seemed to have been wronged. This was interesting. Chapter 63. With a furrowed brow, this matter was not simple. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations. The first thing Su Zizi said made Zhao Feng break out in a cold sweat from behind. Brother Zhao Feng, can I ask you for a favor? The feigned delicate voice, combined with the word people, was incredibly powerful. He hurriedly waved his hand. No way. Big brother, you need to speak properly first. Su Zizi leaned closer to Zhao Feng and said with a hint of grievance in her voice, it's because I got too close to you yesterday. And then my Uncle Lu told my mom and dad about it. They thought you should be my boyfriend, so they invited you over for dinner. Upon hearing the words boyfriend, Zhao Feng frowned, knowing that today's situation was not simple. The subsequent invitation exuded a strong sense of trouble. Just as Zhao was about to refuse, Su Zizi took out her phone, opened WeChat, and showed her friend list to Zhao Feng, saying, Big brother, it shouldn't be a problem to help a brother out, right? As long as you agree, I'll introduce all the girls from my fish pond to you. How about it? Zhao Feng decisively nodded. Brotherhood is important, and he wasn't really after any girls. However, he had to understand the whole situation. So, Zhao Feng looked at Su Zizi curiously and asked, what exactly is going on? Su Zizi sighed deeply, sitting beside Zhao Feng, and began to explain. A couple of days ago, Su Zizi and Zhao Feng were seen chatting at the gym by that so-called Uncle Lu. As a result, Uncle Lu directly informed Su Zizi's parents about this. Su Zizi's parents had long wanted their daughter to find a boyfriend. After receiving the news from an old friend, they suddenly had a strong desire to meet the boy beside their daughter. When Uncle Lu sent a video explaining Zhao Feng's relationship, it deepened their impression of him even more. Listening to Su Zizi's narration, Zhao Feng found it both amusing and frustrating. Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but smile, looking at Zhao Feng and Su Zizi, feeling that they seemed quite compatible. As for why she wasn't envious, it was mainly because Su Zizi made Lu Ruoxin quite at ease. She smiled and said, Zizi, by the way, why haven't I seen your girlfriend lately? Su Zizi pouted, we broke up. And then, Zhao Feng couldn't help but ask. Before Su Zizi could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a glance from Lu Ruoxin. Lu Ruoxin mischievously looked at Zhao Feng and said with a smile, "If you want to know what happens next, mister, Zhao should agree to help Zizi first." Su Zizi immediately caught on and said, "Yes, as long as you agree to help me, I'll tell you. After all, this is my personal privacy." Zhao Feng used to doubt the saying that curiosity kills the cat, but now he felt his curiosity was about to explode. He decisively nodded and said, "Sure. Didn't I just agree to help you?" Zhao Feng didn't think it would be difficult to have a meal. It was just a free meal. He didn't need to perform too well, just a decent performance, and later let Su Zizi report a breakup would be fine. If he performed well, he could still break up. With this in mind, Zhao Feng agreed without hesitation. However, as he eagerly awaited Su Zizi to continue, he was taken aback by her next words. Su Zizi said, "And then there's nothing else. We just broke up." Zhao Feng stared at Su Zizi in disbelief. "Isn't it common for women to cling after a breakup?" Su Zizi replied irritably, "Am I an ordinary woman?" Zhao Feng was immediately deflated, realizing she had a point. Completing the action in his hands, Zhao Feng took the mineral water that Lu Ruoxin handed him. Recently, he felt his whole body was indeed becoming stronger. Even after the muscle soreness, he could feel the increase in muscle. Su Zizi, who had also started to rest, came over and sat down beside Zhao Feng without caring about any physical contact. She said boldly, "As long as you help me this time, we'll be good brothers." Zhao Feng rolled his eyes at her. "I didn't say I'd be your brother." Su Zizi raised an eyebrow at Zhao Feng and said, "Big brother Zhao, I think at the very least, I can help you when you're chasing girls. Plus, I can introduce my girlfriends on WeChat to you. But you have to help me. What can you help me with in chasing girls?" Zhao Feng thought to himself that as long as she didn't compete with him for girls, it would be good enough. Su Zizi smiled mysteriously. "How about being a spy that infiltrates the enemy's ranks?" "Bro, come on, let us drink to that," Su Zizi said. The importance of infiltrating the enemy's ranks wasn't as crucial as Zhao Feng feeling that he was worth getting to know. Zhao Feng picked up the mineral water bottle and gently clinked it with Su Zizi's, just like last time. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Ruoxin, who had gone to get 2 more bottles of mineral water, had walked up behind them. She found it both amusing and exasperating. Unable to hold back, she said, "You two treat me like air, don't you?" Zhao Feng and Su Zizi hurriedly turned around and exchanged awkward smiles with Lu Ruoxin. Upon hearing Zhao Feng and Su Zizi talk about chasing girls, Lu Ruoxin felt a bit uncomfortable. "I'm so beautiful, can't you two see?" She even thought about yelling at Zhao Feng, "I want you to have me too." But as a woman, she had to maintain her dignity. Chapter 64. Come with me to pick someone up. Extra update. Please save and recommend. At 11 in the morning, Zhao Feng and Su Zizi walked out of the gym side by side. Zhao Feng had originally planned to go to a restaurant, but Su Zizi insisted on taking him out to eat, claiming it was to thank him in advance for his help. She mentioned a barbecue restaurant. Zhao Feng was curious about what kind of place it was. When she drove out, he was surprised to find that Su Zizi's car was a modified Wrangler with a black base color and orange flames. It looked really cool. Su Zizi parked the car in front of Zhao Feng, and noticing his gaze, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She had put a lot of effort into modifying this car several times before she was finally satisfied with it. "Get in." Su Zizi looked at Zhao Feng beside the road, her lips curling up, feeling a bit proud. Zhao Feng smiled and got into the passenger seat. They didn't notice that Uncle Lu happened to see Zhao Feng getting into Su Zizi's car again and happily took a photo to send to Su Zizi's parents. Inside the car, when Zhao Feng reached out to close the door, he accidentally pulled on something that wasn't the handle, but the storage compartment. His fingers touched a cold plastic object. Taking a glance, Zhao Feng realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Was that a condom? He shot a knowing glance at Su Zizi. "Thinking, bro, you're quite the player." Su Zizi didn't notice and focused on driving to their destination. It wasn't far, and soon they arrived at their destination, Kangoo Barbecue. Once inside, it was mostly self-service grilling, and the restaurant offered a variety of dishes and meats, with the main attraction being the fresh vegetables and meats, as well as delicious barbecue sauce. It wasn't expensive for one person, and the two of them together could have a hearty meal for about 300 yuan. Zhao Feng, being a meat lover, wasted no time ordering extra beef and lamb after discovering how delicious the meat was with the sauce. By 1 in the afternoon, the two of them slowly walked out of the barbecue restaurant. As for why she was walking slowly, it was because she was a bit too full. Back at the Thompson Riviera, Sue Zizi parked the car in front of a building. Her home was in Building 3. Since the underground parking garages for Buildings 1, 2, and 3 were separate, Zhao Feng got out of the car here. Upon entering the door, he waved hello to Wang Cheng. After taking the elevator upstairs and returning home, Zhao Feng couldn't wait to take a shower. After working out earlier, he had returned empty-handed and then went to the barbecue restaurant, so he was now covered in the smell of grilled meat. After showering, Zhao Feng silently recited the check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Basic Foreign Language Proficiency skill. Click to view the introduction. Basic Foreign Language Proficiency. This level of skill can satisfy the use of 3 languages: English, French, and Russian. The introduction was simple, but the amount of knowledge contained was not small. He casually picked up a book from a study. It was the Russian version of How the Steel Was Tempered. Looking up, he saw that next to it were the French versions of the Red and the Black, Les Miserables, and many other foreign language books, with the English versions being the most numerous, so there was no need to elaborate on them. Flipping through How the Steel Was Tempered, Zhao Feng was astonished to find that he could understand the meaning of every word. He could even accurately pronounce it in Russian. This was impressive, he exclaimed. Zhao Feng was worried about how he would cope if he couldn't speak English when he met Larry Galen tomorrow, but it seemed the system really understood his needs. In the study, holding the Russian version of How the Steel Was Tempered, Zhao Feng inexplicably spent the entire afternoon reading it. While reading and sipping tea, he was thoroughly relaxed. In contrast, Sue Zizi, who returned home, was in a rather difficult situation. She just walked through the door and hadn't even reached the living room when her mother shouted from the sofa, "Oh, my daughter is back. Where's your boyfriend?" Sue Zizi shot a displeased glance at her mother and helplessly said, "Another day. Okay? You all are so anxious, and I can't even say anything on his side." Hearing this, her mother immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. "Look at you, not even married yet, and already looking elsewhere. But Mom is doing this for your own good. You need to meet him to know if he is suitable for you." This was still with her father at work. Otherwise, with both her parents bombarding her, Sue Zizi would probably have to escape from home. Hearing her mother say this, Sue Zizi was immediately unhappy, no? "Oh my God, when I didn't have a boyfriend before, you urged me to find one, and now that I have one, you want to see if he is suitable. If it falls through, don't blame me." Her mother laughed coldly. "Oh please, will it even fall through? Lu Shu sent a message to me and your dad, saying you guys went out together for lunch a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Sue Zizi gritted her teeth in anger. That old Lu, how can he see everything? Before she could speak, her mother continued, "All right, I have only one request for you. If you are with him, just be good about it and come home to eat a meal. As long as he has decent character, your dad and I will definitely agree." Sue Zizi could only nod with a forced smile. In the afternoon, Zhao Feng sent a message to Lu Ruoxin, saying he had something to do tomorrow morning, so he couldn't go to the gym. Lu Ruoxin didn't say much and directly agreed. In her view, it was certain that someone as wealthy as Zhao Feng had a lot going on. Zhao Feng didn't bother to explain further, as that would seem too pretentious. As a result, that evening, Zhao Feng received a phone call. It wasn't from Lu Ruoxin, but from Sue Zizi. She called to ask Zhao Feng what he was doing tomorrow. Zhao Feng simply replied, "I'm picking someone up." Sue Zizi was a bit curious. "Picking someone up? Your friend? I'll go with you." Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment. After all, he had only just met Sue Zizi a few days ago, but since she had suggested it, it didn't seem right to refuse. Without correcting Sue Zizi's misunderstanding, he nodded and agreed, "All right, I'll call you tomorrow." Sue Zizi hung up the phone in front of her mother and father. Sue's mother and father nodded in satisfaction. It seemed this young man, named Zhao Feng, had a decent personality. Sue Zizi didn't know how to express her feelings about their judgment. Time quickly passed to the next day. It was December 23rd, just before Christmas, and it was indeed not easy for Larry Galen to deliver the plane. However, Zhao Feng was a bit curious if the plane he checked in for would come with a crew, such as a captain and co-pilot and flight attendants. Chapter 65. Check-in and crew. Please collect. Please recommend. To explain why a private plane appears here. Because the setting of this book is quite large. And since everyone said it was a bit watered down, I plan to use the plane to push the plot a bit. I hope everyone will be lenient. Also, regarding the characters arranged by the system in this chapter, if you have any questions, feel free to join the group for discussion. Their roles will also be arranged based on the results of the discussion. Silently reciting the check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a crew security team of 4. Habitually clicking to accept. Crew security team of 4, including Captain Boris Antonov, co-pilot Mark Antonov, and security team, Garis Vladimir and He Jun Wow. What is this? The system can even summon people? This is amazing. Suddenly, he became excited. It seemed he wasn't as thrilled when he received the private plane reward a few days ago. He changed into a sharp suit since today, as private plane reception ceremony was quite formal. Picking up his phone as he walked to the door, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered Su Zizi, who had agreed to meet him yesterday. He sent her a WeChat message asking if she was awake. Su Zizi quickly replied, "I've been dragged up by my mom. We're going to the airport." Zhao Feng responded, "Okay, just wait a moment. I'll be down soon." After leaving the house, Zhao Feng took the elevator straight down to the garage. He made a selection in the garage and ultimately decided on the Ferrari LaFerrari. As for the reason, it looked incredibly cool. Driving out of the garage, he circled around and parked in front of Building 3, where he saw Su Zizi from a distance. She had her hair in a bun and was wearing a short white and gray camouflage down jacket, white sport pants, and white sneakers, holding a small white bag. Zhao Feng couldn't tell what brand it was. He had hardly bought any luxury items and certainly didn't know much about them. But honestly, she looked pretty cool in that outfit. Slowing down the car, the LaFerrari glided to a stop in front of Su Zizi. She hadn't reacted yet. Zhao Feng rolled down the window. "Zizi, get in." Su Zizi's eyes lit up when she saw Zhao Feng in the driver's seat. "Wow, looking good. Old Zhao." Zhao Feng's expression darkened. "Didn't I say to call me Brother Zhao?" Su Zizi made a face of disdain. "I feel like calling you Old Zhao makes our relationship seem closer." Zhao Feng chuckled. "All right, I won't argue with you because of that cute little face." Su Zizi also has a sports car, a pitch-black Lamborghini Gallardo, but it's also for picking up girls. After much pleading, she finally got her dad to buy one, but she hasn't driven it in the past few days. Su Zizi is looking here and there, just short of having Zhao Feng as the driver. After a long while, she curiously asked, "Which Ferrari is this?" "I just thought it looked a lot like a LaFerrari." Before Zhao Feng could respond, a flash of realization struck Su Zizi. "Wait, I think I remember. Some time ago, there was a person who bought several Ferraris, and even the track version of the LaFerrari. Is that person you?" While speaking, Su Zizi pointed her delicate finger at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng glanced at the traffic outside the window and nodded helplessly. "Yes, it's me. But I didn't buy them all at once. They were just delivered together." Su Zizi suddenly understood. Of course, who would spend nearly $1 billion at once to buy so many sports cars? If someone did, they must be insane. Hearing Su Zizi's muttering, Zhao Feng's expression darkened again. He was too lazy to argue with her. Su Zizi seemed to realize she had said something wrong and sat quietly in the passenger seat. For a moment, the cabin fell silent. For some reason, Su Zizi's gaze drifted to Zhao Feng. Damn it, why is his shirt buttoned so tightly at the collar? Looking up, Zhao Feng's profile came into view. Su Zizi suddenly had a strange thought. Old Zhao's looks are actually quite pleasing. From this angle, he seems more handsome than those young idols. Especially when he's concentrating on driving. It feels inexplicably super. Perhaps it was a long-standing warning from Su Zizi's sexual orientation. Suddenly, she felt her earlier thoughts were very abnormal. She likes girls. This guy next to her is a rough man. How could she think he's handsome? What a weirdo. She turned her head to look out the window with all her might. Yet, an inexplicable restlessness in her heart made Su Zizi feel itchy. Want to turn back and take another look. After countless internal struggles, Su Zizi finally convinced herself. Just one more look, just one more look. Slowly, she turned her head to look at Zhao Feng. But unexpectedly, Zhao Feng suddenly turned to look at her too. His eyes sparkled like morning stars, accompanied by a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Su Zizi's heart skipped a beat, as if Zhao Feng had shot her with a bullet. She instantly sank into it. Zhao Feng also forgot about the single driving Ferrari skill he had acquired some time ago. Seeing Su Zizi staring out the window, he thought she was sulking. Considering she was still a girl, he wanted to turn back to comfort her. But he didn't expect to see Su Zizi gazing at him with dreamy eyes, her little head leaning closer to him. Instinctively, he asked softly, "Zizi, are you okay?" Su Zizi, lost in Zhao Feng's gaze, snapped back to reality. Her face turned instantly red, feeling her cheeks burning, and she hurriedly lowered her head to cover her face. Especially with Zhao Feng's gentle voice, she felt an overwhelming tenderness. With her left hand covering her face, Su Zizi pinched her thigh hard with her right hand. Ouch! This damn tenderness. Wait, what's wrong with me today? However, Su Zizi still muttered with her head down. It's nothing, old Zhao. Just drive well. Seeing Su Zizi like this, Zhao Feng was genuinely worried. What if she had a fever or a cold? He should hurry and take her to the hospital. So he spoke more warmly. Are you feeling unwell? Do you have a fever? Should I take you home first? It's fine. I'm okay. Just let me be quiet. Su Zizi said in a muffled voice. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment. Su Zizi's insistence was unexpected. But the medical facilities in Shanghai are quite good. So if Su Zizi feels worse later, he could take her to the hospital in time. The journey was already halfway done. Zhao Feng drove seriously, and the cabin became even quieter. At 9 in the morning, Zhao Feng arrived at Shanghai Hongqiao International Airport. At this point, Su Zizi seemed much better. Her face wasn't as red as before. Although it wasn't back to its normal color, it looked much better. Zhao Feng drove to the airport entrance. However, Su Zizi still didn't see Zhao Feng slow down to stop. Unable to help herself, she reminded him, Old Zhao, why aren't you stopping? Aren't you here to pick someone up? Zhao Feng smiled. Yes, to pick someone up, but not here, he casually explained. Earlier, when he spoke with Larry Galen over the phone, Larry had said to drive through the side entrance of the airport to prevent Zhao Feng from making a mistake. He even sent a document after the call. They quickly reached the side entrance of the airport. Inside, 2 black Mercedes were parked with 6 or 7 people in suits, both Chinese and foreign, standing nearby. As Zhao Feng arrived at the side entrance, a security guard approached. Hello, are you Mr. Zhao Feng? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng nodded. I am Zhao Feng. The guard waved his hand to the back. You can drive through. Zhao Feng thought he would have to park outside. But since the guard said so, he slowly drove through the side entrance. He parked next to the Mercedes, and Zhao Feng got out of the car, with Su Zizi hurriedly following suit. Just as they stood still, the leading foreigner, Larry Galen, strode over and directly greeted them in Chinese. Very happy to see you, Mr. Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng shook his hand and replied, Nice to meet you too, Mr. Larry Galen, since he found it awkward to hear him speak Chinese. Zhao Feng directly repeated his sentence in English, implying that he understood English. Larry Galen understood perfectly. He also found it awkward. If it weren't for Zhao Feng being their company's esteemed guest, he wouldn't want to speak Chinese. Moreover, he had a translator with him. Larry then introduced, This is Manager Qin Wu from Guitai Aviation Company, who is here with me to deliver your plane. Zhao Feng smiled and shook hands with Qin Wu. Hello, Manager Qin. Qin Wu replied, Mr. Zhao Feng, you are truly accomplished at a young age. It's a pleasure to meet you. The presence of Qin Wu here was quite reasonable. Since Zhao Feng was buying a private jet, its nature was special. On one hand, it was considered cargo, and on the other, a means of transportation. Thus, a company was needed as the receiving party for the goods. Coincidentally, Qin Wu from Guitai Aviation had some private connections with Larry Galen, and this could also be considered a business arrangement, which is why Qin Wu appeared here. This business also included future ground maintenance of the aircraft. However, if Zhao Feng was not satisfied with Qin Wu and wanted to switch companies, Larry Galen would have no objections. After chatting for a while, Larry Galen finally said, I believe Mr. Zhao must be eager to see the plane, so let's go take a look. Zhao Feng and Qin Wu both nodded with smiles. The three of them moved forward, while Su Zizi beside Zhao Feng looked confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Her mind was filled with questions. Seeing that she hadn't caught up, Zhao Feng, in a moment of impulse, reached out and directly grabbed Su Zizi's small hand, following Larry Galen and Qin Wu towards the hangar. Larry Galen and Qin Wu exchanged a knowing smile, clearly understanding the feelings between young men and women. Larry Galen even complimented, Mr. Zhao and this young lady really are a perfect match. When he mentioned the idiom, a talented man and a beautiful woman, he pronounced it in perfect Chinese. So, it was evident that he was quite knowledgeable about the domestic culture. The hangar wasn't far away, and the side door was generally used for some transport vehicles and staff vehicles, so it was a bit of a distance from the runway. When they reached the open hangar, Zhao Feng and Su Zizi approached and immediately saw the massive aircraft in the middle of the hangar. The gray nose, white belly, and sky blue lines extending along both sides created a striking appearance. Zhao Feng felt that describing this plane as a big toy was an understatement. As they just arrived in front of the plane, 3 foreign faces and 1 Chinese person came down from the aircraft. The 3 foreigners were all tall, Muscular men around 189 meters, while the Chinese man was slightly thinner but still tall. The four of them approached Zhao Feng and bowed in unison, greeting him, Mr. Zhao. Upon seeing them, Zhao Feng had a guess in his heart. It was clear that they were the reward for his signing in. From left to right, they were Captain Boris Antoninov, co-pilot Mark Antoninov, and crew security, Garrus Vladimir, and he June nodding in satisfaction. Zhao Feng directly asked, Is there any problem with the plane? Boris, as the captain of the group, also the leader, immediately replied, No problem, please rest assured. Zhao Feng nodded and glanced over the similar faces of Boris and Mark. He then casually asked, Boris, are you and Mark brothers? Boris appeared a bit nervous upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Yes. Zhao Feng nodded in response without saying much. Boris and Mark exchanged glances, a hint of worry flashing in their eyes. In fact, what Zhao Feng cared about was not whether they were brothers, but whether having two Russian pilots for his private plane was a bit too thrilling. It is said that Russian pilots often come from fighter jet backgrounds. Because Russia is located in the north, they frequently encounter severe weather like blizzards and heavy rain. Thus, Russian pilots are accustomed to flying in adverse conditions. It's common for them to land in extreme weather. The most impressive aspect is their punctuality. No matter the weather, even if the takeoff is delayed, they can still arrive on time. There are even stories of Russian pilots drinking while flying, speeding, or sneaking sips of engine coolant. When Zhao Feng read this report, he felt he had discovered a new world. However, regardless, it is certain that Russian pilots are highly skilled, especially those who have mixed in the aviation industry for a long time. For generous compensation, they surely wound tea drink during flights. As for Garrus and June, they both wore faint smiles in response to Zhao Feng's scrutinizing gaze. Of course, this was not out of pride. It was appropriate to maintain a humble demeanor in front of their new employer. Before signing the aircraft delivery documents, Larry Galen first took Zhao Feng on board for a tour. Larry Galen invited Zhao Feng, Mr. Zhao, let us go up and take a look at the interior. Zhao Feng nodded with a smile, sure. Subsequently, the group climbed the aircraft via the boarding ladder. Larry Galen obviously didn't need to introduce it himself. A tall blonde woman in a small suit stepped forward and began to introduce. Right here is the flight attendant's rest area. Inside is the dining area. Further in is the office area and reception area. And at the back is the rest area. To be honest, the internal space of this massive aircraft was significantly different from what Zhao Feng had seen from the outside. This plane could accommodate 819 people. Zhao Feng noted that the flight attendant's rest area was relatively small, only able to seat two flight attendants opposite each other. The reception and office areas appeared to accommodate 6 people each, while the innermost rest area had a long sofa on the left that could seat 3 and seemed to be convertible into a bed. On the right side was a seat and a coffee table. To be honest, Zhao Feng did find this arrangement somewhat appealing. However, it still fell short of his expectation of a private plane that could separate several rooms and even install a bathroom. After a brief tour, Zhao Feng exited the plane. Under the watchful eyes of photographers from Gulfstream and Cathay Pacific, Zhao Feng signed a delivery agreement with Larry Galen. After Zhao Feng signed, Larry Galen smiled and sincerely shook hands with him again. Next was the conversation between Qin Wu, the Cathay Pacific manager, and Zhao Feng. Qin Wu first introduced Zhao Feng to the maintenance costs of domestic airports. According to domestic charging standards, a plane parked for one night costs over $10,000, plus operating costs and fuel costs, easily reaching several million. Moreover, if the plane were to be parked at a major airport like Hangzhou, additional fees would apply, amounting to at least $20 million a year. If it were in the past, Zhao Feng would have likely turned pale at the thought of such expenses. But now that he had money in his pocket, he felt calm. Qin Wu continued, However, Mr. Zhao, your plane's costs will definitely be reduced somewhat, because you have recruited your own pilots. According to your pilot salary standards, their total annual salary is $1,100,000, with 2 flight attendants. That's a reduction of $500,000. In total, that's a reduction of $1,600,000, meaning you will still need to pay an annual fee of $10,400,000. At this point, facing Zhao Feng's gaze, Qin Wu showed no signs of retreat. This amount was indeed not small. Therefore, Zhao Feng shifted his gaze to Captain Boris beside him. Boris understood the implication in Zhao Feng's eyes and immediately spoke. Sir, the price given by Manager Qin is still quite normal, implicitly suggesting that Qin Wu's quote might be somewhat profitable but should be relatively realistic. Zhao Feng viewed Boris as a tool for the system's signing rewards and felt he could be trusted, so he nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng said, "All right, I accept your quote. Shall I pay by card?" Hearing this, Qin Wu's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhao, you can pay 50% of this quote now, and the remaining amount can be settled after your plane has been in operation for a year. If you want to make a payment, you can directly transfer the money to our company account using mobile banking." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng suddenly realized that it made sense. After all, people come out to discuss business, and not everyone is as straightforward as he is. It's not possible for them to carry cash around. Zhao Feng took out his phone and, following the account number provided by Qin Wu, transferred 5 million over. The whole process was smooth, and Su Zizi next to him didn't say a word the entire time. She was almost in shock, thinking, what kind of rich person is this? She felt generous when she swiped her card for more than 200,000 and had to report it to her parents. But this guy is really picking up an airplane, not just a person. Soon, the contract was signed, and Qin Wu received the 5 million. The smile on Qin Wu's face became even more genuine. It seemed that he really came to the right place today. Although this business deal wasn't something to brag about for someone at his managerial level, the connections it brought made him pay more attention. Just think about what kind of tasks are associated with buying such super luxurious private jets in the country. They are all regulars on the rich list. Who would be someone to look up to? Zhao Feng, however, didn't care much. He and Larry Galen, along with Qin Wu, added each other on WeChat, and the group exchanged some conversation in the lounge on the plane. Compared to Larry Galen, who was already middle-aged, Qin Wu clearly tried to please Zhao Feng a bit more. He noticed Larry Galen's respectful attitude toward Zhao Feng. Although he knew the background, being the manager of Cathay Pacific in Shanghai clearly meant he was a savvy person. During their conversation, although Su Zizi had a strong aura, she was still essentially a girl. Unable to resist, she picked up her phone and started taking selfies around the cabin. When she went to the back resting area, Qin Wu suddenly looked over at Zhao Feng and asked with a smile, "Mr. Zhao, do you need me to arrange for 2 flight attendants to come over? They are definitely top quality." Zhao Feng was taken aback and hadn't even spoken yet when he saw Larry Galen also smiling and whispering, "Mr. Zhao, if you like foreign blonde kittens, I can arrange that for you." Looking at their mysterious expressions, Zhao Feng suddenly realized he couldn't help but shout in his heart, "I'm still too young. Speaking of which, you two are really old." However, Zhao Feng thought since it was his private jet, he should choose himself. So, he cleared his throat, ahem. Then he glanced at the resting area, where Su Zizi was still excitedly taking selfies. After confirming she wouldn't suddenly appear, he said seriously, "Thank you both for your kindness, but I think I'll choose myself." Qin Wu and Larry Galen didn't mind at all, and both chuckled lightly. Qin Wu kindly said, "How about this, Mr. Zhao? I'll send out a recruitment message among our flight attendants for you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng subtly nodded. Coincidentally, just as the three finished the topic, Su Zizi ran back, sat next to Zhao Feng, and excitedly pulled him for selfies. Her excitement was understandable. Although the Su family had considerable assets, they didn't have their own private plane. The only business jet belonged to her father's company, and since she didn't work there, she couldn't use it. Now that Zhao Feng had a plane, given their brotherly relationship, she could definitely hitch a ride in the future. Besides, when she said her brother had a Gulfstream 650 private jet, wouldn't it be easier to attract girls in her social circle? Chapter 68, The Strange Su Zizi. Extra update. Please collect. Please recommend. Perhaps they were too close. And Zhao Feng felt the soft touch from Su Zizi. He couldn't help but sigh internally. How did such a good girl end up on the wrong path? However, he still cooperated and took a photo with her. Even Larry Galen and Qin Wu joined in, smiling and taking selfies with Zhao Feng and Su Zizi. After the photos were taken, Su Zizi immediately posted them on her social media. After carefully selecting a dozen photos, she added the caption, "I accompanied old Zhao to pick up the plane, and I didn't expect such a big guy." After uploading, within just 3 minutes, Su Zizi received private messages from 6 girls. Without a doubt, these were her potential targets. Yay! Excited, Su Zizi cheered. Larry Galen and Qin Wu were also infected by her energy and smiled gently. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng felt a headache coming on because of Su Zizi. After a while, Larry Galen and Qin Wu said their goodbyes, as they had other matters to attend to. After sending them off, Zhao Feng then began to get to know Boris, Mark, Garris, and June in the meeting area. As for Su Zizi, She ran to the resting area to chat with the girls. Looking at the private messages from those girls after they liked her posts, Su Zizi was furious. The reasons were as follows. The first girl, Zizi, your friend is so rich. The second girl, Zizi, can you give me the guy's WeChat? The third girl, whether he has a plane or not doesn't matter. I just think your friend is so handsome. Give me his WeChat. I'm curious. Su Zizi threw a pillow in frustration. However, the likes and messages that followed made her suddenly obedient. After her mother saw the post, she immediately sent her a message. Look at this excellent young man. You need to seize the opportunity, okay? Get along well with him. Bring him home to see, as long as he is a good person. Your mom and dad will definitely support you. This was still because it was Monday, and Su Zizi's father had gone to the company. Otherwise, he would have definitely recognized Larry Galen and Qin Wu, who were chatting with Zhao Feng, although they might not necessarily be worth more than her father. Their backgrounds clearly placed them at the same level as her father. In the meeting area, after conversing, Zhao Feng also learned about Boris, Mark, Garrus, and Hejun. Boris and Mark don't need much introduction. They were fighter pilots from Russia, forced to retire due to drunk driving and speeding. And then came to Tianxia looking for jobs, arranged by the system, to Zhao Feng. Garrus was also a childhood friend of the two, but he served in the Russian army and had mixed with the GRU. Hejun's background was simple. He came from a certain classified special forces unit in Tianxia. Zhao Feng recalled that Qin Wu hadn't mentioned anything about deducting Garrus and Hejun's salaries. This meant that he needed to set their salaries himself. Even if they were arranged by the system, it wouldn't be wrong to establish a salary. In fact, Zhao Feng's thinking was quite wise. Although the four of them were arranged by the system, the arrangement only planted the seeds of loyalty towards Zhao Feng in their hearts. The system hadn't made any other arrangements. Just like Boris, who still had parents and a wife and children back in Siberia, Mark was a hedonist who spent almost everything he earned apart from saving for his parents' retirement. Garrus and Mark were both in their 30s and also adhered to the principle of living for the moment. The youngest among them is Hejun, who has just turned 30. He has parents and a wife and children back in his hometown in Inner Mongolia. Naturally, they need a salary. Zhao Feng immediately set the salary on the spot. Boris's request was not high, at $300,000 a year, while Mark only asked for $250,000. Garrus and June also referred to Mark's standard. However, Zhao Feng himself was not short of money at the moment, so he decided to treat his people a bit better. Thus, he directly raised their salaries. Boris's annual salary was $600,000, while Mark, Garrus, and Hejun each received $500,000. This salary was certainly a cause for great happiness, and the four of them were very pleased. Because with this salary, Boris, Mark, and Garrus would definitely not earn this much in their old country, and Hejun was also quite satisfied, as a $500,000 annual salary is absolutely considered a high income domestically, considering their living conditions in the country. Zhao Feng even distributed a year's salary to them on the spot. That's how impressive he was. Looking at his bank balance, barely reaching 8 figures, Zhao Feng suddenly felt that money came quickly and spent quickly. It was almost noon, since it was the first time meeting with Boris and the others. And having spent money, why not have a meal together? Although there's a saying that money can open doors, Zhao Feng felt that perhaps sometimes once the money is in place, relationships can be established more solidly. He took Su Zizi and Boris to a restaurant near the airport for lunch. After parting ways with Boris and the others, Zhao Feng drove Su Zizi back to Tang Chunipin. On the way back, Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something. He turned to Su Zizi. I'll send you the photos you took later. Su Zizi retracted her gaze, suppressing her strange feelings, and asked curiously, what do you want my photos for? You took pictures of my plane. I want a few shots. Upon hearing this, Su Zizi immediately realized she had misunderstood. She thought Zhao Feng wanted the photos for some strange reason. She muttered, those are all selfies. I'm in every picture. Are you sure you want them? As she spoke, Su Zizi selected more than 10 photos on her phone and sent them to Zhao Feng. Hearing this, Zhao Feng was speechless and directly replied, forget it then. Su Zizi was immediately dissatisfied. What? You don't want them just because I'm in them? Anyway, I sent them to you. Take it or leave it. Zhao Feng looked at Su Zizi with curiosity, wondering why she seemed less masculine today. To be honest, she looked quite adorable when she pouted. He nodded. I want them. Of course. Su Zizi's face turned slightly red under Zhao Feng's gaze, and her strange feelings surged again. Damn, what's wrong with me? After returning to Tang Chunyi Pin, Zhao Feng parked the car in front of Building 3. Su Zizi pushed the door open and got out, then turned back to wave at Zhao Feng. Bye. Old Zhao. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. After getting home, Zhao Feng suddenly received a message from Boris. Sir, you need to hire flight attendants. Otherwise, the cruise operation will be incomplete. Chapter 69, Please Collect. Please recommend. Boris's suggestion came purely from a captain's professional perspective. Except for cargo planes, passenger planes, and business jets all require flight attendants, as some matters on the plane can only be handled by professionally trained flight attendants. They guide passengers during emergencies. These all require professional cabin crew. Zhao Feng thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. However, he previously rejected the proposals from Qin Wu and Larry Galen. Now, Zhao Feng picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Qin Wu. Mr. Qin, how do we go about recruiting flight attendants? Just after returning to the company and resting for a while, Qin Wu's eyes lit up upon receiving Zhao Feng's WeChat message. As Zhao Feng's question was exactly what he was hoping for. If he could help Zhao Feng with this matter, it would establish a connection between them, both personally and professionally. Therefore, Qin Wu immediately replied, Mr. Zhao, I think you can consider placing the flight attendant recruitment with our company. If you're not at ease, you can come over and supervise personally. The key was the last sentence. Supervise personally. The so-called flight attendants might just be ordinary attendants on those business tycoons' planes. But privately, they might be involved in something else. This is the focus here. So for the very young Zhao Feng, it was no different from being on a plane. Therefore, personal supervision was especially important. This reflects a person's preferences. On the other end of the line, Zhao Feng's thoughts were quite simple. He didn't have the complex considerations that Qin Wu had. He just thought that if he were to take a plane, he would naturally want to choose the kind that he found comfortable and pleasing to the eye. So he responded, All right, then please help me send out a recruitment notice in a few days. Qin Wu nodded. No problem. Please wait a couple of days. After a few pleasantries, they ended the conversation. Leaning comfortably on the sofa, Zhao Feng recalled the scenes from this morning, from departure to returning home. Subconsciously, Zhao Feng kept thinking about Su Zizi. Especially when they were going to the airport. When he turned around, Su Zizi was almost close to his face. At that moment, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered something maddening. One-handed driving a Ferrari, Attribute 1. Driving a Ferrari enhances driving skills to master level and can subtly improve driving proficiency in other models. Attribute 2. Charm increased by 50. An affinity with the opposite sex increased by 20, with a 10 chance of triggering a love at first sight. The glaring Attribute 2 made Zhao Feng feel restless in an instant. Damn, don't tell me I've got feelings for Su Zizi. That's fine, but it means I won't have any allies when it comes to pursuing girls. What should I do now? Wasn't I just trying to test Su Zizi? He picked up his phone and opened the WeChat chat interface, typed a few words, and quickly deleted them. Asking her so directly seemed a bit creepy. What should I do now? After returning home, Su Zizi dealt with her mother's inquiries, then opened her moments. Apart from a few female friends, there was surprisingly a male friend in the message list. Click and take a look, it was that guy Qianyan. Su Zizi had a good relationship with Qianyan, mainly because he was a rich second generation and naturally attracted girls. So now Qianyan was one of the few male friends who knew Su Zizi's secret. Moreover, both of them were members of the Supercar Club. Qianyan's message read, Sister nice. You know this big shot. Introduce us sometime. Frowning instinctively, Su Zizi replied, What big shot? You mean old Zhao? Qianyan, old Zhao. Yes, that him, the one who brought 6 or 7 supercars last time. Hearing this, Su Zizi was shocked. Damn, impressive. That was old Zhao. I didn't recognize him at that time. After a brief exchange, Su Zizi was even more determined to be friends with Zhao Feng. The reason being that having supercars for business is definitely useful. Supercars plus private jets made Su Zizi a bit envious of old Zhao. As for the last message from Qian Yin wanting Su Zizi to help introduce Zhao Feng into the Supercar Club, Su Zizi didn't pay much attention. He clicked on the second girl in the order and typed a message. Your dimples have no wine, but I'm drunk like a dog. Honestly, such a line doesn't have much effect on some girls. It must be said that since ancient times, tricks have won people's hearts. At home, Zhao Feng felt anxious for a while and ultimately decided to give up asking Su Zizi. If he asked, what if he misunderstood her? That would be a hassle. As Zhao Feng felt a bit overwhelmed by the thought of a Barbie doll. Although Su Zizi was quite good-looking, Zhao Feng wasn't someone who focused on appearances. Besides, If there was no misunderstanding, wouldn't asking only add to the awkwardness? Speaking of which, he hadn't chatted with Lu Ruoxin for a while. He flirted with Lu Ruoxin on WeChat. Lu Ruoxin gave Zhao Feng the feeling of being coy yet inviting. Zhao Feng enjoyed it. The two were not breaking that layer of glass. He felt it was necessary to wait for the right moment. Lu Ruoxin's thoughts were simple. She was afraid that if she spoke first, it would make her seem a bit materialistic, hanging in this manner. She was also worried that Zhao Feng would think she was too reserved. It was a bit of a dilemma. To be honest, Lu Ruoxin admitted that part of her attraction to Zhao Feng was due to his family background. However, after spending so much time together, she felt she knew Zhao Feng quite well. Aside from Zhao Feng's cousin and her best friend, it seemed Zhao Feng hadn't interacted with other girls during this time. Su Zizi didn't count. At this age, it's rare to find a boy from a wealthy family who is so stable. So of course Lu Ruoxin was moved. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Feng, who originally wanted to take a nap, jumped out of bed. He simply couldn't sleep. His phone vibrated. It was a message from Qin Wu. Do recent graduates who are flight attendants count in the recruitment range? Looking at his question, Zhao Feng rubbed his chin. He decisively replied, yes. Qin Wu soon replied, okay. Then quickly arrange for the subordinate to add recent graduates to the recruitment announcement. Chapter 70, Zhou's Arrangement. Extra update. Please collect. Please recommend. The author definitely has arrangements for Su Zizi, and for readers who are unwilling to read, the author can't help it. I just hope that those who want to continue reading can support the author as always. A night passed, and Zhao Feng got up and touched his somewhat messy hair. His hair did seem to have grown a bit long. Although he had styled it before, he hadn't noticed that there was hairstyling management in the Yapinui. After washing up, Zhao Feng headed straight to the Yapinui. Since getting a haircut might take some time, he sent Lu Ruoxin a message saying he would come over later. On the 7th floor of the Yapinui, the reason for such a high floor is that the styling management and therapy centers are adjacent. As soon as Zhao Feng walked in, 2 girls dressed in black greeted him with smiles and bows. Welcome, sir. Nodding slightly, Zhao Feng directly said, I want a haircut. Please arrange for a stylist to come over. The 2 girls nodded in unison, and one of them took Zhao Feng to the lounge area, while the other went to notify the head stylist. The reason for calling the head stylist is that they could tell Zhao Feng was a new customer, and those living in the Thompson Yapinui are either rich or noble. Therefore, the head stylist usually comes to make a good first impression on the customer. The subsequent decisions regarding the customer's preferences are generally left to other stylists, which usually won't go wrong. While waiting, Zhao Feng looked at the girl accompanying him. Which stylist here is the best? That's our technical director, Tony. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng was taken aback. He almost blurted out something about a village barber named Tony. However, the girl beside him noticed Zhao Feng's unusual expression and softly laughed. Explaining, sir. You won't misunderstand. Our technical director has been here for over 10 years, and his skills are certainly top-notch. Zhao Feng nodded awkwardly upon hearing this. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a white shirt and black pants, looking somewhat slender, came out. When he saw Zhao Feng, he smiled and said, Sir, I will be your stylist from now on. Zhao Feng nodded. Accompanied by the girl, he washed his hair and followed him to the nearby haircut station, where he heard the stylist ask, What hairstyle would you like, sir? Zhao Feng thought for a moment and decisively said, Something that looks energetic and handsome. Tony nodded upon hearing this. He then began cutting Zhao Feng's hair with scissors. I must say, his skills were indeed impressive. At least Zhao Feng never felt his scalp being pulled painfully by the scissors. Soon, a clean and handsome hairstyle was formed under Tony's hands. After Tony finished cutting, Zhao Feng looked at himself in the mirror, satisfied. He looked much more pleasing this way. After washing off the loose hair again, Zhao Feng noticed that the cost of this haircut was $399 when he swiped his card at the front desk. Since it was just a haircut without any special styling, the price wasn't very high. Zhao Feng didn't mind this price, as the haircut process with Tony was indeed pleasant. When Zhao Feng arrived at the gym, he found Su Zizi already sweating profusely from her workout. Lu Ruoxin greeted him with a smile. You're here. Nodding, Zhao Feng walked over to a bench press machine and said to Lu Ruoxin, Do you have time this weekend? I'd like to take you out for a meal and a movie. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxin smiled sweetly. Sure, but you have to treat me to a big meal. Of course, Zhao Feng readily agreed. Su Zizi, listening to their conversation, suddenly felt anxious. Hey, you two can't just ignore me while talking. Lu Ruoxin's eyes sparkled. Why do you want to treat me to a meal? Su Zizi thought to herself that she couldn't let Zhao Feng steal this opportunity. Her mind raced to find a reasonable excuse, but it seemed like there were none. Just then, an idea suddenly struck her. How about this, Lu? Come to my house for dinner on Sunday. My parents just asked me to invite Zhao along. Zhao Feng was surprised. Why do you want to invite me? Su Zizi initially didn't want to mention Lu Ruoxin suggesting that Zhao Feng pretend to be her boyfriend, but somehow she blurted out, "Last time I invited you to dinner, we were seen getting in the same car by Uncle Lu, so my mom urged me to invite you over for a meal. Maybe she thinks you were my boyfriend." Hearing this, Zhao Feng felt utterly helpless. Lu Ruoxin also felt a subtle discomfort in her heart. Just because of Su Zizi's last sentence, she glanced at Zhao Feng, seemingly waiting for his reaction. "Are you really that eager?" Zhao Feng's voice sounded helpless. Su Zizi waved her hand. As they say, a swift knife cuts through chaos. "This time for dinner, Lu will come along, and later, I can say I broke up with you, and Lu could be a witness." Zhao Feng felt a bit of a headache from what she said. Looking at Lu Ruoxin, Zhao Feng half explained and half seriously said, "Ruoxin, you have to help me prove this. Pretend to be my boyfriend, just like in a TV drama." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxin smiled and nodded. "Okay, got it." Then she turned to Su Zizi. "Zizi, this weekend we're going to your house for a meal." When Su Zizi heard this, she nodded in satisfaction. "No problem." She thought to herself, "There's absolutely no way you two can have your little world together." After sorting this out, Su Zizi suddenly remembered her father's reaction when he saw the post she made on social media yesterday. Her father looked at the photo of Zhao Feng with Laurie Gowan and Qin Wu with a sense of relief. His relief came from the simple fact that the photo showed Zhao Feng's family background was good, at least comparable to the Su family's, which is considered a match. Moreover, Zhao Feng had been low-key in the past, and it was evident that he could remain low-key for the next 20 years as well. Young people like him are usually quite down-to-earth and hard-working. On the way back, her gaze unintentionally drifted towards Zhao Feng. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxin, who was helping to massage her shoulders and loosen her muscles, was surprisingly ignored for the first time. Lu Ruoxin helped Zhao Feng with some massage, then also helped Su Zizi. Today, there was still a small part of the workout left unfinished. At that moment, a lively figure rushed into the gym from outside. When he saw the three people in the gym, his gaze instantly fixated. Don't get it wrong, his gaze was firmly locked on Zhao Feng's profile. He quickly jogged to Su Zizi's side. "Zizi, I knew you were here." Then he turned to Zhao Feng and smiled. "Hello, Brother Zhao. Nice to see you again." Zhao Feng looked puzzled. "Who are you?" Chapter 71, Fitness, the Benefits of Skills. Seeking collection, seeking recommendation. Qin Yun was instantly petrified, and after a moment of shock, he excitedly approached Zhao Feng. "No, I'm Qin Yun. You don't remember me." Zhao Feng truly had no impression of him and looked quite confused. "No, brother. We met." In an instant, Qin Yun seemed to lose all strength in his body, feeling utterly hopeless. "What the hell is this? Am I that forgettable?" He widened his eyes and angrily said, "No, the day you brought your car over, I invited you to join the supercar club. But you didn't agree at that time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng's memories began to resurface. It seemed that there was indeed such a person, and his appearance gradually overlapped with the guy in front of him. Realizing that his previous reaction might have been a bit impolite, Zhao Feng could only smile awkwardly. "Brother. Sorry, my memory isn't that good." Qin Yun, not in a good mood, said, "You remembered." Zhao Feng nodded. Watching the two talk, Su Zizi and Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but chuckle. Su Zizi said, "Xiao Yun, you and old Zhao know each other too." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun glared at Su Zizi with gritted teeth. "Can you not call me Xiao Yun?" Su Zizi replied, "Sure. Xiao Yun Yun." Puffed. Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qin Yun's expression changed immediately. However, he finally remembered why he came to find Su Zizi today. He said directly, "By the way, Zizi, I'm looking for you for something." "What is it?" Su Zizi asked curiously. Qin Yun blinked and said, "Can we talk about it on the way?" Su Zizi curiously glanced at her childhood friend, knowing that he must have something important to discuss. So she looked at Lu Ruoxin and Zhao Feng. "Then I'll head out first. You guys keep working out." After saying this, she shot a glare at Zhao Feng, probably to remind him not to do anything sneaky after she leaves. Honestly, that glare did have a strong impact. As Su Zizi left, Zhao Feng continued his workout, and it was with Lu Ruoxin together. To be honest, Zhao Feng felt a bit regretful about not making a move when Su Zizi was away some time ago. Now, he ended up with an additional competitor. But well, the The facts prove that he seemed to have already taken a step ahead. While doing seated chest press training, Lu Ruoxin came over to correct his posture. She gently leaned over, and her deep cleavage and that touch of whiteness instantly caught his eye. Zhao Feng, momentarily lost in thought, didn't he even hear Lu Ruoxin calling out to him? It was only when she suddenly leaned closer to Zhao Feng that he almost thought she was going to kiss him. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruoxin smiled seductively. What's wrong? Do I look good? Gulp. Zhao Feng swallowed hard. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, he instinctively shook his head. Not good looking. Wait, it seems like he said something wrong. Coming back to his senses, Zhao Feng hurriedly nodded. Good looking, good looking. Lu Ruoxin's previously stern face instantly melted. She took 2 steps back and directly said, You paused for 2 minutes earlier. Now, add 1 more set of 15. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Under Lu Ruoxin's supervision, he obediently continued with the seated press. However, the earlier scene kept replaying in his mind. No way. Could it be that during this period, he has been too vigorous? After leaving the gym, Zhao Feng quickly grabbed a light lunch at a restaurant before heading home. He took a hot shower. Back in the living room, sitting on the couch, Zhao Feng silently thought about signing in. Sign in successful. Reward fitness skill. Click to open the introduction. Fitness skill. Attribute 1. This skill can help the user exercise more scientifically and reasonably. Attribute 2. Fitness effect bonus 50 Iron Boy. OL. When Zhao Feng saw OL, he almost laughed out loud. What kind of divine skill is this? If he had known, he would have signed in earlier in the morning and tried it out during his workout. However, this fitness effect bonus of 50 could mean that a month of workout would be equivalent to a month and a half. That is quite meaningful. With this skill, the 8-pack abs are getting closer. In fact, Zhao Feng was not wrong in thinking this, but he underestimated the power of the system's skills. He overlooked the importance of the first attribute, where scientific and reasonable is particularly significant. The combination of attribute 1 and attribute 2 doesn't simply yield a result of 112. After all, even with the supervision of a professional fitness coach, there can still be flaws in one's workout. However, with attribute 1, it can subtly change the user's poor workout habits and shape better workout movements. Coupled with attribute 2, Zhao Feng's 8-pack abs would naturally not be far away. Qian Yin dragged Su Zizi out of the gym. Su Zizi found it strange that Qian Yin seemed so flustered this time, then jokingly asked, What is wrong with you? Didn't you want to pull Zhao Feng into the club? Qian Yin's face no longer had the calmness he had in the upstairs gym. He dragged Su Zizi into a private room in the restaurant. Hearing Su Zizi's question, he stood up again before even sitting down. Pacing back and forth in the private room, Su Zizi took a look and immediately knew that this guy must have gotten into quite a bit of trouble. Just like last time when he accidentally sped while driving and crashed into someone's sedan. He was fine, but the person he hit nearly lost both legs. Fortunately, this guy had some sense of responsibility. He didn't run away, called the police directly, and even pulled the person out of the car to give them first aid. In the end, when his father found out, he not only covered all the medical expenses, but also arranged jobs for the entire family of 3. This matter was resolved because the injured party signed a letter of understanding, and Qian Yun took responsibility and provided first aid to save the victim's legs. Now, this situation was serious, but Qian Yun remained silent. Su Zizi, holding his small bag, stood up and prepared to leave. If you're not going to say anything, I'm leaving first. Qian Yun hurriedly came over to stop him. Wait, brother, you're the only one who can come up with a solution for me now. Su Zizi rolled his eyes. Then you need to tell me what the problem is. Qian Yun hesitated for a moment and then said, You have to keep it a secret. So Fifi Nadid, I got someone pregnant. Qian Yun lowered his head, looking ashamed. Who? Su Zizi's eyes brightened at the words. He didn't immediately think this was a bad thing. Qian Yun was 23 this year, a year older than him. He was already being urged to get married, let alone Qian Yun. Moreover, Qian Yun's parents had mentioned this at gatherings more than once, even asking Su Zizi to introduce some friends. Now he was pregnant. Good news? Wait, could it be that Qian Yun wasn't sure if the child was his? Thinking of this, a hint of gossip flashed in Su Zizi's eyes, and he bluntly asked, So what are you worried about? Is the child yours? Upon hearing this, Qian Yun's expression changed, and he said loudly, It must be mine. Su Zizi looked at him strangely. If it's yours, then that's it. Qian Yun fell silent. Su Zizi's curiosity was itching like a cat. In the end, Qian Yun still told Su Zizi everything. In fact, Yin found it hard to say. You know my mom's secretary, Yawn, right? A young and charming figure immediately appeared in Su Zizi's mind. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Sister Yawn? Yin nodded bitterly. He continued, I'm very familiar with Sister Yawn. I met her when I was in middle school. My mom was busy, so she would take me to and from school. It was the same in high school and a bit better in college. But we saw each other less because my work was busy. However, Sister Yawn has never married. My mom thinks of her as a close friend. And this year, she just turned 30. Yin went on, a month ago, during my birthday, my mom invited Sister Yawn to have a small birthday party at our house. After the party, I took Sister Yawn home. On the way, she asked me to come in because she wanted to have a drink at a bar. I couldn't just leave her alone. So later, I don't know how, but I got drunk and ended up going home with her, half awake and half asleep. Upon saying this, a strong bitterness appeared on Yun's face. I didn't expect to get her pregnant in one night. And Sister Yawn is also, you know? Su Zizi's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Yun. Even though I was half drunk, it seems I was the one who initiated it. I could feel it. So, do you want me to help you come up with a plan to have Sister Yawn terminate the pregnancy, or what? Yun let out a bitter laugh. Am I really that heartless? Su Zizi said calmly. Indeed, you are quite a man. Yun, do you know what Sister Yawn said to me? Under Su Zizi's probing gaze, Yun said, she said she would resign in a few days. The money she saved over the years is enough for her to live in her hometown. She doesn't plan to terminate the child, nor does she plan to acknowledge it. She said she and her child would depend on each other for life. She said she is not worthy of me and told me to find someone I love. If I disagree, she can be my mistress with a maintenance fee of 1 million a year. Su Zizi smiled upon hearing this. Sister Yawn really is that kind of person. Yun felt frustrated. Help me think of something. Su Zizi. Think about what? Yun. Think about what I should do now. It all depends on you. I actually think Sister Yawn is great, but you don't like her. With Su Zizi's comment, Yun's mind filled with memories of his interactions with Yawn. For a moment, the private room fell silent. Yun suddenly spoke. Why don't I like her? I really like Sister Yawn, and I love her. Then why do you want me to come up with a solution? What I mean is, can you help me think of how to tell my parents about this, so if they want to beat me up? Yun gritted his teeth. Su Zizi nodded. Okay, I'll help you think of something, but you need to keep Sister Yawn steady. Yun nodded through clenched teeth. He was also afraid that his parents would explode in anger after hearing this news. After all, Yawn was treated as a close friend by his mom, and now that friend was pregnant with her son's child, Yun felt that his mom might chase him around the house with a treasured antique sword. Su Zizi and Yun's little episode. Zhao Feng naturally did not know. Even if he knew, he would probably only exclaim, my friends and I are shocked. He would have much to say. After all, even dramas wouldn't dare to depict this. Qin Wu was still keen on establishing a relationship with Zhao Feng, this mysterious young rich second generation. Yesterday, they agreed via WeChat, and he had his secretary draft a recruitment announcement. Then he handed it over to Human Resources. The heads of the Human Resources Department were basically Qin Wu's trusted aides, so they immediately began arranging things. The flight attendants were not very trusting of this recruitment announcement, which didn't even specify salary, but some decided to give it a try. Additionally, some savvy ones inquired with their supervisors. After the supervisors assured them of the credibility of the recruitment announcement, they eagerly signed up. As for why they signed up eagerly, it is well known that although the salary in the flight attendant industry is not low, it is indeed a service industry. In this industry, one inevitably faces difficult situations. And while flight schedules are fixed, sometimes there are night flights that require staying up late. Moreover, a private jet worth 400 million would surely have wealthy individuals on board, making it easier for them to access high society. After weighing the pros and cons, nearly 200 local flight attendants from the Magic City signed up. Some even leaked this news to other airlines, leading to nearly another 100 applicants for interviews. This was still without notifying this year as graduates. Qin was planning to personally invite the dean of the aviation college at Magic City Industrial University to dinner today and casually mentioned this recruitment matter. Every year, Cathay Pacific Airlines recruits many new graduates, and this year was no exception. As for what Qin Wu meant by new graduates, he was actually referring to seniors. Another day passed. In the gym, Lu Ruoxin suddenly discovered that Zhao Feng was very enthusiastic about working out today. Moreover, each movement was gradually becoming more standard. She thought it was because of her encouragement yesterday. So, taking advantage of Su Zizi going to the bathroom, She specially whispered in Zhao Feng's ear in an incredibly tempting mature woman tone. Keep it up, and there will be a reward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng was momentarily stunned, but then recalled what happened yesterday. Instantly, he became excited, and his pace quickened for each set of movements. This puzzled Su Zizi when she returned from the bathroom. She was wondering why Zhao Feng seemed so energized today. However, Su Zizi wasn't in the mood to compete with Zhao Feng for attention today. The reason was the dilemma that Qianyun had put her in yesterday. Su Zizi couldn't come up with a good solution right away. After all, given Uncle and Aunt Qian's temperament, Qianyun was bound to get a beating, especially Uncle Qian. He might even break Qianyun's legs. Chapter 73, Brainstorming. Please collect. Please recommend. Su Zizi's frown was heavy in Lu Ruoxin's eyes. Apart from the relationship of fitness coach and student, Lu Ruoxin and Su Zizi were still close friends. So, Lu Ruoxin walked over to Su Zizi, corrected her movements while quietly asking, "What's wrong? Zizi, are you not in a good mood today?" Upon hearing this, Su Zizi looked up at Lu Ruoxin. She originally wanted to share this issue with Lu Ruoxin and see if she had any ideas. But since it was Qianyun's privacy, she felt it was inappropriate to say anything. Therefore, the words were swallowed back down. Zhao Feng, on the other hand, was too engrossed in the delightful soreness from his workout to pay attention. Because of the stimulation from his workout skills, Zhao Feng felt that every movement he made was clearer than before. This clarity told Zhao Feng that every action he took was a step forward for his body. During a break, Su Zizi called Qianyun. She asked if she could consult others for ideas. Qianyun's first reaction was to ask if the person was reliable. Additionally, Qianyun mentioned in the call that she would come over in person. She planned to treat Su Zizi to lunch and discuss the matter then. After hearing this, Su Zizi felt that was the only way to proceed. To be honest, she was quite concerned about her childhood friend Qianyun's situation, but she really couldn't think of any good solutions. Qianyun would definitely have to confront this matter. Moreover, if Qianyun and Li Meiyun would get together, the public opinion within Qian's company would certainly have to consider it, and everyone was in the same circle. If something were to go wrong, there would definitely be some rumors circulating in the upper circles of Shanghai. Compared to that, Qianyun getting beaten would even seem like a small issue. Thinking of this, Su Zizi felt a headache coming on. After finishing the workout, Zhao Feng felt refreshed all over, completely free of the usual fatigue he experienced after exercising. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Lu Ruoxin and Su Zizi, unexpectedly, Su Zizi spoke up. "Old Zhao, wait a moment. Someone is going to treat you to a meal." "Treat me to a meal?" Zhao Feng was taken aback. To be honest, Zhao Feng didn't want to get involved randomly, but Su Zizi wouldn't let him leave. Furthermore, Lu Ruoxin was also looking at him eagerly, so he decided to stay. However, when he saw Qianyun, Zhao Feng's expression darkened. To be honest, he had no interest in any supercar club, but Qianyun just smiled and didn't invite him into any club. Instead, she sat silently, which made Zhao Feng feel much better. However, the story Su Zizi shared next opened Zhao Feng's eyes once again. Yes, it was even more eye-opening than when he saw the Gulfstream 650. Zhao Feng felt that this could be a blockbuster movie plot. Add in some dramatic life-and-death situations and family feuds. But wow, this guy is bold. He dares to mess with his mom's close friends. I can't even imagine that. All right, everyone, give your opinions. After Su Zizi finished her story, she turned her gaze toward Zhao Feng and Lu Ruoxin. Qianyun did the same. Before Zhao Feng could speak, Lu Ruoxin was the first to throw out a suggestion. "I think if you get beaten, you get beaten. It shouldn't be a big deal. Since Uncle and Aunt Qian are looking forward to having grandchildren, they should be happy." After saying this, she also looked at Zhao Feng. For a moment, Zhao Feng became the center of attention in the room. Feeling the three pairs of eyes on him, Zhao Feng felt a bit of pressure. To be honest, this shouldn't be his problem. It should be that scoundrel Qianyun's, who told him he couldn't control himself. But Zhao Feng indeed had an idea, and it would definitely work. However, if he just blurted out, it would seem a bit too easy on Qianyun. Clearing his throat, Zhao Feng glanced around at Lu Ruoxin and Su Zizi before finally looking at Qianyun across from him. "I do have an idea, but if you want me to give it, this meal isn't enough." Upon hearing this, Su Zizi immediately protested. "Old Zhao, you can't take advantage of the situation." Lu Ruoxin quickly raised her hand to signal Su Zizi to calm down. "Zhao isn't that kind of person, Zizi. You should sit down." Zhao Feng was unaffected by the two girls' reactions. He smiled calmly at Qianyun, remaining silent. Seeing Zhao Feng like this, Yin felt that he was quite confident. Thinking that he still had over 3 million in his bank account and a few cars he could sell, at worst, he would just have to spend a lot. After preparing himself for a financial hit, Yin looked at Zhao Feng and gritted her teeth. Zhao Gu, just say it. As long as you help me through this, I will do anything I can for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng said directly, don't ever try to convince me to join any supercar clubs. Before Yin could respond, Su Zizi was stunned beside them. She thought Zhao Feng was up to no good. It turned out to be this. The sudden drop in tension made Su Zizi weakly say, I agree with this. That broken club isn't necessary. I haven't been there in 6 months. Lu Ruoxin shot her an amused glance, then fixed her gaze on Zhao Feng without blinking. Yin also readily replied, no problem. Zhao Gu, once we get through this, you're like my real brother. All right, Zhao Feng said with a light voice, then continued, you all are overthinking this. Just say, at this point, Zhao Feng paused. Su Zizi, feeling anxious, urged, hurry up. Why are you keeping us in suspense at such a critical moment? Zhao Feng shot her an annoyed glance for being so impatient, which wasn't very ladylike. Zhao Feng then said, you must cooperate well with Li Meiyun. Just say that you both admire each other and have secretly been together for a long time. Since you've been together in secret, it is only natural that you would get pregnant. Moreover, whether it's in the company or anywhere else, if you say it like this, it's a free love. Who could possibly have anything to say about it? Yin was instantly overjoyed, and after Su Zizi and Lu Ruoxin thought it over, they indeed realized it was a good idea. Unexpectedly, Zhao Feng suddenly spoke up. However, this idea has a drawback. That is to say, your parents might have some opinions about Li Meiyun, but this is your family matter, so I won't say much. Yin quickly nodded with a smile. Don't worry, brother. My parents are good people. Once I get through this, I'll treat you to a wedding banquet. Su Zizi, who was beside them, teased with a smile. What about me and old Lu? Yin cheerfully replied. Of course, everyone is invited. Soon, everyone happily had a lunch together. But Yin didn't eat much. Su Zizi casually asked, why aren't you eating? The big boy innocently replied, I'll go eat with Sister Meiyun later. You guys eat first. Chapter 74, Date. Extra update, please save. Please recommend. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but take a second look at him. Although he had just given him an idea, it was evident from this sentence that he likely had feelings for Li Meiyun. Qian Dun specifically instructed su Fifi. Fifi. Can you help me out a bit at my home later? Su Zizi agreed with a smile. All right, I'll head out first. Yin waved goodbye to Feng and Lu Ruoxin and then turned to leave the private room. As soon as he left, Su Zizi followed behind. Great. These two light bulbs have finally left. Zhao Feng looked towards Lu Ruoxin, and his intense gaze instantly made her blush. She couldn't help but lower her head, using her chopsticks to pick at the rice in her bowl, not even daring to take any dishes from the table. The shy Lu Ruoxin was completely different from the confident version of herself during workouts. Zhao Feng felt his heart flutter at that moment. Zhao Feng and Lu Ruoxin had many interactions during their workouts. They understood each other well, and it could even be said that they were just one step away from breaking through the remaining barrier. However, in the past few days, Su Zizi's arrival had disrupted Zhao Feng's plan to ask Lu Ruoxin out over the weekend. At this moment, Zhao Feng had a sudden idea. Why wait until the weekend? Tonight would work just as well. With that thought, Zhao Feng turned to Lu Ruoxin and said, Ruoxin, how about we go watch a movie tonight? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxin's face instantly lit up with a smile as she softly replied, MHM. The two then began to whisper to each other. Lu Ruoxin had to take two wealthy ladies for a workout in the afternoon, so after leaving the restaurant, Zhao Feng headed straight home. After signing in, he received a daily reward of 2,000,000. Glancing at the account notification, Zhao Feng started thinking about what clothes to wear and which car to drive tonight. The weather outside wasn't too cold, and wearing a down jacket seemed a bit bulky. How about a jacket instead? Recently, EXIN had come over and bought him 2 jackets, one leather and one denim, both quite trendy. In the end, Zhao Feng chose a simple black wool coat. This trench coat made him look taller. Speaking of which, one remarkable thing about Zhao Feng is that he has never been particularly overweight. He had a slight belly for a while, but he had worked it off, although he was still some distance away from having six-pack abs. Before he knew it, evening arrived. Around 6 o'clock, Zhao Feng messaged Lu Ruoxin on WeChat. Lu Ruoxin had just finished work, but had taken some time to carefully put on makeup after getting off. The car Zhao Feng ultimately decided on was still the Ferrari LaFerrari. The other cars could wait for another day. As for why he chose the Ferrari, if it could make someone who likes him like him even more, then no one could refuse. Zhao Feng didn't drive to the Epinui Club. Lu Ruoxin asked Zhao Feng to wait for a moment, and sure enough, a few minutes later, she walked over from behind the car. Looking in the rearview mirror, Lu Ruoxin tilted her head in confusion at the car. She looked quite cute. Compared to her bun hairstyle during workouts, her long, flowing black hair made her look even more attractive. Zhao Feng opened the passenger door with a smile and said to Lu Ruoxin, "Get in." Lu Ruoxin, feeling a bit shy, walked slowly to the car door and said, "Is it really okay to drive this car?" Zhao Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. Just get in." Lu Ruoxin complied and got in the car, while Zhao Feng casually closed the door. Once Zhao Feng got in the car and saw Lu Ruoxin in the passenger seat, he couldn't help but smile. Lu Ruoxin had her hands resting on her knees, not daring to lean back against the seat, looking obedient and demure. "It's okay. Relax." Zhao Feng gently pressed on her shoulder to help her lean back. Virum. The deep roar of the supercar echoed. Lu Ruoxin in the passenger seat instinctively jolted. The car drove towards the exit of the community. The skill of one-handed driving a Ferrari was subtly activated. Lu Ruoxin's eyes unconsciously shifted towards Zhao Feng. At that moment, her thoughts were, why does Zhao Feng look even more handsome and charming while driving than before? The quickening heartbeat made Lu Ruoxin unconsciously breathe faster. She initially wasn't sure if she had fallen in love with Zhao Feng. Perhaps it was more of a liking that hadn't reached the level of love described in words. But at this moment, she indeed felt she had fallen for Zhao Feng. And it was the kind of love that was unwavering. This time, Zhao Feng's destination wasn't far. It was the Jinfeng Fashion Center next to the Jimao Tower. This place had excellent entertainment facilities, making it easy to eat, drink, and have fun all in one go. After parking the car in the underground parking lot and taking the elevator upstairs, Zhao Feng unconsciously grabbed Lu Ruoxin's hand when the elevator got crowded, instantly feeling its softness and warmth. Lu Ruoxin instinctively struggled a bit, but when she looked up and saw it was Zhao Feng holding her, she immediately lost strength in her arm. Their eyes met, and her cheeks quickly flushed. Zhao Feng was very satisfied with her reaction and smiled as he leaned closer, showing her his phone. "How about we go eat at this beef tripe hot pot place?" Lu Ruoxin glanced at it, smiled, and softly said, "Okay." Upon reaching the 6th floor, the two exited the elevator and headed straight to the beef tripe hot pot place called Lao Nyoji. The movie was at 8:30, so there was still enough time. The two sat in a small booth, and when Zhao Feng was ordering, he was quite extravagant, and if Lu Ruoxin hadn't stopped him, he probably would have ordered enough for 5 or 6 people. After the server left, Zhao Feng and Lu Ruoxin finally had time to pay attention to each other. Suddenly, a cheesy pickup line popped into Zhao Feng's mind. He smiled as he took Lu Ruoxin's hands and seriously said, "Ruoxin, your eyes are really beautiful." Lu Ruoxin was suddenly shy upon hearing Zhao Feng say this and asked, "Why do you say that?" Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "But I think my eyes are prettier." Lu Ruoxin instinctively asked, "Why?" Zhao Feng grinned and said, "Because my eyes have you in them." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxin raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes curving into a smile, clearly very happy. With Zhao Feng starting off with that cheesy line, the atmosphere between them became even more harmonious. As the hot pot ingredients were served, the two began to slowly enjoy their meal. During the meal, a waiter came over to present a small fruit platter. And it turned out that today was Christmas. No wonder there were so many couples around. Zhao Feng wasn't really interested in Christmas, but seeing the smile in Lu Ruoxin's eyes made his heart flutter. Chapter 75, Roses. Please collect. Please recommend. Women don't necessarily prefer foreign holidays, but these holidays add a sense of ritual to their love. Perhaps Ruoxin mistakenly thought it was a day Zhao Feng specially chose. With this thought, Zhao Feng secretly took out his phone while eating and placed an order at a nearby flower shop for a bouquet of 99 roses. Neither of them had a very boisterous personality, so a gentle warmth filled the space between them during the meal, especially when Lu Ruoxin served Zhao Feng some food. Zhao Feng felt inexplicably touched. The pleasant dinner ended shortly after 8 o'clock. This time, as they walked out of the hot pot restaurant, Zhao Feng held Lu Ruoxin's hand naturally. Lu Ruoxin subconsciously tightened her grip on Zhao Feng's large hand. After walking just a few steps, Zhao Feng's phone rang. He glanced at it and then looked at Lu Ruoxin beside him. Ruoxin, wait for me here for a moment. I need to take a call. Lu Ruoxin smiled and nodded. Go ahead. I'll wait for you right here. Zhao Feng smiled back and strode toward a corner nearby. A young man in an orange-yellow delivery jacket handed Zhao Feng a vibrant bouquet of roses. After checking that everything was fine, Zhao Feng confirmed the receipt. Stealing a glance at Lu Ruoxin, he waited until she looked away. Zhao Feng quietly stepped out and slowly approached Lu Ruoxin. Among the passers-by, some looked on with envy, some with blessings, while many were curiously watching Lu Ruoxin, the unsuspecting protagonist. Lu Ruoxin also noticed the gazes around her. When she turned around, she was instantly met with Zhao Feng holding a bouquet of softly fragrant, delicate roses, smiling gently at her. Her heart was immediately flooded with emotion and surprise. Before she could speak, Zhao Feng stepped forward and said, "It's Christmas today. I forgot to prepare a gift. Just a small bouquet. Please don't dislike it." Lu Ruoxin sweetly nodded. "Of course I won't dislike it." She then took the flowers into her arms, unable to put them down. The two held hands, slowly chatting and laughing as they walked toward the cinema. The movie they were watching today was a comedy called Half a Comedy. The reason for choosing this movie was mainly that Zhao Feng felt there were no good romantic films to watch recently. There was one called Only the Clouds Know, which had reportedly not received good reviews. Zhao Feng thought it was better to watch a comedy instead. Besides, comedies could help relax the body and mind. And indeed, it was as he expected. When everyone in the cinema laughed together, it was really hard for him to suppress his own laughter. He couldn't help but laugh along with the other viewers. After the movie, as Zhao Feng and Lu Ruoxin walked out of the cinema, it seemed that a mutual understanding had developed between them. In the elevator, due to the crowd, Zhao Feng protected Lu Ruoxin in the corner. He looked down at her beautiful face. Suddenly, Zhao Feng leaned in closer. Lu Ruoxin knew very well the aggressive look in Zhao Feng's eyes. As Zhao Feng's head suddenly moved closer, her heart raced, the sound of her heartbeat echoing in her ears, even surpassing the most intense moments of her workouts. Taken by surprise, she widened her eyes. Their lips met, and the sweetness felt like biting into soft, sweet cotton candy. Lu Ruoxin instantly became lost in the moment. It seemed like an instant, yet felt like a long time. The elevator arrived at the basement level without them noticing. Some young couples nearby seemed to be stimulated and hurriedly left. Meanwhile, those a bit older smiled at the couple's affection and slowly exited the elevator. One man among a couple laughed and said, "We were much more clingy when we were young." The woman raised her eyebrows. "Looks like I'm losing my charm. Otherwise, you used to be much more eager than him, and now you don't even make a move." The man quickly pleaded, "Wife, I'm sorry." They hadn't gone far. Zhao Feng and Lu Ruoxin certainly heard their conversation. Zhao Feng's face turned red, and he quickly released Lu Ruoxin. After being let go, Lu Ruoxin took a deep breath and was about to walk out of the elevator with Zhao Feng when unexpectedly, Zhao Feng leaned in again. Lu Ruoxin thought Zhao Feng was going to kiss her again and instinctively pouted. "No, let's talk about it when we get back, okay?" Zhao Feng raised an eyebrow. "So, does that mean you're willing to be my girlfriend?" Lu Ruoxin was instantly taken aback. "Wait, what just happened?" Zhao Feng pulled her out of the elevator, and it wasn't until they reached the parking area that Lu Ruoxin finally reacted. A strange feeling surged in her heart, a mix of sweetness, surprise, and even a trace of embarrassment. When did a girl ever unilaterally declare they were together without saying a word? Once they were in the car, Lu Ruoxin was once again captivated by Zhao Feng's profile. Such a boy, she would regret not flirting with him. Zhao Feng's destination was naturally Thompson Riviera. Lu Ruoxin, who had been staring at Zhao Feng, didn't notice. Zhao Feng, however, didn't expect that Lu Ruoxin had a crush attribute. Unfortunately, while the Ferrari was on the road, Lu Ruoxin's phone suddenly rang. Instinctively, Lu Ruoxin picked up her phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, almost threw it away as if it were about to explode. Luckily, with Zhao Feng's driving skills, it could be said to be superb, thanks to the one-handed driving of Ferrari skill bonus. The Ferrari only shook slightly. Lu Ruoxin was startled, picking up the phone that had fallen in the middle of the car. Looking at her intact phone and the missed call from her mother, Lu Ruoxin took a deep breath and dialed back. The call was quickly connected. Before Lu Ruoxin could say anything, her mother spoke up. "Sheener, where are you? It's so late and you're still not home." Lu Ruoxin sneaked a glance at Zhao Feng, just in time to meet his gentle gaze. Zhao Feng softly urged, "Go ahead. It's okay. His intention was for Lu Ruoxin to directly tell her mother that she was out on a date today. However, Lu Ruoxin misunderstood and thought Zhao Feng wanted her to come up with an excuse. So, Lu Ruoxin hurriedly said, "We're out for a dinner gathering with colleagues, Mom." Hearing this, Lu's mother sighed in relief and said, "Right. Today I went out to eat with you, and on the way back, I passed by your place and wanted to come and check on you. When will you be back?" Lu Ruoxin replied, "I'll be back soon. Don't worry, Mom. Let us leave it at that. I'll hang up." After saying that, Lu Ruoxin hung up the phone with a snap. On the other end of the phone, in Lu Ruoxin's home, Lu's mother looked at the already hung-up call and complained, "This child, why is she in such a hurry?" Chapter 76, Guotai Airlines Company. Sanjiang is coming, tomorrow at midnight. Inside the car, as Lu Ruoxin hung up the phone, the atmosphere fell silent. They were about to reach the intersection ahead. Zhao Feng swerved left into the farthest lane. The traffic light turned red, and Zhao Feng got out of the car, turning to Lu Ruoxin. "That was your mom's call." Lu Ruoxin nodded. "Zhao Feng, then I'll take you home." Hearing this, Lu Ruoxin looked up at Zhao Feng, her eyes filled with hesitation and reluctance. Zhao Feng smiled and reached out to pat her little head. "All right, we can see each other every day. It's not just this moment." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxin thought about how she could meet Zhao Feng every morning and immediately broke into a charming smile. She nodded heavily. "Okay then. Sorry about today." Zhao Feng shook his head. "Why are you so polite with me?" Just then, the traffic light turned green. Zhao Feng started the sports car and turned around, heading towards Lu Ruoxin's home. Soon, when they reached the corner below Lu Ruoxin's building, Zhao Feng stopped the car at her signal. Lu Ruoxin looked at Zhao Feng and suddenly closed her eyes. Zhao Feng understood immediately what this meant. He leaned in without hesitation, only releasing her when Lu Ruoxin's breathing became rapid. Lu Ruoxin opened the door and got out of the car, as if escaping. Zhao Feng suddenly called out playfully, "Put on some lip balm." Lu Ruoxin's body trembled. She turned back and glared at Zhao Feng, waved her hand, and quickly ran home. Zhao Feng watched her enter the hallway before starting the car and driving home. Lu Ruoxin had originally planned to put on some lip balm after listening to Zhao Feng's advice. But then she suddenly thought about going out for dinner with colleagues or having a meal with her best friend, and she wouldn't put on lip balm when she returned. If she did, wouldn't that expose everything? So, Lu Ruoxin took out her phone in the elevator to check, confirming there were no issues. Just as the elevator reached her floor, she walked out, and after entering her home and drinking a cup of hangover tea at her mother's urging, she successfully passed the checkpoint. After returning home, Zhao Feng and Lu Ruoxin chatted on their phones for a long time. It seemed like they instantly fell into a romantic relationship. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that Zhao Feng surprisingly fell asleep without realizing it, and Lu Ruoxin had to suppress her excitement and forced herself to sleep around midnight. December 26th, at 8 in the morning, Zhao Feng got up, had breakfast, and was preparing to change clothes to go to the gym. Suddenly, his phone on the sink vibrated once. He opened it to see a WeChat message from Qin Wu. "Mr. Zhao, we have received nearly 400 applications from flight attendants yesterday. The preliminary selection is scheduled for this afternoon to tomorrow morning. Additionally, you can come tomorrow afternoon to personally serve as the chief examiner for recruitment. Of course, if you're interested today, you can also come to our company for the preliminary selection." Qin Wu really does work efficiently. It only took 2 days to arrange everything so quickly. Cough, cough. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. But then, a bolt of lightning crossed Zhao Feng's mind. It seemed like he had just developed something with Lu Ruoxin yesterday. Would it be a bit inappropriate to go directly now? Ugh, no. It's just selecting flight attendants. At least he would choose those who are pleasing to the eye. Right? Thinking of this, Zhao Feng's heart stirred. He decisively sent a message to Qin Wu. "How about this? I want to go this afternoon. Just send me the selection materials to look at. I'll come over tomorrow afternoon." Qin Wu, "Okay, Mr. Zhao. I'll send you the electronic materials." After changing his clothes, Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment before going out. He had a feeling that he might get something good right now. So, he simply thought of signing in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 698 shares of Guotai Airlines. Guotai Airlines shares? Zhao Feng's breath quickened. He had just had a bit of contact with Guotai Airlines. And suddenly this reward popped up? System, could it be that you are a kind-hearted little girl? However, what was this inexplicable sour feeling? Thinking back to his meeting with Qin Wu, he originally thought he was just an ordinary client, but now he didn't expect to suddenly become his direct boss. Qin Wu's expression must have been quite interesting. However, suddenly holding so many shares of Guotai Airlines, he needed to understand Guotai Airlines better. With that thought, Zhao Feng silently opened Guotai Airlines' introduction. Guotai Airlines. Guotai Airlines Company Limited is the first airline in Xinjiang to provide civil aviation services. Guotai Airlines Company Limited is one of the founding members of the One World Alliance, using Xinjiang International Airport as its hub. Its subsidiaries include Jianglong Airlines, Minhua Airlines, Hawaiian Airlines, and Asia Wanlihang. Currently, Guotai Airlines has a total valuation of $14.2 billion, with Xianxin serving as the chairman of the board. There was a detailed introduction following that, including the company's current situation and detailed descriptions of each subsidiary, as well as introductions of the executives and management and the company's financial statements. Zhao Feng couldn't check everything one by one. He only noticed that the chairman of the board was Xianxin, so he specifically looked at Xianxin's information. Xianxin, 56 years old, from Xinjiang, joined Guotai Airlines at the age of 26, serving at the grassroots level and as a middle-level department head. 2 years ago, Guotai Airlines was in a period of sluggish development, and Xianxin obtained a large amount of external funding, compressing the original shareholders' shares, successfully acquiring 74.8% of Guotai Airlines shares, of which 69.8% were held by external funds, but used by him as an agent. After a careful look, Zhao Feng also found that Xianxin was indeed a talent. After attracting external funds, he vigorously developed Guotai Airlines, which made Guotai Airlines one of the largest airlines in Asia in recent years. And the several figures mentioned in his introduction naturally caught Zhao Feng's attention. 69.8%. Isn't that the shares he currently holds? Zhao Feng was now quite curious. These shares were given to him 20 years ago. How did the system give them back? At that moment, Zhao Feng's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the missed call on his phone, his intuition told him that it was probably a call from Guotai Airlines. He answered the call. On the other end of the line came an old, kind voice. "Hello, is this Zhao Feng?" The voice seemed to carry a hint of excitement and happiness. Zhao Feng was a bit surprised, but still said, "Yes, this is Zhao Feng." The voice on the other end continued. "Are you curious about who I am?" Zhao Feng pretended to hesitate and then said, "Could it be you or Xianxin, Mr. Shi?" Xianxin laughed heartily. "What a clever boy. Yes, I am Xianxin. You should call me Uncle Shi." "Well, if you say so, then I'll call you Uncle. You're older. You have a point." Zhao Feng obediently replied. "Hello, Uncle Shi." Xianxin smiled and said, "Now that you've received the shares, you are a major shareholder of Guotai Airlines. Tomorrow, I'm flying to Modu, and we will meet then. Speaking of which, your third uncle has left these shares with me for 20 years, waiting for you to grow up." Chapter 77. What the hell is this third uncle? One update. Please collect. Please recommend. Third uncle? Zhao Feng was full of question marks. When did he have a third uncle? Zhao Feng was from the north, and according to northern customs, a third uncle refers to the brothers of one's grandfather. Both his grandfather and second grandfather had already passed away, and there were no other people from that generation, right? Could it be an arrangement by the system? Zhao Feng pondered. During the phone call, Shi and Tian seemed to sense Zhao Feng's confusion. Isn't it a bit strange? Hearing this, Zhao Feng came back to his senses and replied, "Yes. Uncle Shi or I." Shi Yun Tian interrupted. "I know you're full of questions right now. If we meet tomorrow, I can explain everything to you." Seeing this, Zhao Feng didn't ask any more questions. After chatting with Shi Yun Tian, he hung up the phone. After the call, Zhao Feng looked at the time and realized it was almost 9 o'clock. He hurriedly put on his coat and went out to the gym. In the mansion at 18 Shallow Water Bay Road, Xinjiang, after finishing the call with Zhao Feng, Shi Yun Tian couldn't stop smiling. His daughter, Shi Qingxian, happened to come over to serve tea and asked, "Dad, what's got you so happy?" Shi Yun Tian replied with a grin, "Of course it's good news. Book me a flight. We'll go to Magic City tomorrow." Shi Qingxian was taken aback. "I know, Dad. Is it for something special?" Shi Yun Tian stood up from his rocking chair and waved his hand. "That's none of your concern. Tomorrow, you and Qinglin will come with me." After hesitating for a moment, Shi Qingxian nodded and agreed. "All right, let me have a cup of tea before heading to the company." Shi Yun Tian waved his hand. "Forget it. Hurry up. I'll have a driver wait for you." Shi Qingxian replied, "I'll be right there." Shi Yun Tian had one son and one daughter. His eldest daughter, Shi Qingxian, was around 30, curvaceous and beautiful. Just looking at her face, one might think she was only in her 20s. However, she was still unmarried at this age, and no one knew why. His younger son, Shi Qinglin, had just turned 27, studied law in college, and was now working as a lawyer at a law firm. In the gym of Upinui Club, Su Zizi, although having an unusual orientation, was experienced in romantic matters. Through careful observation of the interactions between Zhao Feng and Lu Ruoxin, she was almost certain that the two had something going on. Could it be that Zhao Feng took advantage of her absence yesterday? Thinking of this, Su Zizi felt a tightness in her heart. However, looking at Lu Ruoxin and then at Zhao Feng, she couldn't tell who made her anxious. Zhao Feng looked at Lu Ruoxin, who was smiling like a flower, and his motivation for working out instantly surged. It seemed that today's training was just a trivial matter. Lu Ruoxin was, of course, pleased with Zhao Feng's serious attitude towards fitness. She occasionally handed him a bottle of mineral water when he paused and wiped his sweat with a towel during workouts. Her attentiveness was remarkable. Seeing all this, Su Zizi immediately realized that she had no hope left. She angrily grabbed her bag and walked out while looking at Lu Ruoxin and Zhao Feng. Old Lu, you and old Zhao are just a couple who value beauty over friendship. After saying that, she turned and walked out the door. Zhao Feng and Lu Ruoxin glanced at her back, then turned back without any intention of acknowledging Su Zizi. When Su Zizi reached the gym door, she deliberately looked back, only to find that Lu Ruoxin and Zhao Feng were still engrossed in their own world. She stomped her foot heavily and put on her coat to head home. Su Zizi didn't even know what she was feeling. However, inexplicably, she felt very uncomfortable today. After finishing his workout, Zhao Feng didn't have lunch with Lu Ruoxin. While they were in a small gym, he was worried about being seen together. Su Zizi didn't count, but now he had to be cautious. After all, Lu Ruoxin still had to go to work. Of course, Zhao Feng could directly say he would support her, but would Lu Ruoxin agree? So, Zhao Feng felt that their current romantic relationship was quite good. In the afternoon, when he returned home, Zhao Feng had just turned on his computer and hadn't even started a game when Qinwu called him. On the phone, Qinwu mentioned that the recruitment of flight attendants might need to be postponed. They had received sudden notice that the chairman of the board would be visiting tomorrow. So the Magic City branch of Guotai Airlines had to quickly start organizing their work today. Upon receiving the call, Zhao Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Qinwu, the branch manager, didn't know why Shi Yuntian suddenly decided to visit Magic City. He readily agreed to postpone the flight attendant recruitment. Qinwu initially thought Zhao Feng would disagree, but was surprised by his understanding. Mr. Zhao, rest assured, I will do my utmost to hire the flight attendants. Thank you for your understanding. No problem. No need to be so polite. You might find that I really have a special connection with your company. Of course there's a connection. Definitely. Qinwu quickly replied. After ending the call, Qinwu stood up and looked at the somewhat glaring winter sunlight outside the floor-to-ceiling window. His opinion of Zhao Feng rose another level. A person of such worth who could treat others warmly and was not arrogant was indeed a good young man. He just didn't know what industry Zhao Feng was in. Perhaps there would be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Just as Zhao Feng was about to put down his phone, it rang again. Looking at the caller ID, he saw it was his cousin Xin. What was going on today? Calls were coming in one after another. After answering the phone, Zhao Feng casually asked, "What is up with the call?" Xin laughed. "Can I call you if there's nothing going on? I tried calling you earlier, but you were on another call. What are you doing? Calling my sister-in-law? Don't be ridiculous. It's a business partner. I said if you have something to discuss, let us talk. If not, I'll hang up," Zhao Feng said, causing Xin to fall silent. All right. I do have something. Xin asked me to ask if you're coming back for New Year's in a few days." Hearing the mention of New Year's, Zhao Feng was suddenly startled. He had originally planned to go home for the holiday, but he had just received a call from Shi Yuntian that morning. Shi Yuntian definitely wouldn't just come for a day, so he might not be able to go back for New Year's. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng honestly replied, "I almost forgot. I have some important matters these days, so I might not be able to make it back." Hearing this, Xin pouted in dissatisfaction, but Zhao Feng couldn't see it. "All right, then for New Year's, I'll invite my aunt and uncle over to my place for dinner." Chapter 78, Villain 19. Shallow Water Bay, Xiangjiang. Second update. Please save and recommend. Hearing this, Zhao Feng thought it would be nice to gather together for New Year's to avoid his parents being alone at home. All right, let's do it like this. After chatting a bit more, they ended the call. That night, he and Lu Ruoxin chatted on the phone for a while. No wonder people say that when in love, The heart feels sweet. The feelings inside are indeed varied. In the past, Zhao Feng wouldn't say he had never been in love. It was just that his college roommate had introduced him to a girl, and they did spend some time together, but it was always through online dating, separated by distance. Zhao Feng even lacked the courage to take a step forward. Thus, it was inevitable that they eventually broke up. Lying in the warm blanket, he looked at the large bedroom engulfed in darkness. With a thought, he directly commanded, "Switch to starry sky mode." In an instant, the ceiling of the entire room sparkled with countless blue star lights. Some of the brighter stars even twinkled occasionally, and once the ceiling was covered in starry lights, a deep starry sky slowly began to rotate. It looked incredibly realistic, as if a galaxy unfolded before his eyes. Under the illumination of these twinkling stars, Zhao Feng gradually fell asleep. A night passed. When Zhao Feng woke up, it was already a little past 7 in the morning. He thought about the shares of Guotai Airlines he earned from signing in yesterday. It seemed his luck had been quite good these days. Unable to resist, he silently recited the sign-in phrase again. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Villa number 19 in the Repulse Bay, Hong Kong. Oh, Villa in Repulse Bay? Zhao Feng opened the introduction from Shi Yuntian yesterday and found that it clearly marked Villa number 18 in Repulse Bay. This was number 19. It seemed he would be neighbors with Shi Yuntian. To be honest, Zhao Feng didn't have a bad impression of Shi Yuntian. He was quite looking forward to meeting him today. He clicked on the introduction for Villa number 19 in Repulse Bay. Villa number 19 in Repulse Bay. Area 58,000 square feet. Construction area 17,500 square feet. Modern design and decoration. Smart home management synchronized with the Tang Pin, including 1 tennis court and 1 basketball court, as well as a garden covering an area of 20,000 square feet, with the remaining area covered in greenery. Facing the sea, where spring blossoms. Estimated value, 2 billion. Zhao Feng's eyes widened instantly. Such an impressive mansion? A mansion worth 2 billion. This price exceeds that of both of his current houses by a lot. However, Hong Kong is indeed a small area with a high population, so property prices are relatively high. Moreover, a mansion with such a large area. Zhao Feng specifically checked the area of this mansion. 58,000 square feet converts to about 450 square meters, and the height of the house is 3.5 stories, with a construction area of 17,500 square feet, which converts to nearly 2,000 square meters. All the property certificates and similar documents appeared in his system space. After taking a look, Zhao Feng put them away and glanced at the computer screen still on the query interface, then checked the recent year's transaction conditions of some luxury properties in Hong Kong. What caught Zhao Feng's attention the most was the number 22 villa on Peak White Jiao purchased by Ma Ali a few years ago. The purchase price was 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, with a price per square meter of nearly 12 million. Comparing this, his own property is still quite cheap. However, upon conversion, although his house area seems quite large, Zhao Feng noticed when looking at the photos that the construction area already included the underground garage and wine cellar. No wonder the underground garage covers nearly 300 square meters. Even the garage wall has over 300 square meters, of course. Such a large area cannot all be used for wine storage, so part of it is divided out for tool rooms and such. The residential area should be just over 300 square meters. Still, even so, this is still a super luxury mansion. It seems that his Gulfstream will come in handy. Zhao Feng's plan was, since Shi Yuntian specifically came to Shanghai for him, if today's meeting with Shi Yuntian goes smoothly, Zhao Feng felt he could use his private jet in a few days to send Shi Yuntian back and also go to Hong Kong to see his mansion. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. At 2 o'clock, Zhao Feng set out from home. He was driving an Audi A8. Although the Audi A8 might be the cheapest sports car in his garage, when it comes to driving comfort, it is still the best among sports cars. Since he was meeting an older gentleman today, driving a Ferrari seemed a bit ostentatious. Guotai Airlines has 2 offices in Shanghai. One is the Guotai Airlines representative office, and the other is the Shanghai branch. Zhao Feng was going to the latter, which is located at Pudong International Airport. He even sent Shi Yuntian a WeChat message. The WeChat number was added by Shi Yuntian yesterday. After all, no one can do without WeChat now. After receiving the message, Shi Yuntian originally planned to visit Pudong Airport together. But now that Zhao Feng was coming, he would welcome Zhao Feng first. In the conference room, Shi Yuntian looked up to see all the middle and senior management looking at him. He waved his hand directly and said, "Everyone, follow me to welcome a person who is extremely important to our company. He has already arrived downstairs. Let's go welcome him together." Everyone present, including Shi Qingxian and Shi Qinglin, seemed to understand Shi Yuntian's actions. However, the middle and senior management of Guotai Airlines in Shanghai, including Qin Wu, were all dumbfounded. What kind of routine is this? However, as the chairman of the board, Shi Yuntian still held considerable authority in the company. Qin Wu was the first to follow behind Shi Yuntian, leading a group of middle and senior management out of the conference room. Guotai Airlines employees saw the chairman of the board, Shi Yuntian, inspecting the office accompanied by a group of middle and senior managers, and they all slightly bowed, thinking they were going to visit Pudong Airport. They didn't expect Shi Yuntian's group was heading downstairs. On the first floor, Zhao Feng looked at the two front desk ladies in front of him and felt a headache. This office building has many airlines. Zhao Feng couldn't just say he wanted to go to Guotai Airlines to get in. After all, Zhao Feng hadn't made an appointment. Now to call Qin Wu down. Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Stretching his hand to loosen his tie, Zhao Feng was just about to take out his phone when he saw the two elevators in front of him stop one after the other. The first elevator opened, and 9 people walked out, led by a spirited elderly man. Behind him were all dressed in suits and ties. Among them was Qin Wu. Another elevator also had about 10 people coming out following the former. Chapter 79. Chairman of Guotai Airlines, Shi Yuntian. 3 updates. Asking for collection and recommendation. When Zhao Feng saw Qin Wu at that moment, he knew the elderly man walking in front of him must be Shi Yuntian. And Shi Yuntian didn't need a guess. He saw Zhao Feng standing at the front desk at a glance. He immediately walked towards Zhao Feng. When the two met, Shi Yuntian was the first to smile and extend his hand, saying, "You must be Zhao Feng." "I am Shi Yuntian." The words were brief, but inexplicably, they made Zhao Feng feel a surge of confidence. Zhao Feng also extended his hand and replied, "Chairman Shi, hello." "Yes, I am Zhao Feng." Xianxin's other hand also grasped Zhao Feng's right hand tightly. "Call me Uncle Shi. No need for formalities." Zhao Feng understood and called out, "Uncle Shi." Xianxin was instantly satisfied, saying, "That's more like it." The two were engaged in close conversation, which seemed quite unbelievable to the people behind them. Shi Qingxian and Shi Qinglin both showed surprise. They initially thought their father had come to Modu to meet an old friend, but now it was clear that this was a young man. This was puzzling. As for Qin Wu, he was not just surprised, but was also sweating profusely. All he could think about was how fortunate he was that he hadn't arbitrarily raised his price a few days ago. Otherwise, Zhao Feng could casually say something today that would ruin him. He was now extremely hopeful that Zhao Feng wouldn't mind his idea of recruiting flight attendants, or else his position as manager would be difficult to maintain. After chatting for a while, Xianxin suddenly remembered that there were many mid-level executives from Guotai Airlines behind him. He immediately said, "Zhao Feng, it's perfect timing that all the mid-level executives from Guotai Airlines are here. Let me make an announcement for you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng quickly intervened. "What are you doing?" In such a public setting, an announcement could affect the company's stock. It would be better to go back to the company and announce it behind closed doors. As long as the company knows, that's enough. Xianxin's eyes flashed with appreciation. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be too excited to think straight. That Zhao Feng could be so thoughtful was indeed rare. Thinking of this, Xianxin readily agreed. "All right, since you say so, we'll close the door and let you speak." After saying that, Xianxin turned and waved. "Let's head back to the company. Once we're back, I'll introduce this young talent beside me." Zhao Feng felt embarrassed. The group took the elevator back to Guotai Airlines. Upon entering the conference room, Xianxin instructed to remove the boss's chair from the center and set up 2 ordinary-sized chairs that had been prepared earlier in the main position. Only then did he invite Zhao Feng to sit down. Once all the mid-level executives of Guotai Airlines were standing in their positions, Xianxin stood up with Zhao Feng. He looked around, and when everyone was looking at him, he spoke, "You might be curious why I went to such lengths to pick up Mr. Zhao Feng today." After a slight pause, he continued, "Let me introduce the person next to me. Zhao Feng, Mr. Zhao, since yesterday, has become a shareholder of our company with 695 shares. This means that Mr. Zhao is now our company's largest shareholder." As soon as Xianxin's words were out, everyone turned pale. Qin Wu's face went white instantly. He couldn't even fathom what kind of fool would recruit a private flight attendant for his boss, as if he were running a brothel. Wasn't this a disaster? The secretary behind Xianxin was also shocked. This was indeed a groundbreaking piece of news. Only Shi Qingxian and Shi Qinglin, after their initial surprise, seemed to ponder over it. They were able to calm down so quickly because Xianxin had taught them about the secret of holding shares in Guotai Airlines since childhood. They had hidden it well. And this was also the reason they didn't hold important positions in Guotai. For instance, Shi Qingxian was a fashion designer, owning clothing stores in Tsim Sha, Sui, and Causeway Bay. Additionally, to take care of Xianxin's health, she worked as the life assistant to the chairman of Guotai Airlines. But she generally didn't involve herself in the company's business. Shi Qinglin had previously mentioned that he studied law and was now a lawyer. Although his law firm had some business dealings with Guotai Airlines, he had no direct ties to the company. Xianxin seemed to ignore the astonishment of the crowd and continued. Today, our major shareholder, Mr. Zhao Feng, is officially appointed as a director of our company. Next, let me introduce him. He looked at Zhao Feng and introduced. This is our company's general manager of the motor branch, Qin Wu. Upon seeing Qin Wu, Zhao Feng suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Qin, we meet again. Qin Wu instantly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly replied, Hello, Director Zhao. Then Xianxin introduced Deputy General Manager Wang Daming and Financial Department Head Zhang Ping. These two should have been sent from the headquarters in Hong Kong, so Xianxin was familiar with them. After briefly introducing the heads of the HR, legal, and PR departments, he didn't elaborate on the others. After the introductions, Xianxin directly announced, Next, let's have our director Zhao say a few words. Zhao Feng's brows furrowed slightly. Xianxin's emotions didn't seem fake. Moreover, since the system arranged it this way, it must not be a problem. Relaxing his brow, since Xianxin called on him, he wasn't hesitant. With that in mind, Zhao Feng stood up, smiled at Qin Wu and the other mid-level executives behind him, and said loudly, What Uncle Shi just said is indeed true. I am a major shareholder of the company. If anyone has doubts about this, you can verify it. However, I am not familiar with the company's operations, so I will need to learn from all of you in the future. I hope everyone will generously offer their guidance. Zhao Feng's words were simple, but no one was disrespectful. After a round of applause, Zhao Feng and Xianxin both sat down to continue the unfinished meeting. At Qin Wu's signal, all the supervisors began to report. Meanwhile, Xianxin was multitasking, listening to the reports while closely observing Zhao Feng's expression. Whenever Zhao Feng's brows began to furrow, he would smile and whisper a few explanations to him. After the meeting, Zhao Feng gained some understanding of Guotai Airlines operations. As the time reached 5 o'clock, Qin Wu initially suggested inviting Zhao Feng and Xianxin to dinner. However, Xianxin politely declined. He preferred to have a meal with Zhao Feng and communicate further. As for Qin Wu, his work during this period had not been lacking, so Xianxin had no reason to stay longer. After leaving the conference room, Xianxin looked at Zhao Feng and invited, Zhao Feng, why don't you have a meal with Uncle Shi at a hotel today? I'll explain the ins and outs of the company to you. Zhao Feng replied directly, How about this, Uncle Shi? Come to my villa tonight to rest. A hint of surprise flashed in Xianxin's eyes. It seemed that his nephew was not simple. However, he still smiled and said, All right, I'll take a look. Zhao Feng smiled and invited him to proceed. When falling behind, Zhao Feng turned to glance at Qin Wu. Qin Wu was drenched in cold sweat from that look. But unexpectedly, Zhao Feng casually patted him on the shoulder. Manager Qin, you know what to do about my matters, right? Qin Wu was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly nodded. Hearing Zhao Feng's words, it seemed he wasn't blaming him, which relieved Qin Wu. He quickly quickened his pace to escort Zhao Feng out. Xianxin had originally planned to go to the Pudong Shangri-La Hotel. On the way to the villa, Shi Qingxian, who got to know Zhao Feng in the car, suggested, How about we go to a hotel for dinner? Hearing this, Zhao Feng hurriedly said, Sister Qingxian, I know a nice Hawaiian restaurant not far from here. How about we go there for dinner? Upon hearing this, Shi Qingxian looked at Zhao Feng and Shi Yuntian on her left and said, We need to ask my old man about that. Shi Yuntian chuckled, You girl. Then he turned to Zhao Feng and said, What you recommended should be good. Let us go eat Hawaiian cuisine today. Zhao Feng nodded in response. It definitely won't disappoint Uncle Shi. He then instructed the driver in front, Driver, please take us to Jiujiantang restaurant. Okay, Mr. Zhao. The driver quickly replied. The destination marked by the navigation was Jiujiantang Villa, and Jiujiantang restaurant was right next to it. Taking a leisurely stroll from the villa to the restaurant would be quite elegant. The Maybach 680, under the skilled driving of the driver, smoothly arrived at the entrance of Zhu Jiantang Villa. Since it was an outside vehicle, Zhao Feng took out a card and handed it to the security personnel for verification before being allowed to pass. Zhao Feng directed the driver to reduce speed and slowly drove to the front of Villa 36. The group got out of the car. Zhao Feng signaled the driver to park in the garage and was the first to walk to the villa gate. After opening it, he extended his hand to invite Shi Yuntian, Shi Qingxian, and Shi Qinglin to enter the villa. As Shi Yuntian stood outside the gate, he looked at the villa's elegant style with a pleased expression. Upon entering, he couldn't help but praise, "This villa style is really nice. It's because our country is vast and rich that this villa looks so majestic and grand." Zhao Feng smiled and said, "Uncle Shi, you flatter me. Please come in." Shi Qinglin, who was slightly older than Zhao Feng and had said little along the way, brightened up upon seeing the Unimog 44 off-road RV parked in the yard. The previously calm Shi Qinglin excitedly said, "That car looks so cool. Have you taken it out yet?" Zhao Feng smiled and shook his head. "Not yet. I just bought it not long ago, and it hasn't been suitable to go out recently." Shi Qinglin nodded regretfully. With such a big vehicle in Xiangjiang, there's really no place to drive it around. I have to say it's awesome. When the flowers bloom in March, I plan to take it to the grasslands and Xinjiang. Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, Shi Qinglin immediately engaged in conversation. "That's a good idea. I went to Inner Mongolia once during college, and it left a deep impression on me." Shi Qingxian and Shi Yuntian smiled as they watched the two converse. As the conversation became more lively, Shi Qingxian hurriedly interrupted, "You two go inside and chat, okay?" Zhao Feng, realizing his distraction, quickly said, "Look at my mind. Uncle Shi, please come in. Sister Qingxian, please, please." Shi Yuntian laughed. "You young people have so many things to enjoy nowadays. I, an old man, don't really understand. It's best for you to communicate more." Zhao Feng and Shi Qinglin nodded in agreement. As the host, Zhao Feng naturally had to serve in the villa, so he brewed a pot of fine Longjing tea and chatted with Shi Yuntian and Shi Qingxian for a while. Shi Qinglin asked Zhao Feng for the key to the Unimog and eagerly went to check it out. The older generation tends to stick to tradition, so their preferences lean towards traditional styles. Therefore, Zhao Feng's villa just hit the spot for Shi Yuntian. After sitting for a few minutes, he showed great interest in the villa. Zhao Feng had to accompany him to tour the villa. Shi Qingxian also joined in, and it turned out she quite liked the villa too. It looked ancient, simple, and grand. Unlike in Xiangjiang, even though she lived in a villa with a bedroom and dressing room close to 50 square meters, she still felt cramped. However, in this villa, she didn't have that feeling at all. After accompanying Shi Yuntian to tour upstairs and downstairs, Zhao Feng checked the time. To his surprise, it was already 7:30 p.m. He then invited, "Uncle Shi, shall we go to the nearby restaurant for dinner?" Shi Yuntian nodded in agreement. "Good. I didn't realize I was getting a bit hungry." At that moment, Shi Qinglin also walked in, saying the car is really nice. He placed the keys on the coffee table. Zhao Feng smiled and said, "I even did some modifications." Shi Qinglin gave a thumbs up. "I saw it. Some of the modifications are really good." Originally, Shi Yuntian had planned to walk over, but since each villa in the area occupies a considerable amount of space, and the actual path was winding and not very close, Zhao Feng suggested driving over. Shi Qingxian, considering Shi Yuntian's health, also agreed with Zhao Feng's suggestion. The previous driver had already returned to the hotel, so Zhao Feng personally drove Shi Yuntian and the others to the entrance of Zhu Jiantang restaurant. After parking the car, Zhao Feng led the group out. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhao Feng swiped his card. He initially wanted the same private room as last time, but this time it was occupied. So the lobby manager helped select a similarly ranked room called Shuiyun Room. The name sounds quite upscale. In fact, it had a cleverly designed water feature and even added a small hot spring, making one corner of the room steamy, truly resembling a place between water and clouds. When the dishes were served, Zhao Feng invited Shi Yuntian to start. After trying the lion's head meatball, Shi Yuntian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly waved for Zhao Feng and the others, saying, "The taste is really good. Let us dig in." Shi Qingxian and Shi Qinglin each tried a bit as well. They had to admit that the Hawaiian cuisine here had a unique flavor. Shi Qinglin even ordered another portion of lion's head. Compared to the lion's head, the other dishes were also quite tasty. Shi Yuntian's appetite was clearly stimulated. However, it was evident that Shi Yuntian didn't treat Zhao Feng as an outsider, and during the meal, he was quite relaxed. Shi Qinglin was a foodie, especially after chatting with Zhao Feng about the Unimog. Only Shi Qingxian, as a young lady from a prominent family, maintained her elegance during the meal. Despite Zhao Feng being a family friend, he was still a male, so her every action at the table reflected the grace of a refined lady. As it approached 10 p.m., the group finished their meal. After leaving the restaurant and returning to the villa, Zhao Feng arranged the rooms for everyone. Shi Yuntian was assigned to the second floor, while Shi Qingxian and Shi Qinglin were assigned to the first floor. The bedding and other items in the rooms were all brand new, so there was no need for replacement. It was still early, so, in the study, Zhao Feng had a private conversation with Shi Yuntian. They discussed Zhao Feng's mysterious inheritance left by his third uncle. Zhao Feng understood it quite simply. It was just the system's arrangement. However, Shi Yuntian didn't think so. He dutifully explained the process to Zhao Feng. While listening, Zhao Feng communicated with his mind. The answer given by the system was simple. Shi Yuntian's narration counted as part of the process of obtaining these shares, and after the third uncle named Zhao Shilin, he indeed existed, but all of his descendants unfortunately passed away due to old age and illness, so the system just arranged a transfer. After communicating with Shi Yuntian, Zhao Feng inexplicably felt a sense of unworthiness for his position. He stood on a balcony for a long time and suddenly smiled. What was he being pretentious about? Their essay saying, "Do good deeds without asking about the future." As for himself, he just wanted to have a clear conscience. A night passed. It was now December 28th. When Zhao Feng got up, Shi Yuntian was already awake. He saw Zhao Feng and greeted him. "I'm getting older and sleep less. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Zhao Feng smiled. "I'm used to getting up at this time, uncle." At this moment, Shi Qingxian had also finished washing up and changed her clothes, but Shi Qinglin was still asleep. Shi Yuntian nodded towards Shi Qingxian. "Go wake that little brat up." Then he looked at Zhao Feng and said, "You know Qin Wu, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng's smile froze. Cough. He just bought a private plane and hired a few flight attendants. Before he finished speaking, Shi Yuntian's eyes widened. Yesterday, while talking to Zhao Feng, he had learned about Zhao Feng's assets, including the private plane, so he knew, but now it wasn't appropriate to say much, considering Zhao Feng was still young and it was normal for him to like to have fun. So he could only awkwardly smile and say, "You young people like to have fun, but you must pay attention to safety." Hearing this, Zhao Feng's first reaction was a black question mark. Then he realized and was instantly stunned. "Old man, why aren't you serious?" But thinking about the chaotic tabloid news from those years in Hong Kong, Zhao Feng suddenly understood. He hurriedly nodded. "I know, Uncle Shi. By the way, when are you planning to return to Hong Kong?" "The day after tomorrow," Shi Yuntian continued. "The day after tomorrow, you will go back to Hong Kong with me. Your identity needs to be announced at the headquarters of Guotai Airlines." Hearing this, Zhao Feng silently nodded. Shi Yuntian's arrangements for today were not many. Apart from yesterday's plan to visit Pudong Airport, tomorrow would just involve reviewing some documents. These are all simple. Zhao Feng called Lu Ruoxin to inform her that he had matters to attend to in the next few days and that the gym schedule needed to be postponed. Lu Ruoxin certainly wouldn't refuse, only reminding Zhao Feng that even if he wasn't intensifying his workouts, he still needed to maintain. To this, Zhao Feng readily agreed. There was also a gym in the Jujin Hall Villa, and the equipment was complete. It wouldn't be a problem to maintain it in the evening. In the morning, Zhao Feng, along with Qin Wu, Shi Qingxian, Shi Qinglin, and some mid-level management from Guotai Airlines, visited Pudong Airport. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Qin Wu called Zhao Feng aside. "Mr. Zhao, don't we start recruiting in the afternoon? The time I set was today, so what do you think?" "That is fine. I'll talk to Uncle Shi. You arrange it." Qin Wu quickly replied. "Don't worry, absolutely no problem." Zhao Feng casually nodded and then walked over to Shi Yuntian to discuss this matter. Shi Qinglin's eyes instantly lit up. Flight attendants are all beauties without a doubt. He certainly wanted to follow Zhao Feng to see the world. Shi Yuntian understood the thoughts of young people very well and directly waved his hand. "Go ahead. I have Qingxian with me, and Qin Wu is here, so it's fine." The reason Shi Yuntian agreed was that he felt Zhao Feng was the major shareholder of the company, and having his kid make more contact with Zhao Feng would be beneficial for the future. Shi Yuntian had already decided that after he stepped down as chairman of Guotai Airlines, the new chairman would definitely be Zhao Feng. So it was better to build a good relationship now for future discussions. This was the first time Shi Qinglin felt his father was so easy to talk to. When Zhao Feng and Shi Qinglin returned to the HR department of Guotai Airlines, they talked about how Shi Yuntian used to be very strict. As soon as they walked into the HR department, both of their eyes widened. They saw that the hallway was almost filled with girls applying for the flight attendant positions. It seemed like more and more people were coming from the elevator. Zhao Feng and Shi Qinglin were both dressed in neat suits. Shi Qinglin was slightly shorter than Zhao Feng, estimated to be about 176 meters, but when they walked through the high-heeled flight attendants, they didn't stand out much. A few flight attendants were whispering, curious about why a male flight attendant had come to apply for the position, wondering if it made things more difficult. When Zhao Feng heard this, he glanced at the flight attendants who were talking, remembered their faces, and silently sentenced them to death in his heart. When they reached the door of the recruitment meeting room, Zhao Feng raised his hand and knocked on the door. Inside, the recruitment supervisor, also the HR manager Yuan, opened the door. When he saw Zhao Feng and Shi Qinglin, he quickly greeted them with a smile. "Mr. Zhao, you're here." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded, then said, "We're here to observe. Let us start soon." Yuan quickly nodded. "Okay, no problem." Upon entering the office, Yuan introduced Zhao Feng, the major shareholder, to the people present. At this point, everyone stood up to greet him. "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Feng casually raised his hand to signal them to relax, then said, "We're here to listen in. After all, it's my plane. You all need to keep a good eye on things." Chapter 82. Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei. "Please collect. Please recommend." "No problem. You can rest assured." Everyone, including Yuan, replied in unison. Zhao Feng and Shi Qinglin sat in the back. Yuan instructed a female HR staff member to pour 2 cups of tea, then stepped out of the office. Looking at the now quiet applicants outside the office, he couldn't help but envy Zhao Feng and Shi Qinglin. The life of the wealthy is truly wonderful. Shaking off his thoughts, he clapped his hands, and when everyone looked over, he said, "Everyone has been waiting for a while. Let us start this recruitment for private jet flight attendants, and I look forward to becoming colleagues with each of you. Now I announce the recruitment begins." After a slight pause, he continued, "Everyone should have a number in hand. Please enter the office in order according to your numbers. 5 people at a time. All right. The first group is up." The first 5 girls in line entered the office next to Yuan. The remaining flight attendants still had to wait. "Everyone, please wait a moment. There's a water dispenser over there. You can help yourselves if you need. I'll head in first," Yuan said, and after confirming that there were no issues with these people, he returned to the office to start hosting the recruitment. Shi Qinglin sat beside Zhao Feng. Looking at the first 5 who entered, he scanned them quickly, then turned back to Zhao Feng. "The quality is acceptable. Number 2 is pretty good." Zhao Feng rolled his eyes at him. Ever since he saw his Unimog yesterday, this guy had become overly familiar. "Give me a break. As if you've seen countless women." Shi Qinglin was unconvinced. "I've dated 6 or 7 girlfriends, so I can basically tell at a glance how well someone has done their makeup." Seeing Zhao Feng smiling without responding, Shi Qinglin continued, "Hey, you underestimate me. I can even tell if they are virgins. Do you believe it?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng turned to look at him. "All right, then you keep an eye on it for me." Hee hee. Shi Qinglin covered his mouth and laughed lewdly, saying, "Men." When Zhao Feng's gaze swept over, he quickly assured, "Don't worry, leave it to me." He spoke with great confidence, even patting his chest. While the two were talking, a new batch had already appeared in front of them. Shi Qinglin glanced at them and stopped paying attention. Instead, he started chatting casually with Zhao Feng. The more they talked, the more familiar they became. And Shi Qinglin became less reserved in his speech. "Look at that girl's chest, 34, but it's not real. This girl has had work done on her face. Damn, this lady has wide legs." In this situation, even if Zhao Feng didn't want to listen, he couldn't help but hear. He was even fed some tips on judging women by Shi Qinglin. Soon, nearly 100 people had passed by. Among so many, not a single one caught Zhao Feng's eye. To be honest, just looking at their appearance, most were only around 7 or 8 points, and all were heavily made up. There was one girl Zhao Feng thought looked good, but Shi Qinglin said she had plastic surgery and her makeup was heavy. He estimated she was only about 6 points before the surgery. What's the point of that? Zhao Feng was already preparing to leave. Just then, a group of flight attendants walked in. This group of flight attendants looked quite good, especially the one in the middle, number 113. Zhao Feng noticed she was wearing light makeup, and her look should be around 9 points. Before Zhao Feng could speak, Shi Qinglin laughed. "The one in the middle is not bad, should meet your standards." After saying that, he even winked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was indeed quite satisfied. Stood up, and took the information of this group from Yuan Long. He glanced at the one in the middle, number 113, whose name was Zhao Bei. And to his surprise, they shared the same surname. Looking at the profile, her height was listed as 176, which was the same as Shi Qinglin. The others were noted as 168 and 170, but generally, none were taller than this girl. Zhao Feng glanced at their feet and found that Zhao Bei was actually wearing flat shoes while the others were in high heels. She was 24 years old, having just graduated 2 years ago, and was flying domestic routes for Guotai Airlines. He decided to include her as a backup. At this time, Yuan Long had also finished asking questions, looked at Zhao Feng, and whispered, "Do you want to ask anything else?" Zhao Feng shook his head and directly addressed the 5 flight attendants. "You all go back and wait for news. If you pass, you will receive a call." The 5 flight attendants smiled and left. They looked quite dignified. Time went on until 5 in the afternoon, and Zhao Feng had about 7 people on his backup list. These 7 were considered to have good looks and figures, and when the next interview came, it would be about their professional skills. However, the preliminary interview still had another day. Time quickly flew to the next day. Today, not only were there already working flight attendants, but also some still in school. After the preliminary selection in the morning, a total of 15 flight attendants were chosen for the second interview. In the afternoon, on a Gulfstream 650, professional personnel from Guotai Airlines and Captain Boris conducted a skills re-examination. A total of 5 passed. In the end, Zhao Feng kept 2 flight attendants, Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei. Ahem. Zhao Feng wouldn't admit that he kept them because they each had their own characteristics. Zhao Bei had an oval face, looked 9 points, and her height and long legs were comparable to a model. As for Su Yanfei, she was a senior student majoring in aviation at a certain school, currently interning, and her looks were quite innocent. Additionally, judging by Shi Qinglin's observations about her tight clothes, she might have a decent cup size. Zhao Feng pushed Shi Qinglin away in disgust, feeling that his thoughts were being polluted by this guy. He then immediately made the decision, just the 2 of them. On December 28th, clear skies. Upon hearing Zhao Feng announce that the 2 of them had successfully applied, Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei felt an immense surprise in their hearts. Facing the 15 flight attendants in front of them, Zhao Feng directly said, "Sorry for taking up your time these past 2 days. I have prepared red envelopes for everyone. You can go to Manager Yu to collect them later." As the other 13 flight attendants dispersed, Zhao Feng looked at Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei and said, "Since you 2 have successfully applied, I hope we can get along well in the future. Also, tomorrow afternoon, the plane will fly to Hong Kong, and you only have the morning to prepare, so I hope you can give me a perfect performance." After saying that, Zhao Feng and Shi Qinglin left together. Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei exchanged glances, looking at Yuan Long beside them, and asked, "Who is he? He can't possibly be the boss, right?" Hearing this, Yuan Long smiled. "That's right, he is your boss." As his gaze passed over the 2 girls who looked surprised, he continued, "Take your red envelopes and perform well in the future." Chapter 83, Flying Hong Kong. Seeking collection and recommendations. Recommended a fantasy novel I'm reading. The quality is good, and it updates steadily. Title I really didn't want to fuse infinitely. It allows for infinite fusion of skills, physique, talent, supernatural powers, and magical treasures. On December 30th, in the morning, Zhao Feng called Boris and the others, asking them to prepare for the afternoon flight. Qinwu had long received Zhao Feng's WeChat, applied for the flight route with Pudong Airport, and also handled some documents for air traffic control. There were no issues with Hong Kong International Airport, as this was the plane of their board chairman. After a simple lunch, the group arrived at Pudong International Airport. They met up with Shi Yuntian's entourage for this northern trip, totaling 10 people. Under Qin Wu's guidance, along with company executives, they passed through security and boarded Zhao Feng's Gulfstream 650. The plane was ready for takeoff, so everyone took their seats. As security personnel, Guy Lizzie and He Jun sat in the outside conference area. Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei, dressed in Guotai Airlines flight attendant uniforms, cheerfully reminded everyone to fasten their seatbelts. Zhao Feng, Shi Qingxian, and Shi Qinglin accompanied Shi Yuntian in the spacious and comfortable rear lounge. Boris and Mark's flying skills were quite good. After taxiing for a while, the plane jolted slightly and ascended into the sky. Before long, it was flying steadily at high altitude. Shi Yuntian looked out the window at the white clouds passing by and couldn't help but praise Zhao Feng. "This plane is really nice. Much better than the company's business jets." As a large airline, Guitai Airlines naturally had some business jets for high-level travel or renting for high-profile clients. However, the last business jet purchased was 3 years ago, and it was a Gulfstream 550 model. Zhao Feng smiled lightly upon hearing this. It's just for convenience and travel. If Uncle sure likes it, just give me a heads up when you need it. Sure, Yawn squinted and smiled. Come on, at my age. How many times can I use it? Then he changed the subject. By the way, I wanted to ask you something. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhao Feng was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, I just started dating a girlfriend. She's also from Modu. Sure, Yawn showed a look of regret upon hearing this. At your age, you should have a girlfriend. Don't be like Qing Xian, who hasn't found a boyfriend in all these years. I can't even hold a grandson. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Shi Qingshuan's face immediately turned red. She pouted and said, Dad, what are you talking about? After complaining to her father, Shi Qingxian looked at Shi Qinglin and Zhao Feng, saying, I'll go pour 2 cups of tea. With that, she gracefully walked toward Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei. Zhao Feng instinctively glanced at her back. Her hips swayed slightly, looking very natural, and her legs were naturally compact. Following the method Shi Qinglin taught him yesterday, Zhao Feng made a judgment. Huh. His little head was filled with big question marks. Smack. Shi Qinglin patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder. Zhao Feng instinctively looked up at him. He saw Shi Qinglin wearing a half-smile. What are you looking at? Ahem. Nothing. The weather is really nice today. Shi Yantian smiled and glanced at the two, casually saying, Zhao Feng, if there are any talented young people around you in the future, pay more attention to their character. What if you help your sister Qing Xian find a suitable husband? Uncle, sure, if you say that, then I really can't refuse. I'll help Sister Qing Xian pay a bit more attention. Zhao Feng replied, just as Shi Qingxian, along with Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei, walked over, asking, What are you talking about? Shi Qinglin glanced at Zhao Feng and said, Nothing. Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei each held a teapot and a teacup, placing them on the coffee table. After pouring the tea, they stepped back. Shi Qingxian looked at the 3 men in the resting area, feeling speechless, and sat down on the sofa by the window, gazing outside. Zhao Feng, feeling inexplicably awkward, quickly sat up straight, remembering that he hadn't checked in today. He silently recited, Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 Bentley Bentayga and 1 Bentley Continental. Oh wow, 2 cars from a single check-in. Moreover, Bentley is a top luxury brand. 2 cars wouldn't even fit in his apartment at Thompson Riviera, but could fit in the Jujin Hall. However, he was heading to Hong Kong now. Wait, it seems he could also keep them in Hong Kong. He still had a villa in Repulse Bay, which was just right since he would need a car in Hong Kong. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng decisively chose to store the cars in the garage of his villa at number 18 Repulse Bay. It seems the system is indeed quite cooperative with him. Yesterday's check-in had already earned him 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Converting that, it was actually over 91 million, close to 9 million. Today, the 2 Bentleys he received from the check-in didn't even add up to 9 million. Indeed, checking in easily every day can yield so many rewards. Living life like a salted fish isn't too bad. The flight from Shanghai to Hong Kong takes about 3 hours at a slower pace and just over 2.5 hours at a faster pace. For a Gulfstream 650, 2.5 hours is definitely enough. At 5:06 p.m., the Gulfstream 650 arrived punctually at Xiangjiang International Airport. After a smooth landing and some taxiing, the plane came to a halt and lowered the staircase. Zhao Feng got off the plane with Shi Yantian. Guy Lizi and He Jun also came down with Zhao Feng this time. When they were in Shanghai, Guy Lizi and He Jun didn't follow Zhao Feng closely because the Thompson Riviera where Zhao Feng lived was a high-security luxury residence, and the Tianxia continent was inherently safe. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had given them leave to handle personal matters. However, upon arriving in Hong Kong, Guy Lizi and He Jun didn't dare to be careless. After all, Hong Kong is one of Asia's early developed cities. Now, it is also well-connected and economically prosperous, posing more danger compared to the Tianxia continent. They certainly had to ensure Zhao Feng's safety. Exiting through the VIP passage, Shi Yantian looked at Zhao Feng and invited Zhao Feng. Why don't you stay at Uncle Shi's house for the next few days? Don't bother booking a hotel. Zhao Feng blinked and smiled. Uncle Shi, I have my own house in Hong Kong, so don't worry. You have your own house. You own property in Hong Kong? Shi Yantian was clearly surprised. However, everyone has their own secrets, and he didn't delve deeper. Instead, he insisted, Then you must come back with this old man today to meet your aunt. Let's have a good drink. Seeing this, Zhao Feng could only smile wryly and agree. All right. I'll listen to you. Shi Yuntian was satisfied. That's more like it. Zhao Feng could only nod. Speaking of which, he was lucky to have brought 2 bottles of red wine from Thompson Riviera. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a gift for this first visit. Zhao Feng had specifically prepared 2 bottles of Lafite Rothschild red wine, vintage 2000. These 2 bottles of wine were from the Powelac region, with a single bottle priced at around 38,000 to 40,000. For a first visit, this should be considered decent. These 2 bottles were originally prepared for the flight, but ended up being used now. Xiangjiang International Airport is part of Guotai Airlines. So, the airport manager had long been waiting to welcome Shi Yuntian and his party. When Shi Yuntian saw the airport manager, he looked at Zhao Feng. Shall I introduce you? Are we being this formal today? It's fine. He's also my old subordinate. Shi Yuntian patted Zhao Feng's shoulder. Then he walked out side by side with Zhao Feng. The airport manager saw this scene and his eyes narrowed. To be treated so generously by Shi Yuntian and to walk side by side with him. Those old moneyed sons in Hong Kong would probably find it hard to compare. Shi Yuntian didn't care at all and walked up to the airport manager, Xiao Qingchuan, directly introducing, "This is our company's major shareholder, Mr. Zhao Feng. This is the airport president, Xiao Qingchuan." Upon hearing major shareholder, Xiao Qingchuan was taken aback. After reacting, he hurriedly extended his hand towards Zhao Feng. "Hello, Director Zhao." Zhao Feng also smiled and shook his hand. "Hello, President Xiao." The two exchanged brief greetings. Shi Yuntian then continued, "I had quite a fruitful trip to Shanghai this time. Let them assist you in organizing the recent documents. I won't be going to the company today." Xiao Qingchuan slightly bowed. "Understood. You can rest assured, Mr. Shi." Following this, Xiao Qingchuan accepted Shi Yuntian's arrangement and left with his staff. Finally, it was just Shi Yuntian, Shi Qingxian, Shi Qinglin, and Zhao Feng, along with Shi Yuntian's driver and Guy Lizi and Hejun. The group walked to the parking lot, where a Rolls-Royce and an Audi A8 drove up. Zhao Feng, Shi Yuntian, and Shi Qingxian got into the Rolls-Royce. Shi Qinglin, Guy Lizi, and Hejun got into the Audi A8. The 2 cars formed a small convoy heading towards Repulse Bay in Hong Kong. Shallow Water Bay is indeed a distance from the airport, taking about an hour's drive. However, traffic in Hong Kong can be quite heavy, so by the time the last group of people arrived at Shallow Water Bay, it was already 7 o'clock. Just as Shi Yuntian got out of the car, he joked that they had really timed it for dinner. After Zhao Feng got out of the car, he called over Guy Lizi and Hejun, handing them the key to number 19 next door, saying they could order takeout for dinner and that he would drive over to wait for them shortly. Guy Lizi and Hejun took the key and turned to leave. Noticing this, Shi Yuntian grabbed Zhao Feng and asked, "Where are they up to?" "Zhao Feng, you don't think I'm not even providing meals for 2 bodyguards, do you?" Shi Yuntian spoke very seriously, as if he were questioning him. Zhao Feng hurriedly smiled and said, "No. Uncle Shi, you misunderstood. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence." Shi Yuntian asked, "What coincidence?" Zhao Feng awkwardly chuckled. "Actually, I mentioned before that I have a property in Hong Kong." As Shi Yuntian nodded, Zhao Feng slowly continued, "It's number 19 at Shallow Water Bay, not far from here." Shi Yuntian's eyes widened in surprise. He certainly hadn't expected that. Not only him, but Shi Qinglin, Shi Qingxian, and the 3 drivers also widened their eyes. How could this be possible? The villa next door is bigger than number 18, and Shi Yuntian's place is only about 40,000 square feet. Once Shi Yuntian realized this, he patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder and said, "Good kid. Not bad. Really not bad." Then he turned to glare at Shi Qinglin, saying, "Look at Zhao Feng, and look at you." Oomph. After saying this, Shi Yuntian waved his sleeve and turned to lead Zhao Feng into the yard. Qingxian chuckled and followed them inside, leaving Shi Qinglin with a bitter expression. The group entered the villa. At the entrance, they encountered a woman dressed in a cheongsam, draped in a knitted shawl. The woman was slightly plump, but not overly so. Between her brows, there was a faint resemblance to Shi Qingxian. Shi Yuntian approached the woman with a smile and hugged her. Then he turned to Zhao Feng and introduced, "Zhao Feng, this is your aunt." Zhao Feng smiled and greeted, "Aunt Shi, hello. You can call me Zhao Feng." Aunt Shi was clearly a warm-hearted elder. With a sincere smile on her face, she said, "Zhao Feng, hello. Come in quickly. Wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." Zhao Feng nodded with a smile. "Okay." "Aunt Shi, Aunt Sure kept smiling at Zhao Feng, her gaze occasionally glancing at her daughter, perhaps misunderstanding something. Shi Qingxian took Zhao Feng to wash his hands. The group gathered again in the dining room. The dining table was filled with a variety of dishes, but Zhao Feng recognized very few of them. The only ones he could identify were the fish and shrimp. Aunt Sure was the first to grab her chopsticks and serve Zhao Feng a shrimp, saying, "This shrimp is my specialty. You must try it." Zhao Feng hurriedly nodded in agreement. Just then, Shi Yintian said, "Today is a good day. Let's drink some wine to celebrate." "Uncle Sure, I brought 2 bottles of red wine. Shall we drink that?" Zhao Feng suggested. Before Shi Yintian could respond, Aunt Sure first complained, "You child, what are you bringing things for? Look, we have everything at home." Zhao Feng smiled. "It's just a small token of appreciation. And red wine is good for beauty in moderation." Aunt Sure laughed happily. "You really know how to talk." Shi Yintian waved his hand, saying, "All right, today we'll drink Zhao Feng's red wine. Qinglin, go get it from the living room." Shi Qinglin stood up with a smile to fetch the red wine. However, as he walked, he paused at the sight of the label on the wine. To Lavish. Although he didn't know how much the 2000 vintage cost, he at least knew it was over 10,000 for a bottle. For a moment, he felt the weight of those 2 bottles. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world, but such fine wine should be reserved for important meetings, and now it was appearing at a family dinner, which felt rather extravagant. He sat down next to Zhao Feng, holding the red wine and looking at his parents. "Dad, are we really opening it?" Shi Yintian shot his son a glance. "Just open it. Men should be straightforward." Chapter 85, A Night at Shi's. Please collect. Please recommend. Shi Qinglin was instantly excited, already thinking about taking selfies while drinking later to post on his social media. The red wine needed a breathe. Shi Yintian took it from Shi Qinglin. Upon seeing the label on the bottle, he was immediately stunned. The 2000 vintage To Lavish was about 40,000 to 50,000 Hong Kong dollars a bottle, meaning the 2 bottles of red wine cost over 90,000. Shi Yintian felt heartache. Looking at the already opened bottle, he glared at Shi Qinglin. "You wasteful brat. This red wine is over 40,000 a bottle. It should be kept for collection." Zhao Feng hurriedly advised, "Uncle Sure, it's fine. I can bring you 2 more bottles next time. I have a whole case in my villa." Shi Yintian still felt pained. "How can that be? Drinking one means one less. Let's just drink one this time, and have some white wine too. I want to keep the other bottle." Aunt Sure and Shi Qingxian didn't know much about wine, but when they heard the price, they were still shocked. Aunt Sure also felt that her nephew Zhao Feng seemed to have quite a bit of wealth. With this little interlude, the dinner table became even livelier. Aunt Sure kept serving Zhao Feng food, saying that in the past 3 years, she hadn't seen Shi Yintian bring someone as young as Zhao Feng home. So being warm and welcoming was not excessive. The joyful dinner continued until nearly 10 o'clock. Zhao Feng was drunk, feeling dizzy while walking. Shi Yintian and Shi Qinglin were in the same boat. Only Aunt Sure and Shi Qingxian, the 2 women, had only drunk a little red wine at the beginning and didn't drink much afterward, so they were able to call the servants to help carry Zhao Feng, Shi Yintian, and Shi Qinglin upstairs to their rooms. Zhao Feng's room was a guest room, located right next to Shi Qingxuan's bedroom. Aunt Sure and Shi Qingxian came out of the room. Shi Qingxian complained to her mother, "Mom, why did you arrange for him to be next to my room?" Aunt Sure shot her a glance. "How old are you? You still haven't found a boyfriend?" "This is called the proximity of the water tower brings the moon closer. I think this Zhao Feng is quite good." Shi Qingxian replied helplessly, "Oh, come on. He has a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Aunt Sure was taken aback, then coldly laughed. "A girlfriend? Did I raise you to be so beautiful for nothing?" After hearing that Zhao Feng had a girlfriend, Aunt Sure didn't insist further. She said impatiently, "Then I can't move him now. Let Zhao Feng sleep here." Shi Qingxian looked at her mother's retreating figure helplessly and had no choice but to close the door to Zhao Feng's room. She turned and walked in her own room, next door to Villa number 18. Villa number 19 at Shallow Water Bay. Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei looked cautiously at the 4 burly men in front of them, especially since 3 of them were Russians. Actually, Guotai Airlines had arranged a hotel for Zhao Bei, Su Yanfei, Boris, and Mark. But Guy Lizi and He Jun felt that Zhao Feng's security was insufficient. So I specifically called Boris and Mark back. Since Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei have already become flight attendants on Zhao Feng's private plane, they naturally count as Zhao Feng's direct subordinates, and thus were also brought back by Boris and Mark. Fortunately, Boris and Mark understand a bit of Chinese. Otherwise, there might have been a misunderstanding. Now, the group has just finished their takeout. Hee-jun looked at Gary, Boris, and Mark and arranged. Tonight, the four of us will take turns on duty in pairs. I'll be with Mark, and Gary, you'll be with Boris. Boris, Mark, and Gary all nodded. No problem. Hee-jun then looked at Zhao Bei and Su Yanfei. Miss Zhao and Miss Su, you can go to the second floor and choose a room to rest. Su Yanfei looked at Hee-jun and the others with a silly expression. Are we on duty? Hee-jun smiled, seeming polite, but his words were quite direct. Sorry. You being on duty wouldn't be useful. Zhao Bei covered her face. She pulled Su Yanfei upstairs while casually saying, Then it's up to you. Hee-jun and the others are tools drawn by Zhao Feng from the system. Although they have close contact with reality, they are equally concerned about Zhao Feng's safety. Currently, they believe Zhao Feng is not in danger. Otherwise, the four of them would quickly form a combat team to raid the next room. If Zhao Feng were here, he would definitely notice the long black package that Boris and the others took out from under the floor in the basement. The contents looked thick and long, likely a significant treasure. After drinking too much good wine, his head is really aching. Speaking of which, it's no wonder that yesterday Zhao Feng drank a lot of red wine, and then quite a bit of white wine with Shi Yuntian and Shi Qing. Just drinking one type probably wouldn't cause a headache. Sleeping until dawn, Zhao Feng looked at the sunlight shining through the curtains. It seems a bit inappropriate to sleep in so late for the first time. He hurriedly got up, breathed into his palm, and a strong smell immediately filled his nose. Ugh! Zhao Feng felt a bit nauseous. He quickly went out to find the bathroom. Coincidentally, Shi Qingxian seemed to have just finished showering, wearing a somewhat thick pink cotton pajama set, with a towel wrapped around her head. Zhao Feng awkwardly greeted her. Sister Qingxian, good morning. Shi Qingxian waved casually. Good morning. I'm hungry. Let us go downstairs for breakfast later. Zhao Feng hurriedly nodded. Then he entered the bathroom, closed the door, and felt a strong urge to urinate. He quickly relieved himself. Just as he was finishing up, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Zhao Feng, I prepared a brand new set of toiletries for you, all in blue. Did you see it? Zhao Feng, hearing this, quickly glanced at the sink. Sure enough, next to the pink set was a blue set of toiletries. Why do they match so well? Could it be that Sister Qingxian is hinting at something? Unfortunately, I'm not a scumbag. I see it, Sister Qingxian. Zhao Feng was not polite and directly started rinsing with the toiletries. After rinsing for a long time, feeling there was no taste, he finally went out and headed downstairs. In the dining room on the first floor, Zhao Feng saw everyone from the Shi family. Shi Yuntian and Shi Qinglin looked fine, and didn't seem to have a headache. Aunt Shi was the first to greet. Zhao Feng, come have some porridge to warm your stomach. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded as he sat down next to Shi Yuntian. Shi Yuntian said with a smile, The new year is coming soon, and we all got up around 8 or 9 today. We must be hungry, so everyone eat more. Zhao Feng and Shi Qingxian, Shi Qinglin, and the others all nodded with smiles. Speaking of which, the morning tea culture in Hong Kong is the most famous. Many restaurants are even named tea restaurants. Therefore, the breakfast at the Shi family is also quite. There are various dishes like rice rolls, steamed dumplings, char siu buns, egg tarts, and more.